died in the streets. Now the haunted. You hear the chains. They coming. Midnight fog, slide through the mist. Cold steel gripped in an undead fist. Whispers in the alley, shadows don't shift. A ghost in a hoodie with a full black clip. 6 deep, all from the block. Buried in suits, but they still run shop. No face, no case, they silent and cold. Revenge on their mind, from the grave they roll. Gangster ghosts, they don't sleep, they flow. Chains go clang when the reaper roll close. Eyes all black and their souls been sold. You can't shoot back when the body's this cold. Phantom crew, they don't knock, they face. Walk through walls, set the block ablaze. From the tomb to the trap, now they roam in haste. Gangster go, bringing hell through the maze. Some creep in the trap where the candles burn. Ouija boards flip, now the killers return. Dead men talk in the code of the cursed. Every verse is a hex, every bar is a hearse. Blood drips red from a past unpaid. Now they ride through the night in a spectral parade. Hollow eyes, but they still got aim. Spraying ghost rounds, ain't nothing the same.
Hi, everybody. It's me
Hi,
and the Dust.
everybody.
How are you today, Dustite?
I'm alive and well. How about you, Gigi?
I've been loud too. Been good. Been great. Having fun. Do you know another Disney movie flopped?
What? Another Disney movie flop?
Yeah, it's all your fault too.
What, the Ironheart or whatever?
I don't know, some other propaganda stuff they have flopped.
You're gonna have to be a little more specific, Gigi. They have quite a few flops, both recent and in the near past.
Recent.
Like how
Yeah.
recent? Like yesterday recent? Because like the only thing I know of right now is the Ironheart like flop.
Yeah, I think the Ironheart flopped. Wildheart will be.
Oh, for sure. For sure, dude. They tried to race swap Iron Man. It doesn't make sense.
Well,
And it's always a little kid too. Do you notice that? Like the new generation is always some new like off-color kid. Like most of these people spend the entire life in a field to perfect a craft, and then they're upstaged by this 13-year-old colored kid. What is going on?
I think that's all your fault.
Maybe.
I'm joking. But yeah, it was crazy out of there, and I don't get why Tim didn't let me on. He fears me.
He doesn't fear you, Gigi. He just, well, I don't know. I'm not here to defend him. He can do what he's doing.
Yeah, but he is a good rapper. I seen him rap the ICP song about him being a juggalo preacher.
How long ago was this, Gigi?
Not too long ago. You want me to show you?
No. People do stupid things. I do stupid things. Most of my stupid things aren't caught on camera, though.
Yeah, he's a gigolo preacher. Yeah, he's a good singer. Want me to show you?
No. I don't need to see Gigi. I'm fine.
But, what do you think of singing Dan in the driveway of Destiny?
Do you mean the landscaping of Destiny?
He's always in the drive-thru, so it's a drive-thru of Destiny.
Drive-thru of Destiny. I don't. Whatever.
Yeah, it's funny. He's a funny little guy. I can show you. Look.
You know I don't see much there.
He's singing mercy.
I mean, he spends a lot of time smiling like a donut.
Yeah.
Like that looks more like he's practicing for something.
Yeah.
That doesn't. Yeah, I don't think he's singing right there, Gigi. I think he dubs that sound in there.
Oh no. Look at him. Oh no.
Ready?
He's a funny little guy. Look at him. Oh, well, mercy on me. Have mercy on me. See, are you jealous of his singing abilities?
If anything, I'm jealous of his ability to be ignorant.
Ignorant of what?
So, Gigi, if a doctor tells you that all you need to do is take this medication once, right, and your problem is solved, but then you go back the next day and ask him for more of the medication, did you believe what the doctor said?
No.
Okay. How many times can I lose my virginity, Gigi? Is there like a secret reserves of virginities?
Yeah.
No, there's only one time I lost my virginity, Gigi. I don't ever get it back. It's the same thing as being saved, right? Like if I'm saved and I understand that I'm saved, but I keep coming back to the doctor asking for a little bit more of that salvation. I mean, do I ever really believe in what the doctor's telling me, or is it based on what I believe in the moment?
Yeah.
Right? Like pain medication, for example. The doctor gives you a certain amount, and it's supposed to last for a certain amount of time, right? But then the patient insists that the pain is still there. Why? So that they can keep getting the medication. It's not when you treat salvation like it's a medication and it requires daily visits or however many times the doctor recommends you to take the Eucharist, then it's a question of, is what the doctor telling me really true or not?
Oh. Oh.
Right? Gigi, like seriously, do you believe in God?
Yeah.
How many times do I need to prove it to you?
One.
Well, no, I didn't even prove it to you in the first place because people can't prove things. That's not how any of this works. You only have an understanding through consensus and then a general consensus between people, right? Like 2 + 2 = 4 only because there's a majority of people that agree to it, right? Because if there was enough people that argued about it, then the people who pretend to be right about it would eventually shut up, right? Like these numbers are really arbitrary, Gigi. We classify a group of things by their numbers. But the thing is that how do you know that a group of rocks are really a group of rocks, but they didn't just come from a single rock, right? So really, in reality, they're all the same rock, right? But we designate the piece of the rock a whole rock. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh. Serious?
Right. Gigi, what I'm trying to tell you is, from either perspective, either the scientific perspective or the religious perspective, they both have contradictions in their scientific, um, well, processing and perception of the world. Because if you think about it from a scientific perspective, all matter came from the exact same place. So if all matter is exactly the same place in the exact same time at one point, then the idea that we can quantify it by designating numbers is ridiculous because it's all the same thing ultimately. It all came from the same place. It all was the same thing. What we're looking at is an expanded version of the same thing, right? That we, as I'm talking to you right now, are very much a part of that same thing. But for whatever reason, I want to designate myself as one, like an individual. We're not. There's no individual here. There's no sealed system. There's no separation between you and I. You and I are breathing the exact same air, even though our distance is like across the planet.
Oh. Oh. Would you ever debate Daniel J. Newman?
About what?
Orthodoxy versus not orthodoxy?
I don't.
Like,
I mean, like, what would be the debate though? I don't
uh,
understand. Like, I don't see these debates are stupid because they don't really get to anything. Like, the topics are malformed, and then the premises are, oh, wild fart. Did you check your pants?
Over.
Wild fart.
hi, Heart.
I
Hello.
did.
How are you been today, little guy? Watch TV?
Yeah. No, I don't. Well, I watch YouTube. Yeah, I don't watch normal television, if you know what I mean.
Oh, that's nice.
I only watch YouTube.
But,
Sorry,
yeah.
did you say watch TV?
What you say?
Did you say watch TV?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah.
So, wild fart. How do you designate numbers? Like, how do you quantify things? So, according to the scientific principle, all of matter came from the exact same place at the exact same time. So aren't we, in fact, then looking at just an expanded version of that matter, and our attempts to quantify it are really just self-representations of the same thing because it's all ultimately one thing?
No, because things change. I was watching the last
What?
couple of minutes. If you take a rock and split it in half, you have two rocks. You don't have the same rock. It's not the same rock
You don't
anymore.
have you don't have two pieces of the same rock?
No, you have two rocks because things change.
What? What? So let me get this straight. If I cut you, like a part of your arm off, do I have two humans?
No.
Oh, because things change though, right?
Yeah, you have a human without an arm, and you have an arm from a human.
But if I cut a rock in half, I have two rocks.
But you still have two different things. It goes from being one thing.
What? But they're still rock though, right?
There's still a rock. Yeah, there's still
Okay.
rocks.
All right.
Yeah.
So they're rocks, right? So, but then there's a certain point where if I get enough of these rocks together that are broken apart, that quantifies a boulder, right?
I don't see how that's relevant to numbers.
Well, no. What I'm trying to get at here is the quantification, right? Because we have to quantify these things in order to get to the number, right?
Yeah, you count. Do you know how to count, Dustin?
Yeah, I know how to count. I know the theory behind counting.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Well, no, but here's the thing, though. How do we get to positive numbers then? Because all we ever really do in this world, I mean, even the way our eyes see, is because of the negative or what's being thrown off, right? The light that's not being absorbed by the object. So if all we can see is in the takeaway, how does the human mind conceive of a positive number?
What's the question? How does a human mind
You don't even understand. You don't understand what I'm saying. Bro, you are not philosophy educated in any way. Okay, let me explain this. So,
But you go from numbers to how the human mind works. From the Big Bang, you're just jumping about all over the place. What do you want to know?
I'm really not. I'm actually talking about the same thing. Okay? We quantify things as individual parts, right? And then we assign a number to them. Okay? But the reality is those individual parts, if reassembled, are still the same thing. Right? So if it was to break a different way, no, hold on. So let's say we take and reassemble something that broke apart into parts. Now, if it breaks a different way, are those parts different numbered then?
It depends how many there are.
Oh, okay, but then you're telling me yes, that the way it breaks changes the number. But the reality is, again, it's all the same thing.
Only if you rearrange it back into its original thing, then it would be one thing. But if it's broken up into 1,000 pieces, then you have 1,000 pieces. It's not one thing anymore. That's what I mean.
But again, like I'm saying though, but if we can reassemble that thing,
if you can,
right, then it is that one thing again, isn't it?
If you reassemble it, yeah, but if you don't, then it's 1,000 pieces.
Okay, but then say we trade one part out for another part. Is it still the same thing? And will that change the number?
You're going to have to be more specific. You're talking in general.
No, I tried being specific, and then you said, "Oh, but then it's too vague." Like you didn't know. You need to make up your mind on what you want, and I need a solid answer. If something breaks apart, right, and then it's put back together, and then it's broke apart a different way, does that change the number of parts?
Yeah, it would. Whatever you end up with at the present time, it's a different number. If you broke it apart and it broke into 10 pieces, then you put it back together, it will be one piece again. And then if you broke it again and it broke into 1,000 pieces, then we would have 1,000. That's what I mean. Things change. Things can change the number of things that they are. You're saying because it starts as one thing, it must always be one thing, no matter how many things it is. That is complete and utter nonsense.
What? So, but then if I take your arm and I chop it off, it's not two humans.
No.
But you're arguing both that they have to stay the same and change. That doesn't make dude. I gotta get to work. I'll talk to you later.
Thank God for that.
What are you guys making?
I don't know, but hi, how are you, Terry?
Hi.
Hi, Sarah. Listen.
God bless you guys. Well, I was.
Yeah, it's funny.
You guys are making something with like a bunch of pieces, or what?
No, he was trying to argue about numbers. He said if you have one thing and then you break it, like, then do you have more than one thing? The answer is yes. But he said because it came from one thing, then it's still one thing no matter how many things it is.
Huh? So you guys were doing division?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Problem.
Yeah, that's clear. Yeah.
Hi, Pixie.
Hi, Pixie.
Pixie in the chat. Pixie.
Hi,
Gigi.
Thank
How
you
you
for
doing?
having me last night. It was weird. I tried to go on Terry's Tim's show. He wouldn't let me.
He must still be angry about you owning him in that debate you did.
What debate?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know one. I'm just making stuff up.
Oh, okay. But
Wing Zealot. He's mad that you called him Wing Zealot too many times.
Oh. Yeah, it was crazy. But no, they. Oh. Dusty, we missed you.
With every shot so far.
Hey, what do you think? What were they talking about at Tim's channel anyway?
I talk about the act they had on that thing.
Oh. Dustin,
What's up? I know.
just chilling. I'm getting started at work. Getting things
Oh,
connected. There's a lot of little steps to do. You log in.
You know what they say? Don't be a sad Lupin.
Yeah.
Be a happy Lupin.
Oh, cute.
Oh.
See?
I don't know what kind of looping that is.
Bloody Lupin. Oh, R&R's in the that's Jill. He's in the comment.
Yeah, there you go.
Frizzle day. Oh my god. What is that?
Oh.
Dustin, what are you doing? Sounds like
Huh?
grabbing
Bag
chips.
clean here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get Michael.
Say what now?
You got a bit of background noise, Justin.
Eating chips or something?
I don't know how I ended up back on here.
Yeah.
Of course you don't.
It was fate. Fate
I
brought us
don't see
together.
that.
Oh, don't know. It was fate.
Wow, that was.
Will keep us together in any type of weather.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Here it's 85 degrees.
Oh, it is not 85 degrees here. It's 58.
Oh, 88 degrees now.
88 degrees in the shade.
Oh, what was that Keith song? Hot in the Shed.
98 degrees. But this time it's 88 degrees, which is nicer.
Oh.
How do you do in the heat, Gigi? Are you like a fan of heat or do you wilt like a little flower?
I like the cold better.
I do too.
Yeah.
Are you white, Gigi?
What?
Are you Caucasian? Are you white?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's them European roots.
Yeah, 50-something percent
Yeah.
British
Oh.
Irish, 20% German and French.
Those European roots. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. We're like 7% of the population worldwide. We need to start breeding.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Muslims.
Well, I have 100 kids there. Well,
Oh my god! Imagine 100 little wild hearts running around.
No.
The chaos.
Yeah, no, I very much wouldn't like that.
What would you name them if you had 100 kids? Like the same size.
Wildhat 1, Wildhat 2, Wildhat 3, Wildhat 4. I think I'll go with Wildhat 5. Yeah, just Wildhat 1 to 100. Yeah.
Pixie does not.
Oh yeah, because Wildhat as a name would be like unisex, wouldn't it? So I could name all the girls Wildhat and all the boys Wildhat. So I could get away with
Nicknames. One could be Wildy, another could be WH.
it.
Or
WH.
you guys say H.
Yeah, that could work.
H.
Yeah.
Windy and
Although
cold.
it would cause confusion. Like
Oh,
if I
yeah.
said, "Oh, Wildhat, come over here," then all of them would go over here. Do you know what I mean?
That happened to me the other day. I was out and about. I went out to lunch with Jamie. We went to get the nice food, and then we came back, and the rain started, and then the wind, it whipped, and I was cold. I don't like when that happens. I'm commiserating with Pixie. I hate when that happens. Like, bad enough I'm cold, but then the wind's got to kick at me, too. Ugh.
oh,
Our ancestors handled it.
I probably still have family in the UK. Is that crazy?
Yes, the best kind of family to have, I've heard.
Yeah, is that crazy?
No, it's normal.
Yeah. What if I'm related to Wild Heart?
You probably are.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, we're all related. Not to get into evolution and
Yeah.
communism.
No,
We're
it's,
all
you
related.
can be a young Earth creationist and believe we're all related because that's what the Bible says.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So either way, you're related.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Give
sweet?
me a high five, bro.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ghost. We are
Points of
related. We're
agreement
definitely
between the
related.
atheist worldview and the creationist.
Yeah. Get in.
Although some people believe that some people came from other planets, which I'm inclined to believe sometimes.
Mm.
Wildheart. Weapon. It turns out you're from the planet of the Wildhearts. They sent you here before the planet was destroyed. And they
Oh my
found.
That would be cool. That would be so cool. Yeah, I would like
That
that.
would explain why it just never felt right.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
This life, that it just never felt right because you belonged somewhere else, far away,
Yeah.
in the galaxy, far away, or
In a
maybe
galaxy far, far away. Yeah. Oh, that's sweet.
That's
A long
crazy.
time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there was a planet called Wildheart. And I am one of those.
what was your planet like, Wildheart? Did you have plants?
Alright, give me a minute. I'm making this shit up. sorry.
What language do they speak there? Is it like Earth where you have different kinds of people? Or
No, the language was Wildheartonian.
is it a small planet?
Yeah, relatively small.
Do
Yeah.
they have takeaways where you can get like shit in a
Chicken.
tray?
No, ironically, it's kind of like opposite world. They do have chicken takeaways, but they only give you the bones. They don't give you the actual chicken. They just sell you the bones. It's a bit weird.
Oh, do you guys eat bones?
Yeah,
Yuck.
let's go. Yeah.
Oh my god, they came here to eat our bones. Oh my god.
Like the giants in Jack and the
That's
Beanstalk.
so terrifying.
We just eat bones. Yeah.
Oh, I hate that giant.
I know. He was a yeah.
He's a racist. He said you could smell the blood of an Englishman.
I know.
Just because you can smell the difference between the races doesn't mean you should say.
so close.
Racist ass giants.
And then we had, oh, you won't know this. The guy who sold sweet corn, ho ho ho, green giant. We had that one, but that's probably an English advert.
Oh.
Did you have the green
You know
giant?
about the green giant in America? He's
Oh,
on some of our canned goods.
yeah, that's what we have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, he's global.
Yeah.
In the
Yeah.
Anglosphere. That's
Yeah.
so cool. Wow.
Oh.
Ho ho ho, green
Well,
giant.
oh.
What
Terry,
if? Yeah.
would you like to see Jamie debate Aiden?
No, I would not like to see that.
Would you like to see Wildheart debate Aiden?
No.
What about
Oh, speak of the devil. Sorry, Gigi.
Hey, Aiden's here. Hi,
This is
Aiden.
Aiden's turn up, yeah.
Grizzle Dick. Jill's here. Pixie, and now we have Aiden.
Hi Aiden? What you doing
I mean,
here?
what would they talk about? Nothing. I don't believe in debate.
I wouldn't debate Aiden either because we're a tag team. We're always on the same side. Yeah.
Oh, are you sure about that?
No. It's only good at the time, though.
Sure about that?
No.
That's dangerous. I'm never on the same side as someone all the time. You gotta have your own opinions, man. You gotta be your own man. You gotta stand on your own 2 feet or sit in your own 2 chairs. Or smell the blood of someone. Sit up here and say that to my avatar. I bet you won't. My avatar.
Oh, your
No.
avatar's so adorable.
Yeah, I'm a troll astronaut.
Oh,
Wow,
remind me of.
So-
Sorry. Uh, oh. You ever heard of Gangster, Aiden?
Ooh.
Ah,
What about the freedom fighter Lupin?
no cool. He looks like an ISIS.
Yeah, I was gonna say, looks like a Muslim.
Ah!
Still sunbird. You ever heard of this guy?
Yeah, fight. What? No, who's that? Is that? Oh, I know that. That's Speedy Romans.
Some monster guy.
That was Speed. No, that's Speedy Romans.
Oh. What about this guy?
That's Lupin again.
That's Lupin as a conjoined twin, isn't
There's two Lupins.
it?
What about this young lady?
Whoa, no jokes. That is the woman I'm gonna marry. No joke about that woman. She's a pretty, pretty lady.
Here's Clay. That's Clay. Yep, that's all Clay.
Oh, Terry, what was his hat? What did his hat say last night? Can you remember?
Who?
Clay's hat.
Plays hard?
Clay's hat. You know his baseball.
Oh, it said drunk slut. That was ridiculous.
That's why.
I ascribe to the most commonly held views on the planet. What? How do I hold the most commonly held views on the planet? What are you talking about?
Oh.
Clearly, you did not hear my theory that some humans came from other planets.
Oh.
So there.
Oh.
Aiden, you don't know shit about F.
Like this?
Oh, thank you.
What about this?
Ah!
Again, that's very Lupin like.
You okay?
Yeah. Just with the eyes. You know what I mean?
Doesn't want
Mary
me to
doesn't
debate.
want me to debate Jamie because she doesn't want to see her. What? I don't think you could defeat Jamie in a theological debate, but I also don't like debate, period. So I don't watch debates. I don't like to hear them. I don't like to be around them.
Oh, I couldn't just say, yeah, Pixie, she left a really nice comment before, and she's back staring at the work computer. Well, cheers, Pixie. Let's see.
Like this?
I don't think.
The baby.
That's Bruce.
Those are creepy eyes. You know what I mean?
Is
I
that
think all babies have creepy eyes.
We'll make some more coffee. I can't do this without more coffee.
Not coffee.
Coffee.
I need more coffee. I thought I could do it, guys, but I can't. I need another cup.
You're
That's
mispronouncing coffee. It's
I need
coffee. Coffee.
Coffee. Coffee. Need a coffee. Coffee. You shouldn't make fun of people's accents, though, Wildheart.
No, you should do. It's funny.
But he's wild heart. He's wild at heart. He's Mr. Wild Heart. He's such a wild heart. Yes, he know. Oh, he's just a wild heart. Right, Wild Heart?
That is true, yeah. Mr. Wild, I give me a dream. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, no, that's Sam. Sorry.
Oh, hey, Pixie. Oh, that's nice. But, Jamie looks a lot like the guy from Gangs in New York.
He does, yeah. Mm.
What if he is the guy from Gangs in New York?
He wouldn't surprise me, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, I don't think he is. Yeah, I don't think he is. He's much younger. Daniel Day-Lewis is old as hell.
Wow.
He was making movies back in like the early 80s and stuff.
Wow.
I've seen him. Jamie was just a baby then. He was born then.
Oh, that's an accusation. Jamie is missing Mod's dad.
Is he?
Wow, according to Aidan.
But he's
Yeah,
Jamie's only a couple years older than Missy Maud.
Oh.
that could be a. No, yeah,
Yeah.
missing Mod's older. Yeah, Jamie.
Missy Maud is 6 months older than me, and Jamie's like
Yeah.
what, 2.5 years older than me.
And Aidan's like 14. Yeah,
So he's 2 years older than her then.
yeah, that'll be tricky.
Out.
Oh. You serious?
So no, he couldn't be her dad.
Mm,
He hadn't reached maturity enough to father a missing Maud yet at the age of 2.
yeah, that'll
Is he
be
only 21?
impossible.
Yeah.
Oh.
Getting it.
He has a powerful mustache.
Sometimes it feels like
Yeah, just like wow. What do you think of his powerful mustache?
I love his purple mustache. Yeah, it's like from the 1920s. You know, with a twizzle on the end.
Yeah.
You know, they put wax on it, I think, and just
oh yeah.
you
I
know,
got
evil
mustache.
geniuses.
Maybe I
back
should
in the
get him
20s.
some wax for his mustache.
Oh.
Yeah.
A little comb, it's cute.
Oh.
Oh no, just cute.
Oh, can I show you? I want to show you a video about Aiden is mountain. Look at him.
I'm sorry, but Aiden is not a member of the Royal Canadian Police.
Oh.
Aiden, have you ever ridden on a horse?
I'm a moose. It wasn't a horse. It was,
What do you think
Yeah.
of this?
Will
You
pay
wouldn't want
to
to
have
on top of
yours
the moon.
removed. Bone is vestigial. I will pay to have yours removed. Bone is vestigial. I
What
will
would
pay to have yours
I don't know
removed.
what's
Bone
going
is
on
vestigial.
Guys, so what would you do if Ken Hova offered you that? Would you take up his offer?
Offered me what?
I mean, what's that?
Wow, her. He said
Bone
if
is
your
vestigial.
vegetable bone
I
is
will pay
vestigial,
to have
you
yours
will
removed.
pay to
Bone
have
is
yours
vestigial.
removed.
I will pay to have
I-
yours removed. Bone is
I
There's
wouldn't
an awful
trust
lot of-
me. To be fair, no one. If I ever offer that to anyone, I wouldn't trust me. No.
Cool.
Is that my family? I didn't say having on the winged lion.
On a native
Oh, they're taking Clay away.
Dang.
They're taking him away. He said, "What you doing with my good Clay?" Uh-oh, the real Batman. That's the real Batman.
You're real
That's
bad.
TPOR. He's the real life Batman.
Hey, are you going to be streaming when you're on vacation?
No.
What?
I will upload videos of outside the plane. When I'm at the plane, I'm gonna
Cool.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
show the clouds and stuff.
Oh, when you go to the British Museum in London, you gotta do a stream from there, surely.
Are you? Oh, I guess you can. I went there. It was fun. You gotta
Yeah.
go. You gotta see the sights. You gotta get some mushy peas with your fish and chips.
Yes, mushy peas rock.
Yeah, we don't do that here in America. We gotta mush our own peas.
So what's the difference between mushy peas and peas that you mushed yourself?
Well, we don't mush them. We just eat them like all round and unmushed. It's gross.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that sounds right.
You serious?
Yeah, mushy peas are the best.
I'm a potato chip eater than a corn chip eater.
What?
Thanks, Eden. Is he saying I'm a narc, like a narcissist, or a narc as in somebody who snitches? Both are true.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Zealot's done. I had a bath yesterday.
Yeah, and he changed his shirt yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and my pants.
Hey, how was your appointment today? Did you get up in time? Make it all right?
Yeah, it was okay.
I remember you were in the stream and you were like, I gotta get up at 7:30, and I was like, that means 8:30, I think.
Yeah, it was okay. It was like a group meeting for 5 hours. it
Oh man,
was it was as good as it gets. You know what I mean?
what is he talking about? Tomato. I'm not sure what he's talking about.
say tomato.
Tomato sauce. Yeah,
I say,
Oh,
tomato sauce.
do you say tomato or tomato? Tomato.
Yeah, you said tomato. I said tomato.
you say
You say,
ice cream. We say screen cream.
we all scream
Nice.
ice cream.
Oh, what's extreme cream? Never heard of that.
I'm just joking.
Oh.
Green cream is like a chicken or horse film, right?
I had an extreme burger last night.
You had an extreme burglary? Did they take your
Burger. Yeah, they took everything.
took your guitars? Your toaster?
No, extreme burger.
Microwave? What else you got?
Like a beef burger, but an extreme one. It was
What
massive.
made it extreme?
Just the size of it, I think it was
Was riding a skateboard or something?
massive. Doing, was it 360s, 480s? These numbers were, I don't
Okay,
know.
no, but seriously, tell us about your burger. We want to know all the details.
Yeah, it was. It actually, it's not that exciting. It was just a burger, but a big burger.
It was big. Was it pink in the middle? Sometimes if you make the patty too big, it's pink in the middle. It's not good.
Oh no, it was cut well.
Hi, Zealot's Den. I read his comment, but I didn't see it was him. Hi, Zealot's Den.
I was out there. That's it.
Oh. What if they remade Braveheart and change it to Wild Heart and have you?
That would be good, rather than because I never get called Wildheart anymore. I get called Braveheart, Lionheart, just everything like that.
I'm gonna marry Jamie. Jamie is the one who asked me to marry him, and we arranged his whole life to facilitate marrying. And I like him. He's my man. He got a haircut yesterday.
Yeah, he looked like Daniel Day-Lewis.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, I did like it. It was like shaved at the sides, like
Yeah.
totally.
He's all
Yeah,
lined
yeah.
up. He
I
got
liked it.
cut at the barber shop.
With the mustache and beard on top. That is,
Yeah.
class.
Yeah.
I was like, dang. You do with my Jamie, handsome man.
But,
Yes.
have you know Lupin also asked you to marry him and
Lupin didn't ask me to marry him. Lupin did not ask me to marry him. He asked me to go to Chipotle with him.
oh,
Can we not make fun of Lupin? I love Lupin. He's a good guy, Aiden. Just because he's not a good guy sometimes. You need to bury the hatchet, Aiden. You need to forgive, because forgiveness is the Holy Grail, and if you drink from that cup, then you can have life everlasting like Wildheart.
Oh. He's just adorable little guy. Look at that little wild heart.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah. That's very fast. Right.
Wildheart, where do you get your t-shirts?
Various places. I don't know where I got this one from, but yeah, I definitely got it.
Me too. I get them from different places. I
Yeah,
don't wear t-shirts too much. I almost wore a t-shirt today, but I decided to wear a dress instead because I'm
yeah,
more of a formal dresser. I like to dress
yeah,
up, but sometimes like if I wear a suit, I'll wear a t-shirt with it to look like, kind of
yeah.
edgy.
Edgy. I was just gonna say edgy.
Yeah, I'm like I have a suit, but actually I'm still punk rock, guys.
Yeah. Corrupt, did you say?
Hmm. As soon as he gets his shit together. What? Honey, if then you're going to be holding on to bitterness and anger for way longer than you need to, because that's going to take a while.
Or Lupin.
Yeah. Okay. Let me think about a fun question to pose to the guys here. Let me think. Okay. Would you, if you had to be, let's see, an elf, an orc, or a hobbit, what would you choose?
That's a good question. An elf, an orc, or a hobbit? Yeah, I was gonna say an orc because of the strength, but then they're stupid as well. So, elf.
Yeah, and they're ugly too.
Yeah, the elves are short, but they're quite intelligent, I think.
No, the elves are tall. The hobbits are short. I forgot about dwarves. You could be a dwarf too.
GG, do you want to go first? This is
Yeah,
going to
Gigi,
sound
Oh, what is it again? Sorry, I was away.
okay, you have your choice of being an elf, an orc, a hobbit, or a dwarf. What are you choosing?
A leprechaun.
Can I add an option? Can I be a munchkin? Like from the Wizard of Oz?
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
Gary.
you can't do that, Terry. I wanted to add an option. I want to be one of those munchkins from Wizard of Oz. We welcome you to Munchkinland.
Oh,
Oh,
where'd she go?
I don't know. Might be a technical difficulty. Oh no, she says face red, droopy eyes. Oh, that might mean she's tired.
Oh,
Oh, no, grease ring. Oh, that's fine.
sorry about that.
Yeah, she'll be back. So,
Yeah, I think about changing to StreamYard because Restream keep on kicking people.
yeah, I've never used it, but it's never kicked me. It's been alright, but yeah, some people have said that.
Yeah, I don't get what's Restream's problem.
Yeah,
But wow, her.
yes.
What would you do if you found out you're really a leprechaun?
I'd be very disappointed. Although I would have a pot of gold. So yeah, no, that would be fine. Yeah.
I
I'm thinking of creatures from Middle Earth, like on Lord of the Rings.
Alright.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking like, any kind of like creature ever.
So I couldn't be a munchkin from Wizard of Oz.
No, that would only be if I was asking, like, if you could be any kind of critter on Wizard of Oz, what would you be?
So what is it then? Elf, dwarf, or
Or dwarves or hobbit?
hobbit? I'd be a hobbit. I'm gonna go with
Yeah,
Hobbit.
they seem to have the best kind of life. Just simple, good folk, down to earth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
They
I
like
know
to
it.
drink and stuff.
is
Yeah.
definitely an elf. You think Alien's an elf? Yeah, I think he might be.
Yeah, he's got what's that air of superiority like an elf does.
Oh.
Oh yeah, elves. Yeah, they're like. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Do you think?
Yeah, like super. They think they're superior. Yeah, I won't be wrong.
We'll see how superior you are when you meet my axe.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Oh. Uh, do you seen the video of Aiden versus Lupin in a push-up contest?
I saw that yesterday. That was funny.
Yeah.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, they had a push-up contest before on Miss Mod show.
Oh yeah, Lupin's done that on my channel too. He's really good at his push-ups. He and Gregatron were doing it. That was fun.
He took on Aiden.
Shout out to Lupin's health journey.
Yeah. It was crazy. that that video, the full video, wow, that was crazy what Lupin said on there. He's a crazy guy.
I did like Aiden's haircut as well in that video. Just on a tangential note, you know what I mean? His haircut was very, very weird.
Yeah, it is Aiden. I just- He's a funny little guy. Yeah, it was crazy. Lupin, when he took on Aiden, that was so funny.
So did he decide on a winner in the end?
I'm not sure.
Because I know there was some controversy as to like how far Lupin got down to the ground. I think he said he touched his nose on the ground, and yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the number counts, but it's not just the number; it's the quality of push-ups as well. I think is a big factor.
Yeah, it was crazy. Uh, yeah, Lupin is a crazy guy. What he said to Aiden that day, oh, was crazy. Yeah,
Why can't they just be friends? Why do they have so much animosity and strife between them?
I have no idea. Yet that's Aiden.
Man, that's so sad. They're both so alike, you know?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Aiden is gonna go mental in the side chat. Yeah, no, I agree. Aiden and Lupin are, yeah, almost like brothers. Do you know what I mean? You can hardly tell them apart. Yeah,
Well,
like
not
identical
physically, because
twins.
Aiden has the
No, I mean,
superior ethnic genes,
yeah.
but, you know, like inside.
Yeah, but mentally, I mean, personality-wise, yeah, they're almost exactly the same. I agree.
Hey, me and you are the same, Aiden. I've known you all my life. I don't know your name. You said that's the most insulting thing you've ever said. Yeah. Jeez, why the hate? This is a love stream, guys. Love
It,
stream. We
it's a
kicked up
love.
now. Love stream now.
It's like the love boat. It got the blood of the
The blood of Hyperborea flowing through my veins. Huh. Pixie says she doesn't think that Aiden is anything like Lupin. We're all alike when it comes down to it. The same spirit that's driving you is in everybody driving them. We all face the same battle.
You all right, Wildheart? I'll show you this video of crazy Lupin.
To see everything in action.
Yeah, but why do you want to see it though? That's like the thing.
Holy shit! What is it, dude?
It sounds a bit suicide.
It's on Netflix. It gets you upset.
I think he might have.
It's very adjustable. Many other frogs in the swamp and go into the hellfire. So that's I get caught.
Another thing.
Oh my gosh, I laugh so hard at these parts.
And meatloaf, and you know what I mean.
Speaking in tongues. Let him cook. Let him cook.
I know this is gonna be on Logan's channel tomorrow.
I'm hardcore. You're just putting in parameters. Oh, I'll be in Europe all night. Yeah, because I'm gonna flex you around like crazy. I'm gonna twist you up like a pretzel, bro. Because
I make my money around.
Because I twist you up like a pretzel doesn't make me gay. It just makes you the pretzel, and I'm about to cream you.
You should have said
funny about
you.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
Wait.
This might take a while.
Yeah.
Oh man, I need to shave my back.
He's a
Mod would provide
brick.
Resi.
He's mighty, just letting it all
keep in mind. Like, I even
hang out. Didn't quite hear you. I'm sorry.
push-ups on you.
Door stoppers. I would spend so long. Yes.
Vanilla Ice said duck butt. Oh, you're muted.
Or remove.
Irrespective.
Was that crazy?
That was crazy, although very, very, very funny as well.
We stick to that, Terry. Was that crazy? Are
You know
there?
what? That was the craziest thing I've ever seen
Yeah.
today.
And Pixie says in the side chat, speaking of, I hear I miss you and Serb talking. Does she mean Aiden? Oh, I would love that. I want a copy of that. Aiden and Serb speaking. Sorry to go off on a tangent, but
That's all right.
yeah. Aiden, have you spoke to Serb? That would be cool.
Aiden can speak Serbian.
No, Cerberus Hex. He's a YouTuber.
A Serbian YouTuber.
No, he's not Serbian, no.
Not
He's just- no, he's American, I think.
Oh, that's
He's
too
just-
bad.
He's called Cerberus Hex. Yeah. But anyway, sorry. That was a tangent.
That's all right. Yeah, Lupin is a crazy guy. Oh, he is crazy. Do you think so? See them fight in a push-up context.
And
Yeah, you didn't even bend your elbow.
Go back and
Every
watch
single
the tape.
push-up that I did, except for the last one, maybe,
Already?
was completely
You're right,
legit.
He kind of looked like
I'm discounting
no.
it. You guys have
No.
in this picture. He kind of looked like a young Shemp. So do you agree?
Sorry.
Aiden, does he look like a young Shemp?
Chimp. I was just gonna say, I think Lupin's cheating. I don't know how much push-ups he's doing. He's just moving his head down to the ground, so it looks like he's doing a push-up. I'm not sure how much of the body he's actually moving. Do you know what I mean? I think he's just moving his head a lot. So
Or the very famous.
Sorry?
Let's see. Well, what Aiden said to name one famous Serb. So my first one that came to mind was Tom Milosevic, but then there's that other guy, the pervert's guide to cinema. Remember him? Slavoj Žižek.
Oh, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
He's like, oh, we're all eating from the same trash can. The trash can of ideology. Sniff.
Yeah. I can't think of a single famous Serbian, to be honest. No.
More down.
It's not a real push-up.
Hey, these ones they gotta count for at least one each, two of them. Right?
Can you do that much push-up?
Maybe a third.
Lawheart?
Yeah.
No, I can do one, maybe two. No, actually, I've done 10 on camera.
And he's struggling to get 10.
Yeah.
I could probably do 20
to
30.
really like try.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I did 30 and now I'm doing
He did say
more.
you did a pretty good job,
Yeah,
Terry.
you did like maybe the equivalent of 10 real push-ups, that 30.
Actually, he did 35.
Look at him.
Alright, well, then he did the equivalent of 12 real push-ups, I'm sorry.
Crazy old movement.
That's about it right there.
22 half push-ups.
Put a shirt on, Lupin.
I'm just thinking
I like Lupin's gold chain. It's very Cuban, you know.
That's good. Maybe you and
I don't like how he rubs his nipples as he gets up.
Hey, I'll do it.
Well, they got
I'll do
sword
it. If you
and all that.
cut down the creepy remarks by about like 13.7%, then I'll tell you what, I might be able to spot you, bro.
Wow.
I'm gonna be workout
You guys
buddies.
are friends now.
No
No, we're
guarantees.
not. Fuck Lupin.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust Lupin
Come on,
behind
you
me.
guys make Yeah, that's for sure. Oh,
If I try to
jeez.
fill you up with his legs.
Stop
Those need
scaring
some,
me. I thought
those
you were a
need some
Christian man.
support. They need some support.
On your shoulder, man. Big old cut.
Yeah, what
Do
happened to
that
your
cut.
shoulder?
What, with this one?
It's fucking huge, dude.
Yeah, he got injured.
Was it a knife fight?
Uh-oh.
Dang,
What
those
Might have
happened?
dropped his, he might have dropped his steak knife at the Texas Roadhouse, but that's
Fall
about the
down.
closest Lupin's got into a knife fight.
Or what the heck happened?
Wow.
That
Fall
one's
down
nice.
and go boom when he was too drinky.
Which other one?
You're showing us, Lupin. The one on the left.
Although I do think he
That
needs a
right there?
sports bra.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That was a suicide attempt.
What do you think, Terry?
Not how you
In
do
the
it.
shoulder.
What's up?
Can't kill yourself by stabbing yourself in the shoulder.
Again, if you the second story balcony.
God dang.
Oh man.
Yes.
I hate to hear that.
Don't do that.
Too late. I'm already here, but that's why I'm here though.
Oh no.
It didn't work, so you couldn't even do that right.
No, actually, it's a big
Why
part of my
you
God.
it's bad when Aiden freaking Linden of all people has got to kind of like just take a step back and go, jeez, okay.
Hey Steph, I'm gonna go. Mrs. Desk is home, so.
Don't even do that, right?
That's a
Okay,
part of
thank
my
you.
God.
Thank you for recognizing a real push-up for what it is, David. I
That was
appreciate it.
that was solid. You did all right. 20 push-ups. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Well, he did about 10 good ones, and he's hard.
I did not. I did all those totally legit.
I'll
Not
give
touch-
him.
he did not
I'll
touch
give him
the
20. I'll give him 20. Yeah.
I'll give him 10.
All right. Have a good one, everybody.
You too. I like Dave. He's cool.
Oh. Did Aiden at least take off his shirt?
Dave's not here, man.
No.
I did them on full screen. Were you not paying attention?
I forgot. I'm a little bit drunk.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Did he take his shirt off?
I didn't take my shirt off. No, I didn't know. Sorry.
If you didn't take your shirt off, it doesn't count.
Well,
Jeez,
I'm
Lupin,
sorry
tell me
that I can't
the story
contribute.
behind the scar.
Huh?
Tell me the story behind the scar. I want to hear your. You said it's part of your testimony.
Oh yeah, one part, but I don't think you guys are ready for that.
Why are you gonna say it like that? Like we ready for that? What?
What we are ready
We
for
know what
is
we've all.
whatever the hell they're showing us right now.
Exactly. Good one.
What, a man's body?
Can you? How many push-ups can you do?
He's a taken. We're all taken here on this panel here, right? I know that.
So Tara can do 100.
Don't have the affirmity of having.
Right,
a
No, I
partner
can't
in
do
your life,
one.
But you can speak for yourself.
I'm weak. I got rheumatoid arthritis. I'm like
Lupin, so.
all messed up physically, but my spirit.
All you gotta do is fast. It'll fix all that.
Lupin cell and
All that weight.
lupus.
I,
Are both pretty good.
speaking of freedom, I gotta get out of here. It's been fun.
Lupus. That was funny.
I hope have a
Oh, thank you for
Lupus,
stopping
I
by.
know people that have died
That's
from
it.
it.
Easy unto
No,
you.
like
Lupin,
lupus, like double S.
and Aiden. Same difference. Bye, guys.
Yeah, that's good. I didn't realize that until
Also,
I said
lupus is with the E.
Yes, that's it.
All right, I gotta go. GG.
Thank you.
Oh, that's such a shame.
Bye.
It was crazy. Lupin is a crazy nut.
His wife must have just got home
You
too.
think
Oh,
so?
you're muted. Lucas, I'll unmute you. Oh no, I can't.
That's probably the first time you worked out in what, like 3 months?
Actually, close to it. I mean, as far as like a dedicated workout, yeah.
Do
You're
you
right.
work out
In
while
terms of
hard?
No,
like getting out.
I haven't
and
exercised
no,
since
not at all. I do
1986.
that on a regular basis, at least twice a week that I go to.
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
work out.
exercise is
I
for
don't
girls.
Riding
Like
on
fruit.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. No, I actually walk plenty as well. The scooter that I take for like more long distance stuff. The museum's close enough that I don't need it.
Oh, are you serious?
Unfortunately.
Scooter, when it's
Yeah,
the only thing
I
that
think
you
so.
got because you're not able to drive.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's sensible to take that on more long distance commutes. Is that not true?
Let me see your pump.
Although, no, I was.
Let me see your. He makes fun of me being bald.
Well,
Yeah, I could
that
say-
is
well,
true,
I don't know.
but I feel like
Let
it's
me
ever so slightly different.
Let me see the pump
Gotta
that you
admit,
got.
his arm is he could lift a couch with that for sure. I mean,
Let me see. Let me see your pump.
He does seem pumped.
Pump and dump.
Do you think so?
Yeah, it's difficult to tell the difference between pumped and like fat.
Nah, you're trying to you're trying to give me
Because
this
it
pussy
doesn't
all throughout
it doesn't
the
change
show.
much when
Sorry,
he
I'm not gonna
flexes.
contribute
You know
to
what I
your
mean?
spank bank, alright?
If he
I'm
just has
sorry.
fat arms, then
Oh,
I'm
trust me.
I'm not
you
making
know what I
a
mean?
deposit in the
They kind of
spank
look the
bank.
same whether flexed or not.
No, I
think he
keep
might
your
just be
spank
bullshit.
bank like
Or big
in
bone.
They
secure
say that
deposit in Sweden.
not
so
fat,
I
but
don't
big
need
Yeah,
bone.
that's
access
it.
to
Yeah,
it.
big bone. Yeah.
I'm glad you don't have
why would you
access to
keeping
my
his
spank
spank
bank. Right, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm glad
Right,
you
Aiden?
don't have access to it. That's a good
Oh,
thing.
I read it.
I love that this is like the
I mean, you
third
should
or
be.
fourth time that we've gone through this.
I mean, you're a degenerate.
It is a
Shit.
funny video.
It
No,
is
it's
funny.
just
No, it
because
is
it's so
funny to look back
disappointing
on.
that like I don't ever want to see it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, you
I'm gonna
did
lose a lot of
I don't
sleep
want
over
to see
that
any.
one, and you got
you
me.
did a good normal push up. I think
It's okay.
Lupin
You
kind of did a
that to yourself.
bad type.
You know what I love about this stream? You know what I love about this stream so much?
The failure you are, does that
Pause.
still loom in the back of your mind?
Oh, you should rewind that a little bit. That's a good one. Hold on, you should play that. That's a good one.
You tell your
I
wife.
just have a
that you
question.
did
Like, when you get as
this.
drunk as you are right now, do you forget about how much of a failure you are? Or does that like still loom in the back of your mind?
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
Depends on what you mean by failure.
that's
Wow.
bad.
Look at him. He looks all serious. What the? Aiden disappeared. He disappeared. Oh no.
Did he just say when you get so something as you are, does it stop reminding you of how much a failure you are? That I mean, Aiden, come on, that's harsh. That's like a knife in the back or a kick in the pants or a, slap in the face. It's a bit harsh.
Yeah.
I'm back. Restream is probably going to crash on my phone again, so that's okay.
I need
I just
for to StreamYard one day. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to say that yeah, I loved that comment because the look on Lupin's face there was just fantastic. It's almost as funny as when he was rubbing his nipples when he got up, like Wildheart pointed out. I never noticed that until Wildheart pointed. He's like, "Oh, he rubbed his nipples when he got up." I was like, "He did." I never noticed that before. But yeah, the look on his face when I threw that at him was pretty great. And you know what? Some people that don't know the full context about Lupin are probably going to see a comment like that, and they're probably going to go, "Wow, that was really harsh, Aiden. That was really unwarranted."
That's exactly what I've just said. Yeah.
Yeah. You need to keep in mind that this is the same guy that told Mark Stone.
Mark, what? We need to know.
Yeah, you can't leave us on the edge of our seats like that. That's not fair.
What he told
him? He told Max Stone what?
He told him he had a bad hair day.
Is it Mark Stone or Mark Stoney?
Mark Stoney.
Stoney. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. I've joined on my computer, so it won't have any more problems. As I was trying to say, this is the same guy that said to Mark Stoney, a war veteran who actually went and served his country, that he had blood on his hands from an incident that had nothing to do with him. This is the same guy that has told women that were victims of horrible circumstances. He's made jokes on their part, and like, this is a guy that has no filter whatsoever when it comes to saying the most hateful, spiteful things that he possibly can about people. So I don't really have much of a filter when it comes to this guy. You know, Terry was wondering, oh, why do you have so much animosity with this guy? It's because he's an unrepentant piece of shit who insists upon inserting himself into this community and making himself a presence, while also insisting that he do absolutely nothing to change himself for the better at the same time. So if he insists that he's going to keep coming around here and imposing himself upon this community, then I'm going to keep calling him a fuckhead until he goes away.
Yeah, I can understand that. If you know of things that he said like that in the past, yeah, that.
What he said
to fair game at that point. Sorry.
What he said to you was far worse.
I don't really care too much about what he said to me. I don't really care about insults that are thrown my way. There's really not too many insults I haven't heard in my life at this point in time. You got to keep in mind I'm blind in my left eye, and I grew up in a rough and tumble part of the community, so I definitely heard almost all the insults that you can hear reasonably while you're growing up. So I don't really care about what he said about me. I care about what he said about people like Missing Maud and Mark Stoney and you as well, Gangster Ghost, because he's talked crap on you before in the past plenty of times.
Yeah,
called you a weak host, said that you don't ever control any of the discussions, called you a fake Christian. Like, said plenty of things about you before in the past. I care about that crap way more than I care about anything said about me.
Yeah, and I retract my my reaction. Yeah, it sounded harsh, but now you've explained it. Yeah.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I mean, if people don't have the context, then that's perfectly fine. I have no problem explaining the context to them.
Yeah, it was what he said about screaming you like also.
What was it that he even said about me? Like, I forget off the top of my head. What was it that he even said about me?
Very nasty stuff. That would make Dustin blush.
Put it in the private chat if you don't mind. If you don't want to, that's okay. Like, if you don't want to at all, that's perfectly fine. I just genuinely forget what he even said about me.
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't care what anyone says about me, but yeah, you mess with my friends, and I will get upset. I know what you said.
Russell, hard to remember.
By his oh, sorry, I was just gonna read.
Go ahead.
By his circumference, Berlin seems to have eaten all of the loaves and fishes that were meant to feed the 5,000.
That is the best accent that you've ever done, by the way.
Mais oui, Monsieur Wildheart, I appreciate this. I have many hats. I'm a man of many hats, Wildheart.
Yeah, it was so funny. That was the most creepiest time of
Oh, I remember. Was it the stuff about the thing coming out of my mouth?
Yeah.
All that stuff. Yeah. Okay, I remember. That was creepy. It wasn't even like insulting. It was just creepy. As soon as you said creepy, I was like, oh yeah, the really weird sexually charged remarks he made about me. Yeah. Yeah. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. He really is. He's what I don't get is that I really genuinely do get the impression from Lupin that he's one of those people that just does not give a shit about anything in his life whatsoever. You know, most people don't give a shit about, you know, other people. But I'm starting to get the impression that he just doesn't even care about himself. Like, he goes around on the internet and he makes an absolute fool of himself. He goes on live streams, he points a gun at himself. You know, he goes on live streams and asks women like Terry to marry him in a drunken stupor. Like, he just goes around embarrassing himself left, right, and center. And for some reason, he still, like, feels the need to come around and act like none of that ever happened and just try to sweep it under the rug. Because that's probably how he's coped throughout his life. Just sweep that under the rug and move on to the next fuck-up.
Yeah, although I'm not saying I'm sticking up for him, but I've done a lot of that as well, so you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, but you know what the difference is that you've actually made an effort to improve yourself, Wildheart. That's the difference. Yeah. You're actually on a path to genuine improvement. I've never seen Lupin actually make an effort to improve his behavior at any point in time. He's always acted exactly the same.
Yeah. Okay.
My DAL cult is 8 years old and full of imbecilic fans. So I spell out the things I don't want them to understand. Like BOY or maybe PEDOPHILE. About the words I'm hiding from them right now. Tore the ring right off of me. My DIVORCE isn't secret from today. Fourth wife SANDRA has 6 months gone away. It's never my fault. My DAL cult is my DAL.
It's never my fault. It's so true. It's so typical again. some people though out there, man, that they will just encounter issue after issue, failure after failure in their life, and they will never look at themselves as the problem. They will endlessly look at everything and everyone else around them and go, that's the problem. That's the problem, because I don't want to look at myself and confront the problems I'm dealing with. That's scary. I'd better just externalize that onto everyone else. Pixie!
Hey, Restream hates me, and it took me forever to get up here, so I'm way late saying this, but Wild, you don't get to compare yourself to Lupin, because the one thing you don't do is come back pretending that you're somehow better than everybody else, or somehow some weird moral high ground.
Yeah, I get that,
Yeah, you don't try to take all of the moral high ground and grandstanding that comes with being a Christian while doing absolutely fuck and all to live a Christian lifestyle.
But I do need something to eat, so I'm going to eat 2 short pork pies, and I'll be right back. Well, let's see if it's just
On mute, right? Because you're fond of me?
Oh, he was just so sad in that picture. Oh, wow.
I think he'll mute.
Oh, how are you today, Pixie?
Oh, you know, no complaints, just working.
Oh, I need to, yeah, I was thinking about one day try go to stream her, because this thing keeps on kicking people. You, Aiden, other people.
Are you currently irresponsibly working while being on the live stream as well, Pixie?
I wouldn't call it irresponsibly. I get more work done than anybody else, and on top of my own job, which is like 7 or 8 departments, I'm also helping out 2 or 3 other departments today, so they can suck it.
How about, oh, hi!
Hey. Dude, it's so freaking hot today again.
It's hot here, too. It's 88 degrees.
It's cool.
I'm gonna give you a bunch of Gatorades. It's just like too hot to drink coffee.
I knew within a minute Clay was gonna start talking that gay. You can't help it. You can't help it.
You don't know what Gatorade is?
You're gonna start talking that gay.
Yeah, I should have got Powerade. You're right.
Should have gotten Powerade.
I've never liked either of those.
What was the one that, like, back in the day, everybody would, like, add it to their... Mio, that's what it was. Everybody would, like, add that crap to their drinks.
The little squeezy bottle.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know everybody would go in and get a Gatorade, and I would go in and get an orange carrot Sobe. Specifically orange carrot, which good luck finding them ever again.
Yeah.
I miss Sobe. Like, you don't see Sobe anything anymore. Like, remember they had the gum?
Yeah.
Oh. You know what they say? You need to get serious. Serious Lupin.
Now I drink more fizzy water than anything else. Especially Rambler lemon limes. Those are good.
Oh.
Which is weird because I hated fizzy water and mineral water and all of that. I thought it was the worst stuff ever for the longest time. I don't know what happened, but I had my first, you know how I disappear sometimes? It's because I've had a lot of bone deterioration. Pregnancy really took it out of me a long time ago too. That hurt. I even lost my hair and stuff. Anyway, I've had a lot of bone deterioration, particularly in my jaw. And so over the years, my jaw has been like pulling to the left. So I've been having to get that fixed. And that's why I keep talking funny every now and then, is because my jaw is like realigning, and every time it realigns, even the littlest bit, like it's only been like 4 millimeters so far, but every time it aligns, even like the littlest bit, I feel like I have to like relearn how to talk right. It's so weird. But anyway, so the first time I went in was the biggest surgery. Like they had to cut through my gums to give me like bone grafts and all kinds of stuff. They had me on fentanyl. I only remember flashes from that day. Anyway, point being, I woke up after that surgery and I was so thirsty, and I had run out of all my plain water, and all we had was fizzy water, and I started drinking it, and the bubbles felt really good on my stitches, and I was just so drugged up that I didn't care that I hated the taste of it. And I guess it's like an acquired taste or something, because now I like it and I drink that stuff all the time.
I mean, part of how people associate goodness and food and stuff is associative as well, though. So, like, if you needed water really badly and that was the source of water that you had available, then that probably played part of a role in kind of rewiring your perception toward that thing.
Probably that, and being on the fentanyl, and then like the bubbles on my stitches. It probably did rewire it somehow. But now I drink so much of that stuff, it's hilarious.
Have you ever had, Pixie, a root canal?
Yeah. This was so much worse.
There's a documentary I watched that's kind of, I don't know if it's credible or not, but it's called Root Cause, and it describes like what you had, kind of, where it's like a documentary that advocates against getting root canals, and it's like people are talking where I guess their whole jaw became infected and their bone like deteriorated, you know?
Oh no, mine wasn't from that. I never got infected or anything. So first of all, I'm kind of weak in that area genetically anyway. My grandfather had that problem. But second of all, pregnancy. I got pregnant, and it kicked my ass. The problem is that I could not gain weight. I tried everything I could to gain weight. I ate as much as I could. I had a really hard time holding things down. I got up to 127 pounds. I was a size 5 when I delivered, right? She was born early, but she was fully developed because she literally like had no room to grow. And so all her, I guess, like just, she was already fake breathing and everything. So she developed in other ways, I guess. But like, they were going to induce if I didn't have her early because it was taking such a toll. Like I lost a lot of my hair. I lost some bone density, particularly where in my jaw because I was already weak there. And that's just been because, and I lost enough during that it wasn't any immediate damage. I mean, my kid is going to be 20 in 6 months, right? So it was just enough that it caused like a slow degradation in the area where I was already weak. But pregnancy can have like a high cost on your body. People don't consider that. And yes, I was going to the doctors. I was taking all the vitamins. I was doing everything I could.
My wife had something where she had to get induced, and it sounds like it's made up, but it's called ICP, and I forget what it stands for. And it's when your liver like doesn't soak up your bile from your gallbladder, so your bile levels in your blood are elevated. And it's pretty bad.
Aiden, remember that time
like her
you
whole
said,
body was itchy and stuff.
Aiden, you remember that time you said you love Ron Wyatt and all his discoveries were genius, and he'd go down the history of proving Noah's Ark and stuff?
You've been spending too much time around Clay, Gangster Ghost. You've been spending too much time around Clay. You're starting to gaslight people like he gaslights people, and that's not okay. You're being a bad influence, is what you're doing, Clay.
Oh, sorry.
You're spending too much time around that Clay R15 character.
So is that like somebody you don't like at all? And Gangster's like, you know that guy you really like?
I'm just surprised you haven't brought up Ryan yet, quite frankly.
So you guys always say it's me, and then you always bring him up first.
That guy Ryan that you like so much, right, Gangster Ghost? Yeah, you love that guy Ryan, right?
And here's this other guy you love a lot.
The only Ryan we love is Ryan Seacrest from American Idol.
Oh, Ryan Seacrest.
Whatever.
Yeah, remember
Dude, Ryan Seacrest is like a midget. If you ever seen him in person.
Yeah. Sorry, what's up, Gigi?
Yeah, remember that time you said that Ron Wyatt is a genius and he found the Ark and stuff?
Yeah, that was right after you made a written contract to give me all of your money and possessions while you went to the UK and entrust all of those to me. So
Wait, what do you mean a midget? He's like 5'8". Isn't that average?
No, I don't think he's 5'8", because I've seen him before next to normal
on.
people, and he's like super tiny.
I'm fact checking this. Who is this?
Like I'm 5'1.5".
Ryan Seacrest.
He said Ryan Seacrest
He's
was
the
tiny,
host of
but
American Idol.
as far as I know, he's like 5'8".
I've seen him next to normal people. He might be like a Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan says he's 5'8", but then when you see him next to other 5'8" people, it's clear that he's lying.
Okay, so he's like 5'6" is what I'm seeing here.
Oh, 5'6". I'd still make him look tall. I'm 5'1.5". My super munchkin is 4'9.5". He can make almost anybody look tall.
5'6" is like barely. Okay.
5'6" is average, like slightly above average for a
5'6"
girl,
is
but
like
below
average
for a
male height in the Philippines.
I'm gonna give Clay ammunition to make fun of me with for the rest of time, but I'm like 5'8".
That's what I am too.
Are you 5'8"?
I'm like, yeah.
That's funny.
That's like average. Why would anybody make fun of that?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking.
I'm 5'8.5". Yeah, that's how.
Look, 5'5" is supposed to be average for a girl. I only made it to 5'1.5". I can make almost, and Super Munchkin can make anybody feel tall. My Super Munchkin is 4 feet 9.5 inches tall.
Oh my goodness. You two are both shorter than Brianna, and she's 5'2", and she's barely shorter than anyone.
Yeah. My Super Munchkin is tiny. She's the only person who makes me feel tall because she stands like up to my eyebrows, you know, to my eyes, and I'm like, I used to think that no matter, because I'm the shortest in my family, and I used to think no matter what, like I would like have to look up and get my child in trouble one day, but it never happened. She's an only child, and she is short, but she's so adorable.
Yes, Mike Bar. He's adorable little guy. Look at his little shoes in there. He's just adorable little guy.
I always imagine you pinching the cheeks of whoever you're talking to while you use that voice. You're like vigorously pinching their cheeks.
Yeah, he's just adorable little guy. I'll catch him.
So what are you doing right now, Gangster? Are you watching some TV?
Yeah. Remember that time you said that Aiden is your hero and you want to bow down to him?
Oh, I can actually provide a direct audio clip of that happening. Here, let me.
Aiden is actually my god, and I worship at an altar made in his image every single day.
Just young.
I like when that one guy came.
Who is that?
That Jill.
Oh, yesterday. Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah. It's just so weird. Like, I love troll. Like, I'm not a huge troll, so to speak, but the people I do love trolling are those like just freaking energy vampires, dude. There's just some people online that just want to get in an online discussion and just suck all of the vitality and energy out of you. And I love messing with those people.
I'm going to try to change my pick here, but I've been messing with C-Cell because she always makes fun of my tattoos. And I made like an AI pic of her with gold teeth, and it's so freaking funny. It's like hilarious.
Where the hell is C-Sal? She hasn't been around here at all lately. She like vanished off the face of the earth.
She was on Terry's yesterday.
I mean, I'm not exactly sad that she's not around, but we're just curious. I don't dislike C-Sal. She's just, she's one of those people that just kind of exists in my estimation.
Oh, Aiden, I need to tell you, yesterday I tried going Tim's show. He wouldn't let me.
Is he still freaking butthurt over what happened? Oh my god. Tim needs to get over himself desperately. Clay, can you make your next obsession trolling Tim, please? Could you do that for me? Just like as a buddy?
I tried. It's hard to troll Tim without trolling Ryan because Ryan's always on this channel, and it's like, dude, there's so much material there. Look at this.
I like it.
Everyone knew immediately too. Like they're like, "Is that freaking C-cell?" And
You
I'm
need
like,
face
yeah.
tats. That's what you need. You need some face tats. You need to get some like MS-13 tats or something like that up in there.
Do you have X? Like Twitter?
Yeah, yeah.
So in Grok, you can post like pictures of anything and be like, make them a juggalo, or like make them look like they have Down syndrome, and it'll do it.
Weren't you talking about that the other day about how like there's a trend of women online that are like putting a filter on themselves to like make them look like they have Down syndrome?
Yeah, and
So
they'll be doing
weird.
like workout squat videos.
Yeah, it's like thirst trapping for Down syndrome. It's so strange.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm happy about that. That seems a little bit cruel.
Well, it's not really that cruel because they don't really have Down syndrome. I think it is like a filter or something.
It just makes me wonder, like, what aspect of human psychology is that playing off of? Because they wouldn't do that if everybody was just like, oh, that's weird and creepy. Like, there are guys that are freaking getting off to that, and that's just really strange to me.
Is it Terry Strange?
It is Terry Strange.
Oh, what do you think about Jill said?
Trolling for Jesus!
Trolling for Jesus. Oh, do you remember yesterday when I completely destroyed Jill?
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, that was a mic drop moment. If anyone can clip that, I can't be bothered.
My favorite part of that was when he desperately tried to like come back in and salvage something from that situation. That was pretty great. That was great. Like it just, I've never once seen a scenario where somebody looks bad on a live stream and then they come back on afterwards and they make themselves look better. Like that's never happened. I've never seen like, oh wow, they really pulled a stunning recovery from that one.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen. No.
You gotta cut your losses at a certain point.
Oh, Aiden. Yeah, that video, that was just so crazy. Lupin is a crazy guy.
He is a crazy guy. He definitely is. I just want him to go away, quite frankly. Like, and I don't say that as in like, oh, we need to force him off the platform or something like that. Like, he's his own person. He can make his own choices. I just don't know why he insists on coming around here, in spite of the fact that like 90% of the people in this community basically like dislike him to some degree or another. Like, there's some people out there like, you know, Clay.
I thought you and him were buddies though, because you guys were doing push-up contests.
Oh, that was forever ago. That was like a year ago. And no, that was not. We were not buddies during that. He was like trying to talk shit about like he was like better than me at fitness or something. So he challenged me to a push-up competition, and then I destroyed him at that because I actually did push-ups.
Yeah, you know it's a good comeback if someone's like, "I'm better than you at fitness." You should be like, "Yeah, fitness, cock in your mouth."
Fitness, cock in your mouth. Bam! It's almost as good as the "if you want my comeback, you'll have to scrape it off the back of your mom's teeth."
Yeah.
I've always liked that one. Yeah.
Howdy.
How you doing? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you all. Good to see
Why?
you. Why, aye, man.
How are you?
JJ?
Hi, how are you?
All right, man. Are you?
Yeah. Yeah, next week I'm going to be going to the UK.
Oh, next week.
Yes,
brilliant, man. Brilliant. Make sure you go to them horror shops.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Madame Tussauds. Is that what you mean?
He's wanting to go. You know where they sell all like the gadgets and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Gadgets
Yeah,
and that.
yeah. Yeah, they're good then. Yeah.
They're really good down there.
Yeah.
I'll be a little bit quiet because I'm just having something to eat, but I'll join in the blog.
Well, cheers, mate. Good to see you.
Oh, what is he talking about? Oh, small talk. Weak bat lib.
Beta. He's under the impression that alpha and beta means something. You know, like alpha males and beta males. It's oh, Neil Swollen. It's nonsense. Basically.
I don't get why he throws the term like liberal, lib. Like everyone is liberal in relation to somebody else. You know that, right? Like unless you're like a hardcore communist or a hardcore fascist, you in fact are liberal relative to those people. You know that, right? Like unless I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Jill, but unless you're like a jackboot wearing goose stepping fascist, you're probably liberal relative to someone else. I just hope you know that.
That's a great point. Actually, yeah, it's all relative. Like
we're all liberal compared to like the people in Qatar and stuff.
Yeah. So
like Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Joe would be downright progressive in Saudi Arabia.
Like Jill will be a liberal to many people on the planet. You know what I mean? So yeah, Jill's a liberal.
He is a liberal. It's true.
STDs.
What you don't think people should be stoned to death for leaving your religion, liberal?
Is he talking about ST demons?
Oh yeah. Oh, that'd be good. Yeah. Sexually transmitted
demons.
Yeah.
STD demons.
Yeah, remember that, Aiden?
Reminds me of Harold Bishop.
I do remember that. He's an
Don't
iconic.
start.
All you do is small talk, fitting for a man your size. Oh snap! Doubting Thomas coming in with the steel chair, just smashing that over Jill's head.
Hi, Dr. Thomas. Good to see you.
How dumb.
So when you go to the UK, are you gonna live?
Good is debatable.
Are you gonna live stream in the UK?
I will record, like when I'm on the plane, record the clouds.
He's not going to live stream in the UK because he might show a butter knife on live stream, and that means that the cops will kick in his door and gaffle him up. So,
yeah. I hear there's like a KFC on every corner there.
Excuse me, mate. I noticed that you were doing a live stream with TV in the background. You got a TV license, mate?
Although the hotels would have a TV license.
Have a fact.
Yeah, go outside and bum a fag. Yeah, you'll be fine.
Can't watch the telly unless King Charlie says so, mate.
I'd like to see Jill come on here, a debate between Aiden versus Jill over ST demons.
I feel like that'd be good.
Get in.
Jill would lose miserably and then run around claiming victory until the day he dies.
Liberal!
Yeah.
Aiden, did you ever play Team Fortress 2?
Hell yeah, brother.
When you do your UK accent, it reminds me of the sniper. So I figured.
Professionals have standards.
Yeah.
Just like wow.
I played it like last Friday.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it's kind of amazing how there's still like such a high active player count.
It's because it's a good game, dude. Like the balancing on it was just perfect, and it's kept a really high player count as a result. Although I heard there was a problem for a while where like the bot lobbies were really bad, where like you would join a game and you just like get instantly killed for like 45 minutes straight by bots. That's what I heard anyway. Maybe it's gotten better.
Aiden. Yeah, it was crazy. I tried going to Tim's show and he wouldn't let me for some reason.
I just wouldn't even bother with Tim anymore, honestly. Tim is just a butthurt little bitch, as far as I'm concerned.
He'll come back in a couple months.
No, he will, and when he comes back, he's going to pretend like nothing happened whatsoever. He's not going to make any effort to apologize or make any kind of amends because he's one of those people that genuinely thinks that everybody else is just retarded and that they all forgot about it.
Yeah, I asked Ryan about it. Ryan said, "What?" He asked Tim, and Tim said, "This is just between me and him."
We don't forget around these parts.
Yeah. I think it's because you're gonna ask him on there, like, I thought you said you were gonna debate Daniel Newman, and then he's gonna, because he probably doesn't want to do that now. He
Yeah.
probably thought about it and was like, yeah, that'll make me look really bad if I rage and stuff.
He can't actually debate. Like he said before that he can debate, but you can just tell that every single person he's quote-unquote debated with is walking on eggshells the entire time, trying not to get the freaking rage beast released out of Tim. It's just ridiculous.
Oh. Yeah.
We'll probably hear about Tim in a couple years, like on the news.
A massacre occurred at a local Walmart.
Man arrested for, yeah.
We all need to get serious.
We could all do like a tell-all on Reddit. Like, we could be like, we seen it coming, but nobody listened.
I knew Tim, the mass murderer, ATA, or AMA.
Yeah, it turns out he had a tumour in his brain, so it wasn't really his fault.
Oh.
Prognosis comes before diagnosis. That sounds like a 2007 debate bro kind of phrase right there. That's kind of the energy I get from that.
No, that's a Jill quote. Yeah. He says, yeah, prognosis comes before diagnosis. It's like
I bet he thought he was really smart when he said that, too.
Yeah. It's like when he said, there's the medieval times. He thought it was medieval, not medieval. So he thought there was a early times and a medieval time. I'm not making it up.
What a fucking idiot.
Oh.
Good job, Jill. The American education system, ladies and gentlemen, producing scholar after scholar. Like truly a Mark Twain factory is the American education system.
Luckily for my offspring, he had nothing to do with teaching her, and she's doing fabulously.
Yeah, that is.
She's got a 3.9, and she's going into her second year of college with 97 credit hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Plus, she's working and she's shadowing. So, she is kicking butt.
I'm sure you have all of the bumper stickers, Pixie.
Actually, I don't have any bumper stickers I don't have any stickers of any kind on my car, actually.
Really?
Really? Not a single one.
Well, now we're going to be able to identify
One of my cars had a ghost in the window, but that was there before I got it. But none of my other cars, I don't have any stickers, any bumper stickers, anything. Nope.
That was Gangster Ghost car.
It was. It's true.
Oh. You serious?
True.
The only car Gangster Ghost drives is a Rolls Royce Phantom. That's the only one he drives.
Hey, that's a great car.
Yeah, it's nice, no? Yeah.
James Bond. I know.
All that money in it comes with an umbrella.
That's right. That's right. It's got a holder for it and everything.
Yeah.
Surprised you didn't have to pay extra.
Yeah, that's it. It's a lot of money for an umbrella.
Aiden. Yeah, remember that time you said that you really like Lupin, but you just don't know how to show it?
That's true. That's true. My very deep, abiding love for... No, I can't even kayfabe this. Lupin's a piece of shit.
I do that, yeah. I start off and then I can't make it.
I can't even act that.
You know what cracks me up about certain Christians? Not all Christians, obviously, but there's a certain group of Christians that are always like, Eric is one of them. But they're like, I love everyone. And they say that while they like insult them and degrade them and berate them and scream at them and talk about how they're so holy and they're so righteous while berating this other person, and they're like, I love everyone. And then they get so shocked and offended when I'm like, look, I am a godless heathen and I freely admit I do not love everyone. I don't even like some of you.
I mean, that's
kind of like me with Wild. Kind of like me with Wild.
Is that Eric Liner? Yeah. Yeah, he's another POS. Yeah.
Potty. Potty.
I just think it's funny that they get shocked. I'm like, the difference between me and you is like, I'm not pretending I love you while I tell you what I think of you, right? Like, you're just like bashing somebody you disagree with and pretending you love them. And I think that's weird.
That's because if you dig far enough down into a lot of those Christians' worldview, when you ask them what their definition of love is, they'll tell you, oh, well, love also includes telling you that you're a piece of garbage if you don't align with my worldviews. That's love. And it's like, oh, really? So I can tell you that you're a piece of garbage because you don't align with my worldview then, right? It's like, well, no, that's different. Then shut up.
Yeah, no, that's just hate. It's hate if it, that's what I'm saying. It's hate if it comes from you, but if it comes from them, it's not only love, it is righteous and holy love. And I'm like, oh, no. See, I don't play those one-way street games. But then they act all shocked if you push back. It's like, oh, I don't know. It's hilarious to me.
Did someone say Harold?
No.
No, I said hilarious.
Oh.
It's not my channel, so I can't put the no Harold comments up.
No Harold zone.
So I see.
Oh, this is a funny video. Yeah.
Jokes around too much.
Oh, Clay, you're roboting.
He's saying that he's in love with Aiden and he wants to marry him.
I presume that's what it was, yeah.
Wow, Dan was really butthurt about me yesterday, wasn't he, Gigi?
Yeah.
He just kept talking about me on the Proverbs guys yesterday. I see it now. Big Bad Mama linked me some
I hear
stuff.
about the Proverbs guys, but I have no idea who they are.
Oh, you're lucky.
Hey, what do you think about the cheeky devil Donald Trump hitting the nuclear sites?
Oh.
He didn't make that. He didn't make that known, did he?
Right. I want to show you. Oh, which video was it from last time?
What's that?
Was it from this?
Oh yeah. He mentioned me like 10 times on that. Like 10 separate times he went on like a little rant about me on there. It's like, holy crap. You don't want to talk to me when I'm directly around. You just want to talk about me endlessly.
That's awkward.
I tried to buck against you a little bit. You said, oh, Brett was right about you. Oh, Brett was right about you.
I think that's a fallacious argument, but we're all guilty. I think.
Why does he keep saying
I've been
that?
guilty of that.
I literally corrected him on that earlier. Hold on, pause. Fallacious is not a word, Dan. Stop using the term fallacious.
I thought, yeah, fallacious. It's fallacious. Yeah.
They're magically fallacious.
Whose channel was it on?
Power guys.
Nobody of any relevance.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, we.
Are you introducing me to people you just called me lucky for not knowing?
Figure out a purpose of life.
Hey, I'm not doing that.
Is there a purpose of life?
No, I'm not. That's you playing it, Gangster guy.
Oh, you're doing it right now. It's all you.
I swear to God.
I'm on here right now. Do I need
It's
to?
a joke,
You promise. I'm gonna guilt her because I don't know. I
Go and Clay on here.
promised or not, but I'm gonna tell her that.
Wow, watching. I'm looking at the
That's what
transcript
Claude
for
would
that
do.
stream right now, and Dan in transcript form
Not
is
now.
just a fucking train wreck to read.
But I
Holy
would like
crap!
to see Missy Pot here when she says, I think that
Just a
means
bumbling,
you,
stumbling,
all caps, are supposed to avoid even the appearance of evil.
repeating every third
I try
word
to.
like 3 times. Holy
I'm
crap.
not perfect. I don't pull it off.
Jill's here.
Oh God. I mean, welcome, Joe. Good to see you, pal.
You're wild. Good to see you, Paul.
Hey, what's going on?
So I was just wondering, Jill, are you a fascist? I was just curious.
He's a fashionista.
Are you a fascist, Jill?
No, I'm a Christian.
No, you're not.
It's impossible.
No. You know,
Okay.
Hitler was a Christian. He was Catholic.
Hitler was sexy as fuck.
That was funny.
Yeah, so if you're not a fascist
Also,
and
yeah.
you're right wing, then you do realize that you yourself are liberal in comparison to a fascist, right?
Fascism has always been on the left. I'll read a history.
No, it's not. That's absurd. You're absurd.
Go
You're
read a
absurd.
history.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So fascism and communism are diametrically opposed to each other, ideologically speaking. So how could they both be on the left? Could you explain that?
Go read Giovanni Gentile.
Oh, okay. Go allow someone else to make my arguments for me. How about you
He's
read?
the one that
How about you read Giovanni Gentile enough
the
to
one that
actually quote
influenced,
him for me instead of
Sure,
just
sure. I
piggybacking
can.
off of
I
his
can.
argument?
I'll get that quote for you. He's the one that actually influenced Mussolini's doctrine.
Oh, you're talking about syndicalism as it
He's certainly
existed
a
within
leftist.
fascist Italy. Okay,
Certainly.
so if you want to talk about syndicalism as it existed within the Italian fascist context, then we could definitely talk about that, because the political environment that existed within Italy in the 1920s was very distinct from the political environment of Germany. And that's why fascism, as is commonly described, almost never describes Italian fascism. And yet, it's always Italian fascism that's brought up when right-wingers try to claim that fascism is left-wing. It's interesting how that works. It's almost like when they do that, they know that they're purposefully conflating those two things with each other, even though anybody who has studied German and Italian fascism can tell you very easily that German fascism was distinctly different than Italian fascism. German fascism involved the direct cooperation with several major German manufacturers, Volkswagen, Bavarian Motor Works, other major German manufacturers, whereas Italian fascism used syndicalism in cooperation with major syndicates and cooperatives. So go ahead and keep telling me about this, Jill.
Now, when I respond, watch him cut me off because he's afraid of
go
words
ahead.
that destroy his argument. No, notice he's moving the goalposts now to talk about categories of fascism. When it comes to fascism now, he's only referring to German fascism when he talks about the conservative. Nice try, liberal. So fascism has nothing to do with being conservative. Nothing at all. Thank you. Thank you for wasting our time with those irrelevant facts.
So I didn't end up interrupting Jill at any point. Funny how
Thank
that
you.
prediction of his ended up
You're
falling
done,
apart.
liberal.
Yeah, funny how that ended up falling apart.
Wasting our
However,
time.
the only fascism that you were bringing up was actually Italian fascism. That was the one that you were
right,
bringing up,
Mussolini,
because
the origin
you-
of fascism, where it came
Mussolini, the
from. So
origin
you
of
want to
fascism.
move the goalposts to talk about another type of fascism.
No, sir.
German
I am pointing
fascism.
out that
Nice
your
try,
criticism,
liberal.
I'm pointing out that your
Nice
criticism.
try.
See who's interrupting who now, Jill? Who's
Okay,
interrupting
fascism is Mussolini.
No, Jill, you said that I was
fascism.
going to interrupt you, but now you're
German
interrupting
fascism.
me all over the place.
Is
I don't know why.
did German fascism
Oh,
come
he's
after
getting so
Mussolini or
triggered.
before?
I guess he's afraid of my words.
Well,
because
did
he's
you?
not letting me.
Well, I wasn't finished
sorry,
speaking. I wasn't
Watch
finished
him
speaking.
demonstrate how afraid he
You were
is of
talking
my
for 10
words
minutes. I wasn't
by
finished.
not letting me speak.
So I'm going to end with a question. Did German fascism come after Mussolini's fascism? Yes or no?
Correct.
Thank you.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
really?
How is that? How is that germane?
Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
Wild heart. I'm having a conversation. I'm having a one-on-one. So, when you are referring to Italian fascism, you yourself are singling out one particular brand of fascism. You yourself are singling out one particular variety of fascism. So I find it interesting that you're criticizing me by saying, oh, he's just focusing on one form of fascism, when you yourself started the argument by focusing on one form of fascism. Now, you can claim that that was the fascism that started the ideology of fascism, and I would agree with that. That is true. However, Jill, I think that you would agree with me that when people are talking about fascism and when people are relating fascist ideologies in conversation, they are almost never referring to Italian fascism, of which the average person knows very little to nothing about. They are referring to the fascism that existed between 1933 and 1945 in Germany. That is the fascism by which they are referring to. If you want to talk about fascism in a wider context and talk about it in relation to Italian and German fascism, then we can do that. But I brought up both Italian and German fascism together when I was talking with you about fascism. So your criticism that I was only bringing up one form of fascism kind of falls short when I was the one that brought the categories to bear in the first place.
So when he accuses the Christian of being, let's hope we can figure out what's going on and get through all the subterfuge. So when he accuses the Christian,
not subterfuge, it's
when he
subterfuge.
accuses the when he accuses the Christian of being a fascist, he's only referring to German fascism. He's not referring to the origin of fascism, where we are drawing the definition from. He is referring to a later rendition of fascism. He calls it German fascism. Nice try, liberal.
The rendition of fascism.
Wasting our time. You're wasting our time.
Associates. And by the way, I would like. Oh, he's afraid of my words. See how he's interrupting me? He's so afraid of my words.
Oh, go ahead. But I just want to finish by saying.
Go ahead, but I'm just going to keep pontificating. I'm going to say go ahead, and then I'm going to keep pontificating.
Try again.
Yeah. So, I never once accused you of being a fascist. You can go back in the conversation. You just made your entire contention right there off of the basis that I allegedly accused you of being a fascist. I never once accused you of being a fascist. As a matter of fact, I asked you if you were in order to further the point later on in the discussion. I never once made the claim that you were a fascist. I never made that accusation. So actually, it's your argument that fell apart right off the basis because your premise is faulty. I'm sorry, sir, you lose.
Sorry, can I make a point? I think you're getting into too much detail. Jill, do you understand the basic point? To someone else, you are a liberal. To someone who is far, far, far more right than you, you are a liberal. Do you understand that it's relative who is a liberal? I think that's the basic point.
Yes, the ultimate point was to say that liberalism is a term of relativity on the political spectrum, because I promise you that there are people to the right of Jill in their politics that believe even more stringently in the policies that Jill advocates with less willingness to compromise. I promise you that that's the case. So Jill is indeed liberal relative to someone else. So when he goes around throwing the term liberal around all over the place, it's just one of those platitudes that doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah. Do you understand that, Jill?
I think we broke his brain.
Not difficult.
I think he just straight up walked away when he was done making his point because he doesn't want to listen to anybody else. When I think of a really strong powerhouse of intellect, I think of somebody that's completely unwilling to listen to what other people have to say. That's what I think of. Somebody who's just closed their mind off to any kind of new information. That is the true titan of intellect.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a whole.
So while you're arguing that I'm a liberal to someone else. What are you under?
Yeah, you're a liberal relative to someone.
I was talking to Wildheart.
No, you weren't. You didn't. You never addressed Wildheart directly by name.
All right, I'll wait until I can actually address Wildheart's question.
Well, no, the point was originally made to you by me, Genius.
I'll be back.
The original point was made to you by me.
No,
You see, this is what I'm talking about. He acts like this glib form of dismissal where he just doesn't. He refuses to listen to what anybody says unless it's what he wants to hear. I think in his mind, he genuinely thinks that like makes him this like austere oracle-like figure that's only willing to listen to the real truth of things. But in reality, it just gives you the perception of a toddler who plugs his ears and screams as loud as he possibly can until the person he doesn't want to hear is done talking. That's the impression that everybody gets from that, Jill.
Yeah, but I think he was going to ask me the question. So, like, other people who are further on the right than you would class you as a liberal. And yeah, that was my point. Yeah. So you calling other people liberals means absolutely nothing. Because people could call you a liberal as well and be quite justified in doing that. So
Jill is... People... Oh, sorry, Walter.
No.
I thought you were done. I'm done.
German fascism, he called it. Shut up, liberal. That's why we voted you out of office, because we can't trust you with language, with words, with anything important.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not going to participate in this conversation until you say something I want to hear, because that's the pinnacle of emotional maturity.
That's fine.
I'm actually going to entirely devote. No, I'm not. I'm just making fun of you for acting like a toddler.
I'll address Wild Heart.
Yeah. So do you understand that if other people can call you a liberal and be justified in doing that, then you calling other people liberal means
Right, because I'm doing
ethical-
so under a specific ethical standard.
Right.
So that's why I asked you who's ethics and who's moral.
Look at this mental gymnastics that he's portraying. It's not liberal unless I say it's liberal.
Yep.
Nuh-uh, that's not the right kind of liberal.
Unless
God,
the
the
Bible
point
says
just
right.
flew over your fucking head, didn't it?
Unless the Bible says
My
right.
goodness. My
So
goodness.
you are Jill, you are the arbiter of what is liberal.
Of course he is.
Yes.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Why,
Anything
who
that
else,
goes against
who else would
scripture
be suited to the
is
task of
considered to
being
be
the ultimate arbiter
liberal.
of what is good or bad, other than this random guy on the internet? Of course he is the
Scriptures, not
ultimate
this idiot
arbiter.
running his mouth on your channel.
No, you're the one that's acting like you represent the scripture, even though you don't, because the scriptures have absolutely nothing to say about liberalism.
No, these chips are good.
Liberalism and conservatism
And nothing
are
burger
both
doesn't taste as
ideologies
good as these
that
chips.
have nothing to do with the Bible whatsoever.
German fascism. What we meant German fascism.
Ideologies to an ancient
Not
book.
fascism as defined by Mussolini.
Yeah, not fascism as defined by the Germans.
Oh God!
You see how he's
That's
really
why we
trying to
voted
get me
you
mad
out
right
of
now.
office. You are
He's really
dishonest with history.
genuinely attempting to
Everything
get me
you
mad.
touch turns
It's
to
so
you know
desperate.
what?
Like it's
Call
so
the ice
desperate.
line. I think this guy might be illegal.
He's just trying so hard to make me
You
mad.
lose
It's
every
quite
discussion
entertaining.
you get into.
It's quite entertaining.
He
Because
hasn't
you're a
lost
liberal.
anything. You have come out of this,
you're a
Jill,
liberal.
looking so ridiculously
Call the ice line.
facile
Call
and
the tick
vapid.
line.
Yes,
I
you
think
look
calling Jill
facile and
vapid.
vapid.
Here comes his
Calling
shining white knight
calling
armor.
Jill vapid is an insult
Here
to
comes his
vapidity.
white knight.
Dixie. It's an insult to vapidity.
I
Like
did
the-
say facile,
Nigga,
right?
Wild
I did
Heart's
say facile.
Go.
It is very
Why do you
fitting. He
tolerate these
pretends
idiots?
he's like a platitude.
All
He
right.
pretends to say
I'll be
something
right
like
back.
that he thinks is deep or whatever, but it's all just a bunch of like shallow bullshit nonsense tied in a pretty bow.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Exactly. He is facile.
It's funny that he accused me of, German fascism, even though the whole basis of his argument was to argue a particular form and variation of fascism. Oh, well, that's the one that started fascism. Okay, great. Whether or not that's the one that started the ideology is totally irrelevant to whether or not that's the one that people actually consider in a modern context.
And it's not. Just like when people think of communism, they're not actually thinking of Marxism, right?
Right.
But
They're
people
thinking of
want to conflate
Stalinism.
them.
They're
Right.
thinking of Stalinism. They're thinking of Leninism. They're thinking of a completely different variation because people like Jill are so simple-minded that they genuinely think that, fascism is fascism. There's no variation to be had within fascism. It's just fascism. Communism is just communism.
Guess who's here?
Oh wow! Yay! Woo!
Hey,
That's great. Let's all
Gangster.
acknowledge him.
Hi.
What's up with your thumbnail on this one? Your teacher could tell you could be any gender you want. Your teacher's a moron.
Oh wow! Lupin comes on to try and
Are you
change the
guys
subject
even
over to
like
something
covering
else
that?
again that nobody even cares about. Wow! Lupin's trying
Wow,
to come
I
on and
thought
change the topic to some irrelevant
Gangster
bullshit.
Ghost made that his thumbnail. I thought you
Wow!
like
It's almost like if
afterwards.
Gangster Ghost wanted to talk about that, he'd currently be talking about it right now. Or do you think that Gangster Ghost is so stupid that you have to remind him?
No,
what
I
the
think that you're
original
so
topic of
manipulative. You
conversation
just
was?
talk right
No,
over
do
him.
you
You
think
don't
that
let him
he
talk. You don't let
genuinely
him
is
speak
so
his mind.
stupid that he can't remember what
You
his
don't let him
thumbnail
speak
was
his
of the
mind.
conversation? Hey, Gangster Ghost, do you
Gangster Ghost,
remember
what are
what
they
your
talking about
thumbnail
right
was for
now?
the
Do you know what
stream?
they're talking about right
Do you
now?
remember what that was? Do you remember what the thumbnail was for the stream, Gangster Ghost?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay, so Lupin, you actually didn't need to remind him. Actually, you coming up here and reminding him, even though he didn't need to be reminded, that's an example of you being manipulative. So good
Okay,
try.
hey, Gangster, what are
That
they
was a
talking
good
about
try.
right
That
now? Do
was
you
a
know what
good
they're talking
attempt.
about right now?
We're talking about communism and
Shut
fascism
up! I didn't
and the
ask you, you
relation
dumb
between the
faggot.
two. I don't give a shit. How about you go be
Yeah.
triggered somewhere else, bitch?
You know,
Why don't
I'm
you
not,
go cry
you're a
about
little
it somewhere
faggot.
else?
Shut
Why
up!
don't you
You're a
go
little
cry about it
faggot.
somewhere else, bitch?
You're a little faggot.
Yeah,
Shut
go
up.
cry to somebody who gives a fuck, because nobody here does, bitch.
Yeah, you're a little bitch.
You've never done shit or
You're a
jack
little
with your life,
faggot. You're a
motherfucker.
little
How about
faggot.
you
Shut
go
up.
do something? How about you go
You're a
fill
little
out a
faggot.
job
Shut up. Shut up,
application
bitch.
instead of
Shut up,
sitting here?
faggot.
Oh, faggot,
You're the little
bitch,
girl.
faggot,
You're the
bitch,
little
faggot, faggot,
girl.
bitch,
You're the
bitch,
little
bitch,
girl in the
faggot,
thumbnail
faggot, bitch,
saying,
bitch,
"Mommy, I
bitch,
can be
faggot,
whatever
faggot,
gender
bitch,
I want.
bitch,
I want to
bitch,
be a
faggot,
gay
faggot,
lesbian."
bitch, faggot, faggot, bitch,
Yeah,
bitch, faggot, bitch.
The coward, man.
Shut the fuck up, Lupin.
this dude's an idiot.
Modified coward.
You are an idiot. I agree.
No, okay, you agree that you're an
No,
idiot? Very
you're an
good.
idiot. I didn't say that
Oh, I
about
think
me. I said
up,
that about
we need to set
you.
up
Good
another
one,
man
Lupin.
boot
That was
camp
a good one. That was a good one.
for your friend here. What do
You know, at least Jill has done something with his life. That's the difference between Jill and Lupin. Is that Jill's actually like done something with his life. Jill's moved forward with himself. He's got a
Me
job.
and Jill both
He's
agree that you're
gainfully
both a dumbass.
employed.
You're a
Yeah,
dumbass. We
Jill
both
has
agree that
actually
you're a
done
dumbass.
something with his life, and you have not done something with your life, Lupin. That's the difference between you and Jill. Is
Man
Jill
boot
actually
camp
has
part 4?
ambition. Jill actually gets up every day and is like, I'm gonna do something with myself. That's the difference between you and Jill, Lupin.
He doesn't even know me, but we both know that you're a dumbass.
Yeah, well, I know that you're somebody that's never worked a day in his life, and Jill is somebody that has worked.
Oh, really? You
So
check?
that's the
Did
difference
you check
between
my Indeed or something like that?
Did I check your Indeed? I feel like I don't need to check a blank sheet of paper, Lupin.
Yeah, exactly. So
I
you
feel
don't know
like you could
shit.
check. I feel
You
like
don't
you
know
could look
shit.
in
You're a
any single
dumbass.
printer. You could open up any printer in the world and check at a blank sheet of paper, and that's Lupin's
Printer.
resume.
What's
That's his resume right there.
What kind of printer? LaserJet, inkjet, dot
Oh, that's
matrix.
almost as
What kind?
pedantic and irrelevant as the typical Lupin point.
What do
that
you
he
do
makes
for a
in the
living?
conversation.
If you don't mind me asking, what do you do
He
for a living?
volunteers being a bitch.
You should ask Lupin what he does for a living.
It's always those who attack people's work of or place of employment that don't have a place of employment themselves.
Oh, it's
So,
true. It's
what,
true.
what do you
I
do?
haven't been filmed at my place of employment before.
So why are you attacking this man's?
Because
Oh,
he doesn't have
please.
employment. Because he's a
he has.
layabout loser that has nothing
He's
to
got
do with
he's
it.
got
where do
no
you
idea
work?
what I
Literally
do.
has
He's got
nothing
no
to
You
do
idea
must
with
what I
not
his
do.
be
life. He has
uncomfortable with
nothing
sharing
to do
where
with
No,
you
his
work. Right?
Aiden, the thing is he can't
What do you do for a living?
register sarcasm. He now actually believes
Ah,
you do not have a job.
Pixie, what?
Yeah, of
There's
course.
been no
No,
that's
sarcasm
what I
here.
thought.
it's
That's
actually
what I thought.
selective registry for sarcasm. They
That's
understand
what I thought.
sarcasm perfectly fine until they need to feign a lack of
Look
understanding.
how easy
This
it
is
is to
checks
trigger
from the
this little
government.
Canadian
Feign of
lesbian.
understanding.
It doesn't stop talking.
Am I
It
triggered
just
right
keeps
now?
going.
I'm triggered.
Put
That's
I
his
don't
job.
know.
He doesn't have
Jill is
put another
Pixie,
quarter in
particularly
it.
Jill is
Pixie's
calling ICE.
Pixie,
I'm
start
calling.
the presses
I
right
have
now,
enough.
Pixie. I'm triggered.
GP, I have
You
enough
are triggered.
evidence. I'm calling ICE right now.
Jill is
I'm calling
Jill
ICE
is
right now.
particularly dedicated to
We're calling
Doesn't
misunderstanding
ICE
have a
right now.
everything
job.
anyone
I'm calling
says.
ICE on
He's
myself
coming
because I'm
at
too
people. He's
self-supported
coming
having
at
this
people.
conversation.
He likes the sound of his own voice, you know?
Like
Are
what's
you
your
going to
name?
announce that you're leaving again? Like
Whatever
anybody
your name
cares,
is.
Lupin? Are you going to announce
I
that
remember
you're
your
I'm
leaving?
calling
symbol.
on no.
See,
I remember
I
you from
genuinely get
back
the
in the
impression
I'm
from
calling ICE on
Lupin that
myself
he's
right now
lived
to
his
deport me
life
to
as
Cuba
though anybody
to
gives
go
a
get
single shit about
waterboarded
anything
because it's
he's
better
ever
than
said,
hearing your
ever.
stupid ass voice.
Like he genuinely cares. He genuinely thinks that people care what he has to say. That's the funniest part.
You care.
No,
I don't know
no.
Lupin that well. I just know Jill is not the brightest crayon in the box, and he is
Jill lives in
particularly in
Aiden's
love with his
head.
own voice and
Jill lives in
particularly
Aiden's
dedicated to
forehead.
misunderstanding anything anyone else
In
says.
his big forehead.
He received
Jill
so little
resides.
pushback. He received
If
so
I can
little
just
pushback.
say, if I can
Why
just
aren't
say,
you at work
if
right
I
now,
can
Aiden?
just,
I'm
am
lodged in his cerebral cortex.
if I can just say, thank you, Gangster Ghost. I've got to leave now. And this is what happens every time Jill enters a room. It turns into complete
Oh, be
madness.
quiet, Wildheart. Didn't you have to go
stop
to
your
prehab?
whining.
No, thank you.
Aw,
Thank you.
you're leaving
Wildheart.
Wild. Don't go.
Yeah.
Wildheart. You had to go to prehab.
Go
What
get your
happened to that?
bottle.
It's just a
Why are
shouting
you
match.
going?
Look at these!
No,
Look at
fuck
these!
you
Look
for
at these
saying
good!
that, Jill.
Look at
Sorry,
these
though.
good righteous Christians! Look at these good
Yeah, that's
righteous
all you gotta say.
Christians
Righteous
elevating their
Christians,
fellow
but
man.
No, why
by
would
acting
you
like
say that?
little
shitbags.
Canadian bitch.
By
Why would
acting like
you're
shitbags
disgusting.
who contribute nothing to society.
This is why I'm leaving, because
whatsoever.
I can't understand
Please
what any.
don't go.
You just
Please, I
talking
was
over
calling Jill
everyone.
disgusting. Don't go, Wild.
I
Let
know,
him
but
go.
everyone,
It doesn't matter.
everyone's
Let him
talking
go.
He
He's a
needs to
grown
go. He can
man.
go. He's a grown man.
My goodness.
I just want to say thank you to Gangster.
He is a grown man. I would just rather him be here than listen to Jill. Jill
Gotta
sucks.
cut we gotta cut the umbilical cord. We gotta cut it. We gotta cut it, guys.
Don't
We
be
gotta
mad because I enjoy his company and I don't enjoy yours.
See,
I love how many times Jill is the only one that laughs at his own jokes. Like the amount of times that Jill
Oh, you
just
know that was
laughs
funny. You
and it's
know that was funny.
vacuous
Yeah.
silence.
You know that
He's
was
the
funny.
only one. Like
He's just
you know what,
really
Lupin? I
upset.
take it back.
He's just
I actually
upset
take it back.
that we prefer Wild's company to his.
I actually take it back, Lupin. I get the sense that Jill
Wild is
is
a great
actually
guy.
the
He's a
one
great
that
guy.
has gone through life with this sense of entitlement that he genuinely thinks that other people care about what he has to say. That actually definitely rings more true with Jill than Lupin. So I take that back, Lupin.
Thank you for sharing. Thanks.
Oh, of course. No problem.
Kumbaya, my lord.
Yeah, that's definitely the kind of attitude that you throw around here. That's never been the kind of thing that you've enjoyed, though, Jill. When me and Wildheart were having a nice, positive, upbeat
I
conversation,
shared my feelings.
you weren't interested in participating in that conversation.
Oh my God! Yes, you always share your feelings. The point is, I don't care about your feelings.
I worship the state, my lord. Kumbaya.
I'm desperately trying to trigger people on a live stream because I'm a grown man that doesn't have any access to therapy and
I'm
wants
calling
to
a
take up
tip
my
line
emotional
on you.
feelings on other people on the internet, my lord.
Already
Kumbaya.
demonstrated. And this is my Christian lady, by the
Is
way.
the perfect example of a Napoleon complex.
Get help, Jill. Get help.
866 DHS2 ICE. 866
Okay, Napoleon.
DHS2 ICE.
Okay, Napoleon.
We should have a counter in the corner of Jill laughing at his own jokes.
I got ice in my fridge.
Like,
He
he
is
really
the
does
butt
think
of
that he's funny.
he is a bad joke. Jill is a bad joke.
He is
At
a
least
bad
he's
joke.
laughing at himself.
That is true.
I can't help it.
I mean, yeah, when you're this absurd, I imagine you can't help it.
I'm gonna bring back my laugh out loud at liberal streams. I might bring that series back.
You are a liberal, Jill. I hope you know that.
I'm a liberal.
Yeah, you are. You are.
According to whose standard? Yours?
According to the standard of the political compass, my friend.
The political compass. During what time?
Oh, during what time? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, do you want to skip 5 questions ahead so that you can continue being pedantic about every single line of inquiry I give, or do you want to
Okay,
actually
during what
engage
time?
in the line of inquiry?
And what's the city or what state or what
Oh,
area?
yeah. What time zone,
This
Jill?
time and globally.
Hold on, Pixie. What was the blood
So
type
no,
of the
I would
person
not
who
be
made the
considered a
political
liberal
compass?
if you're talking about
No, Jill. We haven't
during
gone through
these
all the
times.
factors
No,
yet. What
I
was
would
the
not
blood
be
type of
in
the
America.
person
I
who
would
made
not
the
be
political
considered
compass?
a liberal.
Nobody said America. I said
specific.
globally.
But
Be
Jill,
Open your
specific.
freaking ears.
Be specific, you lying liberal, instead of
made
being
I did be
pedantic.
specific. You said
Okay.
what
So a
time and
liberal
where,
according
and
to
I
who?
said now and globally.
No, now that's two different things. The
Globally.
lying liberal. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth, just like
No,
the
I'm
lying
not.
liberal that you are.
Now and globally. There is a global scale. Do you fall into ISIS? Are you that conservative? Are you that fascist, or are you more liberal? Are you more liberal than ISIS?
That's a
because
good question,
they exist
actually.
globally right now. So yes, I was specific. You are the liar.
Do you believe that people should be stoned to death if they leave their religion, Jill? Do you believe that people should be killed for apostasy?
Lying liberals.
Yes or no?
talking out of
Yes or
both
no?
sides of
Yes
their
or
mouth.
no? Do you believe that you should be? Do you believe that people should be killed for
gosh,
apostasy?
yeah.
Yes or no? Jill, yes or no? Do you believe that
Lying liberal.
You see, he doesn't want to answer the
Oh my
question
God.
because
No,
he
he's
knows
just gonna
that
have
the
a
answer-
meltdown now.
So
he's
which
just
one
gonna
is
have a
it? Which
meltdown
one do you
now.
want me to
the
answer
answer-
to?
No, Pixie.
You want me to
Pixie.
answer to the world's definition of liberal or the United States definition of liberal? You lying liberal.
Pixie,
Talking
do you
out
mind
of
if I
two
take
sides
this?
of
I
your
didn't
being.
lie about anything. You
Liberal.
said when and
Stop being
where, and
dishonest.
I said now and globally. That was my answer. That's not a lie. You asked, I answered.
Now
You
and
didn't like
globally.
the
Two
answer,
different things.
and now you're stamping your little feces like a
Two
toddler
different things.
because you
Lying
didn't
liberal.
like the answer to your question.
Lying liberal.
No, I didn't
So
lie. That's the
if
truth.
you're talking about
The
now,
truth is you
the
asked,
answer is
I
no.
answered, and you didn't like
Not
the
even
answer,
close.
and now you're stomping your little feces
Globally,
and crying
well,
like a
well, that's
toddler.
being pedantic.
Actually, we can have
It
this
says there's no
wrapped up. We
definition
can
of
have this
global
wrapped up
liberal.
very simply with one
It's just
with
dishonest.
one question. We can have this wrapped up with one question. Jill, do you believe people should be killed for apostasy? Jill, do you believe people should be killed for apostasy? Oh, he's scared. He's too scared to actually provide an answer because what Jill realizes right now, Jill, in spite of being mentally retarded, realizes in this moment that if he answers the question with, no, I do not support death for apostasy, I think that that should be outlawed or should not be a thing. If he says that, then he therefore is admitting that he is more liberal than the position whereby people should be killed for apostasy.
The panel still hasn't defined liberal, so I'll wait for that before I make any
No,
determination.
I've already made my point. You've already lost.
My
So
liberal
I'm
stance.
sorry. I'm
Like,
sorry. You've already lost.
I just want
Define
to
your
point out
terms,
that
liberal.
he, no,
You've already
he de
lost.
facto, no,
I'll be
right now
listening
he just, hold on,
and waiting
he
for
de
you to define your
facto
terms. I'll be back.
admitted defeat by saying that, because 2 seconds ago, he not only did not need a definition for liberal, he wanted to call me a liar for answering a question he posed. But now all of a sudden that he doesn't want to answer questions and he doesn't like the answer to his question. Now, right now, all of a sudden, how many minutes in? Now we need a definition for the word liberal.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. When you deal with like snakes that just constantly like wriggle around and don't actually have any firm position on anything because they're just trying to be a contrarian troll that's desperate for attention on the internet. It's actually rather easy to pick apart their ideology because they don't actually have a serious ideology. They have an ideology that is, I'm going to take whatever position that's contrary to your position. That's their ideology. Very deep, very well thought out. Definitely not the mark of a man that desperately needs to go to therapy. Not at all. Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
And still, that last half a functioning brain cell of his will compel him to run around claiming victory for today's chat.
They didn't give me a thing that I only asked for 3/4 of the way through the discussion. I win. Oh my goodness. Yep.
Guess
It's
who's
just
here?
so silly. Dustin Buck. Wow.
I don't.
I love it.
I
bucket.
Hi, Dustin. We missed you, little
I
guy.
thought you were going to start singing Green Day for a minute.
Maybe.
Hey, Dustin.
Guys.
I have a question for you. And I hope that you don't answer in a way that I fear that you're going to answer. But I feel like you're more educated than to provide that answer. Do you think that fascism is left-wing?
I don't think fascism knows a wing.
You know, I think that that's a more educated answer than to just say that it's left-wing, honestly. Because the idea that it is just hardline left or hardline right wing is just a little silly when you take a look into the details of fascism and what it entailed.
Fascism is the refines, right? The purity of the hard left or the hard right is the wheat chaff, and the chaff is the refine.
Sorry, you're cutting in and out, Dustin.
With individuals of, what's that? Oh,
yeah, you're cutting in and out.
We end up with people of extreme potency, and a unified goal is always a bad idea.
Yeah.
Hi, Clay.
Hey. When I hear fascism, I just immediately think of like Mussolini in Italy.
Oh, really?
It's like my
I gotta
go-to.
be honest, you're like the first. No, you don't, Clay. You were listening into the conversation earlier.
Why? Is that what you said?
You were listening in.
No, I was not listening, but I like collecting guns, and I have a lot of like fascist Italian Berettas, like from when the fascists were ruling, you know, or in power,
really?
I guess. Yeah.
Nice.
Like I got a
Yeah.
1934, which is the same gun that Gandhi was killed with.
Do you have a Benelli?
Yeah. I have
Oh,
a
you do?
Benelli, yeah, but I don't have like a tactical Benelli. It's called a Machiavelto, and it's like a bird gun, so it's like more fancy.
Yeah, I wasn't imagining that you'd have a military Benelli.
With like wood and yeah.
So my boss pissed me off today.
Why?
What happened?
Well, he told me to raise the lawnmower, right? So I raised the lawnmower. Then he comes back and he's like, "You're cutting too high." Like, you're driving me insane, dude. With you, so I just said I'm done. I walked away, bro. I can't. I can only deal with so much of that. I can only deal with so much.
You sound like you have a Bruce-esque manager. You know, somebody that really likes to sit around and not really do anything to actually help, but feels like they know construction better than the people actually doing the work.
And if Bruce understood how to smack a hammer and nail together, I would be surprised.
He's a roofer, and when Christian was talking about squares of roofing, he asked Christian what a square was. Like what? It's like being a tiler and not knowing what tile is. Like it's just
That's
ridiculous.
insane. Hey, wait, you're telling me that Bruce claims to be a roofer?
Well, he claims to be like a manager for a roofing company. So he's basically the guy that sits in the truck all day while everyone else does all the work.
Yeah.
Right. He's wrapped in a blanket or he's under an extreme AC telling everybody else what to do. Like, yeah.
He's probably like more like, I would imagine like a salesman, like a sales rep, and then he's not even there when the installation is like going down.
Look at Jill yapping.
No, but I bet you he pretends to know. He probably pretends to know all about the material that's being, like, I don't know.
Freaking Jill yapping in the side chat. Oh, I'm such a brave guy. All these liberals are cowards, but I'm so brave I can't even speak my words verbally. I'm just gonna type them in the chat, even though I'm on the panel. You little cuck bitch.
Is there any Christian you don't beef with, Aiden?
You're cutting out, dude.
Is there any person I don't beef with, Dustin? Is that
No,
what you said?
any Christian. Like, I genuinely don't know of any Christian you haven't had beef.
There's a few. Clay's a Christian. I don't think I've ever had beef with him. I've never had beef with him. I haven't had any serious beef. I don't think I've ever had beef with Gangster Ghost. We've gotten into some political disagreements, but I would never call that beef. Mark Stoney, Christian Pike. There's a few people.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can count Christian Pike, but okay. I concede on the others.
I can't really think of
people hate on Pike, but he seems pretty cool.
He's an extremely chill guy.
But he doesn't really, like, you can't nail him down on anything he actually believes.
Yeah. I've seen him trolling before when he didn't realize, like, I was there on a totally different group. And it was like pretty funny. I'm like, dude, you're no different than the rest of us.
You can't nail him down on what he believes. One week he's a freaking a Calvinist. The next week he's a Presbyterian. The next week he's a 7-day evangelist. The next week he's a oneness only. Like, you just like, he doesn't land anywhere on any of these significant issues. He'll jump from one foot to the next.
He's probably like confused or whatever. Or like as he studies the Bible, he'll change his mind.
I don't think
he's changed his mind a lot.
I don't think that he's changed. I don't think he's changed. I think other people's estimations of him have changed as more information about him has come to light through him and through other people like Tammy, his wife. But I don't really see Christian changing. I haven't seen that in him at all, really. Like, he's been pretty damn much the same person that I met a couple of years ago. That's my estimation, anyway.
I mean, I don't know what your personal investment in the man is, to be honest with you.
Actually, if anything,
he invested
he's got
in
an
that
investment
book.
in me. Yeah, if anything,
Running out of money.
He's got an investment in me because he's paying me to narrate that book. So.
Oh, so the money's not. I get it. No, that makes sense. If you.
Hey, I'm open about that. All right, I'm not trying to be all like I'm a shill. I'm open about it.
I actually bought it on Amazon, but I haven't like read it yet. I read like the first like 3 pages.
It's actually pretty good, honestly. Like, I've been reading it outside of just narrating it, and he's pretty good at putting his thoughts together in book form.
So he doesn't change his narrations. So he doesn't change like his narration like mid-sentence. Like he's all Charles Dickinson, and then the next time like, oh, what's her name? The lady who wrote Harry Potter.
Tolkien, J.R. Tolkien or whatever.
What?
Yeah.
J. It's something.
Style. The style in which he narrates his thoughts.
Let's get serious.
Oh, wait. Jill has quote mined a Benito Mussolini quote. Hold on. I gotta read this. Fascism is the conception of the state, its character, its duty, and its aim. Fascism conceives of the state as an absolute in comparison with which all individuals or groups are relative, only to be conceived of in their relation to the state. Benito Mussolini. What is fascism? 1932. Okay, how is that a left-wing ideology? How is that inherently left-wing? It's not inherently left-wing. It's inherently authoritarian and totalitarian.
Are you kidding me? Dude, if you say anything publicly against the left, you get censored, your business gets shut down, you get all this negative feedback.
Then why are you saying something against the left right now? Where are you getting shut down, Bruce? Where's the paddy wagon? Where's the paddy wagon rolling up to take you away as you're doing?
I never
the
said it was
exact
happening
thing?
to me.
Oh, okay, so it's just happening to those.
Just look at Mike Lindell, bro.
Yeah,
the McDonald's paddy wagon is busy today, Aiden.
The McDonald's
They
paddy
can't.
wagon.
They can't catch him with. They can't catch him with the traditional dog catcher net. They got to use the McDonald's patty. Like he's too big. He can't get him to move on.
They gotta use a Kevlar net. The other one rips.
You just look at Mike Lindell, man. The guy can't even sell. The guy got scolded out of every retail store because of his political view and
I know
what he
who
puts
that
his
is.
money towards.
Oh, who are the owners and operators of those stores, Bruce?
A bunch of corporate entities that supported
what
Black
Bruce is
Lives
trying to
Matter
say
and gave
is
millions to Black Lives Matter.
Corporate entities.
You get-
I thought that it was right-wingers that supported corporations. I thought right-wingers were the ones that were like, "Oh, corporations are great. We love corporations."
Aiden, who donated millions of dollars?
Okay,
you
look,
only love corporations insofar as when they agree with you, right, Bruce?
I mean, if these corporations are so liberal enough to donate millions of dollars to literally a socialist hate group called like Black Lives Matter, I mean, what are you surprised that they would boycott a conservative business and not allow them to sell them in their
I
stores?
just want to say that I'm disappointed because I know there's at least one person up here who reads books, and everybody just let the confusion of J.K. Rowling, of all people, with J.R. Tolkien slide. And that is
So
like...
J.R. Tolkien is what? Lord
That
of
is
the
like
Rings?
literally... That is blasphemy for literature. J.K. Rowling and J.R. Tolkien. I'm just
I'm sorry, I didn't make that consideration.
Up against like the transgenderism, and then like they boycotted all the Harry
Oh, for the love of God, dude, will you shut up, Bruce?
Well,
like, literally, nobody cares
my
about
name
your
is Bruce,
cause.
Oh,
My
here's
name is
Psychotic
Bruce,
Justin
and I love
blaming the
mega
insults.
corporations until the mega corporations side with ideologies that I'm against.
Dude,
Then
they
all of a
do,
sudden, mega
bro.
corporations are bad.
Every woke corporation supported Black Lives Matter.
God in heaven, dude, will you shut up, Bruce? Who
Oh,
cares?
no,
Can you get to the
Justin,
point?
you
Look,
have to
you
throw
keep
50
repeating
curveballs
this.
at
What
me.
is the point? Bruce, you keep repeating this. Can you get to the damn point instead of repeating yourself a billion fucking times? Get to the point of what you're talking about.
I said it 4 times.
Then shut the fuck up.
What he's trying to say is like if you criticize Israel or the Jews, you'll get canceled in America.
Thank you, Clay. See, Clay understands.
I don't think it's a
Do
left
you
or right thing.
understand, Aiden?
Bruce, you're pro-Israel, you retard.
Like,
I am?
Yes, you are.
Well, I'm not pro-Palestine.
Yeah, that makes you pro-Israel, doesn't it, buddy?
No, I'm pro-Palestine. I
No,
like people
you're
that paraglide
no.
and assassinate millions of thousands of
That's
people at
not
a music
pro-Israel
festival.
talking points right there. Yeah, you're definitely not just shoveling Zionist.
Right, because Israel
like-
wasn't invading Palestinian homes and kicking them out and taking over their land for a long time now.
I know they were
weren't
righteous to
expanding.
paraglide into
They
a
weren't
music festival
expanding
and
like they
do a
weren't supposed
massacre.
to.
They were
Nope,
absolutely
not
justified,
at all.
right?
No, my name's Bruce, and I'm gonna lick the boot of Zionism.
You know what's really twisted?
I'm
You know
an
what's
atheist,
really
so I'm gonna
Aiden,
say
you know what's
stuff that are
really twisted?
anti-Israel.
You know what's really twisted? Zionists don't even like Israel. If you listen to Zionists talk, they will talk very, very
Hey, what's the
bad
difference
about
between a
Jewish
Zionist
people
and a Jew?
and about
Shut
Israeli
up,
people.
Bruce.
Do you know why they're obsessed with Israel existing? It's because
What
they
is a
need
Zionist,
it
Pixie?
for Armageddon.
Shut up, Bruce.
They need it for Armageddon.
What is a Zionist?
That's what they care about, and that
What
is
is a
kind of
Zionist?
twisted.
What is a Zionist, Pixie?
You don't know what a Zionist is, Bruce?
No, I want to see if Pixie knows. What is it? What's a Zionist?
They're our greatest ally, and they need our help.
Okay, George Bush.
They've done so much for us, but nobody could think of anything.
We must stop. We will not stop in our defeat of these terrorist killers. Now watch us drive.
Zionist was a label applied to people after World War II who wanted a Jewish state in the historic land of Israel, and it consisted of people with very different motives, actually. Some of them were religious zealots. Some of them wanted Israel to exist because they want the Armageddon to be closer, and some of them just wanted the Jews that they were pretending support and didn't really like out of their own countries. So
Or
it was a
maybe
label
they're
that was
a
applied to a large group
civilization
of people,
that was a
but it was a
country that then
movement
got
to
rooted out by
establish
communism
Israel.
and socialism
So,
and,
what else are you
religious rule.
asking me? What else are you asking? Did you think
Well,
I
you
didn't know the
obviously
word I
looked it
was
up,
using?
but you're
No,
not
I
making
didn't
a
look it
fact.
up. It
You
is.
definitely
It
did.
consisted. A lot of people think it applies to one group of people, but it applied to a large group of people with varying motives. It describes a movement to create an independent Israel for
Yeah, a
Jewish
country
people.
that already pre-existed in previous history.
Bruce, the
When
country
in
exists.
Are you aware that Israel has existed for
200 years, 300 years ago, America
I need to
didn't
address
exist.
that.
Should we hand it back to the natives now? Because when in history?
No, because the natives were savages that worshipped buffalo heads.
Yeah, that's how
That
it
is
gets
a
you.
lie. That is a lie. First of all, they weren't
Pixie,
savages.
Pixie,
First of
Pixie,
all, they weren't savages. Second of all, by that they had
Um,
written languages. They had agriculture. They had all kinds of things. Third of all,
They
what
would
the settlers
kill
found.
another tribe
Third
just because
of
they were
all,
100 miles
third
away.
of all, and you didn't go around slaughtering other people and having wars. Please, you're ridiculous. Third of
The
all,
Indians
what
would
the
kill
settlers
other
came
Indians.
across. Third of all, what the settlers came across was an already depleted nation, because the stories that were told before of finding settlements of great wealth and gold,
Listen,
those
I'm from
stories aren't
Illinois,
lies.
okay?
But those
All the
people
Indians in
left
Illinois
behind
used to kill each
diseases.
other. All the Indians in Illinois, which is a state in the United States, they all used to kill each other.
Oh,
And that's why they named all their
Indians in
towns
this state,
after
all
the
the
Indians that
Indians in
lived
this
out there.
state, all the Indians in this state used to kill each other, and that's representative of 2,000 tribes.
Of the entire-
across
Well, that's
the
just
entire
one
country.
small example of
You
how the Indians
sound
really
ignorant
lived.
and ridiculous.
Pixie, can I take this for a sec? Thank you. So, Bruce, you said that Israel was a state that used to exist, correct?
Am I correct? Am I wrong?
I'm asking you, when did the state of Israel last exist?
No, yeah.
And I'm not talking about biblical times either, because there was no Israel in the times of Jesus.
Oh, really?
No, there was no independent kingdom of Judea in the times of Jesus. That's why he was sent to a Roman magistrate, Pontius Pilate, because it was a Roman province.
Jerusalem wasn't under Roman governments?
It was. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they were not an independent country back then. And they
They
were
were
not
a nation, though, but Rome
weren't.
obviously took over many nations,
They
such
weren't a
as
nation.
Jerusalem.
Nationalism, the idea of nationhood, nationalism, was not a thing until the 17 and 1800s. Nations did not exist. States existed. They were states. Israel was a state, and the difference between those two is important. I can
Okay,
get
then
into
maybe
that.
they should just go back under the Vatican rule since they were under Rome. So
No.
guess...
So listen. The last time that Israel, quote unquote, because it was never known officially as Israel back
Okay, well, how do you define what's officially a country or state then?
Well, it is officially a
It's like
country or state
self-governing.
if it is, yeah, thank you. It's a self-governing entity that's independent of any foreign rule. Anyways, I'm not done making my point. Israel, the kingdom of Judea, was not a thing ever since it was conquered by the Greeks, by one of the successor states of Alexander the Great in like the 3rd century BC. So we're talking about a time span of like 2,300 years. We're talking about a time span that's so old. Just real quick, I'm almost done. We're talking about a time span that's so old, Bruce, that the Assyrians still existed. Like the Mesopotamian civilizations that you associate with, those were still around back then. So should Assyria get their land back too? Should the Greeks get all of their land back that they conquered under Alexander the Great? I don't.
So how'd you explain the Jews in the Bible then?
The Jews in the Bible? What do you mean?
Ethnicities,
The Jews in the Bible in the early... Go ahead.
They were a tribe.
Oh, come on, Aiden. Continue.
Savage tribe.
Oh, come on, Aiden. You're getting somewhere.
Also,
yeah, I can talk about that.
Continue, please.
And he will in a minute, but I'm going to be petty enough to point out that no, I didn't look up.
No, I don't want to hear from you. You don't even know what you're
now,
talking about.
And if I try to look up it, look it up on my phone, it'll kick me out because Restream doesn't like that. So try.
And you don't know, so.
Bruce, stop being rude.
He's just upset because he's upset because I proved I knew and he didn't know, and now he's in his feelings about it. It's okay, let him get it out.
So, as I was saying, the Jews in the Bible, like if you're talking about the Jews in the times of Exodus, that was well before the conquests of Alexander the Great. That was well before the Babylonian captivity. There was a time period in history. Who the heck was that? All right. Okay, well, Bruce is gone. I'll still make the explanation even if he's not here to hear it. There was a time in history where the Jews did have their own state. There was a time in history where they were independent, but that time in history was so long ago that... Okay, you're back. I'm going to repeat. So there was a time in the Bible that, yes, the Jews indeed had a kingdom known as Judea, and it was independent, and they didn't have anybody else overruling them. There was a time where, like, David and Saul and people like them, they ruled over an independent kingdom.
Oh, wait, did we say Judea and not Israel?
Yeah,
Oops.
because it's not Israel.
Exactly. Because that was what? What was that ethnicity? What were they running around in? Tribes, like the 12 tribes. Oops, they were dirty little savages. Look at that.
Yeah, those tribal savages. They killed people, Pixie. Did you know that they killed people? They actually took the land.
Oh yeah, their God commanded them to go kill people. Yeah. Dirty little savage tribal people.
And when they took that land from the Canaanites, they actually were explicitly told that you need to kill all the men and all the women, but you need to keep the young women for yourself.
Yeah, but not the cows. Kill the cows too, you know.
Yeah, definitely the pinnacle of cultural advancement.
Yep, indeed.
As opposed to what,
Of
Aiden?
course.
As opposed to a bunch of mud bricklayers with their scratchings in the walls, like, yeah, because us and our paper and our legalistic rules, man, we weren't nowhere near as advanced as those bricklayers and those mudslingers over there. Yeah, no, I completely understand that argument.
Who are you comparing?
No, we're not making
I'm wondering what you're comparing it to.
Hold on, Dustin. We're not making. Let me tell you why we went there. We're not making fun of them to make fun of them. We're making fun of them because he said tribal people were savages and they didn't deserve the land that they were on. And if by that concept, keep your energy, buddy, because they were tribes too.
Yeah, they apparently the natives.
Well, like humanity has always been savage and like warring, like everybody.
Can you point to a point in history where men?
Oh, now you're gonna backpedal, Duck. Now you're gonna backpedal. Do it, Bruce. Backpedal some more.
That's not.
You need
Bruce
to
is
stop
backpedaling.
reframing and redirecting. Like,
I'm not.
you really
Bruce
are.
is the one trying to do that now. No, I'm not. Bruce said that Native Americans were tribal savages and they didn't deserve the land that they were on. But
never
Israel
said
as a
that.
nation,
I said
but
they were
Israel as a
savages.
nation
The same
deserves
could
to
be said
exist.
of the white
But
man.
Israel
We
as a
just
nation
as tribal,
deserves
and
to
we were
exist
every
because
bit
it
as
wants
much
to.
more savage.
No, that's not what I'm
You're-
saying. What I'm saying is in the
Who
same.
cares what you're
What I'm
saying?
saying
What you're
is.
saying doesn't make sense.
Yes,
It
it
doesn't
does.
make
He
sense.
contradicted himself. He said
On the
because.
court.
Well, if I don't make sense, why are you so afraid of me
All right,
explaining?
hold on. Pixie
No,
is
if
going
I
to
no,
speak.
if I
Pixie
no,
is
if I
going
don't
to
make
speak
sense, why is he
uninterrupted.
so? If I don't make sense, why is he so afraid of me explaining?
Because it doesn't
What
make
I was
sense. It's a
making
waste of
fun of,
time.
You don't
what
want to waste
I
your
was
time
no,
listening to
shut up.
jibber jabber.
What I was making fun of was the contradiction between saying that Israel should exist because Israel existed in the past, but Native
Who
Americans
cares?
should not have their land
Emotional
because they were tribal
damage.
savages. Hold the same energy.
Dude,
It's a
what
two-way
does that
street,
got
buddy.
to do with the price of tea in China? What does
Dustin,
any of this have to do with anything?
Dustin, let me.
Dustin was you know what doesn't make sense when you come into the end of the conversation and think you know where it started. It tends to make things not make sense, right?
All right. I'm breaking you two up. You go into your corner, Pixie. Dustin, you go into your corner. All right. Let me try to
corner of
re-explain this.
shame.
Let me try to re-explain this. So Bruce made the original point when it was brought to his attention that, well, Israel should be given a country because Israel used to have its own.
No one is given.
They used to have their own nation.
No one is given a country. It is fought and it is earned, and there is
Bruce,
bloodshed.
are you capable of listening for longer than 30
Yeah,
seconds?
but don't misquote me, Aiden. Don't misquote me. No one deserves anything.
How's that a misquotation?
I never said they deserve to have their own country. That's what they're fighting for.
Okay, fine. So in Bruce's mind, Israel should fight for their country and that they have a right to that country. That's what you said.
I never said that.
Yes, you did earlier in the conversation.
They have a right to.
You
if
said
they
that
could
their
honestly
justification. No,
defend
you
their own
listen,
land.
Bruce.
They have the right to do so.
Gangster Ghost, if he can't control himself, I'm gonna have to ask you to
Don't
start
misquote
moderating.
me.
I'm gonna have to ask you to start moderating because he has demonstrated over and over again that he is incapable of controlling.
I will not let you misquote me and misrepresent
Bruce,
what
if
I
I
say.
misquote
That is what you represented.
Hold on,
That's why I
hold on.
accused you of backpedaling.
So now two people are misrepresenting what I said.
No, that is what you said.
No,
it's not.
That is what you said.
You're incapable
It's not.
of saying what you said, Bruce. You don't even know what you said.
I never said
If
that
we
they
were-
have a
if I was
right
to
to
sit
have their
here
own
and ask
country,
you,
and I
if
never
I
said
was
they
to
deserve
sit
it.
here, if I was to sit here and ask you to summarize what you said, I bet you we would end up with a word salad that is so tall it would reach the moon, bro. Blah blah.
Yeah, because
blah.
you're
That's
trying to
all I would
misquote
hear.
what I said.
You
Nothing
don't
is
have a
deserved.
point.
Nothing is
You
guaranteed.
don't
It is
have
fought,
a
and there's
point.
bloodshed for land.
You don't have a point, Bruce. You're
I
just here
do.
to sow dissension. You're just here to sow dissension.
Actually,
And
you
we're
are.
over it. No,
That's
I'm
exactly what
not.
you're here to do.
Based
No.
Dustin.
I'm not.
No country has their rights
I'm
without blood.
actually here. I'm actually here to move a conversation forward, and you're here to hinder whatever conversation you think is going to.
You're just here to throw insults at me, Dustin. Just admit it.
No, if I was here to
Just
only
admit
throw
it.
insults at you, believe me,
You already
I
threw
would be
6.
neck. Just trust me, bro. I would be.
Oh yeah, trust the guy who
bro.
insults me every chance he can.
Oh yeah, let me just endlessly interrupt Dustin so I can get him
trust
upset.
Dustin.
Let me just try to get Dustin upset like a real brother in the Lord.
Dude, he's always upset. What else is new?
No,
You
you're
do
trying
not
to get him
have the
upset.
IQ.
Oh, now you're going to tell me what I'm trying to do. Not only are you saying what I said, but also you're going to tell me what I'm thinking too. Wow.
You forever are being told.
Gangster Ghost is talking. Gangster Ghost is talking. Gangster Ghost is
Go
talking.
ahead. Shut up,
Gangster
then,
Ghost.
Bruce.
Go ahead.
Shut up,
Can
Bruce.
we just
Shut up, Bruce.
change the subject?
Yeah, Gangster might get banned.
No, I
get banned for talking about Israel. But yeah, not fascist.
Get banned.
We
Shut
don't
up.
care
Why don't
about
you go
what you
cry
have
a
to say,
river?
Bruce. We
No.
don't care what you have to say.
Wait. I need to say something here. Bruce just
Guys,
said
be
that
quiet.
he's gonna get
Aiden needs to
banned.
say
He
something.
just said that he's going to get banned for defending Israel when this entire conversation started on the basis that Bruce claimed that he was not pro-Israel. When I asked Bruce if he was pro-Israel, he denied that he was pro-Israel.
Oh, another thing he never said.
I never said that.
Yeah.
I totally
Another
did not
thing he
say
never said.
Bruce,
just
you
like
can
he's
go
not
back and listen to
backpedaling.
your own words. You can go back and
I know
listen
all
to
your
it.
tricks, man.
If you're
I know all your
incapable,
tricks.
if you're incapable of remembering what you said, then the record has still been kept in spite of that.
So what did you say? That I'm not for Israel?
No, I said
You're
that you
retarded, is what
are
I believe I
for
remember him
Israel.
saying you are retarded. I remember that.
That is true. That is true. I have made the claim that Bruce is.
And you
That's what he
obviously, all you God-hating atheists are obviously not for Israel. So what a surprise.
This is insane. This is insane.
I never said I
Yes, it
was or
happened.
wasn't for Israel. I only pointed out that some people pretend to
You
be for
clearly
Israel
are.
when they really don't like them. They only need them for their Armageddon prophecies, and that's
So
the
are
special
you for
kind of
Israel
twisted.
then, Pixie?
That's what I said.
So
I don't know, Bruce. Let me
Pixie?
ask you: are you for apartheid, Bruce? Are you
what?
for apartheid?
Apartheid with what?
Do you know what apartheid is?
Not exactly. What is it?
Oh my goodness. Okay. Apartheid is the separation of one group of people and the elevation of one group of people over another on the basis of ethnicity or race, and that is what happens in Israel.
Oh, no. I think Palestine should be wiped off the face of the earth. They're Islamic savages and
That is
absolutely
disgusting.
radicals.
That's not what I asked you.
I mean, I'm
Bruce,
not saying
at all.
there's not good people from Palestine.
No,
but
I
the
didn't
reality
ask
is
you that at all.
That's disgusting.
That was a
disgusting,
perfect answer to
disgusting.
a question that nobody asked, Bruce.
Hey,
Nobody
Marco
asked
Rubio
you
thinks the
about
same
that.
thing.
Nobody asked
disgusting.
you about Palestine.
You just couldn't
whatsoever.
help from that vile hatred spilling out, right? He just needed
not
it to come
hatred,
out.
it's
Nobody
just
asked
truth.
for
I
it, but
mean-
he was like, "Let me give it to you anyway." Blah.
Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, says the same thing.
Wasn't that the guy that Trump called Little Marco? Little Marco.
The masculine
He grew up.
injection of your.
That was
your
12 years
venomous-
ago, Aiden.
Aiden, I need to borrow your talents one of these days.
That gets
What
scary.
was that picture, sir?
I need to borrow your talents one of these days.
Oh, thank you. That's very. I'm. Thank you. I'm flattered. Bruce, I asked you, are you pro apartheid? Yes or no? Are you pro the separation and elevation of one group of people on the basis of their ethnicity or race? Do you think that's something that should be happening?
Like in South Africa?
No, I'm asking you in general if you are against apartheid.
Yeah, I don't think people should be separated based on their race or religion.
I don't think he understands what apartheid means, Aiden.
I just answered the question.
So you are against the policies of the state of Israel. Okay, good to know. So why are you pro-Israel if you're against their policies?
So is Israel for Palestine? Like, are they going to allow them to just continue having a country?
You are incapable of directly answering a question, are you, Bruce? Like you just
I don't think
for
that's
the life
the
of you
position of
cannot
Israel.
answer a direct question to save your life.
I don't think that's the position of Israel, Aiden.
No, you just genuinely don't understand what I'm saying to you right now, Bruce. That's the
Are you
problem.
saying that Israel is agreeing to apartheid with Palestine?
No,
Israel
I'm saying that
Israel
No, Pixie. I'm saying that Israel, as of right now, is currently treating citizens within its borders under the policy of apartheid and has been doing so for decades.
Oh wait, the citizens that are like trying to bomb them and kill them every chance
No,
they get?
within their borders,
no.
Bruce. Are you listening to me? I'm talking about people within Israel.
Okay,
I'm talking
apartheid
about
against who?
non-Hebrews that live within Israel. I'm talking about the remnants of Arab, Islamic people who lived within that region of the Levant for the 2,300 years between when Israel existed, or Judea, I should say, existed in a historical context, and when Israel got poofed into existence in 1947. I'm talking about those people, and I'm talking about how, as of right now, and for decades before now, Bruce, those people have been treated like second-class citizens. Those people
By
have
the
been
Jews?
forcibly removed from their homes.
By the Jews?
Not
by the Israeli government.
Not only does he seem
Which
to
are
be
the Jews,
supporting,
right?
not
No,
only does he
no,
not
there
only
are
hold on,
non-Jews
not
in
only
Israel.
not only does he seem to be supporting the idea
There's
of apartheid,
non-Jews
but
in
he
the Israeli
seems to
government?
be supporting the idea of an ethno-state.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, you were
Yeah,
just
Bruce
not...
seems surprised over the idea that non-Jews could even participate in the Israeli government. So it seems
No.
like you're advocating for an ethno-state, Bruce.
A religious ethno-state on that. At that.
No, I think we should live among terrorists and just accept them as normal.
Yeah, so
people.
you advocate for an ethno-state, and you're a piece of garbage, Bruce.
Well, you got to analyze the situation.
Congratulations.
The insanity
There's
that is
literally,
Bruce.
dude, every chance in Palestine, in Gaza, they're looking to kill Israelis and Jews every chance they get.
Yeah, that's
The
why
whole
they're.
state
That's
of
why they
Iran wanted to
Is
bomb
that what they were?
Israel
Is
off
that
the
what they
face
were
of the
doing?
earth.
Is that what they were doing in their homes while the Israelis were invading their land, kicking them off their own land? Is that what they were doing?
Yeah, they
were
hide behind
attacking?
innocent people.
When Israeli soldiers,
makes
when
so
Israeli
much sense.
soldiers at like 2 or 3 in the morning would break into people's homes and tell them, "Hey, you're not allowed to live here anymore because you're
They'd
not
occupy
Jewish."
their land, kick them off of their land. Yep, that's what they were doing. They were attacking while they were sleeping in their beds. Yep.
Were they doing
Totally
the
makes
same thing
sense.
to Israel?
No, they weren't, Bruce.
I think they were.
No, they weren't.
In
Give me
fact, I
one
think they
example.
didn't
Give
do
me
it much
one
worse.
example. Give me one example, Bruce, of a Hebrew Israeli person getting forcibly moved or relocated from a neighboring Arab country. Give me one. Pull
World
it up
War
right
II.
now. Israel didn't exist in World War II, you fucking idiot. It was
But the Jews
established
did.
in 1947,
But the
and
Jews
World War
did.
II ended in
But
1945.
the Jews did.
The amount of Jews that existed within the Levant at that point in history was
Oh,
negligible.
dear God.
Bruce, do you not
The
realize?
Jews were ran out of Israel and they were scattered throughout Europe because they got
God's
overran by the
special
Persian and
little
radical
idiot,
Islamists.
dude.
Here's a
are
thought for
God's
you. A lot of the people
special,
invested in creating Israel
super
wanted Jewish
special
people out of their own
dead
countries. So they were
idiot. That's what
herded
you
there.
are.
How's that?
You took the short bus to homeschooling, didn't you?
You obviously are not aware that the Jews were driven out of their land, centuries
You
ago
are
by
such
the
an
Persians,
idiot.
the
Who
Babylonians,
drove them out?
and they
Who
were
drove them out?
scattered all throughout Europe.
The
And
Persians.
Hitler rounded up every Jew that was scattered outside of Israel and was settled in the Soviet Union or Europe, and he slaughtered them. He massacred them. I'm sure you've heard of the Holocaust, but why is it that all these Jews that once originated in Jerusalem are now scattered all throughout Europe? Why is that? They were
You
forced
have
out of their
reduced
land,
this
and what
man
they're
Why is
doing
it
now
that
is
a large
redeeming
portion?
their
Why
land.
is it that a large
Aiden.
portion of the people who helped create Israel used the justification that it would get Jews
And
out
who
of
would
their
that
own
be?
countries?
And who would that be?
Sounds like they were herded there.
Who are the people that originated Israel, Pixie?
Well, there's actually a couple of different actors that originated the state of Israel. Have you ever heard of something called the Balfour Declaration, Bruce?
No, I don't work at a history museum, Aiden.
No, you haven't heard of the Balfour Declaration.
You,
But yeah,
I bet you don't
talking.
even. I
No, no,
bet you don't
yeah.
haven't even been to a library, Bruce.
And yet you're speaking so confidently about history right now, Bruce. Like you're talking. You ever heard of this
No,
little
well,
thing
you're
called
not
the
acknowledging the
Holocaust?
fact that the
You're talking
Jews
so
were driven
confidently
out of
about
their
a
land
subject that by
centuries
your own
prior.
admission, you don't have enough of a knowledge of to be able to speak as authoritatively as you're speaking right now.
I know enough.
If you want to talk about the history of the Jews, the Jewish diaspora was an event that began not by the Muslims or the Persians. Islam didn't exist when the Jewish diaspora happened. The Jewish diaspora.
What year did that take place then, Aiden?
It was, I believe, it was 70. It was between 70 and 74 A.D. was when the Jewish diaspora first took place. It was under the Emperor Hadrian and overseen by his son Titus. It's literally in the Bible as well. So the fact that you don't know that ought to say something, Bruce.
Well, you don't know Christ. That ought to say something. That says it all, actually.
That's such a good
You're
comeback.
too smart for your own good. You're too smart to even acknowledge God's existence.
Bruce, you're
Therefore,
literally
you are
trying to
wrong.
push a boulder up an ice hill with skates on, bro. It's just not.
Dude, you're not acknowledging the fact that the Jews were driven out of their original land in Jerusalem and were scattered abroad.
You thought they were scattered by the Muslims because you don't know anything.
Okay, well, who are they scattered by then, Aiden?
I just told you. Holy fuck, Bruce.
God.
Who?
Go back and find out, Bruce. Because
Yeah,
if you're
read
not
the Bible.
capable of listening, to me, then go back and do it on your own time. Because I'm not going to waste more of my time for you just not to listen again.
Aiden, just you talking is a waste of time. So,
Well, then what are you doing
gosh,
here,
precious
faggot?
Time.
What are you doing here, faggot?
Dude, kick
There you
rocks,
go.
Bruce. Nobody
See
here
how low
wants
you
to
go?
hear your bullshit.
See how low
literally.
you go?
What are you doing
You're
here?
just here to breed dissension and argue with people.
No, that's what you're here for.
What else is new?
No,
That's what you're
I'm
here
really
for.
not.
Nuh-uh.
I'm really
Everybody,
not. I actually want to have a productive conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody,
right.
let's just change the subject. Bruce, can I say something?
Well, maybe check with the panel first. Is that okay, guys?
How about you doing?
Y'all just pretty much
Probably
said you
not
don't
with
want.
you, given how butthurt you are, Bruce. It's probably not
Well,
okay
I
with
was
you.
just called a faggot and told no one wants to hear from me. But Gangster has a question for me, so I guess go ahead, Gangster.
Bruce,
Shut up,
I want to ask you something. I have a question for you, man. Do you think? Have you talked to Stump lately?
No, I haven't. I was thinking about him the other day, though.
Oh yeah, it's been a while.
He was talking politics with Lupin.
How's your day been, little guy?
Man, it's freezing out here today. Freezing.
I'm jealous. It's burning hot where I'm at.
And I had to bring out my North Face.
Oh, it's Jill. Or Jill, are you a Zionist bootlicker too? Are you one of those people that's on the wrong side of history for that issue?
Oh, Aiden,
Israel.
Why must
Israel is an apartheid? That's a myth.
I'd rather be on the wrong side of history than on the wrong side of God.
Like when you're dealing with a liberal like this, you must make them define their terms. You saw a non-conversation.
I'm not invested in either of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So to call Israel an apartheid state is what a liberal does because they're dishonest pricks. So I'm gonna put a link debunking that myth.
I'm going to link to some right-wing shill website
Come
that's
on.
going to try and justify genocide.
There's three religions that claim
Since I'm
to
not allowed to
have
speak,
proper, that
because this
claim
guy
to
can't
own
have a
that land,
conversation
Jill.
and he's losing.
God bless you,
There's
man.
there's three separate religions that claim to claim to that property, bro. Like,
Well, which one's right?
Which means he
That's
can
the
never have a
question.
conversation with me because he'll always.
Spoiler alert, none of them are right.
Hold on, everybody.
You're for the love of God, Aiden. We already know that's your conclusion. Not everybody thinks
It's
the way
funny
you
how they
do.
argue that the most biased people are the ones without a horse in the race.
You know what you guys all have in common? You're all libtards.
We all don't like you. That's what we have in common.
Bruce,
Actually, according to the political survey that I took, I am not.
But you are. You voted for Biden.
Bruce, let me
did I?
blow your mind.
Did you
Who said I
vote for
voted
Trump,
for Biden?
Dixie? Did you vote
I
for Trump?
didn't. I didn't vote for a Republican or a Democrat. How's that? I didn't
Oh,
vote
so
for either of them.
you threw your vote in the garbage and voted for Kennedy?
No, I didn't throw my vote in the
I wonder why
garbage.
you didn't vote for a
I
senile
didn't
old
throw
man or
No,
a
let me
Republican.
explain. I'll tell you why. I don't think I threw my
Gangster,
vote in the garbage. I think
can we
anybody who
please
lined up between a party
shut
behind a
Bruce
party
up?
that's proven itself to be
He's
bought by
not
a corporate
moving the
oligarchy
conversation
threw their
anywhere.
vote away.
He wants to keep it low IQ, so he has
Hey,
something
GG.
to contribute.
Yeah.
Can you give me a wrench so I can put the link?
No, don't give him
This
a
website
wrench. Don't give him no wrench.
for the
Don't.
audience? Don't ever listen
I
to
can't
what
hear
he
anything.
says
Don't give him
about
no wrench.
anything.
If you want to link it, then you can link it in the private chat, bitch.
I
That's what
can
you
link
do.
it for you.
Yeah, you ain't getting no wrench, Jill.
You ain't getting no wrench deal. I'm mad because he just debunked
No,
my
you're not. I'm not mad.
I don't waste my vote by throwing it at somebody bought by the corporate oligarchy and patting myself on the back for it. But
Jill's
there's
definitely not
nothing
the
you
one
do.
that's mad. That's why he's acting
Zidane is in the room.
Yeah,
Zidane, how are you doing, Zidane?
I'm not mad, but I'm gonna do this voice. I'm not mad at all.
You're throwing another fucking hissy fit, Jill.
He debunks all my arguments. Don't
Man,
give him
you're
no
not
wrench.
fucking 10. Are you? Are you 10? Are you 10 and gonna throw a fucking hissy fit over
Making
a
up
wrench?
things, man. I've already
Over a
discovered.
I'm not gonna get a wrench, so I'm gonna cry
made up
about it for the next 10
separate
minutes.
ideas.
Bruce,
Where are you
please
getting these
just shut
ideas
up.
from?
Just shut up.
Bruce
This
relies on
podcast is where
recycled
you got
sound
this
bites from
dumb
the
idea.
corporate oligarchy to
You
tell
Hold on,
us
Katie's trying to say something. Order in the court.
Oh,
Order in the court.
Hey, GG's trying to say something, guys.
competing with somebody told me.
Mute him. Mute him.
I don't even know what
Mute him.
apartheid is.
Mute him.
Hold on, Joe. Hi,
He's
Zedon.
capable of controlling himself.
Zedon. Are you there, Zedon? Are you there, Zedon?
Zidane.
I don't
Zidane.
think your mic is working, Dave.
This is ground control to Major Zidane.
You're the one breaking up.
It's breaking up a little bit, but I could still hear him. No, oh, Bruce is gone. I wanted to blow Bruce's mind.
Ew.
Please do not ever use those words ever again.
Why is it that all of you people immediately associate that with it? Like, get your mind out of the gutter, people.
Who said anything about association? I just said don't use those words.
Yeah, well, why would you not want me to use them again?
Maybe he feels like you're getting
well,
mixed
now that
up.
you've asked
Maybe
me
he
to
doesn't think
explain-
Bruce has enough brain
Yeah,
cells to
that's
have
what I
that
thought.
experience.
I got
That's
cut
what I
off
thought.
by Pixie. I'm sorry. I have no idea what she said either.
Oh, my bad.
Zidane, are you there?
This may not be Zidane.
Yeah, we might wanna give him the boot if he doesn't say something soon here.
Hey, Aiden, you smell like an
Yeah.
anti-Semite.
I smell like an anti-Semite.
Jill-
Do you realize? Hold on. I want to respond to that real quick.
You
Do
anti-Semite.
what is the
Shut up,
term?
liberal.
What is the term?
You a
Semite?
liberal and an anti-Semite?
What is the word
Man,
Semite?
why do
refer
you
to?
hate the Jewish people?
What
So
what is the word Semite?
even the
refer
ancient
to,
Jewish
Jill?
people, you lie about them also.
Jill, I was just curious.
I mean,
what
you
is
say they
Semite
practice
refer to,
slavery,
Jill?
and now you're saying the modern
What does
Jews
Semite refer to?
are
I'm just curious.
an apartheid state
What
and they're a
does-
democratic
okay,
state.
Wait,
And
hold
you
on,
can't
pause.
let someone
Pause.
talk
I
for
have to
5 seconds long
understand
enough,
why
so don't
is
try to have a
Jill
conversation, you
equivocating?
coward.
Why is
So,
Jill
you
equivocating
smell
Israel
like
with
an
Jewish people?
anti-Semite.
Why
'Cause
is
that's
Jill
what
Why are you
are,
sniffing
liberal.
Aiden, Jill?
with Jewish
Why are
people?
you sniffing Aiden? Can you explain
No, I'd
that
like
to
to.
me, please?
I'd like to
I can
reply.
smell
I'd
him.
like to reply because
I can
Jill's
smell
desperate
'em.
attempt to get me mad actually further reveals his ignorance.
I can smell
So-
them all the way
So I asked Jill.
I wouldn't be
I asked
worried
Jill
about him.
what a
I think he's
Semite
trying
is.
to
the
hit on
border
you,
of
Aiden.
Canada, wherever he's from.
I asked Jill what a Semite
Cowards.
was, and Jill was
No,
incapable
you never
of
defined
answering
your terms, so
because
why should
Jill
I?
does not know what a
You
Semite
never
is.
defined any of your terms.
So to
Blah,
clarify
blah, blah,
what
blah,
a
blah, blah,
Semite
blah,
is,
blah, blah.
hey, Gangster Ghost, Gangster Ghost, can you mute
Now
him
he
real quick?
wants me to define terms.
Hold
Shut up.
on, everybody.
Because he's
Everybody.
incapable of controlling himself.
Hold on, everybody.
Why are you equivocating? Why are you
Gangster
equivocating
Ghost is
the
trying to
government
speak,
of
guys.
Israel with
Yeah,
Jewish
hold on.
people?
Gigi's trying to talk.
I know what Semitic is.
Well, let me. I wanted to ask Jill because I wanted to see whether or not he knew, and based on the fact that Jill did not reply, I'm going to make the assumption that Jill does not know what a Semite is.
I
A
do.
Semite is also known as a son of Shem. Do you know who Shem is, Jill?
Oh, here we go. The Yiddish-speaking
What
Jews.
No. Do you know who Shem is, Jill? Who's Shem?
Answer.
Oh, don't
Okay, Jill
deflect
doesn't
from the
know who
fact that
Shem
she-
is.
Who's going to
either.
ask me about the Bible now? Oh, this Bible trivia.
Jill doesn't know who Shem is.
He's trying to deflect from his anti-Semitism.
No, actually, I'm not.
Why
I'm
don't
actually,
you
this actually,
defend?
this
Why
actually
don't you
directly
defend?
ties. This
Why
actually
don't you
directly
defend
ties
first
back
before you
in.
try to deflect?
This
Why don't you
ties
defend
back
you
directly
calling
into what I
Israel an
was talking
apartheid
about.
state?
This actually
Defend that
ties
first,
directly
liberal,
back into
before
what I
you
was
try to
talking
deflect.
about, but you
Okay,
are
we'll
the one
wait.
that's
We'll
trying to
wait.
overtalk. All
We'll
right.
wait. I'm not
So,
answering your question because it's a deflection.
Shem, I don't need you to
Defend your
answer. I can keep
anti-Semitic
going. I'm
remark
going to keep going, and you
about
don't need to
Israel
answer the
being an
question because you've
apartheid
already
state.
demonstrated
Show us
that
some
you don't know
evidence
who
of
Shem
that.
is. So,
That
based on
claim,
the
at
fact that
least.
Jill
At
doesn't know
least
who
show us
Shem
evidence
is,
of that claim.
Shem is a biblical
Show us
character.
some
who-
argument.
Why do you pick the
Give us
battles that
something.
end
Gangster
up in
Ghost.
bloodshed
Instead of just
every
providing
damn
your
time?
hatred.
Gangster Ghost, can you mute everybody, please?
Shem is the son
Your
of Noah
hatred
for
for the
crying
Jewish
out
people
loud.
is not enough to
Can you
suggest
please
that they
mute
are, in fact, an apartheid
Gangster
state.
Ghost, please?
Show evidence of that first.
Everybody.
Gangster Ghost, please.
Hold on, everybody. Semitic is a what they call Caucasian group that had Jews and Arabic people.
Oh, Jews and Arabs? Not just Jews.
What they mean
Not
about
just Jews.
Arabic is non-Jews people, because we Arabs are from Saudi Arabia, but all the other Middle Eastern people who are not Jews or
They're not just from Saudi Arabia. There's other places on the Arabian Peninsula, like
Yeah, I mean,
Oman,
Arabic
Qatar.
is a language as well as a thing, kind of like
Right.
Spanish is, and that
Right.
got passed around by Islam. But that mean by Arabic is all the other Semitics, I guess.
So when
Hamites are Egyptians and these one guys.
Right. That's according to the Bible. So when I was talking about Shem, I actually wasn't deflecting in the slightest. The reason why I talked about Shem was because when Jill uses the term anti-Semite, he would then therefore mean that I'm not just against Jews, I'm against Arabs as well, because that's what a Semite is. The Semitic people are not just Jewish people, they're also Arabs. So I would
Anti-Semite is clearly directed towards Jewish people.
No, it's not, because
it is
because
here in the
Semites are
United
not just
States.
Jewish people. No, but the whole argument,
it's a red
that Jill
herring.
originally
It's a red
used in
herring. He's
relation
trying
to
to defend
fascism.
This doesn't even have anything to do with you, Bruce.
No,
It's a red herring.
Bruce feels like Bruce is
Stop
jumping in because he
deflecting.
feels like Jill is losing.
Stop
And he
deflecting.
needs to jump in to try and defend because he feels like Jill is just getting crushed.
Okay, are you done? Are you
Am
done?
I wrong, Jill? Is
All right, you're not done. So he doesn't allow others to speak,
So,
but he
no,
wants
you
to
asked me
to
if I
speak.
was done, and when I gave
Why
you
don't,
the answer that I
Gangster, why
wasn't
don't you
done,
try to
you
be a
then
little
made
bit
the
more fair in the
conclusion.
moderation?
You then made the conclusion that
Every
I don't
time
want
I try to
everybody.
speak, he starts speaking.
Everybody, hold on.
Okay. Why don't you be a little bit more fair in
Yeah?
the moderation here?
Oh yeah.
Hold on, everybody. Sorry, hold on. I need to say something. Yeah. What they mean about Arab is all the other non-Jew Semitics and stuff, and Jews are there, and there are three main groups. And the Caucasian group, that Hamites or Egyptians, these one guys, and that's what they mean.
One
sorry.
Well, Gigi, if I may respond really quickly, because he's trying to, the red herring is actually working on you. And I don't want that to be the case. So can I respond without interruption?
Hold on.
Do you want Jill to speak or do you want me to speak?
One person at a time. What? Jill talk, and then Aiden.
Okay. If I can get 2 minutes uninterrupted, this guy can mute his mic.
No,
and close his
2
mouth.
minutes uninterrupted. You're lucky if you get 30
Okay,
seconds.
1 minute.
Get
1
to
minute.
your
All I
point.
need is 1 minute
Get to
to
your
show his
point.
deception.
Okay, but
That's
get
all I
to
need
your
is 1
point.
minute to show his deception. Yeah, I will.
Okay, but
Yeah.
get to your-
But he
all
never
right,
gets to
all
his
right.
point, but you don't have a problem with him not getting to his point.
Yes, that's true. I will.
Lying.
I
Okay,
will
okay.
level the same.
Okay, all right,
respect.
okay. So what he did was he moved the goalpost. He distracted you with the idea that there are more different types of Semitic people, which I never argued against. So he propped up this red herring as a straw man, just to knock it down again. Stick to the idea that you called Semitic people, meaning you're anti-Semitic. Forget about the fact that there are more groups of Semitic people out there. You lying liberal. You think you can get one past Jill? You lying liberal.
This
Forget
guy's
about
got a
that
brain,
fact.
man.
The idea is you said that a group of
Hold on,
why is he
Jill.
talking?
Are you
Why
done
is he
sucking
talking?
your own penis?
Why is he
Are you done
talking?
sucking
He's
your own
done.
penis, Jill?
He's done.
Are you done blowing
He's
it?
still got. Hey,
He's done.
He's still got
I'm not
another
done. I got
25
30 seconds.
Aiden,
I got 30
no,
seconds.
you got 25
Okay.
seconds.
Okay, he is not.
Okay,
in
I got
fact
25
sucking his
seconds,
own
but
penis.
but
I'm
he's still
sorry.
talking.
He's not, in fact, done filleting.
He's still.
Hold on.
He's done.
Aiden,
So
Aiden,
you
you're
were
gonna
being
get your 30
anti-Semitic. So I do not stand corrected. You were being anti-Semitic when you said that the Jewish people were an apartheid state, when in fact they are a democratic state. You lying liberal.
Time.
They have.
You have
Thank you.
used your time, Jill. It is now Aiden's.
Don't
1
talk to me
minute.
anymore. I don't even want to talk to this guy anymore. He's a lying liberal.
Oh my goodness!
That's
What
a
a joke
nervous
of
laugh.
a human
That's a
being!
defeated
What a
laughter.
joke of a human being!
That's a
All right,
defeated
hey, are you
laughter.
gonna let me speak now? Are you gonna let me
Hold
speak, or are you
on,
just
I
gonna
gotta
be a
reset my
hypocrite?
time. Hold on, I gotta reset my timer. Hold on. This is
Alright.
being weird. Clock. Where is it?
So mature. I'm gonna make my point, and then I'm gonna say I don't want to listen to the other person's point because I'm a child that's incapable.
Well, that's
of
exactly what you're
actually
doing,
listening to
Aiden.
points.
I'm
And anyone with common
Oh,
sense
here's
will be able
Bruce.
to
Here's
identify
Bruce,
that
the
immediately.
white knight, coming in to defend somebody
We're
else.
listening. Go
Bruce.
ahead, liberal. Go ahead.
I'm waiting
Continue
for
to
my
lie.
time to begin.
You're gonna have to make up another lie to cover
Okay,
up this lie.
and
Can
go. You're hold on.
No, I'm not in.
No, hold on. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm waiting. I'm
No,
waiting
I
for
know.
Jill
I
to
stopped.
finish. I'm waiting for
Jill-
Jill to finish.
Jill, stop. Okay, it is now
Hold on,
Aiden's time.
Jill is
I'm
muted.
setting my time. Sorry, I had a
Okay.
malfunction. Okay, your time starts now.
Go.
All right. So the reason why I brought up anti-Semitism in relation to this is because the notion that I am being anti-Semitic by apparently being against the Israeli state is absolutely laughable. It's laughable because, as I pointed out, Semites does not just refer to Jewish people, but I also want to point out the absurdity of saying that Israel is inherently just a representative of Judaism as in its entirety. There are many Jews that are vehemently against Israel as a state. There are many Jews
That's
that
not
do
true.
not think, hey, so I'm not allowed to speak. I'm not allowed to
Bruce,
speak uninterrupted.
No, I stopped your time. You're at 32 seconds. Bruce, I
get an
swear
extra
will
5
have-
seconds
I
for
will
that.
have Gigi kick you out if you do not control.
Show me one Jew who's not for the state of Israel.
Hey, Gigi, can you mute him? Can you mute him?
Please.
He's interrupting. He's interrupting.
Can you bite your fucking tongue for a minute? Sorry.
There are Hasidic Jews that are against the existence of Israel as a state. There are different groups of Judaism that have different sets of ideologies. There's Orthodox Judaism, there is Kazakh Judaism, there's Yiddish Judaism, there's a variety of different forms of Judaism, and Israel does not have a monopoly over Judaism. Me saying that apartheid is a bad thing. He interrupted me. I want extra time.
Yeah, give him 10 more seconds.
Go ahead and reclaim 3
Shut
seconds.
your mouth,
Mr. Red Herring.
Shut the hell
He's
up.
incapable. He can't.
You
He
lose,
can't
liberal.
control himself. He cannot control
Shut
himself.
the hell up
He cannot.
and let Hayden
He
finish.
cannot control himself.
Oh, you
All right.
lose.
So
Jill,
I am going to
Red
be
Herring.
speaking, if that's all right.
Hey,
So
Jill, if I may.
Hold on.
Jill, you demand to be yourself. Let me finish. I haven't finished. You just
Shut up, liberal. He's talking now. Shut up.
You're stepping on Aiden's time. You're stepping on Aiden. Aiden should be speaking right now. Dude, shut up, Bruce. Kick him out. Get rid of him.
seriously, gang.
GG, please kick him. He's not here to help anything. He needs
Yeah,
to
can
go.
you actually remove him? I am actually going to ask you to remove Bruce because he is doing nothing but being a stumbling block in this conversation.
They don't know
Can you
when
please
to
remove
shut their
him?
mouth and let somebody else.
I
talk.
paused them. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, but if he does it one more time, can you kick him, please?
Okay.
You got 7 seconds. You got 7 seconds. Or, well, yeah, you got 7 seconds, Aiden.
Apartheid is not democracy, and democracy is not apartheid. To say that I was against Israel for being apartheid and correcting it by saying that Israel is democratic is a ridiculous statement.
Okay, then. Next guy to talk is. We'll let Bruce talk.
All right, he's got. Go ahead, Bruce. You got a minute. I'll start your time when you start gibbering.
According to the Bible, the fool hath said in his heart, "There is no God."
Show me evidence of that.
I wouldn't take anything Adrian.
Show me one example, Bruce.
I wouldn't take anything Aiden says as credible. He's obviously a liberal, and he'll go with whatever ideology the liberals are going towards. But he'll act like he knows what he's talking about.
Bruce likes to point the camera up his nose, so I don't trust anything he says.
Hive mind.
There, is that fair?
You can't. You
I
obviously.
don't think that Jill was even there to listen to the point that I made. Jill,
Well, you never let him. You never listened. You never responded.
Yeah, you weren't even there. You were not even there. You didn't even listen.
I did listen. You propped up the same straw man.
What did I say? What did I say?
You propped up the same straw man. That there are different types of Semitic groups, which I wasn't arguing against.
That's not all I said.
Yes, that is what you said. Oh, that's not all you said. So why did you prop up the same straw man that I've already knocked down?
Jill, are you a
Christian? Dishonest liberal. And then you added some more fluff on it.
Shut your mouth.
So you add more fluff onto it, and that makes it legitimate now. That makes it a legitimate argument because you added fluff to your straw man.
You know what?
Jill, are you a Christian?
Red herring.
Aiden,
don't waste my time.
Do you want to have a one-on-one with this guy where he can't interrupt you?
Jill, are you a Christian?
I would like that, but I don't think Jill would accept that.
He
I think
can't
Jill
allow me to
you believe in
certify
Jesus?
this. I don't know what you're watching.
This as a format because it
it's
allows
him
them
that's
to be
cutting
more
me off.
slippery.
Oh, hold on,
Jill.
everybody.
Dude, Jill, you're not gonna forward this conversation at all. If you cannot allow your opponent the opportunity,
That's not what's happening. So
exactly.
You're literally demonstrating.
Hey, shut up, everybody! Shut up! Hey, dude, Bruce, just shut! You're stupid.
Oh, hang on, Dustin's head is gonna explode. Everyone, shut up!
Just shut the hell up, Bruce!
Boom!
Shut your mouth! Shut up, Bruce! Shut up, Bruce! Okay, Jill.
Pop goes the weasel.
Sir, don't address me. You're not even a Christian.
Dude,
you're not even a Christian. Address someone else.
Who
Thank
cares?
you.
Who cares, dude?
I don't need to. I don't take advice from people like you.
I can be just as ignorant
who can't
as you.
discern
Shut
what's going
your
on
fucking mouth,
in a room.
Both of you fucking. You two
Or
need
every
to
time
get
I
a
go
room
to speak,
together
this guy
and
does.
yickety yak at each other about the Bible
And then-
until you get each other
And
off.
then people like you
Wipe
who
your
don't
ass
really
with
know what's
everything
going
you're
on around
saying
them.
right now, Jill. You fucking
I don't know.
retard.
I don't know.
Fuck
Maybe
outta
you're on
here,
the
bro.
spectrum or something. I don't know
You
why you
lower
don't
IQ
recognize
moron
that
is what
this
you
man
are.
can't even have a
You
conversation
barely have a room
that
temperature
he
IQ,
loses.
Bruce.
Hold on,
So
Jill.
that means he
Jill.
can never have a conversation.
Hold on, Jill. Go ahead, Dustin. Your time.
Yeah, I finally actually get a turn. Both of you idiots have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. All right? That's just the bottom line. The both of you. You think you're trying to prove some point to a history major about history. The man works in a museum. I don't understand where you get off in your position thinking that the only history book that's relevant throughout all of history is the Bible. Okay, yes, it is important. It is all important to our salvation. But there are other facts, and there are things that you repeatedly ignore. And I believe that God made it that way to show you that maybe sometimes you just need to shut up because you don't know everything.
Okay, I'll let Bruce talk because he didn't have much to talk. No one interrupt him, okay? Go ahead, Bruce.
Well, I agree with that. You know, we definitely got to acknowledge the history of the Bible. But, you know, if you're going to acknowledge the Bible, you're going to have to acknowledge the God of the Bible. Otherwise, you're in denial of the true ever-living God that has made himself present through his word, through his spirit, through his creation, and also through his son, Jesus.
Okay. Now, everybody
May
don't
I
say
say
anything.
something?
Oh, hold on. Oh, let's Jill talk and then you can talk, okay, Eden? Sorry. Go ahead, Jill.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, I was going to say, amen to that. Yeah, amen to what the brother just said. So again, these guys are just propping up straw man. We do read other books. We do study other histories, so which don't contradict the Bible's histories, by the way. So that's just a straw man. It's just a nothing burger. It's not even worth a response.
For a second, I thought I was crazy. But
May
then
I say
this other
something,
brother
though?
confirmed that, yeah, it's absolutely a straw man. You know, no one's getting a sentence out. And it's just a bunch of atheists trying to straw man and debunk the deity of
I didn't
God
know
and
that
God's
Bruce was
people.
allowed to circle jerk with Jill now. I didn't
Okay,
realize that it was circle jerk hour with Bruce
And
and
here
Jill where
comes
they
the
just suck
ignorance.
each other off all
What
day
an
long.
ignorant thing to say.
Oh, Jill, you're so right about everything, Jill.
It's in reference to a fornicative gesture, which I'm not for.
You're
He
so
doesn't
right.
like being exposed.
Anyways,
Okay,
I'd like to respond.
hold on.
Being exposed? That sounds kind of gay, bro.
Okay, hold on, everybody.
If that's the first thing you thought of, then
No.
Okay,
I'm just saying
hold on,
the
Jill.
implication of what you
Jill,
said.
hold
then
on.
I think you better look in the mirror.
Okay, hold on,
Hey,
Jill.
Bruce.
Go ahead.
Jill crazy.
Hold on,
Unlike
Dustin.
you, I can look into a mirror without it
Boss,
shattering.
okay, never mind. I don't get to say shit.
Oh, after Aiden, you're next. Okay, buddy. Go ahead, Aiden.
Okay. As I pointed out, and as Jill totally ignored in one of my points, there are many Jews that are against the existence of Israel. It is not a paradigm where all Jews are in favor of Israel and everybody that is not in favor of Israel is inherently anti-Semitic. There are several instances that we can see where Jewish people have launched protests against the existence of Israel and its policies as it currently exists. Therefore, we can establish that Israel does not have a monopoly over all of Judaism. There is not an environment where Israel is the only sole authority on what is a Jewish issue and what is not a Jewish issue, what is Jewish and what is not Jewish. What Israel does is not what all Jews do, and vice versa. And equivocating Israel with the actions and opinions of all Jews is in of itself anti-Semitic because it grossly oversimplifies the vast and diverse tapestry that is the Jewish community as it has existed during the Jewish diaspora. That, sir, is anti-Semitic because it paints a myopic, overly simplistic picture of a group of people that are much more complex and diverse in their thinking than this hive mind that you've portrayed them as.
Okay. Go ahead, Rex. Your turn. Sorry about that, Rex. It's your turn.
Go ahead.
Are you there, Rex? Rex? Are you alright, buddy? Can't hear you.
I know you can't hear me because I'm muted. Because nobody
Oh, sorry.
listens to anything I say. When I try to say anything, I get shouted down. So fuck it.
Go ahead, buddy. You can say something. Sorry
You've
about
been
that.
given a minute uninterrupted.
Never mind. Hey, I don't need a fucking time limit, okay? If I got something to say, I'll say it. And if you don't listen, you don't listen, okay? That's just how it goes. So, fair enough.
Okay.
Hey, you know Jews, Christians, and Muslims all worship the same God, right? It's the same fucking God. Sorry, Jews.
126, let me get 128. Let me get 130. 130 over here, 130 over there.
Exactly.
135.
See,
135,
I
135
hear
on
some
one.
bullshit from
135,
somebody
135,
that
GG, if I can just,
don't want to hear it.
137,
if I can have a
137,
second to respond to Aiden's
Let me get 145. We got
Rid of
145 over here, 145. We got
See,
150 back
there you
there.
go.
Let me go up to
rid
160, 160, 160. I got any one.
Get rid of him, seriously. Like, seriously, I am going to leave this conversation if he does not get gone, because this is just
if I can respond to Aiden really quickly, again, you're just propping up the same straw man. So I really don't care to entertain your nonsense. If
What
you're
is
not
the
going
straw
to
man?
address-
What is the straw man, Jill?
again,
Tell me
the
right
straw
now
man-
what the straw man is.
if I can speak uninterrupted, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Again, we already agree.
shit
We
on
already
somebody else's
agree that there are different types of Semitic groups.
That's not what I said. I didn't
First of
even
all, can
use
I-
the
can I
word Semitic.
respond
No,
to-
no,
can
because
you
you're
mute him,
misrepresenting
please?
what I said.
Can
No,
you
you're
mute him, please?
misrepresenting what I said.
No, I am not
I never
misrepresenting
once
what
even used the word
I
Semitic
am
or
not
Semite once. I
That
never
is what
used
you
the
did.
word
Keep
Semitic or
propping up the
Semite
same straw
once.
man.
In my
Already
refutation of you, I
agreed
never used
that
those
there
words
are
once.
different
So
types
you
of Semitic
saying that
groups.
there's different types of
And
Semitic
no one
groups
is.
is
Well,
not
I'll mute
acknowledging
and
what
he'll
I
be
said
muted
at
until I
all
can respond.
whatsoever.
You
It is
seem to be
not
muting
acknowledging what
everybody
I
else
am
but him.
saying. You are
Why can't we get him
you are
muted while I
purposefully
speak?
misrepresenting
No
my
one's
point.
misrepresenting anything.
I did not even
You
use
didn't
the
allow
word
me to.
Semitic or Semite once
I'll
in
mute
my
and you'll be
refutation
muted
of
until
you.
I'm allowed to speak.
And because I did not use the word Semitic or Semite once in my refutation of you, you have demonstrated that you are not listening to what I am saying. I did not say anything about Semitic groups. My original point was about how Jews are not the only group of Semites and that there are other groups such as Arabs. But that was not the point that I was making in my previous statement, sir. That is distinct from saying that there are different groups of Jews, not Semites, Jews. I am talking about different followers of the Jewish religion, practitioners of the religion known as Judaism. That there is a diverse tapestry of people that fall under the category of Jews, and that not all of those people that fall under the category of Jews believe in the state of Israel. As a matter of fact, there are plenty of Jews that would wish to see the state of Israel either dismantled or drastically changed from its current form. And I can provide you with plenty of examples if you would like, but you are not listening to me. You are not listening to the points I am making because you are providing a refutation to a point that I made literally like half an hour ago. So stop saying that I am using straw man arguments when you keep giving the exact same argument over and over again to make it abundantly clear so that you have no room to weasel out. Yet again, I will make a distinction.
Is his minute up?
Yet again, there is a distinction between
Is his minute up? And when do I
Jewish
get a chance to
people
respond?
and different groups within the religion of
Okay, I'll be back. I'll be
Judaism
right back.
and a distinction. Yeah, he's not even listening. No, I'm
No,
not
he
even
doesn't.
going to
He
have,
does
you know what?
not listen.
I'm actually for real going to do what Jill always claims, and I'm not going to have a conversation with Jill anymore. I refuse, because he's made it abundantly clear that he's not interested in actually having a productive conversation. He's not interested in having any form of dialogue whatsoever, so I withdraw any future conversation with Jill.
There's no
I
progress
withdraw.
to be had here, Aiden. Yeah, there's no progress to be had.
Yeah, so if I can get a chance to respond without him.
No, the conversation's
Respond
over,
to
Jill.
what though?
Oh, actually,
Respond to
it's-
what?
God
Dude,
damn it. I can have a conversation
I tell
if
you
he's
what,
muted.
Jill,
You can
I
mute
will
him.
give you all the time you want if you can straw man his argument without.
I don't straw man arguments.
No, I want him to
Liberals.
steel man my
That's for
argument.
liberals.
I want him to
It's
steel
not
man
your
my
channel, actually. So
I want him to
shut up.
steel
I
man.
want you to steel man his
So I'll wait.
argument.
I don't need to because
Go.
it's not your
So I can
channel. So
be
go get
the-
your own
I
channel.
will steal. I will steal man. I'll
So
tell you
GG, if you can mute him so that I can respond
tell you what.
uninterrupted, like I gave him 3 minutes to
Not gonna
respond.
happen. That's not gonna
You're
happen.
still not
Well,
going to be
I'll wait.
quiet.
You don't run
cannot
this
help
shit up in
yourself.
here.
You're like
You,
a,
I like.
you don't
Hold
really
on,
care.
Dustin. Don't you love it how 1 moment ago Jill said, "This isn't your show, so you can't tell me how to run things," and then the very next moment he goes, "Gigi, can you do what I want you to do in this show rather than what you're doing in this show?" Just the rank hypocrisy is absolutely hilarious. He doesn't even recognize that within the span of 30 seconds he pulled a rank contradiction, and I'm supposed to stand across from this person and engage in serious dialogue. What a joke. You're a joke of a human being, Jill. No one takes you seriously as an intellectual. Nobody takes you seriously as an intellectual.
But I'm the non-Christian.
Can we change the subject? What talk about? What talk about Aiden's hero, the guy he loves the best in the whole world, Ron Wyatt? He said that that's a guy he said founded the Ark and all that stuff. Yeah, that's his hero. He said his true hero that changed his mind about religion. So, right, Aiden? You want to talk about him? Let's talk
We
about
can talk about that. We can talk about that. I'll tell you what, but I will say one thing and one thing more, and then we can move on. All right? I would be willing to continue this conversation forward at another point if Jill can demonstrate that he understands my points by steelmanning my position, and I would be more than happy to steelman Jill's position in exchange. Because I can demonstrate that I understand Jill's position. I can demonstrate that I understand his points and his contentions. I do not feel that he can do the same. And with that being said, I will move on.
Yeah, that's exactly the result I was looking for right there with that argument.
Silence. Crickets.
We'll talk about Aiden's hero for a little bit. Ron Wyatt.
Well, I'm working right now, so I'm not gonna leave, but I'm gonna focus on my work for a little bit. And if you guys need me, just let me know.
You must pay homage to your Lord and Savior Darwin. Okay,
it's true. Dustin, you got to think. All right, I did that whole debate while working. I was literally doing that whole thing with half of my mind distracted with something else.
Aiden, you do not have to convince me how smart you are.
Oh, I wasn't. Oh, is that what I was? Okay, I'm gonna shut up because that's not what I'm trying to do.
Serious.
You better not, because that's a waste of time. I already know. It's not, I have every faith in you, bro. I do. I really do.
Educating Jill on Shem, lol, what a dummy. I mean, like, hey, if you knew who Shem was, surely you would have been able to tell me when I asked you who Shem was.
I know.
I know you know. But Gigi, the reason I know how you know was because you confidently spoke up when the topic came up, and I have no doubt in my mind that if I allowed you to continue with the conversation, you would have told us that Shem was one of the sons of Noah. I have no doubt in my mind that that's the case. But you are capable of demonstrating and understanding. Jill was not capable of demonstrating. So now, post-talk, he's going in the side chat and going, "Oh, I knew about that the whole time, lol. Okay, you can try and cobble together a victory from the jaws of defeat, but you're the only one that's going to believe it.
You know what's really fucking stupid about that? Sorry, Gigi. But yeah, rebuking and rebuke and repute. He don't think we're no hits Jill. He thinks he's some kind of fucking guru and shit on the internet.
But
yeah.
So Ron Wyatt.
Yeah, your hero. What talk about your hero right now?
Yeah. Ron Wyatt is great. I love Ron Wyatt. He is such a voice for the truth and not trying to grift people from their mind.
Yeah. That's his hero he always talks about.
What appears to have been Noah's home at some point after he left the ark. This house had an extremely thick wall, and the windows were such that on the outside there was kind of a small opening.
This guy is Aiden's hero. He talked about.
Hold on. This guy's claiming that this house had windows, and he's claiming that Noah made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, in order for you to have windows, you have to have some pretty decent glass blowing techniques to be able to craft a pane of glass that's even vaguely transparent for you to be able to see out of, let alone translucent enough to allow a significant amount of light in. I somehow doubt that right after they got off the Ark, Noah just magically was able to get a glass blowing factory up and running so that he can get windows made for his house.
Stop it, Aiden. You are from here on in, henceforth and forevermore, forbidden to use the word blow. Stop it. Just stop it.
That's your hero.
Glass
You cause
blower.
so much mental damage. It's like every time I get one of those B2 drops on my forehead. Blow, blow, blow. Stop it, Aiden.
But Aiden, that's your hero, Ron Wyatt.
Well, God did it. I mean, come on.
God
gave him the knowledge.
Hold on. Retard, he could never hang out with any knowledgeable Christian in a formal debate setting, which is why he only exists on this channel, where that is obviously not the case. Are you calling the host of the show? Are you saying they're not knowledgeable? Is that what you're saying, Bill? Are you making? Are you saying something about that?
He can't read either.
No, I'm just asking you a question.
Can't read Jill or the Bible.
I'm asking you a question.
That's not what
You know,
this
it's strange to me. It's on the
It's
same.
a
question.
It's
I'm
under,
reading it again slowly this time.
it's under a similar vein.
Yeah,
when
use
you-
little
Oh,
words.
it's under a similar vein.
Fucking words.
Under a similar vein. He sounds
Use
like a
little
liberal.
fucking words. What are
when,
you
when
talking about?
earlier in the
doing?
conversation, earlier in the conversation, he asked if I was finished.
You
speaking.
misrepresent
And
everything
when
you
I
touch.
answered, and when I answered
Even the
whether I
comment
was done
section.
speaking with
You
no,
coward.
it said no, I am not done speaking.
You
he
are
then
just-
replied
this
with, "Oh, well,
proves
then he's not letting
Romans
anyone
1
speak."
to be
So it
true.
goes to show that when he was
It is-
asking
it is
the
a
question, "Are you
spiritual
done speaking?"
reality.
he wasn't actually asking the
Spiritual
question
lack.
in good faith. Because if he was asking the question, "Are you done speaking?" in good
liberal.
faith, and the person replied, "No, I am not
Man,
done."
you can't even
speaking,"
help yourself.
rather than just going on by saying, "Oh, well, then he's not interested in allowing anyone else to speak," he would have allowed the person to finish speaking. But he was not asking the question, "Are you finished in good faith?" He already had an answer to that question pre-prepared in his mind, which is what he used when I gave him the answer he was expecting. This is an example of intellectual dishonesty. This is a tool that is only found in the tool belt of charlatans and weak-minded people who are incapable of propping an argument up on the basis of truth or any logical basis whatsoever. So they instead resort to weaselish, snake-like tactics and then proceed to laugh and chuckle amongst themselves when they're called out. "Oh, I'm not upset over the fact that my ideas are being called out. I'm not upset over the fact that I've been revealed as a know-nothing charlatan. No, I'm laughing, so I can't be upset right now. Listen to my fake chuckle. Listen to my canned fake chuckle.
Nancy Pelosi.
I'm so clever. Look at me. I am
Actually,
Jill, the
you are the
austere scholar, sitting atop my hill of
bane
titanic
of
splendor,
fascism.
raining my wonderful glib
Jill.
moments of
Yes.
intellectual titanism upon everyone else upon me. Look upon my greatness, everyone, for
Aiden,
I am
he's
Jill,
dead,
the
Aiden.
titan of intellect.
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead already.
I'm having fun.
Yeah, the overkill is too much.
I'm having fun.
It was in the same vein.
I don't know what Jill's talking about now. He's over here. He's over here in the bush with a bunch of blow darts.
If I said it was
gives a damn about
You
your
didn't say that. You really didn't say that, Joe, but it was in the same vein.
Jesus fucking Christ. You cannot
Hold on, let Clockwork talk. Let Clockwork talk. Jill, Jill.
They can't read the Bible.
Hey, Jill, can you let Clockwork talk for a moment?
What good are you, dude? You just talked for like 15 seconds, and then I started talking, and you started.
No, you didn't let him talk. So
Shut up, liberal.
Yeah, make me shut up. How about you come here and make me shut
Shut up, liberal.
Yeah, how about you come here and make me? But you're not going to come and make me
Oh, let me
because you're
read
going to
the
keep
comment
sitting on
again.
your ass doing nothing with
I'm
yourself.
going to read the comment again for you slowly this time.
Okay, so that I can ask you.
You just misrepresent on purpose.
Do you realize that when
And
you
then
somebody,
say,
do you
"Oh,
realize
well,
that when
it was
somebody
in the
asks you a
vein."
question, when somebody
It
asks
was in
you a
it was in
question,
the
they can't be misrepresenting. When
feeling.
someone is asking you a
It was in the
question, they're
spirit
incapable
of
of
my
misrepresenting.
feelings. That's why.
So
That's why I said I lied because
What
that's
was
how
it?
I felt.
What was it that I asked you, Jill?
That's
Do
why
you
you
remember? Do you
told me
even remember what
how
I
it
asked you?
of
Can you
office.
please state me? Can you
Kicked
state
out
to
of
me
the
right
White
now
House
what I asked you?
on your fat
Can you
behind.
tell me what I asked you?
Because
Can
you
you just
said I need
demonstrate
you
that
guys.
you even know the
10
original
seconds.
content of what I asked you?
You
No,
cannot
you
even
can't.
read a
You
comment.
can't demonstrate.
And
He
reading a
can't even
comment
demonstrate that he knows what the
How
original
can we
question
trust you
was
with
in the first place. He doesn't know.
how can we
So
trust you with
why would
actual
he
news
focus on
about
the actual
Iran and
content
Iraq?
of what is being said?
Oh,
He's
man.
not going to focus on the actual
Iran
content.
and
He's
Iraq.
instead just going to focus on a bunch of irrelevant nonsense because that's really the essence of Jill. The essence of Jill is endless byway, endless distraction, endless pedant, endless tangent. It's just an endless byway with Jill. Let me just take you over here to this part of the conversation so I can pull the wool over your eyes a little bit more. Oh, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Oh, wait, he's not actually a man. He's a mental midget that's incapable of even cobbling a coherent sentence together. That's a shame. That's one of my favorite Brett Keane phrases from back in the day. You remember Brett Keane, Jill? You remember him from back in the day? Mental midget was a term that he used back in the day all the time that I have a special bit of appreciation for because it just suits people like you so well. It really does. Because you think of yourself as this big, really austere intellect that is just incapable of any wrongdoing whatsoever. And in reality, you're just revealed to be a know-nothing retard. That's the reality. That's the truth of things. And if you can't see it, then you're even blinder than my left eye, my friend. I'm sorry.
Wow, Aiden. So much hate and
The lying
anger.
liberal. I mean, you're a liberal too. I already told you, Jill. You're a liberal too. You're a liberal just the same as I am. I'm glad I was able to educate you on that. Everyone's liberal relative to somebody else, but relativity is the ultimate enemy of dogma, isn't it?
I kind of want
Relativity.
to hear the drooling and dribblings of Jill. Like I've had several samples of the low IQ, but I'm trying to see if maybe he's stupid or just pretending to be stupid.
I think he's intellectually dishonest. I don't think that he's actually like, for as much as I'm calling him a retard, I don't think that he's actually stupid. I just think that he's taken his mental capacity and used it to try and basically just be a debate bro on the internet. You know, I think he really enjoys getting reactions out of people. He really enjoys it when people freak out and get really angry at the things that he says. And I just find that interesting. You know, the fact that he thrives on people's strife, he thrives on people's anger and frustration. He gets happy about it. He laughs. He gets overjoyed at the notion that somebody is angry and upset and that they're full of strife. I don't think that that's necessarily in the same vein of what is encouraged by his Messiah, the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who actually advocated the propping up of their fellow man. Oh, you're a prostitute that's down on their luck in the slums? Here, let me give you a place to stay for the night. Let me talk with you about your concerns. Oh, you're a tax collector? You're one of the most maligned people in Hebrew society? Let me take you in and understand who you are. Let me hear your story so that maybe you can do something good for me as well. That's the essence of Christianity. But Jill isn't exactly somebody that reminds me of a Christian. Jill's a Pharisee. Jill's the kind of guy that sees a prostitute in the slums and he laughs at them. Jill's the kind of guy that he sees a tax collector and he comes up with the most clever remark he possibly can about what a scum-sucking lowlife that tax collector is. What a good embodiment of the Christian spirit of charity, love, and long-suffering Jill is, you know?
Right.
I just can't think of a better one. I really can't. It's almost like Jill doesn't actually believe any of this crap.
I mean,
it's almost like he doesn't believe it, and he only believes it as much as it is to browbeat other people so that he can feel better about himself. Let me talk down. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Dustin.
He certainly kicked the ladder over on his way over the top of the wall on me and claimed I wasn't a Christian. So like, oh look, I'm looking down at you and look at the ladder. Oh, you're about halfway up. Would be a shame if somebody. Whoops. Fucking idiot, dude.
Well,
like,
Dustin, you're still thinking about that comment because you're somebody who actually thinks about the consequences of the things that they say. Jill doesn't think about the consequences of the things that he say. Jill is glib enough. that he just throws things out there without a single care in the world for what the actual consequences of what he says are. The truthfulness, the consequences, how other people are going to react to it, that's all irrelevant. It's only relevant insofar as whether it's going to give him one of those big angry reactions that he cherishes so much. You know, I remember there was a character in the Bible that actually thrives off of suffering. There's a character in the Bible that like actually encourages other people to suffer and have strife and have horrible circumstances in their lives. And it wasn't God that encouraged that all the time. It wasn't God that wanted humanity to fail and be in the muck and mire of its own confusion and laugh at those circumstances. I don't think it was God that was. Who was it? Oh, geez.
Satan.
I'm trying to think. It was Satan. You're right. You're right. It was Satan that thrives off of humanity's lowliness. Right. It's actually God that tries to raise humanity up and bring humanity into a better circumstance for itself. He's actually God that's trying to save humanity, not laugh at the horrible downtroddenness that is human nature. I wonder why Jill is more in line with the character of Satan than he is with the character of Jesus. Huh. Hey, Jill, would you mind giving us an explanation for that? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hey, Achilles.
I mean, he's in a similar vein. I mean, Aiden.
Whoa, that is not what I was. He's in the comment section, Aiden. Okay, I happen to like Achilles. All right, please don't associate me in that direction. I like both of you, so I'm not disagreeing with you, but
Hey.
in this case, I kind of am.
Thank you, Achilles, for the comment. I appreciate it. But I got to be honest, okay? There's so many people that I see in this community that Jesus would weep at. I don't think he would be angry at them. I don't think that he would be frustrated. Maybe he would be a bit frustrated, but I think he would weep in their presence. Because I'm sure that plenty of those people are genuinely under the impression that they are carrying his words and his message forward. That they are embodying what it means to embody the spirit of charity and goodness and righteousness and long suffering and all of those things against which there is no law that Corinthians talks about. They're not interested in that.
I have a question, Aiden.
Yeah, I don't think you've read enough of scripture to make that determination. Okay.
Oh really? Oh really? Even though I quoted the scripture that has those things. I had the scripture quoted from where those things are. Jill, why do you relish so much in people's anger? Why do you relish so much? No, I'm asking you a question.
I don't.
I'm asking you a question. Why? But you do. You laugh.
I don't.
You laugh. You get amused.
You don't have a framework.
You get excited. You get amused. Why is it that you get so happy and excited when people are angry and frustrated with you?
You ready for an answer? I don't. So you don't have a framework to determine that. So shut the hell up, liberal.
Oh, so why are you laughing?
Dustin
all the time
has a
when
question.
When you laugh like
I'm
a
a happy guy.
girl, when you laugh like a little schoolgirl, when people are going through misery and frustration and heartbreak and all those horrible things, why is it that you're laughing? Why are you lighthearted while those people are going through those things, Jill? Because the savior that you're supposed to be following, last I checked, actually didn't do those things. Yeah, you are.
Because illegal immigrants are being arrested?
Yeah, you hear that love. You see that lighthearted tone in your voice? You're happy about that, aren't you?
To happen to
oh, you're happy, aren't you?
Oh, you idiot.
When somebody gets arrested, and they have to face a life of misery and hardship, you love that.
Liberal. That's the punishment for breaking the
law. When somebody is faced with suffering and indignity and all of those negative aspects of humanity, Jill creams his fucking shorts every single time.
Every time. That's a different story.
Oh, like all the people that
stop trying to conflate innocence with people who are not innocent.
No, I'm actually pointing out your behavior.
That is exactly what your father did.
I'm pointing out your behavior and pointing out how you relish in human misery. You relish in human misery.
In the Garden of Eden.
You relish in suffering. You relish in anger. You relish in all of those things. And he hates the fact that I'm holding the mirror up to his face right now and showing him who he is. And he doesn't have a single argument against it. Notice that. He doesn't have a single actual argument against what I'm saying.
The argument is that that's not the case.
deflect.
the argument.
That's not who I am, even though I've demonstrated
It's
that's
not
who
the
I
case.
am, even
And you
though
have
I've
no
shown through
framework
my
to determine
character
it.
that I couldn't be happier
He
when
doesn't want to
somebody's
hear the
angry with
argument.
me.
That's the
Aiden,
problem.
what
Even though I've
milligram
shown through my
Vyvanse do you
character
take?
that I could not possibly feel a higher degree of happiness and joy when somebody sitting across from me is angry and frustrated and incapable of properly communicating what they say to the other person. Jill just loves that. And I just wonder why he loves it so much. You know, I wonder why he takes so much joy in the lowering of people when his God is all about the raising up of other people.
How much Vyvanse do you take, Aiden?
And I wonder that about you too, Bruce. Why is it that you are so committed to lowering other people, to making other people feel worse about themselves, to browbeating other people into feeling that, oh my goodness, I'm just the lowliest, worst person on the entire planet. And if
I mean,
only
you're the
I
one
were,
calling
if only
people
I were as
faggots for
good
no
as
reason.
Bruce,
So I
if
mean,
only I
maybe you
were
should
as
ask
good and
yourself.
righteous and upright as Bruce, oh my goodness, my life would be so much better if I was as good as Bruce.
Hey, I don't call people faggots for no reason.
Oh, yeah, I called you a faggot for a reason because you're a
Okay,
faggot.
so ask yourself the same question.
No, I called you a
why
faggot
do
for a
you try
very
to
good
put people
reason.
down, Aiden?
I called you a faggot for a very
Specifically
good reason,
believers.
Bruce. No, I called you a faggot for a very good reason, Bruce. I called you one because I take a special joy in kicking the sandcastle down of people whose entire existence consists of going and kicking other people's sandcastles down, Bruce. That's what you do.
What, your
That is your
sandcastle
modus
of atheism?
operandi. You go around and make everybody feel like shit, and I enjoy making you feel like shit
Hey,
every once in a while, Bruce.
well,
I
you
do.
don't.
I really
Okay.
do.
I mean,
No, I can
nothing-
tell because it sticks with you because you bring it up months and months after it
Well,
happens.
you continue to do
sticks
it, and
with
it
you,
just
Bruce.
shows your ignorance.
No, there's been times where I haven't even
No.
called you a faggot for like 6 or 7 months, and you still bring it up, Bruce, because it sticks with you.
No, not about like
Because it
6 or
hurts your
7
fifi.
days.
No, it hurts your fifis, Bruce. I know it
No, it
hurts your
shows how much of a hypocritical poser that you really are, and that you're actually the one that's out here to insult people and bring people down, specifically Christians. Dustin, you're the same boat. I know you have Tourette's and all that stuff, but you need to just shut your mouth sometimes
Yeah, see
because
how
you
not
don't know what you're
upset Bruce
talking
is
about.
right
You're in
now?
the same
See,
boat.
Bruce isn't
I'll
upset at all
literally
right now.
be
Bruce
over
isn't
here
upset
talking
at
about
all
the
right
gospel to someone, and then Dustin
He
here,
doesn't
who claims
care
to be a Christian, just
You're
comes
not
over and
talking about
interrupts and
the
like
gospel,
insults.
Bruce. You're
Like
talking
that,
about
that,
people's
that, 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 that's what we
behavior,
got here.
and
That's
you're
what we got.
using the gospel as a leverage point. That's what you're doing.
Do you interrupt
manipulate
people who share
with
the gospel,
Bible.
Dustin?
Bruce, you
You're
use the
not
gospel
sharing
as
the
a
Bible.
cudgel.
You're manipulating the gospel to use it to make your point. That's the thing.
Yeah, you use the gospel as a cudgel.
Elevate scripture. You elevate scripture in order to elevate your own position.
Everything I say, Dustin, you attack and try to insult.
No, but that's just the thing, Bruce, is that we
Everything
don't
I say,
actually. You see, that's the
every
thing. It's not
stream,
as myopic as
every
the way that
sentence,
Bruce
every subject, Dustin, that's all you try to do is try to belittle me and break me down. Every stream, every
I don't
subject,
try,
every
Bruce.
time.
I don't try. I succeed.
You do.
Buddy.
Well, you do try. I mean, that one video, you did it for like 2 hours. Like, what is going on in your head that you feel the need to do that to someone trying to evangelize the gospel?
Because you're full of shit, Bruce.
See, there you
You're
go.
full of
You can't
shit.
have any
No, but it's-
logical conversation. You're full
What do
of
you mean?
feces, and that's all. That's all you could say is that I'm full of feces,
Hey, Gangster
and you
Goes.
don't even know what to
Gangster
say.
Goes. Hey, Gangster
You have
Goes.
no logic.
Hey,
No
Gangster Goes.
logic. No
Are you there,
logic.
Gangster Goes?
No logic.
Can someone call Gigi, please?
What?
Hey, Gigi, how's it going, buddy?
What?
I said, hey, Gigi, how's it going, buddy?
Oh, okay. How are you?
Oh,
what
bro,
changed
good.
the subject?
What is this wolf? Only a. You know what? Instead of using the S word, I'll use it for what it is. It's feces, fecal matter.
How
stool,
dare you?
poo.
Bruce, why do you have such a martyr complex? Like, you really do genuinely think that we're just against every single thing that you've ever said, every single thing that you've ever done.
Dude,
Bruce,
if it's
do you
from Bruce,
dude,
you're against it.
Dude, can you
That's how
just
it
like
is.
calm down for a moment and actually listen? Thank you, I appreciate it. So, Bruce,
I don't want to
do you
hear your
not know-
60-second
do you not
rants
know
about
that
whatever.
We have had conversations
I
in the
wish I
past
had
that
the
were civil.
ability to mute him.
Yeah,
We've
it
had
depends what
civil
mood you're in.
conversations in the past. So this idea that I'm just against everything that you've ever said irrationally for no reason is a misrepresentation, and you know it. So you're so against other people.
Yeah, it was more
misrepresenting
directed
people.
towards Dustin.
You're so against.
That was
people
more
mis-
directed towards Dustin, Aiden.
Come on, you said that towards me as well.
Yeah, it's more directed towards Dustin, but you still qualify to an extent. I love your impersonations. They're hilarious.
Compromised by the woke mind
What
virus.
a
Music.
straight bitch. What a straight
Aiden,
bitch.
are you familiar
such
with
a bitch? How
and
have
that's all
you made it
Dustin
to
could
this
say.
point?
You're full of shit.
How
You're
have
a
you
bitch.
made
Blah
it?
blah 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 blah. Nothing you say ever means anything. You're psychotic, dude.
Far
You're
in
psychotic.
life without somebody beating you to death with a
Oh, now you gotta go. Oh, I'm gonna come beat you up.
How? I want to know. How did you not get drowned? Like straight out of the womb. Like I need to know. I don't understand. Like how, dude? Who's put up with you and taken care of you to this extent where you have become like a plant that's gonna eat Seymour, man? Like what?
You know, Dustin, I got a
like
screenshot
this
of your
person
face
must have
when you
the
showed your
heart.
face
Look,
one day.
that person is the only proof that God exists because that is the heart of an angel. Okay, I might actually be able to turn Aiden. Like there's no way on God's great earth you've made it to this. If you were born to a monkey, they would have drowned you.
Blah blah. You have no logic.
Oh my goodness!
Read a book.
Hold on. Look at Jill's desperate reinterpretation of history in the side chat. Aiden was so triggered by my ICE hotline, he tried to call me a Christian fascist. Well, I never called you a fascist. I was actually trying to make the point that if you yourself are not a fascist, which I actually started off of the assumption that you weren't a fascist, not that you were one. I know that starting on the assumption that you weren't a fascist is more charitable, so it looks bad for your representation of me. But that is what happened. You can go back and check. So when I assumed that you weren't a fascist, I was making the point that because you aren't a fascist, that you are more liberal on the topic of fascism than a fascist is.
Weren't you like validating fascism though?
Thereby,
weren't you like sticking up for it?
Where was I doing that, Bruce? Can you quote?
I don't know. Weren't you? I thought when I logged on or came on,
where was
you were
that?
like,
Where was that? Where was that? Can you give me a quote where I was defending fascism? Because it sounds like you just pulled that out of your booty hole, Bruce.
No. Are you for fascism?
No, I'm not. I'm vehemently against fascism.
So then why are you a liberal?
Well, liberals aren't fascists. I don't know if you realize.
I
don't know if you realize this. I don't know if you realize this. Now, Bruce, let me just ask you. Do you think that people had more freedom or less freedom under Nazi Germany, Bruce?
Less.
Which one? Less? Okay.
So now let me give you an example.
Liberalism as an example of liberation. Because that's where the etymology of liberalism comes from. I don't know if you realize that, but it comes from liberation.
But now, Aiden, what do you call companies that are?
What do you know about?
Shut up! Shut up! We already established you have no logic. I don't want to talk to you.
I want to know.
I want to know. I'm busted. I want to talk. Bruce, shut up! Aiden, what do you call companies that get booted? Yeah, Bruce, shut up! You're so stupid. I'm Dustin. I want to say. Okay, now I actually want to say something logically because I'm done. Oh, Bruce said something. Shut up, Dustin. Shut up, Bruce. Oh my God.
Did you just lose the plot and refer to Dustin as himself for a moment?
Oh, Bruce said something. Shut up, Bruce. You're so stupid.
You lost the
you
plot
know what you're talking about. That's all you ever do.
My name is Bruce. I can't keep track of my
comes out of your mouth. It's just straight up.
I expect people to think that I can keep track of the plot of reality, but I can't even keep track of the plot of the
now,
bit that I'm doing.
Aiden. Now just listen, buddy.
Hold on, everybody. Bruce, hold on. What changed the subject? We'll talk about something else, okay?
How about butterflies? Can we talk about butterflies?
No. We'll talk about the fact that Bruce's favorite guy is a guy named
Ron Wyatt.
Mark Yeah, Ron White. That's your favorite guy. We'll talk about Ron White. Wait, is it true that you have a picture of Ron White on your wall and like a ball mark Ron White doll?
To be honest with you,
What?
Not too familiar with Ron Wyatt.
What do you think, Dustin?
And Aiden, we never had problems as far
I
as I'm
think he has
concerned.
a picture of
Josh.
Ron Wyatt tattooed on his back.
Yeah.
I think he's got a Ron Wyatt tramp stamp.
Ron Wyatt.
Yeah. He's
this guy? I imagine the archaeological guy. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with him.
He's known as a fraud.
Whenever I hear the Wyatts, I think of this missionary
Wyatt.
family to South Africa. That's usually what I think of when I hear the
I always
Wyatt.
think of Wyatt Earp.
He's been a missionary in South Africa for like 35 years.
Is that you?
Wyatt jerk.
No. I'm not familiar with this Ron Wyatt guy.
Jill, have you ever heard of Ron Wyatt?
Oh, we're not talking
I
about a
bet you-
subject that Jill deigns is relevant, so Jill isn't actually here right now.
Oh, okay. Well,
by the way, I just want to go back.
Go ahead.
Aiden was so triggered by my ICE hotline. He tried to call me a Christian fascist. See,
I called the
this is
number.
what
I thought I was going to get a popsicle.
This is what I'm talking about. See, he gets so much joy out of misrepresentation. He gets so much joy out of miscategorization. He really does enjoy it quite a bit. And I'm pretty sure that that's much more in keeping with the spirit of Satan than it is in keeping with the spirit of Christ.
Says the atheist.
Yeah. I mean, Bruce, do you think that an atheist is incapable of telling you anything that's true in this world?
Oh,
do you think that because I'm an
Aiden, I'm sure
atheist,
you can
I'm
tell me it's
therefore
cold
going to tell you that the sky is green?
Well, I'd have to. I don't. It might actually be green where you're at because I know you're more way north.
It's going to be more green after I have this.
I saw Northern Lights once where I'm at in like Central America, in the Midwest. And it was like -30, and it was like in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere. It's the only time I've ever seen Northern Lights.
They're beautiful, man.
Dude, it was incredible, bro. Like
electrical corona.
I usually get to see the Big and Little Dipper every night, though.
Oh, nice. Sorry, Gigi, you're just trying to say something?
Bruce, Aiden, his favorite guy of all time is Ron Wyatt. He loves some Ron Wyatt. He talked about how much he loves him, and he changed his mind about religion. He stopped following Charles Darwin and stuff like that. Right, Aiden?
I
told me that
I
today,
actually
right?
pray that Aiden changes his mind one day and comes to Christ.
Right?
Amen.
That's not because I
Shut
want
up,
Aiden
Bruce!
wrong, because I don't.
You said amen! Shut up! Up goes the weasel.
Are you all right, Bruce?
No, I don't think he is.
But
Bruce is like, I swear, if there was ever a Rorschach test.
Wow.
I think
literally
Christian,
how Dustin is. Like, I'll
know-
say amen, and he'll tell me to just shut the F up.
Do you know what my best example of long suffering I can possibly think of is? And I'm not even joking here. The best example I can think of the virtue of long suffering is how Christian will continue to engage with conversations with Bruce about a subject that Bruce has knowingly misrepresented dozens and dozens of times.
It's actually him that's misrepresenting
That
the
is the
scripture.
perfect representation of long suffering.
Here,
No,
I can
I'm
think of
saying that
10
you're
other
misrepresenting
examples. How about,
his
here,
argument. I'm
let me
saying
give
you're
you a better
misrepresenting
example of
his
long
viewpoint.
suffering, Aiden. Going and living in a unestablished area in Africa where there's no internet, no running water, no electricity, no one speaks the same language, and there's not even Bibles or scripture in their languages, and it's all up to you to translate it. That's
What
long
country in
suffering.
Africa? What country in Africa is like that?
I'm
Bruce? Because you just
kind of wondering.
There's a
described-
lot of them, dude.
What are you
No, I
talking
seriously,
about,
I want
Bruce?
you to produce one. He's just pulling a bunch of stereotypes out of his ass,
Aiden,
cobbling them together.
there are
and then
many
serving them on a
tribes
steaming
and
plate.
cities in Africa
That is
that are not established.
110% what
I mean,
he's
one
doing
country
right now,
in
Aiden.
Africa right now where there is
Congo.
no Bible.
Congo.
There's no really. Do you want me to tell you the history?
Actually, no,
of Congo?
not Congo. Uganda's one of them.
because the king of the Congo became Catholic in the 1500s.
Aiden, there's lots of languages spoken through many different tribes in Africa that don't have the scriptures in their language.
Like what? Like just one example would be great.
He doesn't have an example.
I'll message you. I'll throw it in the side chat.
Bruce, can you unblock me on Facebook?
No.
Did you really get so triggered by Gangster Ghost that you blocked him? God, you are a snowflake, Bruce.
You ain't making
really
you
are
ain't
a
photoshopping
snowflake.
my face, bro.
You want to talk about snowflakes? Bruce is the biggest snowflake that I know in this community.
Hey, he can make Photoshop.
I'm gonna
of you,
call
Aiden,
other people
not me.
liberals all day long, but I'm gonna cry a river when somebody uploads an image of my face.
Yeah, I put the language in the chat, Aiden, if you do want to look into it.
Newbie? Okay.
Oh.
Let me take a look.
But Bruce, I need to tell you about Jill. Jill, yeah, he believes in God, but he's a what they call a hardcore. Oh no, I was gonna say Calvinist.
What?
Yep, he's a.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's
Jill, is this true? Are you a Calvinist? Oh, I remember Gangster telling me about you. Now I remember. Jill, are you a Calvinist?
Dude,
All right,
Bruce,
Aiden, let's hang out.
I swear to God, somebody
Just a quick
I'm gonna go hang out with Aiden.
No, wait. Just a quick fact check on Bruce. Bruce listed Uganda as one of the countries in Africa that is
Lying
not
liberals are
Christian.
still at it, huh?
Uganda is a majority Christian country. According to the most recent census, 82% of the population identifies as Christian.
How much?
82% of the population.
82%.
No one believes anything you say.
But
liberal.
Uganda is a non-Christian country. According to Bruce,
Not-
Uganda, not a
especially
single
statistics.
Christian in Uganda.
Yeah,
Never believe what a liberal says about any statistic.
Inaccurate.
Ever.
84%, Bruce.
Okay, everybody.
Inaccurate, bro.
Jill, are you a Calvinist?
Am I a Calvinist? I do lean towards the reform position, yes.
All
I'm not
right,
a
Aiden,
Calvinist.
when you
Let
want
me
to
give
chill,
you the
bro?
Tulip
Let's beat
challenge.
this guy up. Let's go beat this guy up.
Let's unite against Jill. He's a Calvinist, Bruce. Did you know
Well,
that?
Aiden, you're pretty much an atheist. That
You're an atheist,
listens
my
to
guy.
Calvinist
So
teaching.
I wouldn't even have
he's
that
a
discussion.
Calvinist,
with you.
and yet, Bruce.
That's an
and yet,
in-house debate.
I
You're-
agree more
you're
on
in
your
the yard.
worldview
You're in
than
the
Jill
backyard.
agrees with your worldview.
You're in the doghouse. This is
Jill
an in-house
disagrees
debate.
with more of your worldview than I do.
You know,
Did
I'm
know
gonna go
that?
hang out with Daniel because I'd rather hang out with an
Thank
Orthodox
God.
than a Calvinist.
Get out.
Yeah,
of
no
here,
Calvinist,
kidding.
please.
No
and then
kidding.
just an ignorant person with no logic and Tourette's. I don't want to. Yeah.
Says the guy that's called a country that's 82% Christian. Non.
That's not true.
82%
That is not
Christian.
true.
Oh
That is
my
not
God. 82%
Oh, that's
Christian.
hilarious.
What
Oh,
did you do? Did you
God.
Google that? I'm gonna send that to him.
He got that from ChatGPT.
Yeah. See,
I'm just
guarantee
wondering,
you,
like,
bro.
where's the source of your joy right now, Jill? I'm just wondering. Let's isolate this right now. You're
I'm
getting a lot of
taking
joy
joy in
right
your
now.
ignorance.
Where
I'm
are you
sorry,
getting
yeah.
joy? Oh,
From
you're
your
getting
ignorance.
joy out of ignorance. Why would
From
you
your
get joy
ignorance.
out of ignorance? Let's unpack this really
It's
quick.
it's
What about
quite
my ignorance
remarkable,
brings
actually.
you joy? No. I'm just wondering. What about
Quite
my
sad.
ignorance brings you joy?
It's tears of sadness.
Oh, so you're
Also.
laughing. You're laughing.
Yeah,
even though you're sad?
it's
See, this
Yeah,
is
I laugh to keep myself from crying.
This is Jill's bullshit
We
unmasked
laugh to keep
for everybody to
ourselves from
see. This is
crying.
Jill's
I mean, it's
bullshit
really
unmasked.
sad, though.
Even
You
though
are
even though
pointing out
Jill
the
will
fact that it
deny
is
that
sad.
he loves human suffering, even though Jill will deny that he loves human misery
Okay, so
and
he
all
was
of those
opposed to
negative
being
aspects of
ignorant.
humanity,
Now he
and we
wants to
just
bring
demonstrated
up
that he loves ignorance.
human
He laughs at
suffering.
ignorance. He just finds it great.
Laughing at his ignorance.
He finds all of
And
those
so when
negative
it gets
aspects of
online,
humanity to be
pontificate.
sources of
Aiden?
joy. Do you know who else? Do you know
And
who
then
else?
gets destroyed, and now he brings
Aiden.
up human suffering.
I'm just wondering. No. I'm just
Aiden?
curious. Jill, can you
Jill?
answer me? Something?
Stop
Aiden?
pontificating,
So
and
the
then you won't be embarrassed.
character
And then you won't
of
have to bring
Jesus,
up
the character of
human
Jesus in the
suffering
Bible.
to
Where
cope
did the character of
as a
Hello?
coping mechanism.
Hello?
Gigi, can you mute Bruce real quick? Because I'm trying
Oh,
to have
you
a
can hear
conversation.
me? Oh, I had a
I'm
question.
trying
You're
to have
not
a
having a
conversation.
conversation, actually. You're just
I'm trying to have a
talking over.
conversation.
So
So,
I had a question.
that being said,
you can listen to
does
yourself
the character of Jesus ever
because no one
laugh at
cares
ignorance
about
in
you.
the Bible? Does the character of Jesus
Yeah,
ever laugh at
you can
ignorance
talk
in
to
the
yourself.
Bible? No, I'm just wondering, Jill. When
Jill,
did
I have
Jesus
a
ever
question
laugh
for
at
Jill.
ignorance in the Bible? When did
Because
he
you
ever
don't
laugh at
allow
ignorance?
for a response, so
Jill?
you can come to yourself.
When did he
You
ever
don't care
allow?
about
When did
yourself.
he ever laugh at ignorance in
Okay.
the Bible? I'm just
Maybe
curious.
All right,
I'll
so
call this
why don't you answer
866.
yourself?
Oh,
He
hi,
never laughed at
Jill.
ignorance in
Since
the
you
Bible.
sit up here and
Aiden, I have a
To
question for
answer
Jill.
the question,
like you're
then
so
he never
smart,
once laughed at
Aiden,
and then when you
ignorance.
get called out,
Aiden,
he
He
don't
never
care
once
about
laughed
human
at ignorance.
suffering.
One time.
Jill.
When did I say you
Jill,
don't care about human suffering? When
Gangster.
did I say that?
Clay. Hi,
Oh,
Clay.
Hey.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey,
Gigi.
it's Clay. Hey.
Gigi.
I was thinking about what you said, Bruce, and you're right that I should definitely get my kid back.
Yeah, you should. For
What you
sure.
say, Aiden?
Could you mute everybody real quick just so I can make a statement uninterrupted? I'd appreciate that.
Attention!
All right, thank you.
Aiden has to make a.
Can you? Thank you. Appreciate it. So, the point that I was making earlier was, when does the character of Jesus ever laugh at ignorance in the Bible? When does the character of Jesus ever laugh at a man being arrested or, any form of human misery whatsoever? My contention wasn't that Jill doesn't care about human misery. As a matter of fact, if Jill didn't care about human misery, that would actually be preferable. It would be preferable, because not caring about human misery is, in my opinion, less abhorrent than actively relishing in misery. Because that's what Jill does. Jill relishes in human misery. Jill relishes in all that is negative. Jill relishes in all that is against the uplifting of anybody that he disagrees with. Because I'll qualify that. He doesn't mind uplifting Christians. He doesn't mind uplifting Christians as long as they agree with him and they agree with his viewpoints. He doesn't mind affirming those people. The people he does mind affirming in any way, shape, or form are those that disagree with him. As a matter of fact, he does everything he can to kick them into the dirt and make them feel bad about themselves and laughs at them while doing so, just as such a good embodiment of the good-natured character of Jesus. The character of charity and long-suffering and all those things against which there is no law that the Bible talks about. That's what Jill embodies when he laughs and makes fun of and belittles people for things which are negative. I just wonder where he gets that in the Bible, because it's not from Jesus. He doesn't get it from Jesus. Jesus never does that. God never does that. None of the apostles ever do that. Oh, wait, Paul does that really briefly, but then he gets blinded and falls off of his donkey on his way to Damascus for 3 days. So actually, there is a character that goes around belittling and killing and doing all those horrible things to other people, and he gets struck down for it. So I think Jill might want to take that into consideration before he just keeps on going about how much he loves all the negative aspects of the human condition.
Okay.
The fact that you mute everyone to let that moron say that, it really is.
He's so salty.
done?
Listen to the
Finally?
tears. Listen to the tears.
Hold on, everybody.
I bet you
up,
pay his
Bruce!
StreamYard just
But he doesn't use this guy when other people are trying to
Shut up!
So
Well, you
he'll
do probably
never be
pay
able
his
to create an
StreamYard
actual
subscription.
platform that's actually.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
How much you pay for
I
StreamYard?
pay for. I'm on Restream right now, genius.
Yeah.
You don't even know the platform that you're talking
go
about. That's
ahead.
how ignorant you are. You can't even pay
Oh.
attention to what platform you're on. That's how
It looks very
stupid you
similar,
are, Bruce.
same colors.
That's how stupid you are.
Oh my god, you didn't notice you're not on StreamYard.
You didn't notice the basic facts of reality. Yeah, that's
He's
pretty
not going to
stupid,
mute this
Bruce.
guy to let
Pretty
anybody else
stupid.
talk.
They're
But
like,
no,
literally, who
everybody else-
literally mutes people to just let some...
Go ahead, Jill. What do you want
Is
to say,
he
Jill?
muted?
Sorry about that, Jill. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness! Thank God. Whew. Man, this guy goes on for 5-10 minutes and says nothing. What was he crying on about? I don't even remember. Oh, he said that he somehow found the definition of what it means to be a Christian, and I don't qualify. Well, again, Aiden, we can care less what definitions you prop up as what Christianity is to try to leverage it against anyone who claims to be a Christian. You've already demonstrated in front of everyone that you have no idea what you're talking about anything, let alone Christianity, an ancient religion that has different ideas and terms and concepts that you are currently obviously foreign to you. So I mean, I really can care less what your opinion is, but thank you for sharing again. I really do appreciate the fact that you can share your feelings and your opinions.
I've truly never seen somebody bumble and mumble and stumble over arrogance.
Well, I don't remember your argument. To be honest,
I really truly have never.
I don't remember your argument. So yes,
sorry. Okay. Hey, Gigi, can I cry about muting him now because he cried about me being.
Well, can you repeat your argument again? Because I really wasn't listening.
So you can misrepresent it again?
Well, no, I wasn't listening.
No, because you're an energy.
I agree with you. I just rambled on. I wasn't listening. So can you repeat?
Oh, let me just. Can
you repeat your non-argument again?
So let me give you some more of your time.
Go ahead. I want to hear it.
Why are you so stupid?
You said that I'm not a Christian. You said that I don't act like a Christian.
My question is, why are you the embodiment of human retardation? That's my question.
Okay. According to who?
Why
when I go to answer, you start talking.
Paramecium? Why is it that a
when I go to answer, you start talking and ask me another question.
Why is it that paramecium is more capable of intellectual thought and intellectual honesty than you?
Can I answer your first question
before
you ask
No, you're not allowed to actually.
Oh my goodness! What a
You're
liberal!
bad.
What a liberal.
I just figured because while you're engaging in bad faith arguments and not actually listening, I would engage you with about the same amount of intellectual honesty that you do.
You're mean.
I never said that.
You make people sad. You put people down when they act like a clown, and if you don't, you'll end up getting messed around and then rooted out of your town.
Is there any more rhymes you could come up with? That was a pretty good chain.
That's all I got.
Bruce, a rapper, you are not, my friend. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I confirm that. Yes.
But Bruce, would you ever like to debate Jill?
How would you debate him? He doesn't even listen to anything but himself. I feel like the only person Jill could debate is himself. If he put it,
if he recorded
his argument,
you actually moderated a very civil debate between myself and some Calvinists.
Yeah, and did I ever step in between that? Did I ever do anything to disrupt or step?
Not during the debate, but afterwards, you most definitely did.
Well, yeah, afterwards for sure, but afterwards wasn't the debate anymore, was it?
No, it wasn't. We should have made you sign a non-disclosure and a confidentiality agreement where you.
Hey, if you would have done that, I would have helped you to it. I would have.
Liberal lunatics.
You're a liberal, Jill. I already explained that to you. If you don't want to, if you can't accept reality for what it is, that's fine. That's not.
Accept reality.
I very much do accept reality.
No, I'm not talking to you, Bruce. You're actually willing to accept reality more than Jill is.
I'm actually a master of reality. I've listened to the Black Sabbath album.
Wow.
Yeah.
We don't accept your reality.
Obey your master, master.
I can't listen to that.
It's basically all I know out of that song. It's a good song.
Rocket engines burning fuel so fast.
There we go.
Sky so fast.
Come on, Bruce. Just embrace it for a moment. Bruce, embrace it for a moment. Just one moment. Come on. Embrace it. You know you want. Just embrace the darkness, Bruce. You know you want it.
Aiden?
Come to the darkness. I cannot hear you at all.
Aiden? Aiden?
Bruce? Bruce?
All right, I get it.
Wow.
He disappeared. Jill, I have a question for you, Jill.
Yeah, I wouldn't even bother asking. He's not going to actually listen.
Gigi, I'll be right back. I'll answer your question and I'll be right back.
Answering a question requires you actually listening in the first place, Jill.
Aiden, I have a question for you. When did you first realize you love Juan Wyatt? You said the other day. You said
I already told you.
In 1990.
I already told you. It was right around the same time that you signed an agreement giving me all of your possessions.
Just joking with you. I'm pulling what we like to call a clay on you.
No, it's fun. I appreciate it. No, this has been a good stream. Honestly, this has been a heck of a lot more intellectually stimulating than just sitting around doing my work all day long. I've still been doing that, but I've been doing this in the background.
Yeah. You know what time it is?
What time is it, my friend?
It's time to get serious.
Oh, snap. I feel like Jill is just like a hostage right now. I feel like we have taken Jill hostage because he's genuinely of the opinion that, like, if he left at this point, that would be a defeat. You'd be, like, losing, ostensibly, if he left right now. So he has to be here. He has to stay here and waste his time endlessly on it. See, he likes to think of himself as this troll who, oh, I'm going to waste your time. Go ahead and state your statement so I can ignore it again. Her. And yet he's been held captive in this room for hours on end because he's so desperate to clench any iota of victory from the jaws of defeat. Just the sunk cost fallacy. Beautifully demonstrated for everybody to see. All 6 people watching this right now, I hope you recognize just as thoroughly as I do what a sad state of affairs it would be to stay in a live stream, not because you want to be there, but because you want to try and clench something out of that event, because you want something out of that event. That's why I like doing these casually, because I don't come into these rooms hoping to gain a single thing. I don't hope to gain anything other than good conversation with good people. That's all I'm looking for. I'm not one of these debate bros that comes in here actively trying to grasp a win out of the situation. Oh, let me get one over on this guy. Let me get one over on that guy. Let me laugh at this person and all the negativity that surrounds them, but then claim that I don't like that stuff. I'm actually laughing out of sadness. I'm laughing because I'm just so sad. That's what sad people do. When they're confronted with something that's extremely sad, they laugh at it. Yeah. They relish in it.
Think of that show Dan Pazzi had about you.
Was it about me?
I don't know, but he talked
about me a lot from what I remember. I thought it was funny because it just goes to show that I can trigger Dan in a way that just gets him so freaking riled up. And I don't know why. I don't know why I have that effect on him, because I'm not intending to. I'm not trying to get him super dodeca riled up, but there just must be something about pointing out his crap in the way that I do that just really gets under his skin.
Yeah. I can't wait for next week. I'm going to go on a vacation. It's going to be crazy.
What's that?
Next week, the 2nd, I'm going to be going on a vacation.
I'm excited for you, man. You've got to be super excited. Is this going to be your first time traveling overseas?
Yeah. First time I've ever been on an airplane.
And are you going out primarily to, like, are you going out primarily to see friends, or are you going out to see an event, or?
First, I'm going to stay first in America with my friend from the UK to go to Epic Universe, the Florida, and then after that, go to Tennessee, see a country concert. And after that, to Boston, because that's the way to UK. Then going to UK to London, I'll see all kinds of stuff like Back Future Play, all kinds of stuff. It's gonna be awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I've got 4 more hours worth of my shift left, so Jill better come back and argue, because I need somebody to keep this time.
Oh.
I need somebody to let this time go by. So Jill better come back and argue with me for the next 4 hours.
Can we talk about your obsession you have for Ron Wyatt? You talk about... I'm just tired.
If you don't want us to talk about that crap anymore, we don't have to, buddy. I just find it entertaining. I personally find it amusing.
Dustin!
What's up?
We miss
Yeah,
you, little
I'm here.
guy.
That's okay. You'll get more out of me.
Dustin.
What's that?
We're on the show last night. Isn't you heard a guy named Jake that came on there?
That was you.
Why you say that was me?
I could pick you out of a crowd if I was blindfolded and had one nose plug in. Okay, I know who you are.
That's funny.
Oh, why you say that? You say I was pulling a brother bike does to Lupin.
I can hear you with my eyeballs. Stop playing me. I know who you are. Like your DNA oozes from the speakers. I can smell you. No, please don't even for a second play. Don't test my intelligence when it comes to things like that. Okay, I can identify people from anything. This is one of my very few limited gifts on this planet.
Oh, why you think that was me?
Oh, okay, I quit.
Guys, we're having far too much fun. We need to get miserable again. Jill, come back so we can all be angry and argue with each other again.
But you say I put a brother Pike on Tim? How dare you?
Oh, I can actually speak now that freaking Bruce is out of here. Dude, I swear the only thing Batman about him is his mouth.
It was crazy. But Dustin.
What?
It's gonna be so crazy next week. I'm going to a vacation.
I know.
We're going on a trip.
Dustin.
I'm kind of excited for you, buddy.
Dustin,
Just stay away from Wild Part.
why? He's in the wild.
His official name is Mild.
Dude, okay, that works. Bart Milder. Because it's the most crooked thing on the planet. You shoot it at the ground and it hits you in the nose every single time.
Sounds like a Proverbs guy's plot.
Are you there?
That would be Pagan's guys plot. I would agree with you.
Aim the gun at the opponent and it fires right back into their face.
Oh, Dustin, you know your best buddy Dan Pazzi was here yesterday?
I can't stand that dude.
What is there not to like about me, Dustin? I'm great.
The Polynesian wife, the fact that you think that you being a manager has something to do with your labor. I mean, there's a list of things. Your eyebrows are like, I think they're registered as foreign weapons in like 3 different countries.
I'm pretty sure that he got those out of like a French Guianan valley somewhere, and they're probably like a near extinct species at this point. I would imagine that to be the case. They probably need to set up a UNESCO heritage site around his face.
Missing link. It's on his face. I mean,
but
dear God in heaven, that face would be immortalized in like textbooks for forever to come. Oh, Aiden, are you familiar with phlostogen?
No, I can't say I am.
Dude, you need to look this up, okay? Because phlostogen was the dominating theory around fire before they discovered oxygen.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. That theory took almost like 30 years to die after the discovery of oxygen as the main theory of fire.
And how do you spell it?
PH. It starts with a PH. I couldn't spell it off the top of my head, but if you need, I can scrounge up a couple links and send them to you. But Google
is a hypothetical. I think I might have gotten the wrong one. Hypothetical substance by 17th and 18th century.
That's correct.
To explain combustion and other related. Okay. So
that is exactly correct.
It describes a material that had to have been present in order for fire to occur. Okay, so that's basically an early explanation as to why fire has the properties that it does. Because I imagine that had to be something that was seriously troublesome to early scientists. You know, like, why is this fire burn now, but it doesn't burn when I submerge it? You know, like... That's something that seems obvious to us, but it's not something that's obvious.
Well, they were messing around with mercury oxides, right? And once they figured out that they could isolate the oxygen and have it release, that was the proof they needed in order to prove oxygen as a element, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting,
for
bro.
sure.
Like it's amazing how our misconceptions can make us hold on to a wrong conclusion.
Go ahead, Gigi.
I have a question. Dustin, do you remember yesterday you were talking about that how much you love to hunt, you hunt for fun? That's why your name is Buck.
No, I have no idea what you're referring to.
He's starting to gaslight people. Clay's been a bad influence on him, man. I'm telling you, we need to get Clay away from Gigi.
Sorry.
Gigi.
Next thing you know, he's gonna have little baby pictures of me posted up on a Facebook page that I don't even
Hey,
own.
Jill, I've got 4 hours until my shift is up, so you're
I'm
going to be
back.
able to keep
What was
arguing
your,
with
what was
me
your
for
question, Gangster?
Oh, I have a question. You said you're a Calvinist, but what set of Christianity are you?
What's that?
What set of Christianity are? Well, I mean, what set of Protestant set of Christianity? Because I know you're a Protestant. What set of that are you? A Baptist, Lutheran, Methodist, Presbyterian, all that stuff.
I really don't have a denomination, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, okay. Just one.
Non-denominational, you would say.
Yeah, denomination requires you to actually like hold fast to positions rather than just like slipping around them all the time. So, yeah.
Oh, is this the guy that when I laughed at his ignorance, conflated that laughter with laughing at suffering, people suffering?
Oh, no. I actually conflated that with how you do the exact thing that you claimed not to do.
Is there ignorance suffering?
I actually claimed that you were
I
doing the
agree.
exact thing that you denied that you were doing because you made the claim that you were
I actually
sad.
agree with that. Your ignorance is suffering.
I mean, like, if that's the case, then why were you sad? Are you sad right now? Are you
In
sad? Are
in
you
a
sad
sort of
right
a
now?
way,
Are
in
you-
a roundabout way.
I don't think
it
you
is.
are.
It is
I'm
suffering.
somewhat skeptical of your sad.
You're right.
Jill, I've got 4 hours until I'm done with my shift. Do you think you're going to be able to stick around that long and argue with me for that amount of time? Because this has been really good at passing the time while I've been at work. Do you think you're going to be able to stick around for another 4 hours? Oop, hold on. My headphones cut out. I'm going to have to reapply those to get your answer.
We can hear you. Are you there, Jill?
All right, I can get your answer now. Do you think you could stick around for another 4 hours? Jill?
Me? Oh no, I would stick around for 4 hours for you.
Oh, I'm asking Jill just because, like, I don't actually need to think when I contend with Jill, but I still contend with him. So it still activates the part of my brain that, like, makes time go by faster than it would otherwise. So if he can keep this argument going with me for another 4 hours, he would help my shift go by a lot faster. All right. So now that he's not here and he's mouthing
I
off.
honestly think I would be a better arguing partner with you, Aiden.
Well, yeah, but the problem is, Dustin, is you would make me think. That's the difference. is that if we have an argument, you make me think and you make me access the higher parts of my brain, and I can't do that while I'm working. I can't do both of those simultaneously. I'm using the higher parts of my brain to work. I'm using whatever's left over to do whatever I am with Jill right now. And that part,
using the automatic functions.
Yeah, like the 20% of my brain. Yeah. Like the 20% of the brain that I am currently using, if it's not being used and it just sits there and doesn't do anything, time goes by so interminably slow. But if I can keep that part occupied, then time doesn't go by quite a bit.
It keeps pinging you the whole time. Ping, ping, ping. I need something to do. I need something to do. I need.
The Bible says God walks on and laughs at people like Aiden. I would love to see the part of the Bible where it says God mocks and laughs at people like Aiden, because I'm pretty sure the Bible says that God will not be mocked, and God will not be mocked as part of the Bible. But I don't remember the part where God relishes and laughs at people's ignorance. I'd have to find the passage for that. I'm sure Jill will pull it up. I'm sure Jill will get right to pulling that up.
Because the only reason he would know is because he's been mocked, relished again.
What I love more than anything else is that when you like spend time like trying to explain your position to Jill, and he just gives you the most uncharitable, intellectual, dishonest reply in return. Like, people should just start treating him that way. They really should. People should just start giving the most blatant misrepresentations of his views as they possibly can during these conversations. So, like, he's talking about, like, the Black Hebrew Israelites or something like that and making a point about them. Then you can make, like, a counter argument like, no, sir, that's absolutely ridiculous. The sky is not purple, and I have an abundance of evidence to prove that the sky is not purple. That's an absurd position. If you just do that and you just like bring the energy that Jill does to conversations right back at him, oh my gosh, that would be great. That'd be great. And I'm so magnanimous that I'm willing to share my trade secrets with him in the room. I'm so confident that this will trigger him that I'm literally sharing it right in front of him because I don't actually give a shit if he listens to it. Because he's so incapable of actually listening to what people are saying in a given conversation that he'll just misrepresent what I'm saying right now in the future anyway. He'll just think that what
I'm gonna buy you a Mr. Peanut suit and a monocle.
Ew, that's nasty, Dustin.
I'm gonna buy him one. I'm gonna buy him a Mr. Peanut suit and a monocle. I'm gonna do that. He deserves one.
Mr. What?
He did laugh at his ignorance of the Bible because he pontificates.
Mr. Peanut suit.
Ew.
I'm still waiting for that.
I don't
Bible
understand what's gross about that.
Yeah, he's saying Mr. Peanut.
3 asada tacos.
Oh, okay.
I'm still waiting for that Bible quote, Jill, where God laughs at people's ignorance. I'm just waiting for that because it's not like you can just claim that you didn't say that. That's in the chat now. I'm gonna hold on real quick. Somebody grab a screenshot of that so that when he tries to slipperily deny that he said that in 2 minutes, we can just kind of like grab that and show him that. No,
If I dive off to get a screenshot, I'll end up leaving, but I'll be right back.
Oh, I don't care anywhere near enough for someone to actually take a screenshot.
Okay.
I'm just trying to make the point that he can't slip around that like he does when he verbally makes a booty chatter nonsense claim. No, you made it
Booty
on
chatter nonsense. Yes, we need to bring that back. I'm bringing chatter back. The booty nonsense. Yeah. The boys don't know how to act. Yeah.
If you look
Talk
up
to
booty
me,
chatter nonsense in the dictionary, Jill's smiling face will be looking right back at you.
Booty chatter nonsense. You don't have to like evil AJ. You don't have to love evil AJ.
You don't have to love evil AJ. You don't even have to like evil AJ.
I'll show you something.
Sure.
Can you do that?
That's
Abe?
Christian blasting out of the conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, did I tell you, Dustin? It's great. I'm actually holding Jill hostage right now. I'm actually like, not even through any threat of duress. That's the best part. I haven't threatened him. I haven't done anything to keep him here by force of will or anything. I'm holding him hostage by the fact that he's still hours after the fact that he was blatantly demonstrated to be a know-nothing retard that's just pulling information out of his ass rather than making actual arguments. He's still here hours after the fact, yapping in the side chat, just desperately trying to clench even an iota of victory from the jaws of defeat. I am holding this man hostage right now.
I know it. Oh man.
And what's crazy to me is that this is a man with children. You know, like, he has a family, he has children. He ostensibly should probably be doing something else with his time right now. But here he is.
I got my tacos. Hey guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna eat my lunch.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to be chewing in your guys' ears.
Okay,
No,
and
sounds
no
good.
those nasty customs, Aiden.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I do a bad? Did I do a bad, GG? I apologize.
No, you didn't. That was Dustin. I joke. But yeah, remember you said earlier that you love Bruce and he's your favorite character.
Oh, I love Bruce so much. What I love about Bruce is how charitable he is with other people. You know, like he's so understanding with other people. When you have a conversation with him, he just really genuinely loves to have a spirit of peace and understanding with his fellow man. And what's there not to like about that, honestly?
Ice cream.
You know, it's like Jill and how he studiously listens to every single thing that opponents say to him, because Jill is somebody that understands that in order to truly demonstrate a positive understanding of someone else's argument, you can't straw man them, but rather you have to steel man their positions. You have to steel man them, and through that, you can show that there's no room for ignorance on this. It's not that I don't understand your topic. It's not that I don't understand your positions. Like, for instance, Jill's position earlier, to steelman his position, was that I was being anti-Semitic because I was being critical of the state of Israel and the policies that were found within the state of Israel. Now, the way that I would steelman that argument would be to say that in popular culture, Israel is often equivocated with Semites as a whole, and that criticism of Israel is oftentimes labeled as anti-Semitism. So I'm sure that in an attempt to show solidarity with the Zionist Jewish community, Jill decided to claim that I was an anti-Semite in order to express solidarity with that group of people. See, that's a steel man. I took his argument, I took his positions, and I made it sound better than he did. A straw man would be if I claimed that Jill said that I was being anti-Semitic because I made the claim that the sky was blue. That would be a straw man position. So just to demonstrate to everybody on here, when he endlessly goes around claiming, oh, you drew a straw man, you did this, you did that. No, that's not what occurred. A straw man and a steel man are two different things. And I'm capable of steel manning Jill's arguments. I would love to see Jill steel man my arguments. He was asked to earlier, but he didn't. And I feel like the reason why he didn't was because he is incapable of steel manning other people's arguments. That's my position.
You are suffering.
So, Jill, could you steel man my argument real quick?
Which one? You gish gallop for like 20 minutes and then we forget what you were talking about to begin.
That's not true. The sky isn't purple. That's a bunch of crap,
then
Jill.
You blame us.
That's not true. You know for a fact that the sky is purple.
It's not,
Stop acting like the sky is
I
purple.
gotta try to
Look at Jill out here
argument.
acting like the sky is purple.
He's doing it again. Now he's over talking.
I'm an ignorant liberal.
Let him talk to himself
reality.
again.
I think that the sky is
Give
purple.
him 10 more minutes, CG.
Oh, look at me. I'm
Talk to
Jill.
himself.
I think that all immigrants should just run the country. Just ridiculousness. Pure, unfiltered ridiculousness. Jill, why do you think that an immigrant should be made the new president of the United States? Why do you think that a person fresh off the boat that can't even speak a single word of English to save their life, why do you think they should be in charge of the United States? Could you tell me that, Jill? Could you explain that? Wow. Jill, the libcuck loser that he is, incapable of defending his position because he knows his position is a load of crap. That's why. Oh, I love immigrants. I think they should just take everything over. I'm Jill. Oh, my name is Jill. I hate fascism. I think people should have human rights. I'm just waiting for him to come back so that he can make the argument. But I don't think that he is going to come back. Or at least he's not going to come back for some time. Because he acts like he's not there. He acts like he's not listening. And yet he just made the claim that I've been pontificating for 20 minutes. How would he know that I've been pontificating for 20 minutes if he hasn't been here this entire time? I mean, it's got to be one or the other. It can't be both simultaneously. So which one is it? Have I been pontificating for 20 minutes, or are you away from the keyboard? Because I don't think it's both. I don't think that you can do both of those two things simultaneously. So I just want Jill to clear the air on that. How's the weather where you're at, Gigi? You said that it was really warm out where you're at, right?
Yeah, 91.
It's 91?
No,
Holy crap.
94.
Holy crap. Okay. Let me look. What is the temperature in Calgary right now? Wow. We are very much so different. Okay, let me look up Celsius to Fahrenheit. So we are currently at 60 degrees right now.
Oh, I wish we had that. That was
Yeah. Oh, it's great right now.
Oh.
No, it's honestly pretty great. I've been enjoying this weather quite a bit. We've been taking the opportunity to get our dog out about
Is
as
it
often
true?
as we can right now.
Your summertime when it actually hits 2 digits?
Yeah, I mean, summer and spring are really like late spring are really the only two times, maybe early autumn, that you can say that temperatures go up to the double digits in the possibilities. And in parts of Canada, it's not even that bad. Like there are parts of British Columbia over on the west coast that are actually really temperate and very rarely even get freezing during the winter. But I'm out on the prairies right now, and there's a few different factors that contribute to the weather being the way that it is out in the prairies. It's because it's not close to any major body of water. The Rocky Mountains being in the proximity that they are to me. Yeah, there's a few different factors that make winters as cold as they are out here. Although they're not as cold as Saskatchewan. I do have to say that. Saskatchewan is the province right next to us, and we call it Canada's Wyoming because there really is nothing going on there. It's just an empty province that's got a few people that are farming and a few people living in a town. That's basically all that's going on. Suffice it to say, though, that without the Rocky Mountains being as close as they were, that the weather is even worse because we get something called a Chinook. And a Chinook is when the warm air from the top of the Rocky Mountains, because heat rises, flows down from the Rocky Mountains toward us. We'll honestly get it so it's so warm that the snow will melt in the middle of winter sometimes from the Chinook. But that's an exception rather than the rule. That doesn't happen all the time, and it's only unique to our particular part of the country. So there's some positive aspects about Alberta, Chinooks being one of them, but for the most part, winters really suck over here. I imagine winters are fairly mild for you. You're close to the Great Lakes, so I imagine that the weather's fairly moderated over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there isn't any giant blizzards or anything like that. I remember reading about this giant blizzard that happened back in like 1977 or something like that. It was like the late 70s, and it affected areas where you live like really badly. So I'm glad that that hasn't happened anytime recently.
GG, is this guy still running his mouth?
I'm talking about the weather. I'm sorry. Do I want to talk about negative things with you for the next 3 hours? Because we could do that if you want to. We could keep going. I know that you're typically the guy that like drains other people of their energy, but actually that's what I'm doing to you right now.
Oh, he's talking about energies now. Look at the liberal.
I'm draining you of your energy.
Metaphysical realities are real.
Do you just like take keywords that people say
The liberal.
and listen?
He'll be a Mormon by next year.
I could be talking about the most unrelated topic and throw like a keyword in there, like Gangster Ghost. I love the development of armchairs. You know, the development of armchairs between the 18 and 1900s liberal is one of the most important. And Joe would be like, "What?
What'd you say? You said liberal? Oh my God, what'd you say about liberals? You're a liberal. You're the worst person ever. Oh my
Listen to this guy rant for another 10 minutes.
I'm going to destroy you on the basis of liberalism, which I definitely am not in relation to somebody else.
You might
I'm
want to edit
definitely
this
not liberal relative to somebody
because
else.
his anti-Semitic rant earlier that he couldn't prove wasn't
Anti-Semitic rant.
anti-Semitic.
Yeah. The
Might get the
anti-Semitism, even
channel
though you
taken
don't know what
down.
a Semite is. Yeah. I mean, Jill doesn't even know what a Semite is. Oh wait, he's trying to drag me into negativity.
And then he tried to bring up
Oh
Shiv.
my gosh, I'm so negative.
Don't you know we're Christians,
I'm
my
so
guy?
angry. Jill, the sky is not purple. Stop
We're
acting like
Christians,
it
my
is.
guy. We know who
Stop
Shiv
acting
is.
like it's purple.
We debate Hebrew Israelites, my
Jill,
guy.
why do you think that an immigrant should be made the president of the United States? Why do you think that? That's what I want to know.
What?
Why do you think that an immigrant fresh off the boat who has never even spoken a single
Why
word
do
of
you-
English in their entire life, why do you think they should be made president of the
Why
United
do you
States? And
prop up
don't
Trump?
deflect it. Don't
Why do you
deflect
prop
it.
up
I want you to
deflection?
answer why.
No, you never answered any of
think
my questions.
that an
So why should
immigrant
I
that
answer
doesn't
any of
even
yours?
speak English should run the United
Why do
States.
you prop up strawmen?
He is such a lib cuck loser.
Like the idea
Lib
that
cuck loser that just
Semitics
wants
are
the
made up of different
immigrants to
groups of
run the
people.
country. Might as well have
And
the
then
Haitian
suggest,
immigrants that are
oh,
eating
that's not what
dogs
you
patrol
believe.
the streets, right? That's what you
No,
want,
that
Jill,
is what
right?
we believe.
You want the Haitians that eat dogs to be patrolling the
We
streets,
also
right?
believe that
You
the
want
Jewish
that.
people,
You don't want people to be gaffled up and
that
thrown
the
into
Jewish
illegal
people do
prison.
not have a
No.
patent on being
No.
Semitic. So again, I don't know why you propped up those two straw men.
I don't know
but
why
of
you
course,
propped up the idea that an
you have
illegal
nothing
immigrant should be
else.
made president of the
You have
United
nothing
States
else over there.
either. Like, it's
I
a
never
pretty
mentioned the
absurd
president of
position.
the United States. Another
I'm of the position
Yeah,
that
you got a
somebody
whole
that's an
army of
American
strawmen.
citizen should be made the
You got a
president
whole
of the United
army of them,
States.
my
I
guy.
think an American citizen should
Come
be
up
the
with an
president.
actual honest.
I just don't know why Jill
that
wants
I'm
to
seeing
sit
tonight.
here and act like an immigrant who has never even been citizen of the United States, hasn't even seen the United States until he got off the boat. He thinks that person should be running the country. What an enlightened guy. Probably voted for Joe Biden earlier than anybody else, first in line at the poll to vote for Joe Biden.
Oh,
As a
there's
matter of
only
fact,
one
I'm
Semite.
sure he was first in line to stuff
the
the
Jews
ballot
are not the
for
only
Joe
ones
Biden
that are
as much as
Semite
possible.
people. Duh.
Like, I bet that he stuffed that
Wanna try
ballot
again?
with like 37,000
You want to try
scooped
again?
ballots for Joe
So why
Biden.
did you
You're
call
the
this
one that
group
made
of
Joe Biden win
Semites?
Pennsylvania in
Why did you
2021.
call this group of
You're
Semites
the one that caused the steal.
apartheid?
And I mean, like, the
Why did
fact
you call
that
them an
Jill
apartheid
caused
state?
the election to
They're
be
not.
stolen,
You hate that
brutally
group of the
stolen
Semites?
away from
You hate
the
that segment of the
righteous,
Semite people?
good, God-fearing
So you're
Republican
an
American.
anti-Semite.
The fact that he was
Game
willing
over,
to do
liberal.
that demonstrates him as the liberal,
Can't address that.
cuckolded,
He won't address it.
absolute,
He'll just get scour
myopic,
for another 20
silly
minutes
human being that he is.
and then
you know?
claim, you never listened to me. You never listened to me. And then he'll try to have small talk with me and then get upset when I don't want to. Oh, of course, I don't want to have small talk with you. You
I don't
made
want
a
to small
claim
talk with you
about
either. You're the one
people.
that's making the claim
Back
that an
it up.
illegal
Back
immigrant
it
should be
up,
made the
liberal.
president of the United States.
About a group of people
That's you.
heard it on the internet.
That's you, bro.
And
That's you that's making the
it,
claim that just
like
random people should be
you
made
are.
the
You
president of the
just
country.
repeated it. Dur, dur.
I don't know why.
So now
You still
substantiate
won't
the claim you
justify
made.
it. You
You
still
said
won't
that
justify it.
that a group of
All this
Semitics
time later,
were actually an
here he
apartheid
is,
state.
still
So
trying
you
desperately
hate that group
to
of Semitics.
justify illegal
Don't try to
immigrants
deflect by
running the
telling me there
country.
are other groups of Semitics. We
That's
understand there
true.
are
I'm
other
not
Semitic
deflecting with
groups.
that. I'm
We know
actually
who Seth
making you
is.
address the fact that
Okay,
you
we
stated
know that the
that
Semitic,
an
that the
illegal
Jews are
immigrant
not
should
the
be
only
leaving the
Semitic
country.
people, and that they do not have a patent on the word or the term Semitic or the identification of Semitic. We know that already. Deal with the fact that you called a group of people apartheid when they are actually a democratic state, which shows your hatred for that group of Semitic people. Go ahead. Let's hear it. Don't prop up any more straw man. We don't have time to listen to your straw man. We've been listening for 2 hours of you ranting, propping up straw man. Actually deal with the argument you made. You called a group of people something that they're not. Why did you do that? Was it ignorance or was it hatred? Was it ignorance or was it
He
hatred?
actually thinks it's Benjamin Netanyahu that should be running.
Was it ignorance or was it
I'm
hatred?
pretty sure what he said. He actually said, and I'm
Israel is not an
quoting here,
apartheid
this is
state.
a direct quote, by the way.
What is your evidence?
I lick Benjamin Netanyahu's boots every
Let's
single
hear your
day.
evidence for them being an
I
apartheid
lick
state.
Bibi Netanyahu's taint.
Don't
right
try to
after I
change the
lick his
subject. subject. Don't try to
I am a
distract again.
liberal cuck who
Oh,
thinks
God,
that
he's
an
gonna
illegal
distract
immigrant
again.
should be made the president of the
This
United
is
States.
frustrating. I'm lucky I don't have to talk to
My
you for a living.
goodness.
But
Like,
this is very
talk
frustrating
about a
talking to a
mental
liberal.
midget. Talk
All
about a
right,
mental
so
midget.
demonstrate that the group of Semitics that you said were an apartheid state, that they actually are. Show us some legislation. Show us something proving they are an apartheid
Show me
state.
in the Constitution that an American that is not a citizen can become the president of the United States.
We're
Show me
talking
that in the
about Israel,
Constitution.
sir.
Yeah,
You
let's see it in the
called
Constitution.
Israel an
Let's
apartheid
see it.
state.
Oh,
Show
you
us
actually
evidence
can't
that
show
they
me in
are
the
an
Constitution
apartheid
where an
state,
illegal
sir.
immigrant can't become the president.
Okay,
Oh,
can you show us
can't show
evidence
that.
that they are an apartheid state?
Oh, that's such a shame.
No, you cannot.
That's a
So
shame.
now let's talk about
Just
their rules as
incapable
far
of
as who can become a
demonstrating
president.
even the basic
Wow.
facts of reality.
So you can't become a president if you're not born in the United States. Does that make the United States an apartheid state?
Well, that's you. That's you
You
that thinks that
genius.
people that aren't even born in the United States are able to become president.
You don't know what an apartheid state is. You're just
That's what you
demonstrating
think.
your ignorance.
Sure.
All
True.
over the place. You're just spilling your ignorance all over the place, liberal.
I just wish that, you know, somebody like Jill was
Okay, here comes the
capable
gift
of
gallop.
recognizing the
I'm
basic
mute.
facts of reality from
We've been doing this all day, haven't we, guys? Haven't we?
I mean, someday Jill will be able to recognize the facts of reality for what they are, but I personally am of the opinion that a citizen of the United States should become president of the United States, not somebody who's never even been in the country before. That's my opinion. I'm sorry that Jill has a contrary opinion, but I guess I care more about America and its interests.
I never gave my opinion. I was talking about Israel. He's trying to
I guess I care more about America
deflect.
and its interests
He's
than Jill
playing
does,
tennis.
because Jill wants to pretend like he walks away from these things when in reality he doesn't. Jill doesn't walk away. He actually continues to listen because he wants to know that our time is being wasted refuting a point that he didn't even listen to. So I am addressing Jill just as much as he is addressing me. I'm coming at Jill with the exact energy that he comes at other people with, and look at the result. Look at the result. When you argue with Jill the way Jill argues with other people, the conversation goes to a grinding halt because both people are being intellectually dishonest with each other. What a shock. You know, if I was arguing with an intellectually honest person and I was reflecting their argumentative tactics back at them, the conversation would still be going forward. They would still be talking about things. We'd have new conversational topics being brought up. Things would actually be being advanced. And yet, I'm imitating Jill.
IQ point of Jill.
I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. But while I'm imitating Jill, for some reason, when I come at Jill with the energy he comes at me with, the conversation goes to a grinding halt and doesn't advance at all. I don't know why. It's crazy. All right, Jill, you can pretend. You could stop pretending like you walked away now. Oh, wait, no. He needs to take another 10 minutes to listen, because then we get the illusion that he wasn't actually listening. Then we can have the illusion that he's just this glib, austere scholar that couldn't care less what the other person has to say. You're bro-botting, Dustin?
I said he's got to keep up his opinion to the 12 people.
Well, I told you, like, this guy desperately wants to leave this conversation. I could just tell. Like, he's throwing the same point at me over and over again. And funny how when I come at him with intellectual dishonesty, that's all of a sudden when he wants to hear from me. That's when he's going, no, I want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead. Let's hear it. He didn't have that energy at all when I was actually making cogent points at him. But when I come at him with his energy, all of a sudden he's just desperate to hear what I have to say. He's coming at me with rapt attention. That's just, it's strange how that pattern works out, you know? It really is strange. It's almost like he isn't actually listening.
When you're
weird again.
Uh-oh. He's robo-dust.
Yeah. I was thinking that was my browser at first, but I can hear you perfectly fine, Gigi.
God.
Domo, 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 domo. Domo arigato, Mr. Buckbotto. Domo, 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 domo.
There, Joe. Jill, chill, kill. Hill.
What the heck? This is
What?
different.
What happened?
Hey.
This is a strange. It's a brave new world that I ventured into here.
You know, GG, if you want to take the Tulip Challenge one day, my channel is always open.
Okay. What is that? What is the challenge?
The Tulip
it's the thing where you go on his channel and give him content for free because he can't make content himself.
Content for free? Gangster Ghost is content? Okay.
Well, he's going to give you free content if he goes on there and takes your irrelevant challenge.
Well, my channel is not monetized. We do this to actually edify the saints.
Oh, I see.
And embarrass people like you.
Can you take the citizenship challenge and
But the
admit
Tulip
that
Challenge
you
is
don't think
for-
that a citizen should be in charge of the United States
we
government?
really don't.
Can you take that?
I never made that claim.
Can you take that challenge?
Another straw man.
Sir, can you please
Another straw man you propped
can you
up.
please address that?
Another straw man. Never made that claim.
He wants to run away.
Never made that claim.
That's fine. That's fine. So, do you double or triple spit polish Benjamin Netanyahu's boots when you lick them every single
I have
morning?
no idea
I
what
was
you're
just
talking about.
wondering, Jill. Like,
You're still upset because you lost that argument?
do you polish them with your
Now you're
balls? Or
trying
do
to
you
read,
polish them
and now
with
you're throwing the ad homs because you
I was
lost an
just
argument.
curious. No, I'm asking a question. How's a question
Like
an ad
polish?
hom?
What are you talking about?
How is a question an ad hom?
So GG.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any day,
A
anytime.
question is an ad hominem according
Don't
to
know what do you mean by polish? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Polish?
Yeah.
I mean that you lick it with your tongue.
What does that
because you
mean?
like licking with your tongue. Do you want me to describe that? It's the action
No,
whereby
shut up.
you drag your tongue across Benjamin Netanyahu's
Be right back.
boots like the cuck that you are. That's what I'm describing. That's what I'm describing. Do you want me to go into more detail, or do you want to keep pretending like you're being intellectually dishonest here? Do you want to just keep doing that? Because I can do that. I can do this all day long, Jill. This ain't nothing to me. All right, I'm going to go on my break. Now I can dedicate higher brain functions to dealing with this conversation. That's right. Functions of the brain.
Oh, hi, BGG.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jill's pretending like he's not here right now. You know, Bubblegum, the Jewish question. You know, the Jewish question. Something that requires a lot of thinking about, you know? Requires a lot of thought, that Jewish question. I just want Jill to come back so he can explain to me how anti-Semitism equates to being critical of a state, a country. Because last time I checked, countries and religions are two different things. That's what I thought. You know, when I grew up, and I think it's between the ages of 3 and 5 that you learn the basic differences between objects. Like a chair is not a car is not a sausage. You know, like when you learn those differences between things, I learned that the religion of Judaism and the state of Israel are actually two different things. Those are actually two different things. And not only that, but that the state of Israel is actually officially secular. Because you can look that up. So Israel being a secular state, I'm somehow anti-Semitic against a secular, multi-ethnic State. Oh, man. Crap. That doesn't really make much sense at all. I guess I'm not an anti-Semite. Crap. That's right. That's right, Bubble. That's right. I've embraced the right wing. Why I left the left. It's a book coming out by me very soon.
He's trying to convince himself. Now it's my turn to talk. He's going to start over talking. You're not convincing even yourself, liberal. Calling them an apartheid
Sorry,
state.
what was that? I was too busy over talking you.
Yeah, you're not even. What I tell you?
What I
tell you? Like clockwork.
What?
Calling them an
If
apartheid.
it was like clockwork, I would have done
Told
it
you.
right when you
Told
predicted.
you. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be back.
Go ahead.
Give him 10 minutes. Give him 10 minutes to rant on. He can't handle an actual honest discussion. He can't. Just can't. I'll give him about 10 minutes.
No, you can go ahead right now, Jill. Go ahead.
I'll mute. Okay,
Jill's the first shot.
Go. You there?
Honestly, I think that's by far the most insightful point that Jill has made so far here. I'm going to go hang out with Brianna for a little bit here, though, because I'm on my break. I'm going to stay in the show, but I'm going to go hang out with Brianna for a little bit.
Okay.
I hope you don't shut it down.
I won't.
Because ideally, I would like to continue doing this for the remainder of my shift. This has been a good, it's been a good usage of time.
Oh, that's good.
It's made my day go by quite quickly. Actually, what time is it? It's already 2 o'clock. Holy crap. My day's almost over.
Oh.
That's insane. All right. Well, like I said, I will be back, my friend. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
Maybe try playing some videos in the meantime, Gigi.
Oh, okay.
Just to kind of keep the audience a little entertained in the meantime. I don't know. Just a suggestion. It's your show. You can do whatever the heck you want.
Okay. Hi everybody. I'll watch the show. Oh. We'll watch Aiden's Hero, One Wyatt.
Had an extremely thick wall, and the windows were such that on the outside there was kind of a small opening that, say, a wild animal could not have gotten through.
What's happening, girls? Yeah, it's me. What's happening?
How are you, little guy?
Tired. Just tired. Yeah. I keep like. Huh?
How are you?
Just tired. You know, just like everybody else. Tired of the Jews. You know, I think I'm owed an apology. You know, finally people are starting to wake up. Finally starting to join Hitler. And all the leftists and all the
Hitler, no, none of that, buddy. Sorry.
Okay, we'll say mustache man. We'll say funny mustache man. Somebody's getting a phone call.
Come on.
Oh no, Mossad is calling Gangster Ghost. They call him shut down, Bubble. Shut him down. Ice tip hotline. That's funny. I'm gonna go ice on Dustin and perhaps Lupin. Call you there, gangster. Put him on speaker.
But bubblegum, can I ask you something?
What's happening? As long as it's as long as you don't ask who I work for.
Is it true that have you ever met Jill?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's a Calvinist. You ever heard of Calvinists?
Yeah, I heard of them. I mean, it's weird. I forget. No, I forget. Like, there's so many dominations. I keep forgetting like what each one of them believes. Like something about 5 points, and they had like.
Is it true that you're part of the Illuminati?
And now I'm part of the Israeli elite, part of Mossad.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. But I want to ask you something. Is it true that you're in love with Emma Thorne? You want to marry her?
And love. I wouldn't call it love, more like she belongs to me.
What the heck?
Yeah. We're bringing ownership of people back.
Oh, you let this liberal in here promoting slavery?
I mean, it never went away. If you actually read it.
Did you put your pacifier in yet? Can I speak now, or are you still rambling on?
I think he left. He didn't left. The Yapatron left for a little while.
It's no wonder I was able to get 2 words out. So calling them an apartheid state.
No, let me stop you there. Thank you.
Calling them an apartheid state is not just criticizing their government. You see, he tried to conflate the two.
You're the one that thinks that an immigrant should be made the president of the United States.
What happened? What happened? He's talking about immigrants now. The United States. We're talking
somebody
about
that
Israel
literally
and
has not even known a single
What
word
is
of
wrong with
English
this
in their
guy?
life. You're the
Can
one.
you mute him, or do I need to go away for 10 minutes and come back?
That's all that he wants. That's literally all he wants. He wants rank chaos. He wants rank
What's wrong,
destruction.
my guy?
He wants the overturning of everything
You got a pacifier
in the society. He wants all of that thrown away just so that some random Haitian immigrants
Give him 10 more minutes, Gigi.
nice
Give him
place
10
to
more
live.
minutes.
What a tragedy.
We'll miss him.
What's that?
We'll miss him.
Me too.
Jill.
Oh, is he leaving?
I think so.
Oh, that's so shame. That's such a shame. I couldn't even hear him because I had my mic muted because I didn't hear what he actually had to say. Well, I didn't have my mic muted. I had my headphones muted.
Yeah, I think that's what you meant to say. It's like, what?
Bubblegum. I want to ask you something, little guy. What you been doing all day? Stalking money?
Stuck in what?
Stalking
Stuck in Emma? I wish I was stuck in Emma.
Bubblegum, is it true? Do you remember earlier?
He is an anti-Semite, yes. Bonafide.
Yes.
You are? You are a person that thinks that
proof.
an illegal immigrant should be made president of the United
Yes,
States?
proof.
We already know that, Jill. You've already thoroughly established that.
I never made that claim. So
Yeah, you did.
keep making
You
the
very
claim.
clearly made that
Keep
claim.
making the false claim if you like.
No,
Fake
you did.
news. You are
No,
fake
you did.
news. You are fake news.
What was that from?
Bubblegum, I have a question
The
for you.
best
Do you
president
think
in the
that
United
the
States
president of the United
history.
States should be a citizen?
Donald J. Trump.
Do you think that the
Of
president
course,
of the
he
United
should be white. He should
Okay.
definitely be white, Aiden.
Well,
of
Jill
course.
disagrees. Jill thinks
What?
that anybody should just be able to become the president.
Never
And
mind.
he's gonna tell you right now, that's not true. That's a misrepresentation of my views.
Never
But that's
made that
just
claim.
because Jill loves you, Bubblegum. He actually has built a shrine to you in his
Never
bedroom.
made that claim.
And he's
Many
really
have.
obsessed. He's trying to keep up appearances in front of you.
So
So
you're
if
going
he
to
ever goes,
address
oh, I
you
actually like
calling
Donald
Israel
Trump.
an
I think he's
apartheid
great.
state?
Oh, I'm
Are you
actually
gonna address that?
pro-Israel. That's great. He's actually just trying to keep up appearances.
Or are you
with
going to
you.
talk
He
about
actually doesn't
being a president in the United States? Which
being
has
a president
nothing
of
to
the
do with
United States,
Israel.
he is a citizen, which is my view. That
Jill,
nothing
who
to
do
do
you
with
want
Israel.
to become a president?
So you're calling Israel an apartheid state, but you can't back it up. That's what
I'm
I
also
call
calling
hatred.
the president of the
That's
United
what we
States
call
a
hatred.
citizen. That's what I do. I
That's
call
what we
the
call
president of the
hatred or
United States
ignorance.
a citizen.
Take your pick.
Israel is a rogue colony
hatred
colony
or is it
of
ignorance?
England.
Take
That's
your
what it
pick.
is.
Israel's a rogue colony
Is
in
it
England. That's
anti-Semitism?
anti-Semitic, bubblegum.
Or is
That's
it ignorant?
anti-Semitic. You can't say that. Bubblegum,
You called them an
did
apartheid
you
state.
think something critical of Israel today, Bubblegum?
You called them an apartheid state,
Did
sir.
you
That's
think
not being
something
critical.
of Israel today?
Stop lying. You
Because
stop
that's
gaslighting.
anti-Semitism.
You called them an
That's
apartheid state.
More like,
you didn't just
when haven't
criticize the
I?
government. Lying scallywag. You
Bubblegum.
called them an apartheid state.
This guy
Justify
is
calling them
literally
an
talking
apartheid
about
state.
Israel, bootlicking for
Justify that.
Israel. He thinks Israel's the
Instead of
greatest thing
moving the
ever,
goalposts.
while he thinks
Israel did
that
bad
some
things.
random Haitian
Therefore,
immigrant
they're an
should be the
apartheid
president
state.
of the United States.
What an idiot.
Everybody, hold on.
This guy is a nutcase.
Jill, how come you're not an anti-Semite? Get with the program.
Israel
It's
is
a
a
hip new
democratic
thing.
state. For the
No,
record,
it's not.
Israel is a democratic state.
No, it's
They
not.
hold elections. They
Jill,
hold elections.
you realize
in
they
which,
got rid of the left like back in the freaking 70s.
no, that's today. They hold elections in which everyone participates.
You know, North
even
Korea
the
holds
Iraqi,
elections
even
too,
the
right,
Arab
Jill?
people.
You know that North Korea has elections too, right,
Okay.
Jill?
All right. So now we want to call them corrupt, but they're not an apartheid state. You have no evidence of that.
No, North Korea is a
Name of
democratic
North
state.
Korea.
They have
What is
elections.
their
No,
what is their
I'm
like
just pointing out
It's
that
your
North Korea is a
hatred. Now you're
democratic
saying they're a
state because they have
corrupt
elections.
democratic state,
No, I'm not.
perhaps.
When did I say that?
But they're
When
not
did
an
I say that?
apartheid state.
When did I say they were
You
corrupt?
lying scallywag.
I never said that they were corrupt. You're putting words in my
You
mouth.
scallywag.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Called you a scallywag.
What you say, Clyde?
I said, what's the official name of North Korea? Like, what do they classify their
The
name
People's Democratic something.
People's
Yeah.
Republic of Korea.
as? It's like the Free
Hatred
Democratic
of
People.
Jewish people.
Yeah.
So-
They have
with-
elections, so they're democratic, Clay. I mean, like, it's rock solid logic.
By the way, this idea can be traced to the UN General Assembly in 1975. The Durban Conference, that was rejected outright by all leading democratic countries around the world.
Wait, before you're
The
done with that,
idea
can you
that
give us the prompt that you
Jewish
put into
people, the Jewish state,
ChatGPT
is
that
an
gave you that
apartheid
result?
state
Could you give
was
us the prompt that
rejected.
Jill, you can only vote for the establishment. There's like there's not another party. You can only vote for the establishment.
Wait, why am I being muted? That was
You're not being
rejected. That
muted.
idea
Nobody
you're
muted you.
espousing, you're pushing
Nobody
to this
muted you,
day,
Joe.
your
Nobody muted
anti-Semitic view was
Semitic?
rejected
The
by
anti-Semitic?
Canada and every democratic nation.
Democratic. Good.
Bye bye, liberal.
A real
The thing
wordsmith.
Jill
this
is
guy
saying
is.
about Israel is it's a cool place if you're a Jew, but they hate everybody else.
That's anti-Semitic, Clay. Don't say that.
Well, if
That's
you're Jewish,
pointing
it's a
out the
fun place.
reality of Israel is anti-Semitic. Don't do that.
They would hate you too, Jill, because your name says
What?
Jesus is Lord.
What? You mean to
That's
tell
because
me
he was black.
You mean to tell me that the country that he's bootlicking for would be one of the first ones to take away his property in order to give it to some random Israeli family? I can't believe
that wouldn't make.
No, they would like castrate you. That's what they would do.
There's nothing to castrate.
Jeez.
In order to be castrated, you have to have something to castrate. Jill doesn't qualify. I think he's getting unhinged. He's like full whisper talking into the mic. He's getting like max level unhinged. I think we've seen Jill's mental state slowly unravel over the course of several hours here.
He's gonna like rejoin with a SS uniform when he realizes he's wrong.
No, I think Jill is on the path
corpse.
to becoming a Muslim, dude. I think we're gonna see Jill in like 5 years, and he's gonna have like the flag of the Islamic State behind him, and he's gonna be like,
You'll probably become one of those Hebrew Israelites. You know, those black people.
Alhamdulillah. yeah. Alhamdulillah,
Thank
brother.
crackers.
We must vanquish the
We are the
infidel.
true Israel.
I think you and Jill should have a conversation about Israel, Bubblegum. I think you need to educate him.
Well, you know, I think Gangster Ghost has said I can't really talk about that because my take on that. just look at my avatar.
Okay. I'm saying to have a conversation where you limit the spiciness to like white people spicy, not Asian spicy. All right, like come on.
We'll keep it Key and Peele edgy.
Yeah.
Bubblegum's a little extra when it comes to Israel.
Even if they spit, even if they spit on Christians, and some of them do that, would not make them apartheid. Nice try, Lib. I think he still fails to realize that the reason why I call them apartheid is because they forcibly remove people that aren't Hebrews from their home. They forcibly remove people that aren't Hebrews, that aren't ethnically Hebrew, and are not religiously Jewish. They remove them, and they have Hebrew Jewish people come and take their place through a system of resettlement. This has overwhelmingly been documented. It's been proven. If you deny that, then you're just denying the basic facts of reality. So that's why I call Israel an apartheid state, because they practice apartheid policies, you genius.
Trucking with Clay. Where'd you trucking to?
Just around. That's all I do all day.
What do you got in the back?
Right now, nothing, but I'm going to get sand. Silica sand.
Oh, bubblegum. I need to ask you. Remember earlier you talked about...
That's code word for crack.
Yeah.
Bubblegum. I have a question for you. Is it... do you remember earlier you talked about when you decided to join the army because you want to fight against Canada, and you also like to dress up as a woman?
Bubblegum in the army. I don't think that's going to happen. Being in the army requires discipline.
He was talking about it when the whole Pakistan thing happened with India bombing them.
You know, like I felt so motivated.
I remember.
I had to defend the homeland.
Well, Bubblegum was talking about how he needs to assist his Muslim brothers in Pakistan because he himself is Pakistani. He revealed
Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar.
It was like clear when he camped up that one day.
Pakistani on his father's.
Yeah,
listen here, you infidel.
I love these Pakistani videos where they're like, "Oh, our wheel bent," and they just like mill crudely a wheel for their car. Like they make everything.
Also, can I just point out that the conflation of apartheid and democracy is absolutely laughable? Because South Africa had elections during apartheid. You realize that, right? Like South Africa had elections during apartheid. During the Jim Crow era in the South, there were still people that were able to participate in elections. I'm pretty sure people internationally would have considered America a republic at that point, and yet they still practiced apartheid policies. So to act like, oh, they're not apartheid, they're democratic. Yeah, they're democratic for some people.
If Jill wants to prove you wrong, like, it'd be cool if he went there, and then you could just, like, live stream yourself street preaching.
Oh, yeah, it's just all the positive outflowing that you'll get
They'll
from
just, like,
everybody
welcome you. They'll, like, embrace your presence.
Yeah. No, they'll hoist him high in the air right before they throw him off a building.
He'll be like Greta Thunberg or whatever.
How dare you! How dare you! You have stolen my dreams!
I see like one video, and it's just her, and she's like, "If you don't hear from me, it's because the IDF kidnapped me."
Hasn't she still not been heard from?
Yeah. Well, I have a question for Bubblegum. Bubblegum, is it? I remember earlier you said that you're going to repent from your trollish ways and become a Catholic.
That is true. I've been convinced by the light. I had a revelation. You know, Jesus came down. It's like,
have you ever been
you
to
gotta
Malaysia?
Stop. No.
No, he is. He's from Malaysia. He'll deny it to his dying day, but he is.
And he believes in evolution now. You told me earlier.
Jesus. Yeah, it's just Jesus just showed me like the evolution. He was like, here's what really happened. He just kind of zapped, you know, the vision of evolution into my brain.
Yeah, he believes dogs came from other dogs now, and they're not all created separate, and that one guy's wrong, and
he believes white people and black people should both have equal rights. Like, he's changed in a lot of ways at this point.
Yeah. Remember,
if evolution was real, though, how would you explain like us having tailbones and appendixes and wisdom teeth? You know,
it just happened.
Yeah. The perfect creation includes a bunch of vestigial crap that we don't actually need.
You actually need it for like intercourse, I think.
Yeah,
Well,
see,
you wouldn't know.
He said earlier, just by gaining, he said earlier that he's gonna join Catholic Church too, along with his buddy Bubblegum. And
Well, can I just briefly lead a applause in congratulating Bubblegum in being appointed the next president of the Anti-Defamation League? Just wow!
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Bubblegum.
I deserve this.
You're gonna bring the Anti-Defamation League into a bold new direction, I'm sure. Bold new direction.
I'm gonna be like, I am the spy. And as you've seen Star Wars,
It'll
be like that.
PFU reference, actually.
Yeah, Bubblegum, you said earlier that and you're gonna leave Emma Stone alone now, and that actually now you're in love with Lady.
I know for a fact that that's false because
I will
Bubblegum
reject
not leave Emma Thorne alone.
Hell no.
Bubblegum, Emma Thorne is mid.
Since I haven't seen you in a while, Bubblegum,
I've
I'm glad
been
that
busy.
stream got taken down where we were all drunk and doing karaoke, especially you.
Yeah, I was there, man, right next to you.
Oh, Bubblegum actually during that stream sang the song that Twi'lek girl does in Star Wars, where she's like, "Ba, ba, 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 ba." Yeah, that was him. He sung that whole thing. He also sang "My Heart Will Go On" from Titanic. That was my favorite one, personally.
We were covering, famous movie
Joji,
songs.
Glimpse of Us.
He sang Erica, unsurprisingly.
In German.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like if he was going to sing anything, that's probably what it would be. Because I hate to say it, Bubblegum, but you're a little predictable, my friend. You're a little predictable.
Yeah,
I actually like that Erica song though.
I mean, it is fire.
It's just,
isn't
it's
it
just
like
a song
older
about a
than the
girl named
Nazis?
Erica. Oh yeah,
So
it's
not
from
like
the
really a Nazi song. It's
from
just
the
like a
Prussians.
German.
It's a Prussian marching song.
If we have another girl, we're gonna name her Erica with a K.
Ooh. 3
'Cause
Ks.
The first one's name is Aaron, so it's like 2 E's.
You know that the KKK was like a giant pyramid scheme, right, Bubblegum?
Yeah.
It was like a giant organization that basically just existed to fleece dumb rednecks of their money.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like how everybody kind of starts, isn't it? I mean, like, who's
Did they change from that? Did they ever evolve from that?
I mean, Scientology does the same. The Christians do the same. I mean, they all do the same thing. Even the government does the same thing.
You do the same thing. But Bubblegum, remember you said earlier that now you're stopped being a socialist, you became a capitalist? You're not.
Yes, I'm a nationalist capitalist workers' party.
The term that I use is corporate bootlicker. Is the term that I use.
I do love my corporations. Else I wouldn't have my Nintendo. He's the one good Jew. Let me just kind of polish his bald head. Get my little 3 wishes out of him.
Oh, yeah,
Jeff
Bubblegum.
Bezos.
Is
Gotta
it
get
true
that free Prime.
Is it true that earlier you said? Remember you said earlier that you're now become a communist and you're going to be working for the Bernie Sanders?
I watched one episode of Hassan Piker. Now I'm a
definitely
communist.
remember Bubblegum urging us all that true communism has never been implemented correctly, but it will work.
Well, he told me that he was looking for some plane tickets to Venezuela, I believe was what he was telling me about, because he feels like Venezuela is the closest country to actually implementing a communist utopia. So
Yeah, I figured out that
Bubblegum to Venezuela.
I found the reason communism work is too many white people. Get rid of them. Get rid of them.
The thing about true communism is it kills all culture. You can't have culture in communism.
Well, it's essentially like liberal atheism. It needs to get rid of it.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Stalin proclaimed the Soviet Union to be atheist.
Well, yeah, that's.
I mean, they all usually do.
I mean, Stalin was obviously a cult of personality, though, so he was trying to make himself into a godlike figure.
Well, it's more than
coincidence.
coincidence.
All of them. They all
Yeah.
want to make themselves a god. That's why you see like pictures in every house of the dictator. You know.
I mean, that's what North Korea did. They basically have a mythology in which, like, the Kim Jong Un family is God.
The Kim Jong Un family. I think you mean the Kim family, but all right.
I mean, they communism so hard they went back to being a monarchy.
I love my favorite dynasty in all of human history was the Louis XIV dynasty. That was my favorite dynasty. Like, what a silly comment. The Kim Jong Un family.
The Kims.
I like old like historic.
That includes
China
Kim Kardashian.
Stuff.
What?
Old historic Chinese stuff. That's what I think is cool.
Yeah.
And then also like Japanese, like the shoguns and stuff.
So yeah, ultimately the idea that Stalin was trying to make a atheist secular state is a little bit silly when you put that in the context of he was obviously trying to replace the God of the Bible with himself.
Did you know Stalin also went
that's
to
atheism.
like a seminary, like a school to
that's
be a
atheism.
priest?
You're right, Bubblegum.
Stalin was.
Yeah. I mean, if you rebuke like the supernatural, Stalin was a
I
priest.
already said you were right. You're right, Bubblegum. You're just so based, you know.
Well, no, I think like Stalin was like some sort of a peasant who was also a pedophile.
Back in
Yeah,
the
but
day.
his mom like urged him to go to school to be a priest, and they were like Orthodox Georgians, you know.
Yeah, it was Georgian. He was also a gangster
he went
for a
to
while.
And a
what do they
pedophile.
call it? Seminary school or whatever, and then I guess he got kicked out because he was all into Karl Marx.
But that's the thing. The funny thing is, like, the whole Russian Revolution was mainly made of like Orthodox Christians, and it's only later on,
What was also Jews? Like the Bolsheviks were like, what is it? Like
the leadership was
83%
Jewish. Yeah, the leadership was Jewish, but like the main basis was Christian Orthodox.
Well, that's because
Yeah,
this
then they
idea
persecuted
of the idea that they were going to replace the Russian Empire with the Soviet Union was not a foregone conclusion to plenty of the people that participated in that revolution. There was plenty of people that had very different ideas about how this revolution was going to turn out, which is why plenty of those people got purged as soon as they were successful.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the pic of Stalin with Lenin? And it's like the first altered, like edited picture ever, they say.
Yeah.
Because Stalin like made himself look bigger and taller than he really is.
Yeah, I heard he was mallet.
He was like really short, but I forget what it was. But I think like maybe 5'4" or something.
Yeah, hold on. I'm pretty
that
sure
that is short.
Hold on.
It's not like that
Stalin
short,
height.
but to be like a dictator, that seems pretty short.
Joseph Stalin's height was approximately 5 feet 5 inches. So yeah,
Yeah,
he was
that
a
is.
short- He was a man.
How tall was Hitler at that time then?
I'm pretty sure they
Like
were pretty
6'1".
equal in height. Was Hitler taller?
Chad.
I don't know. It's just a guess because it seems like they
He was
always
five
talk about how
5
like
feet 8.5 inches. So he is taller.
By a whole 3.5 inches. Holy shit.
3.5 inches
yeah,
makes a lot of difference. Just ask your mom, Bubblegum.
there's like an iconic pic
Gross.
of Stalin and Lenin on a bench somewhere, like a park bench, and they say that's like the first photoshopped or like edited pic because Stalin looks big there.
Bubblegum, do you remember that time you said you actually met Emma Thorne and you fell in love and got married?
Yeah, I remember that time. It was
And then you became a transgender?
yeah, and then we got married, had 2 kids.
Bubblegum's
I mean,
the
like,
only
I feel
guy
like-
I know who pays for Emma Thorne's OnlyFans.
Yeah, for real. Like, I don't get the obsession.
Busted.
I really don't.
You know,
I
there's
always
like
think of her
there's like
in that-
fake nudes of her.
I'm
There's
sure,
fake nudes of her out
I'm
there.
sure you would know all about that, Bubblegum.
I have them.
I'm sure that if anybody has scoured the
Emma,
internet far
if
and
you're
wide,
listening to this, I've seen you naked. I own you now.
But you haven't though. Also, if you've seen her in a photo, then you've stolen her soul if she's on there.
Yeah.
All right.
Kind of like the Native Americans.
You know who's
Trotsky
really
is-
hot and there was a big leak is that Hunger Games girl.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. It was like all of Hollywood, I think.
Jennifer Lawrence.
Her boyfriend was ugly as fuck though.
That's usually how
Why?
it
What
works
do you
with them
care
hot
about what
ones.
her boyfriend looks like?
He does not deserve her. Like
That's why, because Bubblegum looked up the picture of her and then he was like, "Oh my god, who is he with?"
No, it's like
and
this
she saw the
motherfucker.
guy and he's like, "Oh my god, I would be so much better of a pick for her."
No,
than
this
that guy."
motherfucker was fat. Like this motherfucker was fat. Like he
Her real
like
boyfriend was Harvey Weinstein. He's in jail right now.
Harvey Weinstein's like dick rotting off while he's in jail too. He has like some condition that's like causing it to like fall off.
Too much pussy.
I think it's deserved, quite frankly. I think if anybody
He's probably.
deserves,
They say like where
Bubble.
those stars and shit go, the jail they go to is like really bougie, and it's not even really like a punishment.
That's where
kind of what like those European
It's
jails.
like the kind they sent Chong to.
I hate those
Right.
European jails. Don't you hate those European jails, Bubblegum? They like give people that are in prison an actual sense of like dignity, and that they aren't just like chattel that's meant to work half to death by the state. I hate that.
The
so
thing
much.
about that though, is
chop off their hands, put them work.
Look at that!
That's nonsense.
Look at that Norwegian mass shooter. His name's like on something. He killed I think like 70 kids.
Oh, I
And
remember
he was
that guy.
up for a parole hearing because they let you out when you kill 70 kids after 10 years. And like during the parole hearing, he did like the Hitler salute. So it
Yeah.
shows like he hasn't learned anything.
No,
or been
the guy was
reformed.
really devoted. Yeah, because he.
I think his name's like Anders or something.
When the kids he killed were all left, all the children of leftist politicians, because it was like some sort of a.
It was like
some
an
sort of camp
island.
for leftists.
Because nothing says pro Hitler like going and killing a bunch of white people. You know.
Yeah.
Well, they were communists.
Yeah,
Don't you
because I'm
think,
sure
like,
I'm
those
sure he took the
countries-
time to individually vet each and every single child's political ideology before he slaughtered them. No, I'm
Well,
pretty sure
the parents were all
he just
communists.
I'm pretty sure he just came to the conclusion that yeah, these people's parents disagree with me, therefore they should die, kind of like an idiot.
Well, no,
You would
it's
think
because the
Norway
camp
would
was
make
there
an
to indoctrinate
exception,
them
though.
into leftism.
Oh, really? So I mean, like what he did was good, right, Bubblegum?
Well, they were communists, so you know
Oh,
they
was
have
it
no
good?
right to live.
Yeah, was it good?
They have no right to live.
I don't know
I
about
mean, you
that.
can get edgier than that, Bubblegum. Come on, you can say something that's even edgier than that.
I mean, we can talk about Israel. Ooh.
No. Oh, can we change? What talked about Clay when he said he's actually working with truck driver Billy? He talked about that earlier, saying he's going to be working with him, right?
I still don't know who that is,
See?
unless it's a dude
It's a dude.
I know named
The
Billy.
dude that knows the dude who's working for another dude.
But Billy is such a common name.
You know him, Aiden, right, Aiden? He's also a truck driver, just
Correct.
like Clay. And he also knows Mark's, Karl Marx and Ron Wyatt, his two heroes. Right, Aiden? See? Aiden?
That's right.
He told me earlier that Ron Wyatt is his hero, and he have a picture of him on his wall. Right, Aiden?
Correct.
See? Aiden agrees.
You're stealing my whole act, gangster.
I think the person that Bubblegum admires more than anybody else is Margaret Thatcher. Is the person I've seen Bubblegum praise just nonstop. Like he just endless outpouring
He
of
does
praise
love
for the
her.
Thatcher administration.
You gotta love the Iron Lady in her.
The only person he loves more
what
than
the
her,
heck
I
did she
think,
do?
is that
Taking away
George
people's milk?
Soros.
That's right. They don't need to have milk.
Hell yeah. Maggie Thatcher Milk Snatcher. That was the slogan.
He loves it.
Yeah. Sorry, Aiden. I can't help it.
It's all right. It's all good.
Clay, oh, sorry. He, crazy. Oh, sorry. Clay. Are you there, Clay? Are you sure?
I think he's got his hands busy.
I just want to hear Jill. I just want to hear Jill talk about how Israel's totally not apartheid some more.
You know, Jill can't defend anything.
I mean, you have to have a brain to be able to defend things. That is true.
He's back.
Why do you eat a lot of bubble gum?
Well, I don't eat it. You just kind of chew on it and spit it out.
He actually has eaten all the bubble gum that he has consumed because he thinks that it stays in your stomach for 7 years. And if he
My colon is just like backed up by bubblegum right now. It is
That's right.
clogged. You know. There's a Nikas 6 poop joke in there, but
I could give you I could give you a sulfuric acid emina if you'd want. I could give you one.
Sulfuric acid. It's gonna have to be anal. Oh shit! God damn, those are fucking nail on the freaking floor.
You're right there.
I was like, I have no socks on, and I'm just kind of stepping around, and there's like a freaking nail almost stabbed me.
Yeah, you don't want to get tetanus. Yeah, are you up to date on your tetanus shots, bubblegum? Be honest. Be honest. Your tetanus shots.
I haven't even taken the vaccine.
So you're ignorant.
It's all part of the Illuminati.
I mean, you know the thimerosal, it can control your brain.
Listen here, you goddamn liberal. You want to inject me with a gay?
No, I'm agreeing with you. I ain't letting that thimerosal get anywhere close to me. If you ask me, that thimerosal might as well be called dimerosal.
That is right.
Cash, when did you give your life to Charles Darwin? Submit it to his ways of defying spaghetti monster.
You know, I was baptized in the secret sauce.
Oh. Right, Clay? Clay said earlier that he's... Oh, yeah,
Bubblegum is the reason why we can't have characters like Uncle O'Grimacy anymore. There was a character, there was a spin-off of Grimace for St. Patrick's Day called Uncle O'Grimacy. And he was in all green, and apparently he was discontinued because there was a giant bar fight in Ireland where a person in an Uncle O'Grimacy costume proclaimed the only good British soldier is a dead British soldier.
That's base.
That caused literally it made an act of parliament go through to ban Uncle O'Grimacy from ever appearing anywhere in the UK again.
Goddamn black and tans.
Yeah. Bubblegum. Even if that's your real name. I know your real name, Bubblegum.
It's Darthoranus, that's my real name. We don't speak about my slave name.
Your real name is Cleopatra.
Cleopatra, yes. That's actually my pronoun.
He likes Cleopatra because she done be inbred.
Just like him. But Clay.
Did you just say just like him? You just got roasted, Bubblegum.
God
like
dang, gangster. Shots fired, man. I didn't see that coming. Betrayal.
Guys, why do you always make those weird 3D printers videos?
You've been sneaking all my videos, I see.
Yeah, why you been making them? I see.
You gotta print me up a lightning link, dude, and then I'll cash app you.
It's just novelty.
Do you think Jill is
label
getting
it as
a
like a
cash
wall
app
hanger, like a coat hanger.
Do you think Jill is getting a cash app from BB after this? You think he's gonna send him one like, "Good job,
Big Bad Mama"?
No, I mean Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, I thought you meant burning bushes when you said
No.
BB.
I'm on the most sad payroll.
Taking that tribe of Dan a little too serious.
I can see Dan doing that because he's live right now. So he's like, I need to take viewership away. I'm sending in Jill.
Look at him.
I think Jill might have actually died. I don't know if he's even alive or with us anymore. He's just there. I think somebody can we have a proof of life check on Jill really quick?
He raged.
Thank you, Jill.
He raged so hard.
I came here to bully you.
He like soiled himself and passed out.
Just wakes up in a pile of his own shit.
Jill. Are you ready to apologize to people like me? People like Nick Fuentes. We were right all along. We demand an apology.
Bubblegum.
Eh.
Is it what they said that you're from Japan?
Konnichiwa. Toyota, Hyundai.
Yeah, I seen you when you debated that one guy, Snake Guy and AC.
Oh, and that guy destroyed Bubblegum in that one debate. Yeah. Just wiped the floor with Bubblegum. I haven't even seen it, and I already know.
It's weird that his own partner did agree with him.
Oh, that's because LPP was a Christian.
Well, logical, plausible, probable is Bubblegum's gay lover. I just want to put that out there. That is.
Don't you dare interrupt her gay kissing, Aiden.
I'm not saying it is a bad thing. I embrace your guys' love, all right? It's 2025.
Nah, it's like LPP is a Christian, and all Christians are like evolutionists. Of course he wasn't gonna agree. And the thing is, like, I tried to call him before the goddamn debate so he would drop the Christian crap. I was like, I need you to drop that Christian crap.
Who is this guy called B-E-A-N-E-R? I can't.
Never heard of him.
Spell it in the private chat, GG.
Sorry, I'm gonna let you on.
That's funny.
Because the last time someone I did, I don't know. Who are
Flashed
you?
or Willie.
Tell us who are you? Say in the private chat.
Yeah. Let us know in the private chat who you are. Or you're getting gone.
I think it might be Dustin.
Beaner. That might be Josh.
No way.
Who are
Isn't
you?
that the?
You got 10
I forgot
seconds.
her name. I've seen her around.
You got 10 seconds.
Definitely not her though.
1, 2, 3.
Nope. They're gone.
Oh, who was it? Was it Bubblegum?
They're definitely using like a fake profile. But I seen that avatar around. I think she was talking to Lupin.
Oh, is that Cecil?
Yeah, I think it's that one.
I think it was. I stand for Ian, Christopher.
I live in the best time period to be alive. I truly am, because I'm being paid right now to have this conversation with you guys. Like, I'm just working my other job right now in the meantime, and it's pretty great.
Edison. Yeah, that's it. Ian, Christopher Edison.
Latin AI. I wonder who Latin AI is.
Take the Tulip Challenge. GG's.
Oh, he's back! Back from the dead! Oh, snap!
Your name is Ian.
My God.
Christopher.
Dun, 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 dun. We need to do the.
What's that, Gangster?
Your name is Ian Christopher Edison.
You need to do Phantom of the
when are you
Opera
going to take the Tulip Challenge?
for when Jill
Do
actually.
you know what? Do you understand what the Tulip Challenge is?
Oh yeah, talk about do you accept all the Calvinists?
How much do you
You
pay a
do.
month for that crypt? I'm just wondering, Jill. How much do you pay on a monthly
idea
basis
is-
for that crypt that you live in?
The idea is that you.
I have emerged after 1,000
All right,
years
you know the
to
routine.
proclaim
I'll be right
the
back.
new order.
When you're ready to have a discussion, that means you have to mute this guy at least once during the 5-hour stream.
Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah.
Bum, bum,
So
bum,
you're not going to
bum.
mute him.
Do.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My God, he's like a child. First, he's in here arguing that the Jews are apartheid with no evidence to back it up, just how he feels. But anyway, the Tulip Challenge is
Right.
the idea that all Christians actually hold to the 5 points of Tulip. All Christians. And I
5
can
points
prove
of what?
I can prove it from Scripture. The 5 points of Calvinism.
What
In
about
some
Bruce?
way. All Christians hold to the 5 points of Calvinism.
Well, I don't even really care about Christianity anymore.
Good for you. So if you'd like to go take the Tulip Challenge, Smokey took it. Praise failed, of course.
Did what about Bruce?
Smokey is actually a Calvinist. All Christians are. All Christians hold to the 5 points. They're which is to say they're completely biblical.
Oh.
You can't prove otherwise.
What about Brother Pike? I thought he failed your challenge.
Who?
Brother Pike.
Butterfly.
Ah, yes. Finally, intellectualism has arrived back into this conversation. Huzzah!
Christian Pike the other day, he said he failed your
Gigi, can you mute Jill for the next 20 minutes, please? He disagrees with me, so I'm gonna ask for him to be muted because he makes me upset.
You still need to go prove
Can you
Israel
mute
is
him,
an
please?
apartheid
Yeah,
state.
thank you.
Go do that first. Use Chat GPT if you have to.
Can you mute him? So, all right. Do you actually want to have a conversation on that? Like, do you actually?
We
want
already did. You failed.
No,
Now I'm talking to
because you
GG about
misrepresented to me every single time that you did that.
Yeah,
So,
I'm talking
do
to.
all Jews live in Israel? No, you asked me earlier.
Do all Jews live in
You asked me to
Israel?
explain how Israel's an apartheid
No,
state.
all Jews do not live in Israel. No, never
Okay.
claimed they did.
Okay, so all Jews don't live in Israel. Do all
Never
Jews
claimed they
support?
did.
Do all Jews support Israel?
Never claimed they did.
So all Jews don't live in Israel, and all Jews don't support Israel.
Never claimed they did.
Is Israel a
The
Jewish
the
state?
state of Israel? No, never claimed they did.
Is Israel a
What's the
Jewish
point of
state, or
this?
is it a secular
Why are
state?
you bringing up more straw
I'm
men?
just wondering: is it a
You're
Jewish
wondering
state,
about
or is it a secular state?
stuff that has nothing to do with what I'm talking
Is it
about.
a Jewish
To
state, or is it
deflect.
a secular state?
I have no idea what
Oh,
that
I'm
even
sorry. A
means.
conversation about Judaism is totally
I have no idea
irrelevant
what
on
that even means.
anti-Semitism.
Why is that relevant? I have no
You don't
idea
know
what
what
a Jewish.
secular means? You
I
don't
have
know
no
what
idea what a Jewish state is, as opposed
Oh,
to a
you don't know
secular
what a
state.
Jewish state? Okay.
Are there
Well,
Jews living in a secular
to
state?
answer your
What does
question,
that even
Israel
mean?
is a secular state.
What does that mean? What is a secular
It
state?
means that it is not a theocratic government. It does not
No,
derive its
no. The
power
Israel
or
is not a
authority from
theocratic
God.
government. No.
Okay.
Israel is not a theocratic government.
So it's a secular state where
They
not
hold
all Jews
elections.
live in the
In fact, can I finish the point before you start
No, because
talking?
you were
Do
interrupting
you know
me.
how to have a
Actually.
conversation?
The reason
Do you
why
know how to
you're
have a
talking right
conversation?
now is because you were
I thought you knew how to
interrupting
have
me.
a conversation.
You were interrupting me,
Okay,
which is
so in
why you're
fact,
even
no,
talking right
you
now.
asked me a question. I went to answer it, and then you cut me off.
So,
In fact,
to
so as I was saying,
continue
I'm
on
not
with
long-winded like you are. I don't need to get scalloped.
the
So
idea
people
that
forget exactly
Israel
what the point was
is
that they were making
the
by the
idea
time
that
you finished
Israel is an
talking.
apartheid state
So,
is not
in fact,
necessarily
they
separate from
hold
the idea of whether Israel is
elections,
a secular state.
and there is no law you can find where minorities are not receiving the same protection under the Jewish law. So, alongside Jewish Israelis, Arab Israelis vote, they study, they work, they live, they serve in parliament, they serve in the courts, the military, the government. They do all of those things. They receive all minorities.
Wait a minute.
All minorities
Ooh.
receive equal protection under the law. Now, how are they apartheid again?
So you mean to tell me that the government of Israel is not just made up of Jewish people? You mean to tell me that the government of Israel actually
Oh
has more
God,
than
this
just
guy
Jewish
is cooked.
I'm
All
just
right,
wondering.
GG.
I guess he can't. So
All right,
to
GG.
answer the
I gotta
question,
run. If you want to take it to the
the
challenge,
idea that it is a
if you want to
secular
take it
state,
to a
he's
challenge,
trying to
come
run
see
right
me
now,
on
but
my
I'm not
channel,
going to
all
let
right?
him run. So the
Email
idea
me.
that it is a
Rebuke and
secular
reprove
state,
at gmail.com.
how could it
Rebuke and
possibly
reprove at
be
gmail.com.
anti-Semitic to
God bless.
criticize Israel if there are non-Jews in the Israeli government? Then how could it be anti-Semitic to criticize Israel? You see, Jill is not interested in actually having a conversation about this, and he demonstrated his lack of interest by leaving when I was actually trying to make a point regarding it. See, he acted like he was really curious, oh, can you demonstrate to me how Israel is an apartheid state and how that's not anti-Semitic? And yet he just right there admitted that there are non-Jews serving in Israel and its government, that there are Jews living outside of Israel, that there are Jews that are critical of Israel. So all of that to be said, how could it be anti-Semitic? Because anti-Semitism, by his definition that he gave earlier, was criticism or hatred against the Jewish people on the basis of their ethnic or religious preoccupation. So with that in mind, I did not commit any act of anti-Semitism because I never said anything against all Jews. I never said anything against Judaism as a religion. I said something against the secular state of Israel, which is not anti-Semitic. I rest my case. Jill, you couldn't even last for the entire stream, which is why you just rage quit. It's really quite unfortunate. Let me on the panel. I can't type in the back chat. Y'all too scared, afraid of some beans. Oh snap! Who are you? Because if you type in the
Latin AI, I know her.
Oh, is Latin AI C-Cell?
No, not to my knowledge. Sorry, I didn't know that was you.
I'm sorry. We're just being cautious because Gigi had somebody try to P-bomb his stream, and we're just being overly cautious right now over people that we don't know. So it's nothing personal. We're not scared. As a matter of fact, you can come on.
Yeah. Sorry about that. But Aiden. Yeah, remember you told me earlier that your hero Ron Wyatt, you actually met him once in 1992.
Yeah. Cool.
Oh, Aiden.
Oh my goodness, it's already almost 3 o'clock. Wow. Today has gone by like that. And I do have to thank Jill for that. I know that in his mind, I'm like super upset right now over what just happened. But if anything, I'm actually grateful for Jill for making my day go by that much faster.
Oh, that's good. Are you there, Pixie?
I am here.
Hi, Pixie.
Sorry, I got tired of it. Hey, I got tired of it kicking me, so I left
Sorry
for a
about
while.
that. That's why
okay.
See about going to StreamYard because
It's not your fault. My computer doesn't have a problem with StreamYard. It's just, with Restream. It's just my phone. So when I'm working is when I have trouble.
How's it going, Beaner? And that's not a slur because that's their name.
Highlight an AI.
Well, why are you saying hi to me as if you're the fucking host? Isn't Gigi the host?
I think I, as a person that's capable of independent thought, is capable of saying
there's
hello.
a newbie. There's a newbie because she dropped the F-bomb and didn't say sorry, Ghost.
No, it's all right. I appreciate the faulty bravado. It's good. I appreciate the energy.
Are you C-Cell?
Are you retarded?
Yeah, she's C-Cell. Well, I know you're retarded. I don't need to ask whether you're retarded. It's just a known fact.
You sound
You got
like
any
a
other
tranny.
clever remarks to say?
You sound like a tranny.
Oh, wow. That's so clever. That's so clever. Oh, my gosh.
I bet it took a half a functioning brain cell and an attempt at an original thought to fall back on that recycled soundbite.
Yeah, no kidding. My goodness. Do you have any other 2019-esque insults to throw at us, or do you actually want to access your higher brain function and have a conversation?
I was just wondering, are you like pro-Israel or pro-Palestine?
I'm not invested in either of them.
I'm against the
I think they both have faults. But I don't pretend America has a moral high ground either, so I'm not exactly sure what you're asking.
I'm for a two-state solution, but I think that Israel as a state needs to drastically reform itself.
But that I can agree to. Like but as far as being pro one or the other, like, what does that even mean?
I'm talking to the gay guy.
I wasn't talking to you either. I was responding to what he said.
Hey,
so don't try to flatter yourself.
You weren't on here when I first was trying to get up here. I was hoping the other guy would have stayed on here because he sounded like he was a little bit more intelligent than both of you put together.
Coming from the person who came up
Aiden.
here with like a 2010 insult. I'm not
you
gonna
sound like
take that.
No, white lady. You sound like
let her
a
spin
stupid.
her
I sound like
white
a
lady.
stupid white lady. Oh,
You sound like a
see,
stupid
and there now
white
now your
cunt.
bigotry comes out. Now your bigotry comes out.
No,
Now we find out that you're a
like a
racist and a
stupid.
fascist, and you're for what? An ethno
No,
state?
actually,
Cool.
I'm
That's
for an
so
ethno
cute.
state. I
I'm learning
love
so much
Israel.
about
Israel
you.
is the best.
Stupid
I love
I'm
it when
learning
Israel
so much about
unfairly
you.
kicks
You're a
out
bigot. You
Palestinians
liberal
from
hate
their
white
white
women
home.
like
people. You're
I
a
love it
racist.
so
You
much when
hate white
Israel
people. You're
forcibly
a
expels
racist. You think white
Palestinians from
people
their
are
home.
stupid. You like ethno states. Learning so much about you. Tell me something else. Who else are you racist against? Is it just white people? Or do you hate other people too? Who else is automatically dumb and brainwashed in your opinion? I'm learning so much about bigots today.
You sound like a tranny.
She sounds like a fascist. So it's okay.
I'm just waiting for another pearl of wisdom. Can you give us another pearl of wisdom from on high, Beaner? No, I didn't think so. I guess this didn't work out the way you were expecting it to, did it? That's unfortunate. Were you expecting to come in here and like, oh my gosh, we're so triggered right now?
She came in here with some confidence, though. She said
She
it
did.
was a test at first, and then she
No,
started
she
mumbling.
did. Yeah, and now she's then she went to mumbling, and now she's about as loud as she is thoughtful.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
My goodness. That's
I
two
hate
people.
everybody, and mostly stupid white bitches. I
Good
hate
for
stupid
you.
white
You must hate
bitches.
yourself then.
I hate stupid brown people.
Why do you hate yourself? Why do you
Oh, well, super white. I hate to inform
No.
you that I am not super
No, I
white. As a
don't
matter of
hate
fact, my
myself.
DNA covers half the globe, and it's a joke that I broke the family line. So.
Oh, really? Did you get
I'm a mutt.
23andMe done? Did you do 23andMe?
I knew I was a
That's
mutt
so
long
funny.
before
Who does
DNA
the
tests come
fake?
out. Do you not know your
Who does
family?
the,
Do you
who
need?
does
Do you
this
need?
fake
No. You need
computer?
a DNA test. Did you
Who
take a DNA test to tell you
does
who you
fake
are?
computer
Let me
keyboard
guess.
sounds?
You came from a family. You came from a family with no history who couldn't tell you about your family tree. So you think everybody else relies on DNA because you had to? That's so sad. Do you not know your family?
Oh yeah, you see, I knew that evil white cunt in you would come out.
Yeah, I'm so evil because I'm the one up here being bigoted, talking about how much I hate everybody and I hate white people and white people are stupid and you can't know your family tree unless you take a DNA test
Did
and
you go
everybody
to
sucks.
a
Yep, that's
No
me.
Kings?
That's me.
Did you go to a
I'm the
No
one that came up
Kings
here
protest
spewing a bunch of
recently?
hatred. Yep, that's totally me.
Did
Totally
you
me.
go
I'm the one
to
up
a
here
No
spewing a bunch of
Kings
hatred.
protest recently?
I did not. I have not been to a protest since I was in college.
Oh,
Try
I'm
again.
sorry. Are you for the king, Beaner? Do you think
How
that the
long?
king should
How
oppress
long is
everybody?
that?
Please spew
Come
some
on,
more hate.
fascist
Spew
boot.
some more hate. No, please spew some more hate while you call
How
other
long
people
ago
evil.
was your college
Tell
day?
me more about how you hate people while you call everybody else evil.
Last college
No,
day.
tell
When
me
was
how.
your last
No,
college
I want
day?
you to tell me how other people are evil
When was
while
your
you
last
talk about
college
how much
day?
you hate
When was your
everybody.
last
When was my considering my kid is in college, it was quite some time
hate your
ago.
family?
So
Do you hate your family?
No, I don't hate my family.
Do
But
your
given that my
family hate
kid is in
you?
college, my college days are long behind me. Why don't you tell
does
me?
your
No,
mother
they
hate
don't. They don't
you?
hate me at all.
Does
So
your
why don't?
father hate you?
No, why
Do
don't
you
you
know
tell
who your
me?
father
Why don't
is?
you tell
Do you
me
know who
about
your
how you
father
hate
is?
everybody?
Pixie.
You don't
My
know who your
father's
father
dead,
is?
dumbass, and
Do
yes,
you know who your father
my
is?
father was my best friend, and he's dead.
Pixie.
Can you pause her for a minute?
Pixie.
Why don't you go back to my father's dead and he was my best friend till the day he died. I know my family. You're the one who told me that I can't know where I came from without a DNA test, which suggests that you have that illusion, meaning there's something that caused that illusion. So sad for you. Second of all, when you come back, why don't you go back to telling me how you hate everybody and you're a fascist bigot and that makes other people evil?
I just find it funny that she was trying to play the family card because it's typically people who come from broken homes. It's people who come from broken and battered families that mistreat them and make them feel inadequate. That's typically the cause of racism within people.
Look, My super munchkin loves me so much.
Seated
My-
feelings of inadequacy.
I have a very, very close family. My dad was my best friend, and I literally went to hang out with my dad every single day until the day he died. My super munchkin loves me so much. If I
Dad
can't
gay,
go hang
though?
out with her and her peers,
Was
if
your
I can't go
dad
hang out with
gay?
her, my super
But
munchkin
was
loves
your
me
dad
so much
gay?
that if I can't hang out, no, obviously, obviously he had 4 kids. Try harder. So if I can't go hang out with my super munchkin and her peers, her 20-year-old peers, she will cancel her plans and reschedule because she thinks she has more fun with me. Yep, that's how close my family is. So sad for you.
I'm sure that she'll have another totally logical basis in reality when she comes up with her next confusion. Oh my goodness, you people that have good home lives and good family lives, you people that have strong familial connections, you're the people that are trying to destroy the United States because I came from a broken home and a family that made me feel inadequate. Because I feel inadequate, I feel the need to go on YouTube and rant to a bunch of people on a YouTube channel about how I hate white people and about how I just hate it so much. And I just think that there's the only way that you're able to know about your family is if you take a family tree test. Yeah, that's all that you've got. And I really do hope that your feelings of inadequacy, I hope the fact that you feel crushingly inadequate, the fact that you feel like you're not enough, I hope that you don't feel that way anymore. Because feeling like you're not enough is not a good thing, and you really should get help for that. It's not healthy to feel like you're not enough. It's not healthy to feel inadequate. And quite frankly, it's really unhealthy to externalize that kind of hatred onto other people by going on a YouTube live stream and endlessly repeating yourself over and over and over again and saying the same phrase over and over again because she doesn't actually have anything of any substance to say whatsoever. So she's just going to repeat herself over and over again.
It's okay, let her spew her negativity, and I'll just cover it up with bragging about my super munchkin because I love her so much and love is so much better. So my super munchkin is going into her second year of college with 97 credit hours.
Yeah,
97.
the fact that she's
That
doing
is
good at
amazing.
that is
She has
really
a
good.
she is working. She is working. She is shadowing somebody. She has a boyfriend. She has 97 credit hours in her second year of college and a 3.9 GPA because she kicked butt. She kicked butt. She got scholarship. She's so smart. She's working.
Isn't she in drama as well, Pixie? Didn't she take drama class as well?
She
So
does.
she's a
She
chip
has-
off the old block in that regard, then.
Oh yeah, she's got lots of scholarships. She's got theater scholarships. She's got journalism scholarships. She's got scholarships for her GPA. She got scholarships for her grades. She's got scholarships for her volunteers and her extracurricular activities. She got scholarships she written, applied for, and wrote essays for. She works her little butt off. She's working and shadowing and going to college. I have the best kid ever. She is freaking amazing.
Aside, anyways, Clay.
Oh no, she quit the conversation. We can't hear her negative prattlings
Yeah.
anymore.
Aw,
Oh my
so
gosh,
sad.
it's so
She'll find
unfortunate.
another place to cook.
What?
It's okay.
Wait, but didn't she want to listen to us talk about positive things instead of just endlessly
No,
talking
she just
about
wanted to
negativity all day
spew.
long?
She just wanted to spew about how much she hates everyone and how bigoted and fascist she is. That's all.
Oh, that's a shame.
What?
I'm sorry.
I know. Maybe somebody else will want to be all negative with her and talk about how much they hate everybody.
Yeah, like Lupin. That's like half of their streams. Half of the streams with Lupin is literally just like, we hate X group of people. Let's make fun of X group of people because they're different than us and they're a minority that gets made fun of.
Not X. What did X ever do to you?
I mean, X, formerly Twitter, because that's what you see all the time. Can you just change it back to Twitter? Nobody thinks of it as X. Not a single person.
Okay, well, I'll make sure to do it just for you.
Like,
It doesn't
do
sound
you
as
think of it as
natural
X?
saying X.
No, it doesn't. Like, do you
know.
think of it as X, GG?
No.
No,
But I'll
it's
change it
Twitter.
back to being Twitter just for you.
Like, it's just
Think
really.
like Jesus. the other day, Gigi said Elon just like had all his money given to him.
Yeah. But
which is
Clay, I need to ask you something. Who was that?
What?
That's Latin. She sound like Seasal.
I think that is Cecil. That is Cecil. She's trolling us.
That's
because
100%
yesterday.
Cecil.
Yesterday, I used that pic of her with gold teeth. Or not yesterday, like earlier today on here. So you guys, Cecil.
Imagine hiding behind an alias. Like,
Wait, no, that cannot be Seasal. Are you telling me that Seasal comes in here all like, ghost, just to come back up in here and be like, I hate everybody. I'm a fascist who hates white people.
They were with gold teeth. She looks kind of crazy. And then I like showed it her like maybe like 4 hours ago.
Cecil and I don't get along. We are not friends, but I'm having a hard time really thinking that was Cecil.
No, that was her. That was her voice. 150%.
Are you serious? Holy shit. Well, no wonder we're not friends.
No, Cecil is just
a lunatic?
Human being.
She's on one today.
That was very bipolar mania.
That's Seasal. I thought that was Latin AI.
Latin AI is
No,
just.
it's
I
Cecil,
thought
bro.
Latin AI was literally just a Cecil alt account. I'm pretty sure Latin AI is just a Cecil alt. So
yeah,
I'm just gonna take out. The
She
chat.
She doesn't like that I'm close to my family members.
Of course not, because like I said, all of these people that are super bigoted, they're not bigoted for no reason. Like this bigotry that they feel within themselves didn't come from nowhere. It comes from extremely deep feelings of inadequacy and a need to overcompensate for that inadequacy by labeling everyone else as inferior.
But like in the most ridiculous ways. Like you could say a lot of things about a man who is close to his daughter, right? Lots of people insinuate make insinuations about the sexual remarks Trump makes to his daughter in particular, right? So there was a lot of places she could go with that, but to be like, you're a girl close to her dad, that sounds gay. Was he gay? What? Like at this point, you're just like desperate. How does that even make sense? Trump does say sexual things about Ivanka, though. It is weird.
It's the same. It's in the same vein as Jill. He literally, I think he left because he realized that he was undermining his own argument. Like he was horseshoeing his way back around to arguing for me.
You hung out with your dad every day? That's so gay. Okay, what's your definition of gay? Because I'm confused.
Oh, you had a healthy relationship with your father? That means that he was fucking you up the butt. Like, no. Not how that works. I think that the fact that you make that association means that you're probably the one that had an unhealthy relationship with your father.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but what I'm saying is it's worse than that. Because that would make sense if I was a guy, for them to get, like, twisted in that manner. But I'm not even a guy.
Yeah.
So what does that have to do with gay?
I don't know. I mean, they don't make sense. It's in a similar vein, like I was trying to say, where Jill, right before he left, he was making the point that I was being anti-Semitic against Israel. And I just made the point to him. I was like, okay, do all Jews live in Israel? He said, no, I never said that. Okay, do all Jews favor Israel? No, I never said that either. Okay.
Well, then how are you anti-Semitic?
Well, and I kept going on about it. I was like, okay, so, and he kept going, he mentioned that there were non-Jews in the Jewish government. He's like, it's not an apartheid state because there are Arab Israelis in their government too. And it's like, okay, so you have just now admitted that Israel is not where all Jews live. Not all Jews are in favor of Israel. Israel is a secular state rather than a theocracy. And you've just now said that not all people in the Israeli government are Jewish. So how the fuck am I being anti-Semitic?
Exactly. Because they want to pretend that Jewish equals Israel and Israel equals Jewish.
That is anti-Semitic. I'm sorry, but it is anti-Semitic to take a group as complex and as diverse and with as long and storied a history as the Jewish people and just go, all of them think this way. Like, how is that not racist in any other regard? Like, if I made the statement, all black people think X, That's a racist statement.
And then the genealogy thing. I swear, I don't know how you grow up knowing nothing about your genealogy. Were there some surprises for me? Yes. But for the most part, I knew. Way before DNA tests were a thing, I knew I had ancestors who came over on the Mayflower. I knew that I had German blood and French blood. I knew that I had Native American blood. I knew the tribe that I came from. I knew the reservation my grandmother left when she was 15. I knew my dad's real dad and that my dad was adopted by his stepdad. I knew I knew that I had Middle Eastern blood. I didn't know that I had Jewish blood. I will give you that one. I did not know that I had Jewish blood, and I did not know that I had Sardinian blood. I did know that I was Iberian, though. So, yeah, like I knew a lot about my genealogy, and I don't know how you grow up not knowing anything about yours. It's like that Mexican person who got really mad at me one time because they kept calling my friend an Oreo because her dad was black and her mom was white. And he kept calling her an Oreo, and it made me really mad. And so I said, well, what are you? And he was like, I'm pure-blooded Mexican this. And I just started laughing at him. I was like, so you don't know your own history?
Yeah.
And he got really mad at me. I was like, Mexican means half European, half native. So at best, you're a fucking half-breed. But let's say your great-great-grandfather is half Spanish, half Mayan, and your great-great-grandmother is half Incan, half English. Then what? You're a mutt like the rest of us? Congratulations.
Yeah, the idea of pure blood is just ridiculous. The only way that you can claim you have pure blood is if you are the direct result of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of inbreeding. That's the only way. Because otherwise you have to acknowledge... God damn it, Gangster Code. I love that that's just a permanent association that you have.
The Habsburgs.
He's inbred. Yeah. But the basic fact of human history is that the idea of race, as we know it right now, is something that only got thought of a couple of hundred years ago. Race as a concept only really began emerging on the scene a couple of hundred years ago, and ever since, everybody who is a racist has desperately tried to recontextualize the rest of history to make it seem like, well, other people thought of it just like I did back in the day. No, they didn't. People didn't think of other people based on their race.
They come on here and they tell on themselves, though. They're like, you're racist, but really, here's all the reasons I am, and I'm a fucking bigot while I call you evil. Okay, weirdo. All right,
I don't know why
simmer down.
she was so butthurt today. I've never seen Seasal be that overtly hostile.
Aiden, I texted her, asked her about that. She said that's not her.
She said
I was gonna say I didn't think it was her because Seasal has said some mean things, but she always has this giggle after, and that girl was not giggling. She was like grr.
No, that was her voice. I'm sorry, if that's not Seasal, then it's somebody that sounds exactly like Seasal.
Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe she was braver because it's a different name. But I really just personality-wise, I didn't think it was her. But if you hear me and Super Munchkin talking, people say that me and Super Munchkin sound almost exactly alike. My own mom confuses me for my kid.
Yeah, and Dan Pazzi and Nick Shunk sounds just alike too.
That's true. That's true. They really do sound quite similar to each other. They both desperately need nasal reconstructive surgery, in my opinion.
I was gonna say it though, because like I said earlier, Seasal and I don't generally get along, but I wouldn't have put her in the belligerent category.
Yeah.
Now he is claiming other people are racist. Yeah, I am claiming other people are racist. You're one of them. You're anti-Semitic, Jill. Your claim that because I am critical of a secular state where Jewish people happen to live in, that therefore means that I am against the totality of Judaism. that's a anti-Semitic claim, because you're taking the giant diverse tapestry of all Jews throughout their entire history and painting them as though they are a monolith that all think and believe the same way. And before you say that that's out of context, the only way that you could claim that me saying Israel is an apartheid state is anti-Semitic would be if Israel was the place where all Jews lived, that all Jews were in lockstep about Israel and what it ought be or not be doing, and that Israel was a theocratic state that represented the religion of Judaism. That's how you do that. But that's not what I did. Oh, Pixie, they're back.
Oh, you calling your gang member to come and help
Yes,
you?
Lucky for them, I
That
might
is
have
it.
to run soon, but they're gonna come cope harder. Hopefully they brought more brain cells this time.
You gonna gang bang me? You gonna jump me? The two of you?
Ooh, damn! Right down to the sexual stuff. You must have had a real brutal past, huh?
You gonna jump me? You guys
Is that
are like
what? Why is that? Why is that
two
where
white
your head goes?
supremacist
Why is that
gangsters
where
gonna
your head
jump me?
goes? I'm a white
Because
supremacist
I can hear
now.
what you guys are saying. I hear
Oh,
what you're saying.
so I'm a white
Hey
supremacist
Pixie,
because you
hey
hate
Pixie,
people?
come and
That's
help me.
interesting.
Let's jump this Mexican chick. Let's
Is that what
jump
I
her.
said?
Come on.
Funny, I never said
I'm
that.
reading
I remember.
between
I
the
distinctly.
lines.
No,
I
oh,
distinctly
it was you.
remember
It was
having
you
that
who came in here
between
beating your
the
chest. It was you who came in here beating your
lines.
chest, and now you're upset because somebody
I
responded
hope
to your
that
bravado.
the government
Cry louder.
takes away
Cry
all
louder.
welfare.
Cry
I hope the
louder.
government
And do
takes
it
away
harder.
all your university welfare funding.
Louder. Say
People
it
that
with
you
your
were
chest. You
mentioning
came in here with
earlier.
so much bravado. Say it with your chest.
Why are
Yeah,
you
why are you
yelling
being
at
so
me?
quiet?
Why
Why
do
are you?
I have to
Say
yell?
it. You came in here with so much
Bitch?
bravado and confidence earlier. Say it with your
Why?
chest. Come
No,
on,
that is
let's
true.
go.
You kind of
Who
did
said
come
I'm
in
not
here with
You
this
came in here
attitude
all
of
bipolar maniac earlier. Come on, let's get there again.
You know who the
Keep the
bipolar
same
ones
energy.
are? The
Keep the
ones
same
at the No
energy. Keep the
Kings
same energy.
protests?
Keep the same energy. I wasn't at
Yeah,
any protests.
okay.
Keep the same
Yeah,
energy.
all
Keep the
your
same energy.
allies at the No King protest.
Who's
all
allies?
Those people,
I
your
get it.
allies.
When all else
Do
fails,
you?
write fantasies
So
about
Pixie and
strangers because
Aiden.
you're flailing
So Pixie
desperately.
and
Oh, look
Aiden.
at the
I want to ask you a question.
desperately flailing,
I
ridiculous
want to
person
ask
writing
you a
fantasies
question.
in her head about strangers so she
I want to
copes
ask you a
better.
question.
Was it that hard to cope? Was it
I
so
want to
hard
ask
to
you a
cope you needed to write?
question.
No, I'm asking you a question. Was it so hard
I'm
to
asking
cope
you a
you needed to write a novel? I'm asking you a question. Was it
I'm
so hard
asking
to
you the
cope you needed to write a novel?
question.
Was it so hard
I'm
to cope you
asking you
needed
the
to write a novel
question.
without me in your head?
I want to ask
Was
a
it so
question.
hard to cope?
I want to
Was
ask
it
a
so
real
hard to cope?
question.
Was
Hey,
it so
Grandma,
hard to
I
cope
just
you
want to
needed
ask
to
a
write a
real
fiction novel?
question. Grandma,
Hey,
Grandma,
I'm asking.
please,
I'm
Grandma,
asking you a real
Grandma,
question. I'm asking you a real
Grandma,
question. Was
Granny,
it
I
so
want to ask a
hard
question,
to
Granny.
cope?
Hey,
I'm not a grandma.
Granny,
Was it
Granny,
so hard to
Granny,
cope?
Granny, I want to ask
It's
you guys
so
a
hard to
question.
cope. It's so hard to cope. You had to write
Granny,
a fantasy
Grandma,
novel about me in your head.
Grandma, I want to ask a question.
Does
I want
baby
to
need
ask
a
a
bottle?
question,
Baby
Grandma.
needs a bottle because it's
I
so
want to
hard to
ask a
cope.
question,
It's
Grandma.
so
I'd like
hard
to
to
report
cope.
a
You
theft
have to
in the
write
side chat.
fantasy novels about strangers in your head. Isn't that adorable? It's so cute in a pathetic sort of way. It's just so hard to cope. You have to write fantasy novels about strangers and pretend to tell them who they are. I mean, life must be so rough. It's so sad in a really, really like pathetic in the gutter sort of way. Why don't you write another fantasy novel about me and come back and try again? Oh, a little hint though, I'm not a grandma yet. So come back better.
I'd like to report a theft in the side chat.
Hey, Gangster Ghost, I think you kicked me off the panel earlier.
Yeah, they did that intentionally.
Who are you?
Yeah, who are you?
I already told you in the chat. Are you guys too stupid to remember?
Oh, if you think we're stupid, then maybe you should just see yourself out.
No, she just thinks the world revolves around her, and I'm clinging to her every word in the chat. Oops, I didn't read a single word.
No, she wants to be a vindictive bitch, then, I mean, whatever.
You're not. You won't
she can
even,
show herself as a vindictive bitch.
Why won't you read
That's
the chat?
perfectly
Why are
fine.
you guys on the panel.
Why?
if
Because
you don't
I'm
care about
working,
the
and you're
chat?
just. I'm working, and you're
Why?
only worth talking to
Why?
because you're here.
What
That's
are you?
why.
What are you? What are you
You
working
have to
at?
have more
What are you
brain cells
working
to
at?
catch
I
my
want to
attention.
know
You have
what
to
you
have more
work at.
brain cells. You have to
What
have more brain cells to
exactly
hold on to my
do you
attention. That's
work at?
why.
Can you tell me?
It takes
What do you
more
work
brain
in?
cells to keep my attention. That's
What
none of
do
your
you
business.
work in?
It takes more
I want to
brain cells
know.
to keep my attention. Well, you
I
can
want to
want all you
know.
want. It
What
doesn't
do
mean
you
you
work
will.
at?
Too bad. Too bad.
What kind
Too
of job
bad.
do you have?
Too bad for you.
Do
You're
you
just going to have to
even
keep
have a
guessing.
job?
You know what?
Are
You
you on
like to write
disability?
fantasy novels. Why don't
Are
you make
you
up
on
my profession
disability?
for me?
She
You've
just
Are
made
did.
you
up.
on
Let's see.
disability?
You're on disability.
You've made up my race. You've made up my family life. You've made up my background. Why don't you make up my job for me too, since you love writing fantasies about strangers and
Sal
your
is
life
here
is
to
But
clear
so
her
you
name.
won't
pathetic and
tell us
boring that
anything, so I have to assume.
since your life is so pathetic and boring, why don't you just spend it focusing on the life of strangers and making up things you don't possibly know. You know, your life is so sad. Why don't you focus it all on me and writing a novel about a stranger?
What are you? Is this
Gigi,
really
this
a
woman is
job?
in Cali. She's been obsessed with me, and she's a troll, and she's demon possessed, and she's running after me everywhere, pretending to be me. That's not me. Just FYI, guys.
Okay.
All
To be
right,
fair,
C-Sal, name has been
C-Sal,
cleared.
they almost convinced me it was you, but I did keep saying that even though you and I don't get along very well, there was no way in hell you were this bitter bipolar mania chick.
Yeah, I really do. I do think she's bipolar. It's kind of scary, but I just wanted to say, no, that's not me, and hope you guys are enjoying your live stream.
Yeah, C-Sal.
Oh, that's funny,
Thank you for
C-Sal, that
coming
you
on and
think I'm
clearing your
pretending to be
name.
you.
I
You wish
thought that
I
you
was
were
pretending
C-Sal
to be
because you
you.
do have quite similar
Sorry,
voices.
no,
I'm
I'm
sorry to
not
say.
pretending to be C-Sal. I
She
never claimed
sounds
to be
actually,
C-Sal.
yeah, she sounds different in
No,
different
I've never
channels. She's
pretended to be
scary,
you.
but
I've
yeah.
never
Anyway,
pretended
have
to
a
be
good day,
you,
guys.
C-Sal. That's
Later,
really
Dave,
funny that
C-Sal.
you would
Bye.
think I would pretend to be you, C-Sal. That's really hilarious.
Oh.
There is
really
help
funny.
available. There
She's
is
like
help
400 tiers below C-Sal. Let's just put that out there.
There are resources available
Well,
for you
I
to get help.
mean,
I hope you know
that's
that.
kind of funny that she would make up
It's kind of
lies that
funny,
I'm
I know,
pretending
because
to
you
be
hate
her.
everybody, so it's okay.
Yeah, so
What are
I
you
want to
trying to-
know, like, what do you
Valley
do
Girl
for
was
a
better
living?
left in the 80s. Valley Girl was better left in the
So what do
80s.
you?
I don't think
So
you
what do
should.
you
I don't
do
think
for a
you should
living?
continue talking that way while questioning anyone else's intelligence.
Well, why won't you answer what you do for a living?
Because it's none of your business.
Well, but you are so proud.
What's it to
and
you? You want to
loud,
write a
so
book?
just tell
You
me.
tired of those fantasies? You tired of those fantasies? You want to go for a biography
to
now?
find out more about you, because you guys are always
Too
on here
bad.
talking.
You know, if there's one thing I
It's
can
really
get the impression
interesting.
of from being her, if there's one thing I get the impression of, it's that she is interested in a good, honest representation of other people. She's not in the
most
field of
certainly.
I'm
trying to
just wondering
misrepresent
if you
people.
guys are like
Yep,
the
I bet she's
people that
there
are
taking notes and
protesting
everything.
that hate America, because it sounds like you hate America.
Do I?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it
Interesting.
sounds like you hate America, and I hope that was it. You
How
said your
would
grandkid or your
you know?
daughter
You hate
is
everyone.
going
You
to
don't like
university.
anything because you hate everyone.
That's a good
you
point.
hate
That's a good point.
You hate everyone. You
Didn't
hate the
you
white
say
people. You hate the Americans. You hate the Israelis. You hate the Palestinians. You hate everyone. Remember?
I hate
You
everyone
hate
equally.
everyone. You hate everyone. So at
She
least I'm
hates
a step ahead of
everyone.
you,
Yeah.
huh?
Have you ever heard of fake
Go
news?
harder. Go
Have you ever
harder.
heard of
Go
fake
harder.
news?
Go harder. Go harder.
Have you ever
Unlike
heard of
you,
fake news?
who hates a fictitious
Hate everyone
representation of a
bigot, because
nation,
who hates everyone? I hate
just
everyone.
hate people.
I hate everyone. I hate everyone. I hate everyone in Japan, and I hate everyone in America, and I hate everyone in China, and I hate me, and I hate C-Sal, and I hate you, and I hate white people, and I hate everyone.
I'm pretty sure that most of America agree with me.
I'm
that
pretty
it's
sure that most
stupid
of
white
America
people like
agrees with
you.
me that we can just hate everyone.
Yeah.
We can hate everyone, and because I hate everyone, you're evil. You're
Yeah,
evil
why do you
because
hate
I hate
Israel?
everyone.
Why do
And
you
I
hate
hate
Israel?
everyone, and that means you hate America.
Why do you
hate
hate
America,
Israel?
and you're evil because I hate
Why do
everyone.
you hate
I hate
Israel and why do
Israel,
you hate
and I hate
Palestine?
Palestine, and I hate America, and I hate Spain, and I hate me, and I hate you, and I hate everyone. I hate everyone, and I'm better than you because you only hate some people, and I'm going to tell you who you hate, And I can tell you who you hate because I hate everyone.
So why do you hate Palestine and Israel?
And I can tell you who you hate because I hate everyone. I hate Palestine. I hate Israel. I hate you. I hate me. I hate Spain. I hate America. I hate Mexicans. I hate everyone. And I'm going to tell you who you hate because I hate everyone. I hate everyone. And that makes me better than you. You don't hate enough people. You got to hate more people to hate everyone, like me.
Oh, this is not the channel
Munches
where
on
real
popcorn.
conversations happen, right?
Oh, I wasn't.
You guys are incapable of having.
I wasn't under the impression you were capable
I'm
of
sorry.
one.
Are you going to badmouth Gangster Ghost now? It's not,
I
it's
wasn't
not
under
enough
the
to
impression.
badmouth me and Pixie, but
I
now you're
wasn't
going to
under the
badmouth
impression you
Gangster
were
Ghost.
capable
No, I've
of a
actually.
real conversation.
I don't know. I don't know if Gangster Ghost is capable of, handling you guys properly.
Gangster Ghost can handle me just fine. The thing is, I don't need
Handling
and
you
you
guys
need more.
properly, aka hold on, Pixie.
Hold on. You need more functioning brain cells to attempt to have an honest conversation, much less a real one.
Honest
I just love how
conversations,
she
real
conflated
conversations.
having a
Do you want to have
conversation the way
okay,
she
so
wants it to having a
you
real
want to have
conversation.
a real
The way she wants to have
conversation?
a conversation is a real conversation.
You have
the way
to be
we want to have a
honest. First of
conversation
all,
is
let's
fake.
start.
No,
at
you
the
have to hate
beginning.
everyone.
You
Otherwise, you're not
said
capable of having a real
that
conversation.
you
You can't have
are
a real
not for
conversation unless you hate
Palestine
everyone.
and
Because
that
if you
you are
don't
not
hate
for
everyone,
Israel, right?
I never said that. No, if you don't hate everyone,
Okay,
then
you said you're not for
if you don't hate everyone,
Palestine
then you have
and
a
you're not for
bias.
Israel, right?
If you don't hate
Right?
everyone,
You
then you
said
have
you're
a
not
bias. So you
invested in
can't have a
either
real
side.
conversation with a bias,
You said you're
obviously.
not invested in either side, right? That's what I understood. Is that you are neither invested in Palestine
you have to have a
nor
bias because if you
Israel.
don't hate everyone, then you can't have a real conversation like me. Because if you don't hate everyone like
So,
me,
okay.
you can't have a real
So,
conversation
if you're
because
not for
that means you have a
Palestine
bias. Because you
and
have
you're
to
not
hate
for
everybody equally,
Israel,
and if you don't hate everybody
and you
equally,
said that
then you have a
you're
bias. And if you have a bias,
okay.
you can't have a real conversation because you gotta hate
Okay.
everybody like me.
Okay. Gangster Ghost, I'm gonna go because these people are too
Oh
fucking weird.
no! What a tragedy!
They can't have a real
Give me a second. No,
conversation.
hold on.
Everybody,
Give me a second. Give me a second.
panache their
Give
teeth.
me a second, and I'm gonna pretend to
Intellectual
care.
titan known as
I'm gonna
Beaner is
pretend
about
to
to
care
leave.
like the theater baby
Yeah.
I am. Hold on. I'm a theater
I
baby.
think
Give me a minute.
it's
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'm preparing to pretend. Preparing to pretend.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I could have a
ready?
conversation
Ready?
with
Here
you
we go.
about Israel if
Please,
you'd like
Beaner,
to.
please don't go. You've added so much intellectual content to the stream. How will
tell
we
you.
ever proceed without you? I will throw myself at your feet if you please just stay. Was that good enough?
I'd be happy to
I
have a
mean,
one-on-one with you
Gangster
about
Ghost
Israel.
went ahead and kicked me off earlier, right?
Oh,
And
no,
then
that
Aiden
wasn't good
said in the
enough. You just
chat-
wanted to announce your
and then
departure like we're at an
Aiden-
airport so you could
no.
miss your flight out. Got you.
No, because like Gangster Ghost kicked me out earlier, and then Aiden in the chat said, "Beaner, come back on the panel." So
And then you announced your departure and said,
And then
I'm
when I came
leaving,
back
and then
in,
decided, oops, I
like,
announced
oh,
my departure.
Pixie, let's jump her like we're two gangbangers.
Who the hell have I
No,
said?
he never
What
said
the hell have I
anything. He
said?
never said anything like that. And
Yeah,
second of
Pixie.
all, look
Pixie,
at you.
come,
Look
hurry,
at
help me
you.
beat her
Look
up.
at you
Help me,
announcing
Pixie,
your
help me.
departure, waiting for the validation of no, please don't go. And
I mean,
meanwhile, your
I'm
plane's done
going
taking the
to
fuck off,
the-
and you're still sitting in
Yeah,
the waiting
no,
room.
I'm
Or
going
weren't you leaving?
No, I'm
Weren't you
going
leaving?
to.
Aren't you
I'm
gonna miss your
going
flight?
to
Aren't
announce
you gonna
my
miss your flight?
departure.
Aren't you gonna
Just
miss
so
your flight?
you know that when I left
Oh, you announced
earlier,
it
it was
early.
against my
Did you
will.
think somebody was gonna
When
cry?
I left
Leave with
earlier,
you?
it was
Something?
against
No,
my will.
no, nobody
I mean,
cried.
I was
Nobody
kicked off.
cried. Nobody's
But I just
volunteering to
wanted you
jump with
guys
you,
to
so you're just gonna
know.
sit in the waiting room. Don't miss your flight. Don't miss your flight. Bye.
I just wanted you to know that I didn't
Don't miss your
leave
flight.
earlier
Bye. Don't miss your
on
flight.
purpose.
Okay, cool. Bye. Bye. Don't miss
But
your
now
flight.
I'm going to leave on purpose
Bye.
because
Don't miss your
you
flight.
guys are
That's cool. Don't miss
actually
your flight.
like
Bye-bye.
too retarded.
Bye.
And I think that if you hate
Bye. Don't miss
Palestine
your
and
flight.
Israel,
Don't forget the free biscuits.
Actually,
Bye.
I don't hear you saying anything bad
Bye.
about Palestine, which
Bye.
makes me think that you're a
Bye.
leftist, retarded white bitch.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, ho.
Wow, that was the best you had before
Bye,
you were gonna leave.
Oh,
That was the best salvo that you
it
had.
makes her think the thing she already came in here thinking, because why? Why again? Oh yeah, She has no original thought. And why did we go back to the racist comments? Oh, yeah, because she's a racist, fascist bigot. And she hates everybody.
I was going to engage her on a one-on-one conversation because I very much so distinctly got the impression that if I drilled down on an I/P conversation with that woman, that she probably doesn't know anywhere nearly as much about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as she would like to think that she does. Now, I could be wrong about that. Maybe she is actually a scholar that has spent her entire life vigorously researching the Israeli-Palestine conflict, and she would just wipe the floor with me.
But
she wasn't exactly giving off that impression.
She's trying to pigeonhole that I'm against them because I said I am not invested in either.
Right. Yeah, she was ultimately.
I don't think. To be fair, I don't think either of them have the moral high ground. Do I think one side has gotten the shorter end of the stick for decades? Absolutely. Do I think there is a moral high ground to be found? No. Do I think America has a moral high ground? No. Does that mean I hate my country? No. I was really lucky to be born in America, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Does that make us perfect or moral? Mm-mm. Does it change the black ops we've done around the country? Nope. Does it mean I want America to fall? No, I don't. I don't want America to fall. I am quite invested in America. I'm just not a delusional, blind follower.
Oh, look at Jill. Leftist, retarded, white, liberal, LOL. Why are you pointing out that I'm white, Jill? Weren't you saying I was the racist one earlier? Why are you pointing out people's race alongside liberal? Oh, wait, you said white right after you said a bunch of other words that you view as slurs. Leftist, you view as a derogatory term. Retarded, derogatory term. Liberal. I'm sure white was the only non-derogatory term you used amongst all of those. I'm sure you weren't also sandwiching what you view as another derivative word amongst other derivative words.
I know. You know what cracks me up the most is that dumb ass argument that you can't be racist against white people because you can't punch down. I was like, okay. I was like, okay. So if I take a KKK member and I put them in Ghana, they're not racist anymore, right? Because they don't have power and they're outnumbered and they're a minority. So they can't be racist because you can't punch down. And they were like, no, because white people have power globally. And I'm like, whoa. Let's back up a minute. If all I have to do is change a few words for you to support the philosophy you pretend to hate, then you are vapid and shallow. So let's replace white with Jew and see who sounds more like a Nazi, okay? White people have all the power. Jewish people have all the power. You can't oppress white people. You can't oppress Jewish people. Wait a minute. Who's starting to sound like the Nazi here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Vapid, shallow people with no brain cells.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that the idea that somebody like Jill is out there trying to call people anti-Semite, even though he knows for a fact that that doesn't meet the definition of anti-Semitism. And I know that he knows that, not based off of any leaps in logic, Jill. I know that you know that because you, allegedly, according to you, already knew the definition of Semites and the fact that it is more broadly used to refer specifically to Jewish people rather than the Semitic people that includes Jews and Arabs. And I find that funny. You know, I find the notion that you're using the more commonly understood definition of anti-Semitic in that context, and yet when I use the more widely understood context of fascism, that is to be said, fascism as it existed between 1933 and 1945 within the Third Reich, that is all of a sudden me being ridiculous. Oh, you're bringing up the thing that people commonly refer to? That's absolutely ridiculous. It started off as this. Well, apparently, according to that, I shouldn't be able to be well within my rights to criticize your usage of the word Semite, because your usage of the word Semite was not accurate. You're an anti-Semite according to what a liberal would say about Trump if he said what you said. Okay, so what do I say that you could flip around and then turn that into anti-Semitism? Give me a quote and then demonstrate to me that that quote is directly applicable to my ideology or worldview, and I'll be more than happy to concede that. But I think what you have done is, like the vapid, unintellectual leech that you are, you have taken the point that Pixie was making, which is that if you take the words of these people about white people and power and you apply them to Jewish people, that would become anti-Semitic. You're taking the idea of misusing quotes or turning quotes around on people, and you're just piggybacking off of it from Pixie. Because why do you need to think when other people can do all the thinking for you, right, Jill? Utterly vapid. Just a true void of a human being as far as his ability to articulate anything, even adjacent to intellectualism. Even adjacent to intellectualism. Utterly incapable.
Hi, Pixie. Are you alright, Pixie? I'm sorry about that. Earlier I kicked her because you're getting so upset. I didn't want you to get so upset.
They are a democratic state. That was demonstrated. Now he is doubling down. Okay, democratic state, kind of like apartheid South Africa, right? Apartheid South Africa held elections. They held elections during the Jim Crow era. I'm pretty sure people were able to vote in the United States. Now, who was able to vote? That's another question entirely. That's a horse of a different color. But to say, oh, they're democratic, therefore they aren't apartheid, I'll have you know that the vast majority of the countries that have practiced apartheid carry out elections.
Are you right?
That doesn't make them non-apartheid.
Oh, I'm great. Sometimes I get a little animated and facetious. I'm not nearly as upset as I sound. I just happen to be a theater baby, and I can be a little theatrical. We're great, Ghost. You're wonderful.
Israeli Arabs are in parliament, dummy. Well, if Israeli Arabs are in parliament, and according to you, by your own admission earlier in our conversation, not all Jews live in Israel. There are non-Jews in Israel's parliament. And that Jews, some of which are critical of Israel and its actions. If all of those are true, then how am I being anti-Semitic when I criticize Israel? Because the only way I could be anti-Semitic while criticizing Israel is if Israel was entirely made up of Jewish people who were all in lockstep with each other about what should be done about the state of Israel under a theocratic system. And that's not what is the case at all. As a matter of fact, every aspect I just listed is antithetical to that reality. Because the notion that Israel isn't an apartheid state is laughable. The notion that you think I'm being anti-Semitic by pointing that out is even more laughable. Not some group like the Nazis who you want to call German fascist. I don't have a problem calling them Nazis. Do you think I have an issue calling them Nazis? Yeah. They were part of the National Socialist Party. Sure. Oh my goodness, Brianna has hollowed out a watermelon half and has made a beautiful watermelon bowl. And she is showing it to me now. And I wish I could show everyone else because it's very well made. But alas, I will just have to enjoy it for myself. You can enjoy the acoustics of it, though. This is the acoustics of me talking inside of the watermelon bowl. Anyway.
Oh my god, I thought you were fixing to eat something. I was like, please don't.
No, Brianna hollowed out a watermelon and made a lovely bowl.
Nice.
I told her, you and Pixie would get along so freaking well. Like, you guys would be besties.
I'm sure we would.
But, yeah, as I was saying, just some group like the Nazis who you want to call German fascist, so only to impugn Trump. What a loser. Oh, okay. So, wait.
I didn't impugn Trump. I impugned the girl who came up here talking about how she hated white people. How did Trump get brought into
No, I
this?
think he's trying to reply to me. I'm literally going to reread that because that's gobbledygook nonsense. Not some group like the Nazis who you want to call German fascist. So that's a point by itself because he ended the sentence. So only to impugn Trump, period. What a loser, period. Trump is Hitler, basically, period. That's not what I said. If you think that what I was saying is Trump is Hitler, then you're even dumber than I thought you were, Jill. Your level of intellectualism is even lower than my already very uncharitable estimation. And that's rather impressive because I already had a very low estimation of you and your ability. But if you think I'm saying Trump equal Hitler, that's not what I'm saying. I've been plenty critical of plenty of Democrats in government as well. Gangster Ghost can tell you, I have no problem admonishing Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton.
Oh my God! You know what the funniest thing to me about the Biden administration was? It's not the worst thing, I know, but it's funny to me. And the reason it's so funny to me is because, like, none of the base even batted an eye about it. Anyway, what cracks me up is they were like, Trump is evil for deportation. Trump is evil for deportation. And then when Biden gets in, they're like, they up the deportations, and then they're like, we want this strict border bill. Everybody vote for this border bill. And I'm like, wait a minute. How come nobody's talking about cages anymore? What happened?
Yeah, the whole...
Where'd the outrage go?
Brianna's wearing the watermelon half as a hat now. It's a very fun hat. Do you think it will...
I don't know. I think both sides are bought. Both sides are bought. It's a corporate oligarchy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like, the fact that both sides are bought is just shown on the fact that Americans don't have an effective choice on plenty of parts of American foreign policy, like Israel. On Israel, the left and the right are basically in lockstep with each other on the political scene. Now, you can say that individual leftists and individual rightists are on different sides of the Israel issue. But if you actually look at it on a national level, the Democrats and Republicans are both in lockstep for Israel. And why are they in lockstep for Israel? Because Israel is a useful entity. They are an American vassal state in the Middle East that is willing to basically do what America tells it to do. Israel is everything that George Bush wanted Iraq to be when he invaded Iraq. He wanted to, rather than getting oil, which is the populist myth about why America invaded Iraq, the reason why Bush invaded Iraq was because he wanted to topple the government that existed and install a pro-American government that would be more amenable to what American interests were in the Middle East. Now, that failed.
Sadly, we had that in Iran at some point, and then we fucked it up for ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Shah was propped up by the CIA, so the Iran...
Yeah, we fucked that up for ourselves. They were pretty liberal. They were running around in jeans and crop tops, you know? We did that.
More liberal than a theocracy, that's for dang sure. I think that there's some misconception that Persia was like this bastion of liberalism, and it definitely is more liberal then than it is now, but it's kind of easy to be more liberal than a theocracy.
Right, it is. Well, I'm not saying it was liberal as in like it was California or anything, right? But there's a difference. Like, if you watch what happened when, I mean, one day women are getting educations, running around in jeans and t-shirts, and then women are being pulled out of skirts at schools and shoved back into hijabs and all that other stuff, right? But
Shah of Iran was
we influenced
Israel
that.
definitely played a role in deposing the Shah of Iran. That's definitely true, but they weren't the only country involved in deposing the Shah of Iran. Like I said before, Israel...
No, we helped that. We have a lot of black ops. We have a lot of black ops. We do lots of black ops.
Enough of a damn pride per... Oh my gosh, here we go. Another edgy rightoid has joined the chat. Oh, look at me, I'm so unique and edgy. I hate downtrodden, oppressed groups. No, I'm joking.
No, actually, I'm on both sides on this one. I kid you not. I kid you. Here's why. If you go to a pride parade in my city, I don't have anything against it, right? The most risque thing you're going to see at a pride event in my city is somebody lip syncing, a guy, like a drag queen lip singing in an evening gown, maybe dancing with some water involved, right? But there's nothing sexual, there's nothing anything like that. However, would I take my kid to a pride parade in either Denver or LA? Hell no, that may as well be a kink display.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some that are more public friendly than others, but honestly, as far as that's concerned, I think that pride should be exactly how it is right now, because the whole point of pride was out of the closets and into the streets. And I think that some people are trying to reverse that.
For your sexuality, not for your kink.
Right. Well,
straight people aren't out there in BDSM gear going pride in my BDSM. Right? That is not your sexuality. That is a kink. These are
No,
two
I
different
agree with
things.
that. I agree with that. I think that there definitely should be some level. I think that there should be basically two events, honestly. I think that there should be a public facing one where you can take your kids to and everything will be fun and upbeat. And I think they absolutely should have one where they're just able to go wild and do whatever the hell they want. But with the caveat that everyone is let know, and if you don't want your kids to see that, then don't take them.
Well, that's fine, but sometimes you can't miss it, right? I mean, like,
no, that's why I was saying
sometimes that kid has a doctor's appointment, or that kid has a
but
I'm just like, it just.
I mean, you have to. The buck has to stop somewhere ultimately, and I think a reasonable
I
place for the buck
understand
to
that.
stop is to have two separate events.
Just, or even have the same event, but have like an after hours thing, you know? Like, I don't, fine, have all the pride stuff you want. I just don't think kinks are the same thing. I just don't.
Yeah. Putting women in a hijab is not a bad thing. I mean, if they want to be in a hijab, go right on ahead. But I think forcing a woman to put on a hijab is absolutely a bad thing.
In modern days, yes. When it started, I actually think it started with good intentions.
Yeah, well,
because when it started because they were actually hiding their women so that they didn't get because women were like chattel, right? Like they were traded,
right.
basically. But they didn't want people to rape their women, lust after their women, come try to steal their women. They didn't want people like making like false promises and deals because they found a woman attractive, things like that. So the original reason, or they argue, I don't know, I wasn't there, obviously, I wasn't even born yet, but they argue that the original reason they were put in hijabs was a protection to them against other men.
And I get,
because if they didn't look at them and lust after them, they wouldn't like want to force themselves on them.
I get that as the context of the time, but that kind of argumentation saying that, oh well, you know, it worked really well back then. That's like
right in a tribal war area, but
Iron
that
Age,
doesn't mean we need it now.
In a nomadic Iron Age tribal society, I'm sure that was great. But that's like saying that, oh well, you know, I really am in favor of good slave masters that were good and really loved their slaves and treated them really well. And I'm like, okay, that's great that they were nice to their slaves, but how about we just don't have slavery? You know, like
I'll be a little more fair, and I'll make another biblical comparison out of it. To me, it's a lot like don't mix cotton and linen. When everybody was tribal and warring with each other, and you needed to tell your enemy from your foe, and all of your friends from your foes, and all of your friends were wearing linen, and your foes were wearing cotton, you didn't want to mix them. I get it, right? But now nobody really cares if you're running around and mixed cotton and linen.
Yeah. Well, this guy that just used white as a pejorative is calling me a racist. That's funny. Funny how that works. You know, I actually don't think that you're a bad person because you're black. Did you know that, Jill? I actually don't think anything less of you is because you're black. As a matter of fact, that really doesn't even factor into my estimation of you whatsoever. The color of your skin and the amount of melanin that you have is completely ungermane to the fact that you are a know-nothing retard that cannot cobble a coherent sentence together in person, let alone on YouTube chat, to save their life. You could be any race under the sun, and if you were that way, I would call you out as such. Doesn't make me a racist. I'm just pointing out the fact that you are the one that likes to obsess about race. You're the one that's constantly bringing race into the picture every opportunity you can. People who are obsessed with race and constantly bringing it up all the time are typically the ones that are more inclined towards racial prejudices.
Oh, well, in that case, we should know a lot about him because he's obsessed with liberals and he's obsessed with race. And until recently it's been on the declining a little bit, but for years, he was obsessed with butt sex all the time. Butt sex this, butt sex that, butt sex this, butt sex that. Even straight people shouldn't have butt sex. Butt sex, butt sex, butt sex. All the time, butt sex.
Shut your white mouth.
Those are the three things he's obsessed with. Ethnicity, butt sex, and liberals.
I mean, it's always the stuff that they're actually closetly in favor of as well. Like, it's always the people that are vehemently against homosexuality that are the ones that are caught in the airport bathroom, you know? Like, it's just so typical of these people. They cannot articulate their confusion in a way that is...
You mean like Jesse Lee
Yeah,
Peterson?
yeah, basically exactly them, yeah. I mean, like, these are people that have very confused feelings, that were told one thing about themselves in their lives, but feel another way about themselves internally. And there's a war that's going on between those two things. And rather than confront the actual issue within, which is a scary thing, I mean, I'll be the first to admit, introspection, that's a scary thing. But it's ultimately better for you to confront that rather than externalize it onto other people and try to make it other people's problem.
I don't know. I just know for like 2 years straight, every chat he was in, he would bring up butt sex out of nowhere. We wouldn't even be talking about it. He'd be like, butt sex is bad. Gays are horrible. And I'd be like, okay, simmer down, little guy. And then the next chat, butt sex is bad. Butt sex. And I'd be like, damn, Jill, you and Irenic are obsessed with butt sex. Him and Irenic, they would just talk about butt sex all the time.
Oh, Jill is talking right now about how the Democrats were the ones who enforced slavery. I guess Jill's never heard of the party switch before.
There's no such thing.
I mean, we can have a conversation about that another time, GG.
It's the same party. Hillary Clinton, her best friend was a KKK member, and
So if the Democrats are the exact same party that they always were, then did every single person move from the South to the North and change ideologies overnight? Because the South used to be the stronghold of the Democrat Party.
that happened way later on. A lot of them went independent and voted for anyone who had their morals. But
that doesn't change the fact that I'm telling you that if you look at old electoral maps of the United States, the Democrats were dominant in the South.
Yeah, like
the demographics haven't changed. Everybody in the South didn't just pack up one day and move to the North, and everyone in the North pack up and move to the South.
No, mainly because nowadays they mainly went independent and voted for anyone who they will vote Democrat or Republican. Depends on their morals.
I'm independent, but I try not to. If I can help it, I don't vote for either party because both parties are bought by the corporate oligarchy.
Agreed. Yeah, neither party has the interests of the American people at heart. They both have the interests of at heart way more than the average American.
They'll both tell you that they want to do something for you, and it'll look pretty on paper, but it never ever works out. And I use the environmental example because it's the easiest to see, and I don't have to spend forever breaking it down. So I'll use it one more time.
Sorry about that.
A great example of how they pretend that you're winning when you're not is when they finally gave the environmentalists, a little appeasement. They said, okay, these companies who refuse to bring their stuff up to code so that they stop polluting rivers and they stop polluting the land, we're going to start fining them if they refuse to make these changes. And the people were like, yes, we are winning. And it looks great on paper. We're going to fine you these hundreds of thousands of dollars if you don't fix this. Here's the problem with that. The problem is that they didn't fix it. Why? Because compared to their millions and millions and millions in profit, a couple of $100,000 is nothing. It would cost more to make the repair than to repeatedly pay the fine. On top of that, they don't actually have to suffer by paying the fines because all they have to do is raise price on the consumers to cover the fines and carry on as normal, right? Do you think that the politicians who wrote this bill did not understand that? No. They're being paid by the people in these corporations. Even when it looks like they want to do something for us, we are not the ones winning. And I don't care if it's a Republican, I don't care if it's a Democrat, it is the same story every time.
I think that Gigi's explanation could definitely explain some of the shifting demographics, but I think the fact of the matter that you can see through American electoralism is that you see over the course of several decades in the 20th century, the stronghold of the Democratic Party shifting from the South and shifting towards the North, and vice versa for the Republican Party. And I think that that is because a party switch occurred. And I don't think that it was something that happened overnight. Hold on. I don't think that that's something that happened overnight. I don't think that one day everybody just woke up and were like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden I'm going to vote for this other person now. Because that's not how history works.
Not true. I need to tell you, not too long ago, Hillary Clinton was, you know that thing she said is racist, the Confederate flag? Her husband was waving the Confederate flag. Not
The
too
what,
long
sorry?
ago. Back in the 90s.
The what flag, sorry?
The Confederate flag.
Oh, the Confederate flag.
She was waving that back in the day.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
Nowadays,
she was doing that. But she's also from a southern state, is she not?
But she's a hypocrite. She says that's racist, but not what she did back in the day.
Oh, I agree. No, if you think I'm sticking up for Hillary Clinton, then you are dead wrong, my friend. I hate Hillary Clinton just as much as you do.
Look, people can change, but I don't think she did. That's where I'm going to
So
leave
she was
that
born
one.
in Chicago, so I was wrong. She was not born in a southern state. However, I do know that Bill Clinton, who was her husband, was governor of a southern state. I'm pretty sure. And I'm not saying that as though it's an excuse. I'm saying that because these people don't actually hold true to those. I don't think Hillary Clinton cares about the Confederacy one way or the other. I think Hillary Clinton.
No, she cared what the people who were going to vote for her
Right,
cared
exactly. It's the same thing with George Bush. When George Bush was asked during the campaign whether Southern Carolina should change its flag from the Confederate flag to a different flag, George Bush's position was, well, I think the people of Southern Carolina should be able to decide what the flag of Southern Carolina is. That's not an anti-Confederate position.
No, I don't, Spider.
You know, it's not an anti-Confederate position. It's not, no, I don't think that they should fly the rebel flag because that flag was a flag that represents a rebellion against the United States, and I think that that's a part of our history that would be better off forgotten. That's not what he said. He said that it's up to them to
First of all,
decide.
I don't. Yeah, but for the comment, no, I don't. I don't wave any flags. I don't have any flags. But if I did, it would probably be the Cherokee flag.
And the reason why, and by the way, just to clarify, I don't think George Bush cares about the Confederacy one way or the other either. I don't think George Bush is some major pro-Confederate in the same way I don't think Hillary was. I think that they're just coldly, calculatingly trying to appeal to as many people as possible, like the reptilian creatures that they are, because that's what politics is. It's the abandonment of emotion and tenderness and all of that for just a cold, calculating, reptilian logic. It's why I could never be a politician.
I'm just not overly attached to pieces of cloth.
But that one thing is just an excuse for Democrats to blame Republicans for all what the Democrats did. They're the same party. Way Democrats are, they just switch into from Confederate to communism and socialism, and from white racism to black racism.
I think that the Democratic Party is starting to switch right now.
No, they're the same party as always.
No, they're not. They're.
I don't actually think there's a lot of like classic Democrats or liberals left. I think most of what people see when they see what they consider the Democratic Party today is actually a lot of progressives.
Well, a lot of Democratic talking points have started shifting to more Republican-esque talking points. We need a strong border. We need a strong border. We need a strong military budget. We need to keep funding the military and giving them obscene budgets. We need to start rolling back these environmental regulations. You know, there's all of these things that the Democratic Party are starting to push because it's really popular as a talking point for conservatives. Border security is a big talking point, so the Democrats are starting to advocate for border security. And guess what? It's not a new thing because Joe Biden in his first term deported more people than Trump did in his first term.
And you know what? No one called him a racist.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said earlier. That's what I said. I said I think it's not the worst thing Biden did. Don't get me wrong. But I laughed the hardest because not only did he do it, but the entire base who was throwing a fit, they didn't even bat an eye. It's like it wasn't even happening right in front of them.
It was the Democrats who started putting people in cages. And Trump stopped that. Joe Biden flung it back.
I don't know if he necessarily stopped it. I feel like he
Yeah, he
stopped it
did.
the same way that other presidents stopped American intervention in Iraq and Afghanistan. He basically just kind of kept the same thing going.
He stopped it.
Yeah.
I'm not acting like he did. I'm not acting like he's the one that put it in place, but I disagree that he stopped it. I think
Yeah,
he
he
just
did.
allowed it to keep going on.
No, he ended up stopping it because people didn't like it, so he stopped it, and it was Joe Biden.
I thought he paused it. Hold on. I thought he paused it because of the missing children.
No, I remember just like yesterday, he stopped it, and because people didn't like it.
Okay, that could be very well right. Anyway, I just thought it was funny that the Democrats started deporting people and talking about border bills, and then the Democrats said nothing. And I was like, wait, what happened to the outrage?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I am genuinely of the opinion that the Overton window in the United States is pushing itself more and more to the right, and that things that are viewed as pretty bog standard boilerplate leftist policies throughout the rest of the world are being more and more conflated as radical communist or socialist reforms that are going to destroy the country.
I guess, but I see, like, when I think of Democrats, I don't think of, I guess, like a lot of the people that other people think of, right? Like, if I say Democrat to like most people, they'll say like AOC or something like that. But I don't think of AOC. Wrong. I'm not giving the Democrats an out here. For example, I consider Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin's a Democrat. I don't like him, but he's a Democrat.
He's a blue dog Democrat.
No, Democrats were corporate. Let's not pretend Democrats weren't like corporate Democrats. That's what they were. They were corporate Democrats. The classic Democrat is a corporate Democrat. And so I think when people say Democrats today, they're not actually talking about like the classic Democrat, the classic corporate Joe Manchin, right? They're talking about progressives like AOC. And I don't classify them as Democrats.
I agree.
I
mean,
she ran she ran for the Democratic Party, but if you asked her like where she actually stands, I'm pretty sure she'd tell you she's a progressive. I think I've heard her call herself a progressive, actually.
Yeah, she is, and she's a racist.
Jill in the side chat, please stop repeating leftist dumb Aiden talking pointa. Wow. And you were making fun of me for not being able to understand what you said in the side chat, but you go ahead and read that gobbledygook back to yourself and tell me that made coherent sense even to yourself, Jill. I feel like you can't even lie to yourself enough to say that statement made sense. I love it that Jill, he was acting like, oh, I don't have time to be on here anymore, but he has time to write wall after wall of irrelevant text that I haven't even read over in the side chat. Oh my goodness. I will start reading it now, though, because he just keeps going. They left for political reasons. The rest of the Dixiecrats. Ah, yes, the Dixiecrats. It was those dang Dixiecrats that they were just so they were so progressive when they were trying to maintain the institution of slavery. You know, that really is a mark of progression when they're like, no, we need to keep things exactly the way that they always were. That's progression right there. That's definitely not a representation of the conservative vanguard who wanted to keep things exactly the way that they were.
Leftists nowadays want to fit perfectly well as a liberal, but yeah, they fit better as leftists. 'Cause back in the day, I found out people were against slavery or wanted less government. That fit better as conservative.
Yeah, that is more conservative. So these people that were pro-slavery...
No, they were against slavery.
No, they weren't. Those people that were pro-slavery wanted more independence for their states. That's one of the reasons why the South seceded. They did not want more government. They wanted less government.
No, so the question that actually kicked off the fight was this right here. We had an even number of slave states and free states.
And free states, yeah.
And a new state was going to join the Union.
Kansas, wasn't it?
I think so. I can't remember. But it was going, either way, it was going to throw off the even number we had. So the North was saying, you have to make it a condition that they're a free state in order to join the Union. And the South was saying, no, that's not fair. We're independent states held together by a federal government, but the federal government can't tell them. They get to decide whether they want to be a slave state or a free state. And this is the question that kicked everything off. Does the state have the right to decide for itself? Or
exactly. And it was
can
the
government force them to be a free state as a condition for joining the Union?
Correct. And it was the southern states that wanted more independence for their states. As a matter of fact, John Wilkes Booth, the man who shot Abraham Lincoln in Ford's Theater, the words that he said directly afterwards were "Sic semper tyrannis," thus always to tyrants. Because it was the view of the Southern Democrats that the American federal government was overreaching.
And taking away state independence.
Yeah, they were trying to take away people's freedom to subjugate other people and take away their freedom. That's unironically the positions that were held by these people, by the Democrats at that point in time, because they were not progressive. They were conservatives. They wanted to keep things how they were. Yes, they were. I'm sorry, but that's just
progressives
true.
Nowadays fit better with stuff like that, because leftists nowadays push you know that racism you talked about, that's big part of the progressive Democrat Party. They use anti-white racism all the time. They put them in college with these lies of white privilege. People could get a degree in white privilege.
Hold on, I will say the two things. There are 2 points. There are 2 points that I will give Ghost here. Democrats, a lot of I don't know that I'd say a lot of progressives these days too, but maybe not a few years ago. They come up with 2 arguments that make them sound really racist all the time. One, we already made fun of, you can't oppress white people, you can't punch down, white people own everything. That is very racist. But on top of that, if you listen to some of the older Democrats, the institutional Democrats, you'll hear really interesting phrases like, they can't afford it, they can't do this without the help, they can't this, we have to this, and that comes across racist to me. What do you mean they can't do this without you? If I can do this, look, I was poor as hell. I grew up below the poverty level, okay? So you're saying I can do it without help and they can't because what? Because what? Because they're black? That sounds racist to me.
Agreed. Now, I just have to ask you, Gigi, which one of these 2 things sounds more progressive? Slavery is an old institution that needs to be abolished, or we need to keep slavery exactly how it is? Which one of those is more progressive?
Actually, how I know progressives are today, slavery, because progressives nowadays are just regressive.
No, but I asked you a question.
Racism, all that stuff to get people to hate white people, get white people to hate white people, to push political power. That's the same they did back in the past when they got people, try to get people to hate each other. Democrats, it's the same party with Antifa and all that stuff.
Gangster Ghost, I asked you a question though.
Yeah, how I know progressives are today? Sorry.
No. I asked you which one of those 2 things sounds more progressive to you. We need to get rid of slavery and abolish it, or we need to keep slavery because states' rights? Which one of those things sounds more progressive?
I need to tell you some progressives today. Sorry, what they are, not slavery. Keep slavery is more of a leftist thing.
I'm sorry, but the fact that you're not engaging with my question says something.
No, that's what I'm saying here. Yeah, I do. I think that's more of a progressive, because that's the way they are today. Leftist is evil, racist, hate.
So you think that advocating for the freeing of the slaves is a more progressive thing? Okay. Well, the people that were advocating that the slaves be free were the people in the North. They were the people that advocated that the 13th Amendment should be passed. Those were the Northerners. Those were the Unionists.
Republicans.
The Republicans, right. Who then continued their progressivism forward into time, which is why progressivism is something that is associated not with the Republican Party anymore, It is something that is associated with the Democratic Party because a party switch occurred.
No, they didn't. They're the same part. That's just an excuse Democrats say to blame Republicans for what they do.
I'm not using it as an excuse, though, Gangster Ghost. I'm not using it as an excuse for anything.
Truth. They're dead.
Gangster Ghost.
Nothing progressive about the Democrat Party. They use racism to gain power and all kinds of stuff.
What's progressive about the Republican Party?
That they're against racism and for the country and stuff like that.
Against racism? I mean, like, being against racism is the establishment right now. To be against racism is the establishment position.
Yeah.
So that's not a progression. And what are they doing to progress the country forward?
Get better jobs, kicked out illegals, fixing comedy, stuff like that.
So they're reducing the population. They're reducing government spending.
Yeah.
They're reducing.
They save a lot of money for our country. Elon Musk saved over billions of dollars.
You realize that part of the jobs that were cut by Doge were very critical jobs to the American infrastructure? Like, they actually cut jobs from American nuclear silos, and they had to beg those people to come back with job offers that were almost twice as valuable as what they were originally making, because they cut so many jobs without actually looking into the implications of them. So there were literally nuclear silos in the United States that did not have the technicians that they needed to be able to launch a retaliatory strike if something happened, because they got fired and they had to be begged to come back.
I thought you said we put more money into our army.
Put more money into the military? Yeah, into the military as a whole, for sure. The military, the infrastructure to run the military, absolutely. But this was one of the jobs that Musk decided to cut through Doge, through the Department of Government Efficiency.
I looked in all that. I never heard anything like that.
I promise you, if you look into some of the jobs that Doge cut, there were critical jobs that needed to have rehiring programs done for them.
Like what?
Like I just said, the technicians for American nuclear military.
Besides that, because I never heard of that. I looked all into that. Me and my one friend.
If you've never heard of any of them, then anything I name you is not going to be something you've heard before.
No, that part I never heard that, but I looked into a lot of stuff he cut, and all their stuff is just useless spending.
It's not all useless. I'm sure that there were some things that were cut that were genuinely inefficient. I don't doubt that. But the idea that every single thing that he did was positive and for the good is just delusional.
How do you know that?
I know that because name me one single governmental program in the United States history that had nothing but upsides and positivity to it.
I don't know.
It just sounds like propaganda to me.
So actually, you don't know anything about this. I looked all into it.
Yes, I do, Gangster Ghost. You saying that I don't know anything about that is an ignorant statement because you don't know how much about this I know. So please stop saying that.
I looked into this, all what he cut, and I never heard him cut that. I don't know. I can't say one thing about that. I have no idea. I didn't see it.
I just think that the idea that these people are somehow the first people in American history to implement a governmental cutting program that did not leave one single necessary thing off the cutting room floor, that did not make one single mistake, and did not fire accidentally one person.
I didn't say that, but
no, but you're acting as though that didn't happen.
No, I didn't say that. I just said that he cut a lot of useless spending for us. He cut over billions of dollars.
No, I agree. He definitely did cut spending, and I'm sure in some aspects, he probably did reduce unnecessary government spending. Like I said, I'm not disagreeing with that, but I just think that it's not as black and white as it's making it out to be. I think that there was a lot of necessary things that were cut alongside inefficient spending, because the United States government is a freaking huge apparatus. It's the largest governmental organization in human history.
Yeah. He cuts useless stuff like gave him caffeine to dolphins, see how to use, and
or deporting people to Guatemala without due process,
like Joe Biden and Obama did.
Yeah, I'm going to criticize them just as much as I criticize the people that are doing it right now.
And then put them to court.
Okay, am I the Democratic Party?
Sorry, when you talk about another country, about their politics, ended up taking the same way. I don't know.
Of course I can talk about another country and their politics. It's a country that's directly below me and whose policies directly affect aspects of my life. Of course I'm going to keep informed about that.
Actually, it can affect tons of people's lives. Other countries.
Of course.
Yeah,
Sure. So please don't say that, oh, well, you're not American, so you don't understand.
Sorry.
I can understand it perfectly well if I'm not in the
Let me
borders
ask
of
you
your
something.
country.
It's like this one time you said that no way they would allow someone to molest lady in bedroom in bathroom. American,
Was that
this
right?
is America. We would take them out and beat them up. That's not. You said that to me. That's not reality. What happened in real life?
I didn't hear part of what you said at the beginning there. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I just didn't hear you, and I want to make sure I'm
I
representing you
remember
correctly.
hearing from you before that you said that I told you why they shouldn't have men in women's bathroom. He said if they ever had a case of a man hurting a woman, he would get beat up and stuff. That's not reality.
I mean, it kind of is. Here's the thing. I get the argument about the men in bathrooms, and yes, I see where it comes from. And in some places, not in every place, but in some places, a problem has been caused. I'm not going to pretend it hasn't been. I'm not on the other side of this issue. But my thing was like, predators are going to be predators, right? There are men. Do you know how many times growing up I walked into a female bathroom and saw a man there? Like, he did not have to pretend to be trans to be in there trying to do whatever he was doing, right? But there were predators are going to predator. It doesn't matter if you say they're allowed in there or not. They're going to get in, unfortunately.
For him, should
I
you?
I said some people took it too far and did make it easier. I'm not saying it's not a problem. I just don't think it's a problem everywhere.
Men shouldn't be in the woman's bathroom, and that only makes it easier. You want to say that you take away guns from legal citizens, that only makes it where the illegal guns could go to the criminals.
Who said anything about taking guns? No, wait. Who said anything about gun control?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's like the same argument of that. It's like saying
No. I'm saying, like, I don't have a problem with unisex bathrooms, right? To me, it's how is the bathroom set up. Like, if you go to a doctor's office, a girl can use the same bathroom that you use. You're not using it at the same time, right? You also have family bathrooms. I'm not opposed to unisex bathrooms. I don't think bathrooms have to be divided, right? I think how you use them is important, though. And yes, there are some ways that leave it, how should I say this, that give predators an idea or make them feel like they have easier access. But predators are going to predator, unfortunately, and hopefully they always get their ass kicked.
Even then, don't allow them to do that. It only makes it easier for them. Like this one lady in a locker room, this guy was staring at these little kids. She complained, and the guy attacked her and called her a bigot for having a problem with that guy being in the woman's bathroom staring at little kids.
I've also seen it go the other way. I've seen cisgendered straight women who happen to be tall or not very attractive being absolutely berated for going to the correct bathroom because somebody assumed they were trans. And I don't like that either.
Yeah, I know, but they're actually a female, then they should be in the woman's bathroom. Doesn't matter what.
Yeah, but how are they going to check? Like, this is just one of those things.
They don't need to check things.
Like,
just
yeah, I agree, because it's not practical to check anything. But that's just the thing. It's an unenforceable rule. It's not like you're going to be able to enforce guards at the front of every single bathroom that check everybody.
Here's my thing, though. Predators in a girl's bathroom are usually easy to spot because girls' bathrooms aren't like guys' bathrooms, right? We don't have urinals on the walls. We don't have that. You are in a closed stall. You go into a stall, you do your business, you come out, you wash your hands, you leave, right? You're not like standing at a urinal beside somebody like, hey, what's up? You know, your interaction is very minimal. So unless I'm staring at your feet pointed the wrong way in the stall beside me, I have no clue what your genitals look like.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't stop you from looking at and staring at them. Or attack or rape or molest.
But that's what I'm saying. In order to do that, they have to be outside of the stall, not using the bathroom for bathroom purposes, and then it becomes kind of obvious, doesn't it?
Not always. Not everyone looking at to see what they're doing. So they shouldn't allow that. And locker room will be even harder for them to do that.
Now, locker rooms, that one, I get you there.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think that, quite frankly, the severity of this issue has been blown so far out of proportion that it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. The fact that people spent literal years hyperfixating on this as an issue, in reality, only 0.6% of people in America are even transgender to begin with, is emblematic of something. And what it's emblematic of is taking a social issue and jangling it in front of the American people like a set of keys while the corporate oligarchs sneak out the back door with a big stack of money.
That's
yeah,
not
it is.
True. People already, the Republicans are just doing what the people want. Us people are the one who wanted to stop men from the women's bathroom and sports and not
I'm gonna say
nonsense you're making up.
Hold on. No.
Wait.
See, no. I need to say something. No, I need to say something here.
Okay.
What am I making up?
You're saying
what
that
am I making up?
What you just said. No, that's not
it
at all.
What about
it? He's saying that there was no right to have any sort of fears, right? Like that it was all just fear mongering, and I can understand that for this reason.
That's not what I said. What I said was that it got blown out of proportion. That's what I said. What I said is that an issue that ultimately affects 0.6% of the population is not something that should be hyperfixated on in national discussion. But it was put as a hyperfixation in national discussion because when that was a big issue, when that was a big deal, one of the big things that was being discussed was American infrastructure and the American infrastructure package that got utterly gutted. And it got gutted by the Democratic Party. It was people like Joe Manchin that took a very strong, well, not an extremely strong, but a pretty damn decent American infrastructure bill and gutted it and made compromises on top of the compromises. And you know what America was talking about when that was going on? They weren't talking about the fact that even though their infrastructure that hasn't been updated since the 1930s and is still crumbling, is still going to continue to crumble because America has turned its back on those projects. No, we were talking about what are the people doing in the bathrooms because it was a distraction.
That's not true. Real reason people don't want men in the woman's bathroom. It's not the government or that nonsense. Us people don't want that because there have been tons of cases of women getting molested, raped, all kinds of stuff.
Okay, and what about the issue of homelessness in America, Gangster Ghost?
Yeah,
what about the fact that loads of people... Yeah, we should care about that, but when is homelessness ever the subject of national discussion?
Distract us. Yes, we should care about that, but also we should care about women and not put them in places where they could get raped.
Which ones are more being affected? Because I promise you that there's 600,000 unhoused people in America right now, Gangster Ghost, and plenty of those people are being raped and robbed and taken advantage of because of the conditions that they're in. And where was the giant national conversation that lasted for months and months about how we need to end homelessness in America? That never happened.
Well, to play devil, no, it definitely happened, Aiden. No, that definitely happened. And there's so many resources going towards the homeless, so that's probably why the rhetoric on stops, because we dump on up team. Yeah, we do, especially here in Massachusetts. It's unbelievable the access and resources that the homeless people have.
I mean, if that's the case, then there shouldn't be 600,000 unhoused people in America right now.
Well, the problem
who don't know where they're going to get their next meal or where they're going to sleep tonight.
Well, the problem seems to be when they took out the mental institutions, because like a lot of drug users. So they go to.
How far did I make it before it kicked?
They come out to the halfway house, and then they go to the methadone clinic. And especially in Boston, there's a whole circle where they just keep doing a loop, and then they end up back on the street, but then they go back and get help, and then they end up on methadone, but then they relapse and they're back. So it's just a vicious cycle.
Right.
But no, I agree. That needs to be dealt with for sure.
I just like the point.
How far did I make it before it kicked me?
I'm not sure. Just really quick, let me say something, and then you can continue with what you were saying, Pixie. The point that I'm making is not that this was an issue that deserved no discussion and shouldn't be talked about, because of course it should. Of course it should be talked about. But I think that the fact that it was talked about when it was, and was talked about as thoroughly as it was, when there are so many other major issues plaguing the country, especially at that particular time, I think Americans need to look at that and think that, hey, maybe, just maybe, while these social issues are really important, maybe the powers that be are using these social issues as a distraction while they get even more money out of us and refuse to actually give us even basic infrastructure.
That I actually agree with. They tend to flare up. They tend to flare up these like social war issues anytime they want to do something sneaky. That's when you got to start watching them. But
Sorry,
no,
this sounds stupid. But I need to tell you something. Like in California, there's tons of homeless there, even taking poo on the streets. And the only time the Democrats did anything, when they had gas, then they clean up the streets and everything.
Okay, but the point that
Democrats are tons of kings and queens.
Gangster Ghost, I don't know why we have these conversations, and every time we have these conversations, you come back at me with, but Democrats said, but the Democratic Party
American
said.
politics. You have to realize when you start to sound like a Democrat. Oh.
Gangster Ghost, if I'm critical of the right wing, that does not make me a Democrat.
No, I'm not, but what your politics, that one.
Because I'm critical of the left wing as well. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know, but your politics fit more on the Democrat side.
Aiden's an equal opportunity criticist.
Trust me, I have plenty of negative crap to say about Democrats and the Democratic Party and how the Democratic Party has done absolutely nothing for Americans while promising the absolute bare minimum for decade after decade. If you want me to go on a negative charged rant against the Democratic Party, I have no problem doing that whatsoever.
Like Joe Biden, he was hardcore for the trans. Forcing that on our country, forced it to allow boys in the girls' locker room and bathroom.
Have I ever said anything pro Joe Biden?
No, I'm just saying that's the Democrat side. We
Okay,
go
and
to
I'm not a Democrat, Gangster Ghost.
End up taking one side away. I'm just saying that. That's why.
Imagine for a moment. I just want you to try to understand from my perspective.
I'm not saying you're on their side. I'm just saying you sound more like on their side. And no, trans don't belong in the woman's bathroom, and men shouldn't be in the woman's bathroom, and vice versa. We have reason to separate men and women.
May I please finish what I was saying?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Yeah, it's not a problem. It's your show. I asked for a reason because it's your show, and you can do whatever the heck you want, dude. But okay, you know what? Pixie's here, and she's been trying twice, so I'm gonna let her go.
Thank you. Before I get kicked again and before it goes too much further, I want to point out that while I agree with Aiden, and when these social wars tend to flare up, you should be watching the federal government extra hard because they tend to like to use it for cover. I do think how big the issue was depends on where you live in this country, because the country is so massively big that people forget how insanely diverse it is. In my area, it wasn't a big deal. It was only a social war and nothing more. Not much really changed around here, right? Everybody was already doing their thing and everybody kept doing their thing. But if I lived in a place where a man suddenly got to be in the locker room, shaving his nuts and shoving his penis in my face, and the staff told me that they would not remove him from this locker room because he said he was a girl, I would have a really big problem.
That happens a lot.
Really big problem.
I wouldn't say it happens a lot. It definitely happens
And so
enough to
I really like what the nation is so big that when these fights happen, I think the first thing even Americans forget is that your backyard does not look like mine. What this does or does not do here is not the same thing it does or does not do somewhere else. And the laws are so vague that what the states do with that also matters a lot.
Okay, I was just gonna say something before Pixie came back in. Is it okay if I say something before you do, Gigi?
Go ahead.
So to just kind of try to put you in my perspective when we have these conversations, it would be like if I were if we were talking about Judaism and Islam, and we were comparing Judaism and Islam, and I knew that you weren't Jewish or Muslim, and over the course of that conversation, I kept going back to, well, in the Quran, it says this. In the Hadith, it says this. The Prophet Muhammad said this. Well, you're probably going to keep saying, okay, but why are you quoting the Quran to me? Why are you citing the Prophet Muhammad? I'm not a Muslim. And the same is true for me when we have conversations and you respond to me with, well, Joe Biden said, well, Hillary Clinton said, because I'm not a Democrat, and it's the same principle.
But I need to tell you something. Yes, it does happen. I want to tell you, what if I went into your country, doesn't know much about your politics, act like I know more about what you like to live in.
I don't know much about American politics?
Sorry, no.
I'm sorry, but I disagree.
Places? No, they didn't.
Well, Gangster Ghost, if you don't think that they switched places, then come at me with an actual historical argument against it.
What?
Because I provided you with a historical argument.
There's no proof.
Provided you with a historical argument to show you that the population of the South did not magically get up one day and all move to the North, and the population of the North did not magically get up one day and move. Well, that's the only explanation for how the party switch didn't happen. A lot of them
went independent, and they voted.
Well, they didn't stay independent, did they?
Yes,
they didn't stay independent because the amount of people that vote independent in the United States elections is a fraction of a %. So if they stayed independent all that time, then there would have been another party that would have emerged that represented those interests, and they never did.
Most of the country's independent.
I definitely didn't have an Aiden and Gangster Ghost debate on my 2025 bingo card. I love it.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
You think he's knows more what it's like to live in this country?
No, I'm not claiming that at all.
I'm not going to your country to tell you what it's like to live there.
Gangster Ghost, I'm not saying I know more about America than you do. You're the one that's saying that you know more about America than I do, and I don't think that's inherently true. I don't think that is inherently true. I think that there are plenty of, and I'm not saying that you're one of them, but I'm just using this as an example. Please know that I'm not saying this about you when I say this. But there are plenty of people that live in America that don't know a thing about America or how it works. And there are plenty of people that live outside of America that know loads about American history. So it's not like being in America and living there automatically just lets you know everything about America.
Well,
there's plenty of Americans that don't know anything about America.
More like to live here. I know for a fact that happened a lot, especially in California. I've seen tons of cases of women getting raped, molested, little girls, because they allow men in the woman's bathroom.
Yeah, and did I say it wasn't a problem, or did I say that the problem is being overblown?
You say it's rare, and it doesn't happen a lot.
I said that the problem has been overblown, and I didn't say it was rare. I never said that it was rare. I said that it wasn't super common. That doesn't mean that I think that it's rare.
It was common. It happened a lot.
No, it's not. Show me statistics that show that it was endemic and happening all the time.
News things that
I don't
news
like
is
it
not
when you two
statistics.
argue.
I can show you tons of
Can
news
I propose
articles that show
News
that
is not statistics.
Okay, I don't like it when you two argue. Can I propose that more than a quote-unquote party switch happening, what happened was what issues were important and how they formed around it and what alliances that created is what shifted?
No, Democrats, as always, they just switched the block.
So the definition of what made you
Gangster Ghost, that's not how history works.
What we were...
People don't just stay the same forever for no reason. That's not how people work. That's not how history works. People don't just stay the exact same and never change.
So let me put it this way: if the Democrats' biggest issue was states' rights, right? If that's how they banded together, and you lose states' rights, right? We lose state autonomy. The federal government becomes the supreme government, right? You lose most of your state autonomy. At this point, this is no longer your main objective. And you have to look at other things that you agree on or don't agree on. And so your perspective shifts to the issues at hand. And then whether you're a conservative or a liberal gets redrawn based on current affairs. Is that more fair to say?
Yeah, it's a lot more nuanced, but I think it's a lot closer to the truth.
Not at all. Democrats are the same always. They just switched
Yeah.
the black supremacy now.
Republicans have changed through the times as the time has gone on, but Democrats are all just automaton robots
Republicans
that just
are
stay the
the same
exact
now
same.
they were back then.
Yeah, that's not how people work. Sorry.
Sorry, saying they switch places doesn't make it so. That's just something Democrats say to blame all their what they did on the Republicans.
If that was the reason why, then why have I not used that as an explanation once?
It's
if that was the only
you're just
no, wait. But if that's true, if what you just said is true, and the only reason you said it yourself, your words were the only reason why that's the case, is so that Democrats can try and excuse what happened in the history. Why is it then that I have proposed that as an argument without using that as an argument whatsoever? I never said that.
You said right to jail. Oh, this guy never heard of the party switch.
Yeah,
you did.
You did.
So you are doing that.
We're doing what?
You are trying to blame the Republicans all for what the Democrats.
That's not blaming him for that. That's not blaming him. That's just acknowledging that the party switch occurred.
Then why would you bring up?
He was the one. Hold on. He was the one that made the claim in the side chat about the Democrats supporting slavery. So I wasn't the one that brought that up. I was not the one that brought that up. That was Jill that brought that up. And in response to Jill, when he brought that up, I said, "Well, clearly you haven't heard about the party switch." That's not me blaming Republicans.
Yeah.
Can I say
Because
hi to you?
believe it or not, Republicans of nowadays weren't alive in 1865.
I never said they were.
I know, and that's the point that I'm making is that I'm not making the argument that they are the same people. I'm not making the argument that these people are bad because of something that occurred in the past. You're claiming that the only reason why people make that claim is to make that argument, and I have not made that argument. I do not think that Republicans are worse because they practiced slavery.
Hello?
Kind of did when you said they switched places.
That's not
Democrats
me.
do that all the time. Every time they've been called out for that, they say, "Oh, we switched places."
How is that blaming somebody? How is that assigning blame?
You guys try to say, "No, they were really Republicans." You can say probably a long time from now, people like you will say, "Oh, Trump was really a Democrat, and the Democrats were really Republicans." For you can blame all what the Democrats did.
I think somebody's got themselves unmuted. I appreciate the laughter in the background, though. It's a good running commentary from the peanut gallery.
I'm almost glad I keep getting kicked out because I start to get real uncomfy. I'm like, I wonder if that's what Aiden feels like when me and Pike are being at each other.
Yeah, a little bit. Look, I love Gigi, all right? He's my best friend, and I have nothing but nice and positive things to say about Gangster Ghost, but we just disagree on politics. That's what it comes down to. I have nothing negative or bad to say about Gangster Ghost as a person. I value Gangster Ghost very much. I value his opinion and his company, and he is one of the best friends that I've ever had the privilege of having.
Oh, thank you too.
We don't always have to agree. I understand. I don't agree with. I don't know anybody that I agree with all the time. Not a single person.
Sandman.
It's happening. I come in here and there's a bunch of arguing going on and debating.
I think it was pretty civil as far as arguing goes.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
Much more civil than I am with Pike.
I think nothing much. Just welcome to the Blood Dome, Sandman. I hope you enjoy it. The weather's pretty nice right now compared to how it was earlier when people like Jill were in here. Goodness gracious.
Or Beaner. Oh my God.
Yeah. I think if you compare the dialogue between them and the dialogue between me and Gangster Ghost, I think you can see the difference between a civil disagreement and just mudslinging. Because I can say that me and Gangster Ghost have had disagreements before in the past, but it's never devolved into mudslinging. It's never been, "Oh, well, you're just a horrible person. Oh, yeah, well, you're a stinky head." Like, that's never happened.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's good.
Speaking of, I said his name too many times. Dang it.
I hope you're not mad at me, buddy, because I'm not mad at you.
I'm not.
Okay.
How come women don't come into men's bathrooms? I never had a woman come into
Funny how that,
You don't know me well. The women's bathroom, sometimes the line's too long. And I'm like, no. And I just go to the guy's bathroom. I don't care.
Yeah, I did that too, actually. But there was nobody in the women's bathroom. It's like one of those single bathrooms where you lock your door
Yeah.
behind. So
Kick Sandman out, Gigi. No, I'm just joking.
No, I'll announce myself. I have walked in before, covered my eyes, and been like, "Girl coming in. Which way's the stalls?"
and they'd be
Literally,
like, right
I
here.
walked in. I walked in with one hand covering my eyes and one hand straight out in front of me, like a halt sign. And I'm like, "Girl coming in. Which way's the stalls?" I've done that before. Sure have.
That's because you're a liberal.
Did you say girl or woman?
No, it's because I was pregnant and I really had to pee.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't wait in that long ass girl's line, so I did. I just covered my eyes with one hand to put my other hand out in front of me, and I was like, "Girl coming in, which way are the stalls?"
Okay. Well, you're
did.
pregnant. I mean, you know.
I had to pee really bad.
You have to pee. You have to pee.
Howdy, folks. Well, howdy to you.
She was
Christian.
like on my bladder. That I will never forget that feeling. That is the worst feeling. It's a baby sitting on your bladder.
Yeah, I gotta say. Oh, sorry. You go ahead, Gigi.
There's one person that's all right, but is it like a single person bathroom? That's all right. Well, a family, but that's all right. But when it's more than one person, when it's a group, then no, they shouldn't.
Yeah, Pixie. What are you doing in the men's bathroom? Huh?
Look.
Ban
To be
Pixie,
fair,
ban
there was only one gentleman in there, and he laughed and turned me in the direction of the stalls, walked out, and said, "I'll guard the door." And I was like, "Thanks
You
so
got
much."
lucky, is what happened to you.
And then I was also in a small town where everybody knew everybody.
You walk in there, everyone's, "Hello, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can I help you, ma'am?"
Like, okay, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't just go fly to Chicago and do this, right? Like, I happened to be in a small town where I literally knew everyone. And
Pixie's
so,
like, "What's up, bros? What you guys doing? Come on, man. Get out of that stall. Got a baby coming." Yeah. All right. Gangster, what's up, bro?
How are you today, Samuel?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. Took it easy. It was pretty hot and humid today. Yeah.
Yeah. I heard just so many bad things, especially in California.
Yeah.
Stuff
About
happening.
what?
Women getting raped, molested, all kinds of stuff. Locker rooms, bathrooms.
Yeah.
Men don't belong in a woman's bathroom, right? So we have a reason for that to keep people safe. We shouldn't care about that because someone's feelings. Facts matter.
Right. Oh, well.
The reason why I conflated it to homelessness is because I think that if there is an issue that is affecting every corner of America, or at the very least, almost every corner of America, it's the issue of homelessness. I think you could find very few communities in America that aren't gated, that don't have at least one person that's unhoused and going through a rough time and who does not know where their next meal is going to come from or where they're going to lay their head next. And that's a travesty in the richest country in the world.
It's not a travesty, Aiden. It's a series of numbers. Okay, on a long enough timeline, everybody's life expectancy drops to 0. So on a long enough timeline, everybody's life quality drops to 0. It's just the way it is.
Also,
not everyone.
Man, the reason
In what case on a long enough timeline, who would not have their quality drop to 0?
I can tell. Okay, you know what? Whether it drops at all, I agree with you in the concept that it will drop at some point and be comparatively lower than it was at some other point.
I wouldn't say 0 though. My grandma was eating steak, or my great-great-grandma was dancing and eating steak on her 104th birthday. And real quick, Sandman, the reason why women don't go to men's bathroom is because your bathroom is always dirtier and smells 1,000 times worse, and it's not as pretty.
Oh, for sure. No, your bathrooms are objectively, from what I've heard, a better experience.
Well, yeah. Well,
anyways, don't make me get into this conversation.
Yeah.
I agree that there is almost certainly a chance for every single person to have one point in their life that they will consider their lowest point. But my contention is, can we as a society raise the bar of that lowest point and I think that we can. I think that through social safety nets, we can organize a society where if somebody is hitting their lowest point, that lowest point may be emotionally distressful. It may still be a very hard time for them, but they don't necessarily have to worry about where their next meal is coming from. They don't have to worry about whether the person that they're next to is somebody that's going to take advantage of them in one way or another as soon as they fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we can do that. I think that that's a very reasonable thing.
Where in Wakanda?
You know what I think we should do? You know what I think we should do? I think one of the worst mistakes we made is separating our young from our old. I think our daycares.
Okay.
Yes, I think our daycares and our adult
here we
daycares.
go.
I think our daycares and our adult daycares should be in the same place. The old have so much wisdom to pass to the young ones, and the young ones, just being around them brings vitality to the older people. I think one of the worst things we did in our society was separate the young from the old.
It's so painful to hear that. I don't know.
Why is that painful?
I don't know how to explain to you the number of ways that is wrong.
What, that we separated the young from the old?
No,
or that
the idea that putting them together is a positive in some way. It's not. You don't take well-established bad habits and expose them to young and impressionable minds. That's just not something that you're not listening, and that's okay. But I'll just say it for the crowd. I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to explain it to you, Pixie. It's not complicated. It's actually very simple. You don't take well-established bad habits and expose them to young and impressionable minds. It's not a good idea.
We already do that. Giving them an hour for lunch and recess already teaches them bad habits.
You don't know what you're talking about, Pixie.
Where are we not teaching them bad habits? Where are they not learning
Pixie,
bad habits?
you're not paying attention, and you're not willing to listen, so I don't care to try and explain to you, because you think you already know what the answer is, and you don't.
I think that this is primarily an issue of difference in upbringing, quite frankly. And I don't know as much about Pixie's upbringing as I do Dustin's, and I'm not going to get in any detail or anything like that, obviously, but I think it's safe to say that the authority figures Dustin had growing up were ones that lent him to a much stronger field of skepticism than the average person. And I think that that's kind of shaped some of his views on this. Am I unreasonable in saying that, Dustin?
You're not unreasonable, but I will tell you this: practical application beats out theory and principle in any day. So
I'm
if you're
not
going to
saying
listen
that you're
to
wrong for going off of your experience. I'm not saying you're wrong for that. I'm just making an observation that I think you're drawing from your experience when you say that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, no, but that's all good and well. But the other end of the equation is I also have anecdotal evidence to go along with it. We see so many times in history where where the wrong ideas are perpetuated in the impressionable minds of the youth because of a bitter issue between a difference of opinion. Entire lifetimes are wasted on the philosophies that are designed. I mean, philosophagen is a perfect example. 30 years of people's lives after the discovery of oxygen was wasted on a theory that was bound for the graveyard.
I actually know many societies operate the way I was speaking of, and second of all, either I missed a big part of the conversation
how
here,
you
or
just
you
want to interject right into the center of my sentence because I'm not going to allow you to show me the disrespect that you are demanding from me. It doesn't make any sense to allow that, Pixie, because here we go. No, you know what? I'm going to finish what I was saying until Pixie can learn to wait her turn and not interrupt people right in the middle of their sentence because it's a two-way street, Pixie, and I will not allow that because I don't care that you're a female. Your vagina power means nothing to me. I'm going to finish my sentence if you don't mind. I wasn't done speaking, and I will not allow you to run over me because you're a female and very much weaker-willed and mentally and physical than I am. Will not allow it. Allow me to finish. Finish, Pixie. Allow me to finish, Pixie. Allow me to finish, Pixie. Your point is not worth listening to, Pixie. It makes no sense.
I'm asking a question.
Well, then stop interrupting me, Pixie. I will not allow you to interrupt me, Pixie. It's not going to happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not next week. Allow me to finish what I'm saying.
Hey, she's gone. She's gone. Chill.
Dear Lord in heaven, dude.
She was trying to say that she was kicked in the middle of her previous sentence, and that's why she was trying to say something. However, you guys both screaming over each other is not productive to either side. So
hold on.
Well, I'm sick and tired of no vagina power here. Not gonna happen, Pixie. Let me know.
Gigi,
It hits me in the middle of my sentence. He's pretending like I never got to finish anything. I didn't get to finish anything.
That doesn't mean you get to come in and interrupt me right in the middle of mine, Pixie.
I don't care.
I'm sorry to tell you, I am not a freaking welcome mat, and I won't let you walk on me. Eat shit, you stupid.
Blah 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 blah. Okay, so either I missed a very big part. Either I missed a very big part of the discussion.
No, blah 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 blah. No, you're just rude, Pixie. You're straight fucking rude. You're straight fucking rude, Pixie.
Yeah,
that's
right.
just all there is to
So-
it. No, how about
Fill
you
me in,
stop?
Aiden. So fill me in,
both of
Aiden.
you stop.
Is it that he thinks every elderly person is some version of bad Santa running around, or was there a
for the love of God.
demographic of people that we were speaking of that I was not aware of?
You see, this is that bullshit right there, where she's a female and right by default. So any idea that's outside of her parameter or realm of understanding has got to be called out and questioned. Eat shit, Pixie. I don't have to explain anything to you. That's exactly what you said. That's exactly what you said, Pixie. It's exactly what you said.
Aiden,
You're fucking stupid, lady.
Demographic?
Straight retard.
Everybody's. Were we speaking of a particular demographic or just people?
Pixie. Hold on. I'll meet you first, and then he could talk, and then I'll meet him, and then let you talk. Hold on, Pixie.
Yeah, we desperately need some moderation.
Go ahead, Dustin.
Dude, in what realm of existence does an elderly person want to expose the folly and their mistakes to the younger generation? It doesn't make sense. If you teach people math, reading, writing, and arithmetic, then what life experience needs to be passed down? I think you're going to find anyone over a certain age addicted to meth or cocaine or heroin or some combination of which. I dare you, defy you to find me an elder over 50 that hasn't had some major drug addiction. Not going to find it. So exposing the youth to the elders, not always a good idea. Be willing to bet 9 times out of 10, really bad idea.
I'm just wondering whose Gigi is right, and I'm sorry, we can keep going as it was, but I'm just curious who that is. Who is Gigi is right? Gigi is right. Speak now, please. I'm just curious. Pixie left, but I think she's gonna come back. She's been having some connection problems. I honestly think that there's a lot of knowledge and wisdom that can be gained from the elderly, Dustin. I mean, the person that I would say I have learned more from and embodied the spirit of more than anybody else in my entire life was my grandfather, and he taught me an incredible amount of things and the breadth and depth of how they work. If I didn't have his experience, I would be a fundamentally different person than I am today, and almost certainly for the worse.
My grandfather killed Chinese people.
Yeah, see, it's a difference of experience.
No. See, like I don't know. Maybe but the other end of the equation is there that your grandpa and my grandpa grew up in the same generation. Okay, and I'm telling you, back then there was a little bit different of a mentality about things, right? And
Oh God,
because
for sure.
you're right. Okay, so you might be the exception to the rule, Aiden, but I think you know better than to say that because you have anecdotal evidence of your grandfather being a good role model to you, that you're going to find the majority of that generation being a role
Hold
model
on now.
of
When did
any
I say
kind.
that?
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on
Wait a
now.
minute.
That's
No,
what
because
Pixie's saying.
No, because I proposed a community supervised setting. You're saying that I'm all for
That's not what
willy-nilly
you
crazy
proposed.
shit. Yes, it
That's not what
is.
you proposed. No,
I
you said
said
exposing the
child
older to the younger
daycare.
because of their
I said,
experience.
and then
Let her
I
speak,
said,
Becky.
and
Hold
then
on.
maybe you were too busy talking over me to hear the end of that sentence, which was I think
Or
things
didn't
like
care.
combining adult daycare with child daycare, meaning
Which is
community
retarded.
supervised, meaning community
Straight
supervised
retarded.
settings, community
Straight
supervised
retarded.
settings, which you
Stupid.
said I did not say. So
Dustin,
apparently you
come on.
can't even listen, and you're calling
Stupid
me
and
stupid.
retarded.
So you just
Come on,
showed
I'm calling
that
you a
can't
retard.
comprehend
Come
words.
Come
on.
on, Dustin.
No.
Go ahead.
Big word coming from somebody who can't comprehend words.
Okay.
And to Zidane in the chat, why don't you come up here and try to save my soul again and pretend like you don't degrade me and be so shocked when I don't think what you think is good for me is good. Or just, you know what, hide there in the chat and say your ridiculous nonsense.
Shut up, Pixie. Nobody cares about you. Your vagina power
You
has
cared
no power
enough to
here.
respond. You cared enough to get mad. You cared enough to address me just
You
then.
guys
So
are
why don't
both.
you
You guys
address
are
me
both.
again and tell me how much you don't
It's
care.
literally just mudslinging at this point,
Just
guys.
stop,
Come
you
on.
two. Stop it. Okay.
So
It's
address
just
me again to tell me how much you don't care.
Could you
Okay.
calm down?
Calm down, everybody. Calm down.
Oh my goodness.
Don't make Sandman mad.
Shut up, Sandman. Nobody cares about you. You're not even the voice of reason around here.
Sandman, I care about you, Sandman.
I'll come bite your head off.
I care about you, Sandman.
No, we all gotta
Same here.
pause and listen to Justin cry about how much he doesn't care because how dare you interrupt him.
Dustin, don't listen to Dustin. What are you getting all upset? Dustin is Dustin.
Oh, don't confuse my theatrics with upset. I don't think twice about him when I leave here.
Okay.
I bet you I live rent free in your head, Pixie.
No.
I bet you got
No.
me on
The
every
only time
calendar,
the only
every
time I've
calendar
ever
on
thought of
every
you
wall
is
in
when you
your
sit here
head. I
doing this.
reflect there. You blame me for everything bad that happens in your life.
You and
Just
your
be honest about it,
fantasies. You
Pixie.
and your fantasies. You and your fantasies.
Stop it.
Just be honest about it. You're the one who claims you don't think about me. I don't have to. I don't even have to claim that, Pixie.
Okay.
You're
stop
not a
it.
figment in my imagination.
Okay. Who's this guy in the bottom?
Oh, damn. That scared me.
Holy crap, that scared me. I was in the other tab working. I just got a freaking jump scare.
I just came to say hey to Pixie.
What's happening?
Oh my
How you
gosh.
doing?
Oh my gosh. All right. Look,
Oh.
Christian, my mental health can only tolerate a little bit more of this.
Sorry.
Christian, I've been in the ringer for like 8 hours now. Okay.
Baby
So
doll.
I just need you to keep that in mind while you progress in this conversation, okay? Can you just keep that in mind, buddy? Thank you.
I
Sorry,
just came to say hello.
Sorry about that. You're just scary.
I don't believe you, Christian Pike. You are one of the few people who I would give the moniker "I am Christian Pike" and I have done this. You start more fights and run away than anyone I know.
My brother, I came for a simple greeting of friends.
Snap. Oh, snap. What do you got to say to that, Christian? You just going to take that lying down, buddy?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Sorry. He just scared me when he jumped up.
Mr. Pixie, now the time has come.
But are you alright, Brother Pike?
Mm-hmm.
Are you alright?
I am swell.
I just hope Bruce comes back, honestly.
I hope that too.
What do you think, Sammy? Do you hope Bruce come back?
Well, was he here before? Or?
Yeah.
He was ruining the conversation like always.
That's my Baptist
What?
bishop you're talking
How
about.
dare you say that about him, Dustin? He's the most worthwhile member of this panel.
That man listens.
He does.
Jesus Christ. Christian is the last person on the planet I would have expected to make that proclamation.
Look, man, I'm just trying to kill time.
Sorry about that, Bird Bike. You just scared me. You did that. Are you alright?
I'm back, and Dustin can say my name. Say my name.
Pixie.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, so I'm settling things between Pixie and Christian right
How you doing, Pixie?
I'm doing it. By the end of this conversation, Pixie and Christian are going to part amicably as friends, and they're going to shake each other's hands, and it's going to be great. And it's going to recover all of the mental health that I've lost over the past 8 hours.
Oh, it'll do it.
I highly doubt that, but if it's possible,
And you're going to go with it, Pixie, because you value me and you value my mental health.
Okay, I
Amen.
will lose. I will hear you out. But you got to give me a moment because I got to take this call.
All right.
Good boy.
I wonder who's calling her.
I think it was probably the Godfather.
Yes, this is the IRS. May I speak to Pixie, please?
Yes, hello, this Internal Revenue Service. Your $250 Steam card is expired.
You said your Steam card.
What you doing there, Sammy? Watching TV?
I'm looking at Napa Valley is what I'm looking at.
Ooh.
I got to go back to Napa.
Yeah, it's a pretty place. I've never
Oh.
been, but it's a pretty place.
I've been once, but we kind of ran through it pretty quick with my ex. And
Have you ever been to Lake Havasu?
No.
I'm on my phone. No, you never been to Lake Havasu? That's a shame. You should try Lake Havasu.
Lake Havasu. Well, I wanted to go from Napa to Sonoma.
I think Lake Havasu's on the way.
Is it?
Yeah, it's right in that area, I think. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've been to Arizona.
No, California.
Oh, California? Never mind.
Knows how to party.
It's about an hour from San Francisco.
Knows how to party in the city. City of where, Christian?
I'm trying to eat pasta.
City of Compton.
Stop knowing stuff you ain't supposed to know.
He's straight out of pasta.
That's right. Only place Christian is coming straight out of is that coffee shop that he never goes away from. That's where
He's straight out of Starbucks.
Straight out of Starbucks.
He comes kicking the door open with a gun in
I'm
each
trying to eat
hand.
this pasta. I can't reply.
That's the best time to talk about Christian. All right, let's all say really good charitable things about Christian. Wow.
That's not a Starbucks.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Christian? Oh, did he leave?
You guys ever try the sour Sprite?
Oh, you're there. No, I said that coffee shop that you were talking about.
Yeah, that's a good
not
coffee shop.
It's not a Starbucks?
No, it's not Starbucks. What are you talking about?
Oh, no, I didn't say that.
Christian supports local business.
Yeah, dude. Like way too much.
Like he goes to that plantation like 2 or 3 times a week, let me tell you.
I support local business more than I support my kids. That's how committed I am to the local economy.
Wow.
Well, I definitely want to hit the coast again. At least one more time.
Oh, come on.
Are you going to do it on a boat?
No, you fly. You rent a car, and you go around.
Oh, you rent a car. What? Why don't you rent a boat and then go from dock to dock?
Nah.
Be really adventurous.
I had a boat. I had a catamaran with an outboard, 70 horsepower, 6-seater, I mean, it's a small boat. You don't go far with that boat, but it's,
well, you don't have to
I've
go that
always
far
dreamed-
off.
I've always dreamed about just getting on a boat that has like a really far range and just I want to go to Argentina today.
oh yeah. Well, we've been to Bermuda.
That's like I mean, where are you? You're in Canada. That's well more than almost
do
a
it.
half a month. That's like a fortnight's freaking sail.
I want to go that day. I want to go that day. And I'm not saying I'd end up there. I'm saying I want to go there and I want to start that journey today.
I mean, what would you do it with? Like what would you do it with? A bag of marbles in your back pocket? Like you don't
I've
know
got a
nothing about.
fiancé, you freaking nutbag. What are you talking about? I got
You better have a sextant and like a map and like compasses. Like
I have the word of God to guide me.
you have the word of God. You're gonna wind up in Papua New Guinea and get shot by a blow dart. Like we're gonna see your head on a spit on some YouTube channel. Like I should have listened to Dustin.
I imagine people would be really sad to see that too if they saw like a local Canadian man has recently been kidnapped on Balfour, New Guinea. He's now been seen in a recent local newscast with his head on a stake. I'm sure everyone here would be like, "Oh no, Aiden, no!"
Oh, I'd start you a GoFundMe.
Get Aiden's head a dignified funeral.
Oh, wait. Word. Now Dustin will address me.
Oh my goodness. You too. I'm putting you
I don't want to address you.
Freaking corners. All right? I swear to God, you two would have been the ultimate nightmare fuel to have as siblings on a road trip. Oh my goodness. That I understand now why parents used to reach into the back of their vehicle and not even look. They would just swing from left to right. And whoever caught it inherently deserved. I get that now.
Look, don't tell me don't. It's just silly to be like, I live rent free in your head while you repeat my name and speak every time I speak. It's funny.
May I comment on that?
No idea what you're talking about right now.
Yes, Christian, you may comment on that.
I was just going to say that I popped in the chat earlier just to see, because I noticed that Logan was live, and Pixie was literally talking about me as I came in.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't say
We're gonna
anything
settle
bad.
things.
What I said, my exact words, is if I was talking about you when you came in, what happened, and I will be completely honest, you could rewind and look, was I said, I don't like it when you and Ghost argue. This must be how you feel when Christian and I argue at each other. And then I said, speaking of, because you showed up.
Yeah, I can,
Speaking
I
of
can
rent-free.
verify that. Oh my gosh, it's Beaner. Hey, Beaner, how's it going?
No, that's not me.
Don't call people the Beaner. What are you talking about?
No, that was somebody's name on YouTube. All right, there's context.
There's context.
It's like when you're reading Mark Twain. You get to say the N-word when you're reading Mark Twain. All right, there's context.
I couldn't see a scenario in life where Aiden would actually be out and out racist.
I mean, in book club, I was reading this book that kept saying N-word, B-word, and I didn't want to say it. So I said, I had everybody vote, and I said nizzle bizzle every time the word came up instead.
That's funny.
¿Qué pasa?
I can't ever see a scenario where Aiden would be racist. Why don't you shut your stupid white mouth, Dustin?
Whoa!
What?
Whoa.
Okay, I take it back.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I have been previously. I have been proven wrong. No, Aiden, will you do me a favor though? When you talk to Missing Outcast, see why she won't come around anymore, and ask her who's being raped.
Missing what?
Holy. Deviant Outcast? I mean, like, she hasn't been around recently, but I thought that was just because she was with Soot and, like, hanging out with him a whole bunch.
And did it...
I miss her.
You know, I just wanted to say really quick. I just wanted to say really quick. I'm Republican, conservative, or whatever.
Spit it out,
I have
Cecil.
my opinions. Wait, and I'm a Christian and stuff, but I don't hate any of you guys. I just want you to know I would never come in here calling Pixie a CUNT word or a B
What?
word. Or, that's
What is that?
insane.
UNT. What are you
I
talking
Yeah,
didn't
about?
say
that's
that.
what I said. I was like, Sal and I don't necessarily get along all the time, but I don't think she's that unhinged. Like, I don't think that's her.
That's yeah.
I don't remember calling you a cunt.
No,
I love
no,
how you. Oh my god, you guys!
we're
What
not
the-
supposed to talk.
What did the blind man say when he
Oh,
passed the fish store?
it's because
What did they say,
it's because
Hi, ladies.
it's because a troll came in earlier, Sandman pretending to be me,
Really?
and yeah, and she was being vicious and
Ay,
disgusting and
caramba.
horrible. Well, it
Hey,
was
why don't
Latin Cali,
roosters
but
wear
anyway.
pants?
Why
don't roosters wear pants?
Why not?
Anybody? Anybody? Why don't roosters wear pants?
I have a feeling it has something.
Dustin, give me
to
1
do.
second. So anyway, I think it's a kind of a good thing that who Deviant Outcast or whoever is or Missing Mara, I don't know who you guys were talking about that kind of stepped away. I did the same thing and I feel so much better. Like I stepped away and you stay away and you get some like perspective. And I come back and you know what I mean? Everybody's nice and I'm like, why can't we all just get along? So yeah.
Yeah. No, stepping away is a huge boon to your mental
For
health.
sure.
I would recommend anybody in this community if you have just like been glued to this community for weeks on end. And I was one of those people. I'm starting to become one of those people again because I just really value my mental health apparently. But as one of those people, I can say that taking a long form break for like a month or something like that, it's like night and day. It really is when you're not
For
worried
sure.
about what's going on here.
Ay, caramba.
I am so confused right now. So is being around me a good thing or is being around me a bad thing?
Yes.
Okay.
I think
That's
when
the
you
answer.
start, I think when you start being rude and you start being vicious, I think that's when you should like step back and take a breather, and because we should all
You
be
haven't seen
able.
Rude nor Vicious yet.
I, I think we should all be able to communicate and disagree, but be nice about it or be respectful at least. And I'm speaking for myself.
Right.
See, Sal, don't you have some hedges that need to be trimmed or something like that? What are you doing over here?
What are you talking about?
I'm just being an asshole. I'm sorry.
Oh. I'm over here trying to be all nice.
I know. I'm just trying to break the dead air. And see, Sal, you're a very nice person.
Oh,
For some
thanks.
reason, I see Seesaw like standing at Home Depot. Right?
I'm very comfortable with the awkward silences, so maybe that's why it doesn't bother me. But
That's
I was
because
gonna
you're a
say,
retailer. Awkward silence is just part of your job description.
what the? Why are you being so racist? White people are not.
What
White
is
people are
racist
not
about
Oh
supposed.
dear God! You don't like
White
jokes
people
at
are not.
all.
White people are not supposed to be racist towards us minorities.
We're not supposed to have a sense of humor. Jesus.
Anywho, I was gonna
Dios
ask
mío,
Gigi.
Dustin.
Is Gigi here? Yeah.
Yes, Gigi's here.
When
Madre de
Gigi,
Dios.
when are you leaving for your trip?
Next week.
Wow.
You have no whimsy, Beaner. You have no whimsy.
Hi Simon, what you doing there, little guy? Watching TV?
No, I'm just looking at some videos on Sonoma.
I'm currently becoming one with the fabric of the universe right now.
I smell steak on a barbecue.
I had some mushrooms on that steak, and I feel very strange now for some reason.
And I don't have any
I was
wine.
growing mushrooms in my home plants, and I ate one, and now the ceiling is the floor.
You know what I want to try? Okay, maybe I shouldn't put this on YouTube. Okay. I don't know. Is it allowed? Let me go look it up. Let me look up the YouTube community guidelines real quick. I'll be right back.
He's got to go through the books real quick to see if he can say what he. I don't even care. Like, I just say it. I don't know.
Okay,
I'm
you can't
probably
talk
too.
about it on YouTube. It's cool. What I want to try at some point in my life, I want to try DMT at some point. I really want to give that one a go because, like, the thing that I love about tripping is like being able to explore other parts of your psyche and, you know, kind of come to grips with some things in your life from a fresh perspective. Like, I found that to be very healthy and almost therapeutic for me. But the thing that I don't like about tripping, it's just how damn long it lasts for. I don't want to have to set a whole day aside where I do nothing but just
You can
be a
dose
freaking
it right.
psychonaut.
You can dose it right for sure.
But that's the thing. If I dose it slow,
But DMT doesn't have any lingering side effects. You're in, you're out, you're done. Clean break. But DMT is also like known as like the death of the ego trip, and that's why I want to do it.
yeah. I like the shortness of time, and like you said, I like the cleanliness of just, okay, I'm done with that. I can move on with my day now. You know, like with I have a really hard time with mushrooms because I get gut rot when I eat them. And
Shut up, dude. Why are you
What?
telling me this? I don't need to
What?
know this. This is
It's
not
just
something I need to
unfortunate.
know.
It's just unfortunate. But
I
one thing
imagine
that
it
can
is.
solve that, one thing that can solve that is if you don't do mushrooms, you do a different one. That's why I was bringing it up, Dustin. I wasn't
Drink
gonna let you
milk.
suffer for too long.
Drink milk, okay? It'll coat
Oh,
the
that's
inner
great.
lining of your stomach. Yes, if you drink milk before you do the mushrooms, it'll coat the inner lining of your stomach. It will allow the mushrooms to pass through exposed to the lining of the stomach.
Wait, for real?
Yes. And as long as it gets into the lower intestine, it still passes the psilocybin through the system.
How about you guys just don't do any of that?
How about, son, man, you freaking take a short leash, freaking, I don't know, just don't tell me what to do.
Sandman, I appreciate your perspective. However, no.
Yeah, either that or and if milk isn't strong enough for you, you can do Pepto-Bismol. Pepto-Bismol will definitely coat the lining of your stomach and allow the mushrooms to pass through.
Look, some people act like when you're like on mushrooms or something like that, you're like communing with the devil or something like that. And I gotta be honest with you, if I was quote unquote communing with the devil, then communing with the devil involves coming to peace with some of the worst issues I've had over the course of my life.
All
Like,
mushrooms,
very
much like
confirming.
acid do, is shut down the inhibitor chip in your brain so that the electrical impulses can start running wild. Right? What actually causes the hallucination is scabbing along the surface of the brain.
I think we're making Sandman uncomfortable, so we're going to talk about happy puppies now. We're going to talk about happy puppy sunshine rainbows and all of the goodness that comes with that.
That's not me.
I know, I'm joking.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, Dr. Spider. Unfortunately, we can hear you,
Oh, that's
Dr.
amazing. Wow, I can't believe it's actually working.
What's working?
You have a cheap phone,
Unlike
guys.
Lupin,
I'm
it's
not
working.
rich.
You're not the Ritz.
Did you hear about what
So what
happened
have you guys
over
been
at
up
Praise
to?
I Am channel, Spider?
No,
No, I
that place
haven't heard.
kills my brain cells. I don't go there.
What happened?
You know, your plan failed. By the
The
way,
dude
Aiden.
got
I don't
kicked
think.
off.
I don't think. Oh
No, he
wait, are you
didn't.
serious?
He did. Listen to me, what I'm telling you. Happened last night.
That's
Wait,
crazy.
what happened? I
That's
didn't hear that. Who got kicked off?
the
dude.
Really?
It happened.
I was in bed.
What?
It happened last night.
That place kills my brain cells, but I'm shocked by that. But I don't think your plan. I don't think your plan worked. He had to throw a jab on the way out, so I don't think Pike and I are on better terms. I think we might be on worse terms.
Oh, for the love of God, Pixie!
Trying to facilitate peace between you two.
If you were even considered a formidable opponent, I can see Pike trying to make peace, but you're not. If you presented a bigger target or a more complicated
there we
fight,
went. There we went. I said something and he addressed me. Isn't that predictable?
what do you mean? Yeah, I addressed your ignorant comments.
Yep. Every time I say something, you address me. But but you think you live rent free in my head? That's adorable.
What do you mean? That makes
Say
no
my
sense.
name. Say it again.
You made an
Say it
open
again,
comment
Justin.
to the
Say it again,
open
Justin.
forum.
No, I said, Aiden, I don't think your plan is working, and you went, Pixie said something, must address her right now.
The stupidity? Yeah, I
You're
have a
so
very low
adorable,
tolerance.
thinking you're the one who lives rent free in my head. That's cute in a pathetic sort of way.
I bet you I'm on your calendars.
I feel like
keep
we've
betting.
become.
That might
like
be
we've
why
be-
you're not wealthy.
Is this show just like the nexus of all that's good and positive and upbeat in the world?
Apparently, like.
Like shit.
What you doing there, little buddy? Watching TV?
Yes. At least I was
Yes.
watching TV until I read Saint Paisos, and then I realized that TV is no good.
You read it?
I mean, I've read a bit of Saint Paisos.
Interesting. Yeah, I had started the book.
Corpus Christi Stalactite.
Haven't finished it. I mean, I got quite a few books I'm going to finish up. Probably over the winter, trying to enjoy myself.
I mean, it's not light reading, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, it's a story. It's a story about, when it started off. But I mean, a lot of today's Christians will talk a lot about Aisios, but we have bigger saints.
Sure, he's just one of the more well-known ones. He's one of the more public-facing, so to speak, saints.
Yeah, the recent ones.
Oh, more recent for sure. I mean, I think he's one of the few saints that we actually have audio recordings of.
Yeah. Absolutely. How do some people even debate whether he's a saint or not?
Everywhere you look, everywhere is a Dustin. And Pixie
Don't
getting
go there.
along everywhere you look.
For the love of
occasionally
God,
get along.
Aiden.
Dustin
We
and I
don't get along at
occasionally get
all,
along.
Pixie. Pixie,
Usually
stop
when I'm
speaking
not
for
being
me.
usually when I'm being not happy at Bruce. That's usually when we
No,
get along.
okay. We occasionally have a swing that ends up on the same upstroke, where it strikes in the same general vicinity. I will agree with you there.
Oh my good God, Dustin! She's
is-
trying to extend the olive branch.
No, there is no olive
No,
branch.
it wasn't.
If there
No,
is
I was not extending anything. No, there was no extension of any kind
that
of
would have been
branch.
a poison ivy branch, and I will not
It would
reach
have
out.
been.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected. I'm sorry.
Okay, no. Pixie and I are not friends. We're not going to be allies. I swear, if there's ever a situation where her mouth is on fire, I would not urinate in there to put it out. I promise.
Lovely. That's lovely.
Oh,
yeah.
Sandman, I'm sorry. I just want to apologize.
Yeah, that was.
I hope I don't think she wants you to do that. Just like Claude, he said he didn't want you to do that either.
I'd let her mouth burn. Absolutely.
Sandman is like Christian to me.
My
I feel
least favorite part of her.
I feel secondhand embarrassment for them when like somebody says something that's like super against their values. I feel really bad, and it's something I can't help. I just get secondhand embarrassment.
Sam, what you been doing there, little guy? About your TV?
No, I've been watching videos on Napa. I'm debating whether I should go back to California or not.
California? You been to California?
Dan Posse's in California. I wouldn't go near it.
No? Well, more closer to San Francisco, actually. It's about an hour away.
You have to drive through the acres of poop because that's all San Francisco is, according to certain people. It's just poop in the streets.
Bro, you guys have maps. You have apps with maps on where to and where not to walk. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? In what respect is that a dunk in any way, Aiden? I must know.
It may not have been a dunk, but it was hella entertaining for what you said as a result. So.
You know why I know that? Because they have the same thing for Seattle. Okay?
I'm not
Your God.
They have a Seattle poop map?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
What a lovely, brave new world we live in.
Yeah, run by Democrats.
Yeah, I didn't really like San Francisco. I mean, it's fine. You know, like there's a place called Market that's by the water. You could see the Golden Gate Bridge, but besides that, I mean, once you start walking into San Francisco,
Who do you think
Dude.
would win in a wrestling match? Barack Obama or Donald Trump? Who do you think would win?
It depends. Like, are they allowed to do dirty things? I think if they're allowed
Donald
to do
Trump,
dirty
you can
things,
sit on him.
well, no, I see Donald Trump pulling out a 45 in the middle of the fight and shooting Obama. But if it's a straight up
He
fight,
doesn't need to. He just needs to. He just needs to like climb on the top rope and jump. Game over.
Come on. Let's tamp it down a little bit. That statement was like asking for YouTube to censor the live stream, dude. Like, come on.
I'm just saying, bro. If it's a straight up fight, though, I think Obama's got it. That's where my money's going. I have to know these things though before. Like, you know, if there's dirty shenanigans, I mean, Trump wouldn't even play around, dude. He knows better. He's not gonna fight Obama straight up.
You think if Trump jumps off that top rope on Obama, he's getting up?
No, I don't think Trump would survive jumping off the top rope onto Obama. Okay, I'm sorry. The man is not in the best of shape. Okay, he knows better. He probably his best hope is the haymaker off the bat, and if it doesn't put him down, he's screwed. Because Obama's a yogurt nut, and he's an endurance fan. He'll just end up choking Trump out. Like, I don't see that fight going very long.
I don't know, dude.
I know I joked with you earlier, but I really wouldn't give you poison ivy.
I feel like
Pixie.
maybe he would win. Maybe he would win against
I appreciate
Obama,
you more than
but
you
feel
think
like,
I do, not as much as you want me to.
But I feel like Trump would clean Biden's clock all day long. I feel like it wouldn't even be much of a fight.
Biden? Biden, yeah. No, Trump would just stand there and treat Biden like he was one of those balloons with the bottom that's heavy. He just like pump all day. But if you expect him to move, like if he's got to step and shoot, then no. He's winded. He's gonna go down. Like all Biden has to do is dance with him for more than 3 minutes, and Trump's lost his win. He's done. He's a golfer, for crying out loud. Yeah, he can swing once, maybe twice, but that's it.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Was like maybe I feel like Trump, if he was able to get some swings in at the beginning, he might actually like it might. I don't think he would win, but it would look more like, oh, this might actually be a fight if he would like get a couple of power blows out at the beginning. But I feel like Obama is like fast enough that he'd be able to maneuver around that. You know, I feel like he'd be able to tire Trump out pretty quick.
I think that Obama's best hope is to throw himself at the ground and have Secret Service come pick him up a bunch of times. That's got to be the only way he'd win. Okay, I'm telling you, he'd win. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's pretty pathetic that Trump would lose his win and just like start laying down beside him. But like, that's all you got to do. Like when Trump goes to throw, just drop. He's gonna swing, right? And all that energy's got to go somewhere. He's only got a few of those in him. I'm telling you. He'll just lay down right beside you and go to sleep.
Here's a question. If you could pick one president to tag in with Trump, who do you think would be the best tag in for Trump? And I'm asking
Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson, hands down, because he'd just pull out his cane and start beating everybody.
I got Teddy, dude. I'm for Teddy Roosevelt.
Oh, dude. You had to pull out the moose.
Dude, I'm telling you. I mean, Jackson would be some serious work, but Teddy, like, oh, dude, he doesn't mess around.
No, Teddy wouldn't mess around. He got shot and finished his speech. Or was he shot out? I don't remember. It was one or the other. I think he actually got shot.
You're right. Yeah. He called his party the Bull Moose Party as a result.
Yeah, because he got shot and he's like, "Fuck you! I'm finishing this speech."
Bull Moose. He was the last person in American history to actually run a solid, like, third-party option, I would say. Like, he was the last one that actually really stood a chance of changing the two-party system.
I mean, he brought us out of the depression. Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't mean that everything he did was good, man.
Oh God, no! God, no!
Fucker.
No, the guy literally systematically exploited the ever-living hell out of Central America for America's benefit. Overturned democratic elections in Central and South America, sent in American troops to kill protesters that were advocating for the democratic elections within those countries. So yeah,
you know what?
He's
You know
far
what's
from
interesting?
perfect.
Since you mentioned it, you know what's interesting about the current political environment? Is in all our black ops, we discovered the easiest way to destabilize a democracy is actually to over-politicize everything.
What? What are I just blew a gasket. Can somebody hand me a Xanax or? Oh,
you too. I feel you know that you can actually ask her about why she thinks that as well, right?
I don't want to know. I don't want to understand the logical or
No, he'd rather just make a bunch of assumptions.
underpinnings.
He'd rather just make a bunch of assumptions because when in doubt, it comes down to Pixie said something, stamp my feetsies.
No, it has nothing to even do with that. I'm trying. Look, what you said logically makes no sense on multiple levels. But okay.
Congratulations on not being able to keep up.
Right, because that's my problem. You know, I don't even know. Never mind.
Seems
Never
to be
mind.
you're the one who couldn't even form a question.
No, Pixie, I'm just trying to ignore the underpinnings.
Stamp those feces. It's because, it's why you couldn't just let it go. You couldn't move past it. You couldn't ask a question. You had to stamp your feces because I said something. I know, and the next time I say something, you'll
Pixie,
do it again. Yeah,
the
blah,
level
blah,
of
blah,
stupidity.
blah, 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 blah. Yep, it's so stupid. That's not a proven thing. It's not something in CIA books. It's not in published documents. It's so stupid. Yep. We didn't employ this on other people at all.
I don't know if you realize this, but you're really helping my argument. I just
Sure, okay. That's great, because you're helping mine a lot.
I don't know what your argument is. If it's I'm a jerk, I concede.
Pixie.
No, it's a little deeper than that, but that's a good start. Baby steps, I guess.
Whatever, Pixie. You can tell yourself whatever you need to sleep well at night. Okay.
Pixie Wixie.
Samuel.
Yes.
Have you talked to Daniel lately?
No, I haven't seen Daniel in like over 2 weeks. I don't know where he is. Where?
He's back.
Because
He
the
had a
Great
show.
Schism Part 2 has taken place.
He had a show.
Oh, but I don't go on the show because he doesn't want me on the show.
Oh, sorry.
That's what I'm saying. It's the Great Schism.
That's the Great Schism. I mean, I didn't say it. He did.
Sandman is Rome. And no, I'm just joking.
And so, yeah, I've been banned.
Sorry.
Mr. Sandman, bring me a tree.
Boom, 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 boom.
Banned. He's been banned.
Well, this has been quite a show.
GG.
Hi.
You bloody bastard.
What?
Are you looking forward to London?
Yeah.
When did you go? Did you say next week?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Just be careful, GG. Make sure you watch your drinks and be careful who you're talking to, man.
Exactly. Yeah.
They don't like you over there, bud. They don't like Americans.
They've seen you on here.
Unironically, Gangster Ghost, while you're there, say you're Canadian. I'm not even joking.
Please, please. It would go a lot better for you, GG. It really would.
You're from Africa or something?
If you say you're Canadian, then people will generally get along with you a lot better. And I know that for a fact because when I was in the UK and people asked if I was American and I said I was Canadian, their entire demeanor shifted with me. It was I was basically talking to a different person when they found out.
I'll go there act like I know more about their politics than they do.
Hey, Glenn, how are you?
About me, buddy? Are you upset?
Yeah, I'm going to act like I know more than they do. Tell them how it's like to live there and all that stuff.
I'm sorry if I upset you, Gangster Ghost.
I hope you're doing well, Dwayne. And thank you for tolerating me, Ghost.
Oh, yeah. Thank
I
you.
thought you said you weren't mad at me, buddy.
I'm not mad at
you. Have to be careful there, Pixie.
Why?
I don't think that I know American politics better than you do, by the way, Gangster Ghost. I just think that I know them better than you think that I do.
Ugh, not really.
Why do I need to be careful, Sandman?
Well, so
Well, I'm gonna go, guys. Have a good one.
Well, thank you for joining. Sorry about that, Aiden. Have a good day.
Yep.
Much love, Aiden. It was good talking to you, bud.
Later days, Aiden. I like Aiden.
Good night.
I am fond of Aiden. Aiden is good people.
He's a good chap. Anyone seen Wild Bird?
Wild Fart?
I saw Wildheart early this morning, I think, but not since.
Fart Milder?
Maybe.
He went to sleep. I know he was going to go to sleep when I was done talking to him. He mentioned going to sleep.
Yeah. I think he will.
And then,
I think. Tired.
You sound tired, bro.
I know I am, to be honest, because it's literally 20 to
half
1.
to 1? Oh, 20
Yeah.
to 1. Yeah, closer.
20 to 1.
Gangster, do you drink?
No.
You don't drink, right? Anybody else in here drinks?
Nope. It'd be a bad idea.
I'm not talking like an alcoholic. I mean, just.
No, that's exactly the problem. Once you get
Is
me
that
started,
Sam-
I can't stop.
Okay.
Was that
Anyone
Dustin? I'm not sure who's talking. Was it Sandman or Dustin?
Sandman.
Sandman. What drink do you like, Sandman?
I like the wine.
Oh, yeah. I remember you saying you like wine before.
You're a wino?
Cognac.
Nice wine.
The cognac from France.
Oh, yeah, the cognac. You're the cognac man, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Do you like mead? You drink mead at all?
Mead?
Anybody? Mead.
That's beer, isn't it?
It's the precursor for beer before they started using Bailey hops. Usually use like a wheat and a honey base, and you can make like a mead from fermentation.
Yeah. Moonshine.
Not really. I'm not much of a beer guy.
I'm a 2,000 pound a bottle cognac man, like Sandman.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Me and Sandman live the same lifestyle.
Of course.
We like a good drink.
A good drink, not just any drink. A good drink.
Yeah, a proper good drink.
Well, first of all, you'll enjoy it a million times better than a cheap drink.
You can tell the difference, that's for sure.
The quality's there.
No horrible aftertaste.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real drink. Everything else is just, pass your time type drinks. Now, the question is, who can afford it? Because it does get pricey, and if you drink on a regular, which I don't, which is the good thing. So if you do buy anything, you buy like the quality stuff. And if you're having a little party, you buy the other stuff. And that's it.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
What temperature is it where you're at?
It's let's see.
One year.
And you guys got what down there? You got Celsius? What do you use?
I think so.
Who measures their temperature in Celsius?
Degrees by miles.
Fahrenheit.
You're in Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fahrenheit.
So it's like 96 Fahrenheit right now, 96.97.
What's that in degrees?
36.
36. Whoa.
It's warm. I like the warm.
I'm warm at the minute, like I'm not sure where
You're
it
in
is.
Canada right now, or you're in California?
Right now? No, I'm in Canada right now.
Where the hell is it? Like, that's like 70 some odd degrees, isn't it? 30 degrees Celsius.
Right now, with the humidity levels, it's like, feels like 36. It's going down, actually. Oh, I mean, that's what it was today. Right now, it's probably less. It's probably like 26. So I would say 78. Yeah, 78 Fahrenheit.
Jesus. Cecil, I'm sorry I'm such a jerk. I just don't like idiots.
Where is Seesaw?
It's easy to call
she's in
somebody
the
an
comments.
idiot when you don't let them finish their thoughts and you just assume the worst right off the bat.
Your
It's
thoughts
easy
are
to think
completely
somebody an idiot when you
irrelevant.
fill it. It's easy to think somebody's an idiot when you fill in all the blanks for yourself and you don't know anything, but you pretend you do.
You're
Funny
interjecting
though,
into
if
a
I'm such an idiot,
conversation.
funny though, if I'm such an idiot, why you can't keep my name out your mouth and you think you have to respond to every
I
single
wasn't
thing
even
I
talking to
say.
you. See, I was talking to Cecil.
I don't care who you were talking to.
And idiot doesn't automatically refer to you, although I'm glad that you feel that way.
I
But
don't need
no,
you to call me an idiot to point out your patterns because patterns are consistent whether they're with me or somebody else.
that makes no sense. You are really retarded.
Yeah, it makes no sense because
that
you can't keep up. You can't keep up. I get it. Words
keep
are
up
hard.
with what? What did you say just there? What could you have possibly meant with that rambling, incoherent grouping of words?
I'm pretty sure somebody else got it.
Do you drink?
This wasn't you. Isn't that cute?
Well, this
Huh?
is awkward.
Pixie, do you drink?
What am I doing?
No, do you drink? I said, do you drink?
Oh, do I drink? Occasionally, but like I don't like to get drunk, so when I do drink, I just kind of get tipsy and then I'm done.
I don't drink, but when I do.
And when you
I
get
said occasionally, not often, and then I said when I do drink, I don't like to get drunk. Keep up. I do know you struggle with words.
Okay, and when you do drink and you get a little bit tipsy, like what kind of mood are you in?
Very happy and friendly, and things amaze me. Things are like really cool. Like trees are really awesome. I don't know. Everything's like I have like a childlike sense of wonder, and I'm very friendly. I guess is how I would describe myself.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, some people get very
Yeah.
aggressive when you drink.
That's because their livers are producing a particular kind of enzyme.
Is it?
That's one theory. Another theory, because of a study they did on winos, is that it actually produces a synthetic opiate in their brain instead of just breaking down into vinegar and sugar. But I don't know if they followed up on those studies. But that was one type of alcoholics. That study suggested that there are actually two types of alcoholics, and that would be one of them. So I don't know how much follow-up they did on that, though.
It's the synapses that we're receiving the blockage, right? Because heroin or any kind of opioid will create a fluid blockage throughout the synapses because it fits the receptor better than the actual enzyme or endorphin that's being produced at the time.
And what about you, Dustin? Do you drink?
No, I don't drink alcohol.
Oh, that's right. You said earlier that if you did, you can't stop. Okay.
Yeah, wouldn't be a good idea.
Right.
I think you don't want to talk to me now. Get a couple of drinks in me, and then wait until you hear what I really think.
All right. So you used to drink. So what did you drink before?
I didn't care. Like, it didn't matter what I was drinking. I usually started with something, but then I ended with everything. And for XYZ reasons, I attacked people's couches.
Oh yeah.
Guys, I'm
Yeah,
trying
it was
to keep
always the
to that
couch.
this time.
It's always the couch, eh?
It was always the couch. I always ended up puking on somebody's couch.
I knew a girl like that. And she would drink, and the more she drank, the more upset, depressed, angry she would get.
Oh, that seems terrible. I've only been drunk enough to throw up once.
Yeah,
And I've never had a hangover. My idea of fun was never hugging a toilet bowl, though. Maybe that's why I stop at tipsy.
Well, I never made it to the toilet bowl. It was always somebody's couch.
This is like screw the washroom, man. I'm doing this right here. Sucks to be you.
I was too heavy to move. The thing is, the thing I never really understood is I was known for this. But for some reason, people kept inviting me in the house. I don't know why. Like, they liked me for some reason, even though they knew, like, before the dawn, I was going to barf all over their couch. Every time.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, maybe
I don't know why. I was always told I was the life of the party, though. Like, when I drink, like if I wasn't around people I didn't like, then I say funny shit. Like, it was just hilarious.
Guys, I'm trying.
I'm
to
really,
this time.
I'm really good at talking shit for some reason.
Oh yeah.
Anyone ever tried it?
What's that?
Kimchi?
Yeah.
Like what? The homemade kind under your bed, or like in the store bought kind?
Store bought.
Yeah, I've tried some of that before. It
This
wasn't
one.
very good for me. Yeah.
I've never tried it before.
Just be careful. You get one
Is it
hell of
hot?
a hangover.
Hangover?
No, that's hangover juice, bro. That's straight hangover juice. I'm just letting you
Is it?
know.
What is that stuff, anyways? Looks
Yeah,
like a
it's
soup.
hangover
Is it
juice.
like
Kimchi.
what is this kimchi? Is this you put some hot water in there, like noodles?
Noodles, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
And seasoning.
Hangover juice.
Yeah.
Your
that's
butthole's gonna be screaming at you tomorrow.
But yeah, I don't really eat that. I mean, I know some good restaurants that serve good. What do they call it? I think it's called. What's it called? That soup.
Child soup.
No. They have a name for that type of soup. I mean, they throw like a boiled egg in there, the noodles, the vegetables, the broth.
Like a ramen?
Like a ramen, yeah, it's a ramen soup. It's but they call it something else in the restaurant.
Pho? It's not pho.
Yeah. But it's really good. When you go have that in restaurants, that's where you really enjoy this type of soup. But these little cans taste like cardboard. It is a cardboard. It's in a cardboard.
No. I always have to, if I get alcohol, I have to give some away because I can't drink it all. I'm too small to drink it all. I have to be like, somebody come drink this.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
And what do you like to drink, you said?
My favorite drink is probably like a classic Manhattan.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I also, aside from the classic Manhattan, I do tend to appreciate rum too. But classic Manhattan's probably my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty sweet and strong drink. It's Manhattan.
Yeah, it's it's brandy, vermouth, bitters, and cherry, I think. Something like that.
And they crush like some sugar too, a little bit, or
Some people do, some people don't. Some people put in cinnamon. Some people don't.
Right.
Oh my god, that is such a beautiful puppy. Any stream is gay. Dr. Spider is trying to get in here. He wants to interject.
What does he want to interject?
I like spiders. I don't know.
Sandman, like I don't know, bro. I've heard some things. Do you use a voice modulator?
It's not a voice modulator. It's a voice booster. So it boosts it. It clears up your mic depending on the quality of your mic. If it's not that great, my voice is actually like this. There's no change in the voice.
People
I
have
don't know why I
accused me
don't
of the
believe
same
you.
thing. People have accused me of the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know, because Burner Park has a good point. If he was using a fake voice, what's it called from voice modulator, he would have a little bit of robotic in him, and I don't hear that.
Yeah. I don't have no robotic, effect here going on.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Sound a bit like RoboCop, but other than that.
A Robocop. I am the Robo.
Same man. Yeah, are you sure? How we know you're not secretly part of the Illuminati? You're just here spying on using a voice modulator.
That is a good point. Gangster. I mean, you would have to also say that, what would I be doing here specifically? Who am I trying to catch?
Trying to take down Dustin because he's the last against the satanic Illuminati, New World Order, cross-dressing Satanists.
Because I've been exposing your secrets, Sandman.
Yeah.
I've been telling them truths.
That's why. That could be true.
I just joking what he's saying.
But Dustin hasn't been on for a while.
Oh, I've been busy, Sandman. I actually have a job where people require me to produce things in order to make money.
True. I mean, I did put in my time.
Sandman, what did you do putting in your time?
What did I do?
Yeah. Because real estate's not a job, bro. Real estate's really more of a hobby you get paid for. Right? Yeah, so and that's not something that you don't learn. You just don't fall into that. Right? Like a job is something you fall into, like a cash register or a roofer, or like some kind of a construction field. That's a job. Like, what did you do?
That's a little bit what I did.
Say that again?
I used to buy stuff, fix them for like a year and a half, 2 years, and put them back up for sale.
But how did you afford your rent in the meantime, bro?
Oh, but these properties were like revenue properties, so
you're not answering the question.
Well, here's how it works. One property profits you, and the first property I ever bought, I made money. I took that money. I put a down payment.
Sandman, you're telling me that you bought property and then you made money. You're not explaining what you're talking about, okay? Just do me a favor. Stop with the ho-hokum. I know how equity works. I know how securitized loans work, okay?
Oh, I have something. Do you flip houses? Because my cousin's ex-husband used to flip cars.
Oh, yeah?
He buy cars and resell them, repair them and sell them. Do you do that with houses?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I've seen a TV show about that too, flipping houses. What if they had one about you? Same man flipping houses.
So no, but I'm trying to get some answers here, Gigi.
Oh, sorry.
What did you do as a job, Sandman?
That's all I did.
What you just so from birth, You had a piece of
Oh,
paper and a pencil, and you were like, "This property, this value." Like, I mean, bro.
I would say from 20.
How? How? That's not something you learn in school, Sandman. Believe me, I went.
Well, if you're asking me how I raised the initial money, if that's what you're asking me, like with odd and end jobs at the time when I was younger, that's how I would raise my money. You know, odds and ends.
What? Like McDonald's?
Oh,
What?
driving,
Like
delivery, doing
Oh,
delivery.
you were a delivery man. Okay, now I'm getting somewhere. All
Yeah.
right. So what you did was you took a $30,000 a year job, right? And you were living at home with mommy and daddy. You stuck that money aside. Then you
Exactly.
found yourself a cheap property. You invested in it. You flipped it. You sold the equity. You took out a securitized loan, and then you bought another property. That's what
Exactly.
is that what I'm to understand happened?
Yep. Right on.
Okay. All
So
right, I can understand that.
Yeah, I did that for quite a few years. And build up.
So where are you with your loan? Have you paid it off? I mean, how much did you take in your first fiscal year? And then how did you handle the offset for the business? Like, because you know your tax revenue is different from your business tax that you got to pay at the end of the year, right? You got to pay that quarterly.
No,
for your license.
This wasn't under any corporation or anything. This was just under my
Are you telling me that you didn't have a legal corporation in order to facilitate these sales? So then how did you do it? Like, what did you use? Did you use routing numbers? Tell me you used a routing number.
No, I used to live in them, so I would call them my residence, and that way they also tax free.
No, okay, that's how you get around the taxes. How did you facilitate the sale? Under what license?
No
Yeah,
license.
when you sold,
When I
huh?
sold it, just hire a real estate agent and they sell it.
I want to see the real estate agent that took money from a 20-year-old to sell a property.
Yeah, you should have seen me at the notary.
Right. Yeah, I don't believe you, Sandman. I'm
When the guy
sorry.
gave me that first check.
Yeah, I don't believe you, Sandman.
What,
What you're saying right now doesn't make sense to me. Like, you're talking about big numbers on commission, right?
Well,
if you're saying that you did it, if you did it as a live-in resident, and what did you do? I imagine you did mild improvements for equity boost, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
basement.
see, I don't believe you, Sandman. I'm sorry. At 20 years old, you don't have the lived-in experience to do all those things.
Well,
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Unless you're telling me your dad raised you from the childhood to what you are now, or unless you're telling me that you sold your soul to the devil, like I mean, I'll accept either answer now, but I don't believe you.
well, I wouldn't touch electrical, and if I did touch it, I would just run wires, and have the electricians come in and approve everything. I would do a lot of the carpentry work. I do a lot of the tear down. Of course,
At
everything.
20 years old, I tear down, I buy that. Okay, at 20 years old, you probably don't know the basics of freaking drywall at 20 years old, Sandman.
No, I learned real quick. I'm a fast. I hired people to.
I would pay money to watch you tape and seam a freaking a lab. I would pay money to see that. I want to see you tape a seam. I would pay money for that.
Very good. Very, very good.
You can tape and seam.
Oh yeah, bro.
I don't buy it, Sandman. I think you're full of shit. I don't believe it. I don't think you could tape and seam worth of garbage.
Yeah,
I bet you your screw patterns are all fucked up. I bet you after 5 years your drywall's falling back out. I bet you anything. Because dude, you have no idea. I guarantee you don't know what you're talking about, bro. I guarantee it. I've seen drywalling. My grandpa was a drywaller. You wouldn't know what to do with yourself, right? Carpentry, my balls, dude. You probably couldn't frame a wall. Give me the fucking break out of here, dude. Fucking shut the fuck up, dude.
All right. Well, let me tell you my licenses that I had. All right. I had my contractor's license, which you have to pass a test. I had a home inspector's license. So yeah,
You had 2 licenses? Woohoo! Oh, that's hilarious. You knew how to sell and you knew how to advertise. That's good for you, man. That doesn't mean you can build a house. Yeah, I'd love to see a remodel, bro. I'd love to see it. I bet you it's been gutted and redone so many times.
The actual license, what it does is it doesn't allow you
Define license. Define license for me, please. What is a license? Define it.
So a license allows you to do certain work, but not other work. For example, you cannot touch structure.
License is permission to do what would otherwise be considered illegal. It doesn't qualify you. A license is not about your qualifications. It has nothing to do with your qualification. Your permission to do something and the quality of your work are divorced from each other, Sandman.
Sure.
What I'm trying to say to you right now is I'd be willing to bet that at 20 years old, the drywall that you put in as a framer is shit. I'll put money on it, okay? And that's not a personal attack. That's just a fact. People do not get born with construction skills, and taping and mudding are not easy things to do unless you were shown how to do it and you had practice doing it, Sandman. You're telling me that at the age of 20, you had the requisite skills to build, put in, replace, or understand the dynamics of load-bearing walls? I don't buy it.
Well, I mean, I did a lot of studying before I start touching things. A lot of practicing.
At 20 years old, you're full of shit, Sandman. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. You're full of shit, Sandman. I'm sorry, buddy. You're just full of it. You're not going to convince anybody of that. You were out there at 20 years old. I mean, why didn't you just start your own business then? Why didn't you just start building houses instead of flipping them? You're full of shit, Sandman. All the way up to your eyeballs. You didn't do that on your own. You either had a partner, which helped you be successful, or you did it with daddy. I don't know which it is, and you're not telling the truth.
Well, what do you want me to tell you, Dustin?
I don't care what you tell me. I just ask you to stop lying to me. I don't buy it.
All right. Well, let's change the subject then. But if you were to listen to me, maybe you might learn a thing or two.
How do you structure a load-bearing wall? What's the requisites for it? How do you structure a load-bearing wall? What are the requisites?
Well, give me an example. You want to take out
you're the construction whiz. I'm asking you a simple question. What are the dynamics of a load-bearing wall?
So the dynamics of a load-bearing wall, if I'm understanding you right, is the framing membranes are resting on this particular wall from side to side. Sometimes it could even be an angle. And so you cannot just take that down because, you know, the joists are overlapping.
Studs, 16 inches on center. You need a floor plate. You need a header. Okay? You need marked distances. And then you have to have a rejoinder, which is another wall on top of it that is stood up independently. That is the dynamics of a load-bearing wall. Shut up, Sandman. You don't know what you're talking about. The stud measurements are important. They all have to be in line. Some of them have to be continuous depending on the substructure of the building. Okay? It also depends on what's permitted. If there's been grandfathered permitting, or if there's been a structure that predates the permitting sentence, which would also mean that it predated the law, so that it also is grandfathered in. Just shut up, Sandman. You clearly haven't got a clue on the very first idea of what a code is for building structures. You don't have licensing even. Everything you said was absolute bullshit. And I'm telling you right now, I'm calling you out. You don't even understand coding. You don't even understand coding. You don't even understand that walls are built 16 inches on center by studs. You don't understand that. You're fucking retarded.
Oh. I'm retarded. How does a retarded sound, anyways?
Like
Does it
you,
sound like
Sandman.
Does it sound like this? Well, my friend, at the age of 21, I banked $135,000. The real estate agent.
I believe that. I don't have a problem believing people paid you money for doing shit work.
Exactly. And so this retard is $135,000. And the real estate agent looks at me and says, "Wow, bro," he says, "what are you going to do now?" I said, "The same thing I just did. What do you think I'm going to do?" He goes, "Man,
You're gonna hack together a house, and then they're
I
gonna have
did.
to spend a bunch of money fixing it after the fact. Yeah, that's what you're gonna do, because that's unique and special somehow, right? Because people couldn't just do that. You're fucking whatever, dude. I'd be willing to bet that there's not a single house you did a remodel on that's up to code.
No?
Yeah, I'd put money on it. I bet you probably haven't even pulled a single permit. You ever been in a permitting office?
Once.
You drew up a patent and had them submit it and then had it approved, or no?
Yeah, and then they come to check the job before you put the JIP up.
Yeah, they have inspections. They're supposed to anyway. It depends on where you are. But I bet you that I bet you money you just slip money to them. It's just like I've seen the garbage, bro. You can look at the garbage that they're passing off today as construction. I can guarantee you're not up to par. I guarantee it. You're full of shit, dude. So full of shit.
Could you imagine someone opens up a wall and legally can come after you for a hidden defect?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I'm surprised it hasn't happened to you. Okay, right? They are really, really super picky, and you know what the sad thing is? They can even go ex post facto if the code changes and you're within a certain date and you don't go back and fix it. Yeah, they'll hit you with the fine anyway. Right? I've seen it happen with decks because in some cases they're supposed to be a part of the substructure. In other cases, you can belly band them to the building. Right? And sometimes you're not.
Remember, you are thinking in U.S.
In Canada too. In Canada too. It absolutely is that way up in Canada too. You guys switch the code right in the middle of construction all the damn time. It'll be on the blueprint, and then the inspector will come and say, "Well, I have it on my print this way. I don't care what your print says. You're paying the fine."
Yeah. Are you talking new construction?
Any construction. Well, within a certain year, within a certain year. I think the code goes back 10 years. So if it changes any time in between the time it was built and the 10-year gap, then you're supposed to go back and change it.
All right. Well, I never had any issues with that, so that's okay.
I'm surprised, bro. I'm telling you, they live for back charging. Okay, there are inspectors that'll come out and even break your shit just to say that there was a problem. So I don't know what you did and how you avoided all that. And that's why everything you say to me is just so suspicious, bro.
It's all workmanship, brother.
Yeah, I don't buy that, dude. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. I don't buy it, dude. You're not Superman. You didn't do it on your own. I'm sorry.
Well, I think Gangster knows. I just picked up another property. another 2-unit. I just closed on it like not long ago. That one we paid cash.
I don't know why I don't believe you. I just don't.
Mm.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that there.
Yeah,
Great.
you know, Gangster. Gangster knows everything.
I don't know about Great Z. Then are you there?
Oh, hey, little buddy.
Hi,
Yeah,
buddy.
buddy. Has everything calmed down from earlier? It was mayhem in here.
Yeah, I know.
Zidane.
It's all quiet now.
Yeah, that's why I figured I'd hop back in and see what was up.
How you doing? How you been, bro?
Good. I was just learning some how to flip properties and stuff.
Oh yeah? That's what we were
Yeah.
talking about. But according to Dustin, it's not possible.
No, according to Dustin, you don't know what you're talking about. If you had to run electricity through any one of your walls, how would you drill the hole? Like, would you put in backing plate? Would you protect the wire? Like, there's so many things that you won't even address, right? I guarantee it. I'll ask all these questions about how to do things, and you won't even know what I'm talking about.
Okay. What's your question? Do we put a backing plate where the wire is so if someone
Yeah.
screws in drywall, it doesn't get hit? Yeah, absolutely. The metal plates that you put in front of the wires, yeah.
Did you just Google that?
No, I didn't Google that.
Something tells me you did.
And by the way, your 16-inch on center is not always the case.
Well, no, there's also corners. Corners can change the layout.
Especially
you can also go 2 feet depending on whether or not it's load bearing or not. But when it comes to load bearing, the standard is 16 inches on center.
Okay, but now let's look.
You're Googling shit, bro. You're Googling shit. If you knew this, you would have challenged me when I said it the first time. You're Googling shit. Get over yourself, Sandman. You don't know what you're talking about.
Talk?
I know the exceptions. When it comes to corners, you can change the layout, and when it like substructure walls, so like when they're on the blueprint at 2 feet, you can do that.
Okay, you could do that, but when you're going 2 feet, if you're spanning, your joist size has to also your stud has to also be bigger.
Did you just say joist? Yeah, you have to. Well, no, that's not true all the time either. You can even do it with 2-inch. It depends on the spec. You can put in faulty walls. You absolutely can, especially here in America. They're made out of paper anyway. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Supporting walls. Why aren't we talking about supporting walls?
I didn't say.
Why are you so hostile, bro?
I said because you don't know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about, man. Be in real estate, and you claim to be able to do this at 20. You're lying to me, and I'm tired of hearing it.
Why don't
you do not know?
Do you listen at all?
No, I don't want to listen to you lie to me. You're not a real estate guy. You were no real estate guy at 20. You're not a real estate guy now. You're making shit up.
Actually, you're right. I wasn't at 20. I was at 16.
You're full of shit. Okay, you're just full of shit. I'm calling you out. You're lying.
Tell me sweet little lies.
Tell me lies.
He's lying. He's so lying.
He's the top builder. Even Bob the Builder goes to him for lessons.
Bro, I've been a roofer since I was 20. Okay, and that's not a lie. You can talk to people back in the day that saw me up on a roof when I was 20. Okay, they're in Utah. My employer is still there. I can pull pay stubs from that very business and show you. Can you show any of that, Sandman?
Pay stubs? No.
Anything? Can you show anything to back any of your story?
Well,
anything? Let me see that license from back then.
What? Okay.
Yeah, you can't pull shit, can you? You're just full of shit. You're just telling lying piece of shit, Sandman. You're lying.
You know I'm not lying.
Yeah, you're lying. You can't prove any of it. Let me see the license from back then. Sandman, let me see the license with the date from that back then. Let me see it. No, let me see the license. If you claim to have a license from back then, you should still have it. You should have receipts from renewing it. Let me see a receipt from you renewing your license from way back then, Sandman.
Let me
You
ask
lying
you
piece of shit. You lying piece of shit. You wouldn't produce one receipt, would you?
Let me ask you a question. You as a homeowner, let's say you bought a house, are you allowed to dabble in your renovation as a homeowner?
That depends. It depends on how your property is listed at the registry. If it's a fixture on the land, then you absolutely are allowed to make structural changes. But if it's registered as lien, you're not allowed to change anything.
A lien. All right, let's forget about a property having a lien. I'm just saying you buy a property, you own it. Can you, as the homeowner, renovate? Maybe not electricity.
Again, it depends. It depends. Is your property registered? Your house? Is it registered as a fixture on the land? Or is it registered as pre-owned or partially owned?
Honestly, I don't know what.
Because if somebody else owns controlling interest into your property, for example, owns a significant a portion of right. So like out, and there's somebody with.
You're breaking up.
Own any kind. If you don't owe like a mortgage, you want.
You're roboting.
Thank you everyone for coming outside in the shop. Been out here about 9 hours.
Yeah.
Right. Take care.
GG.
Yeah.
God bless. GG.
Bless you all. Thank you, Sandman, for joining. Thank you, Dustin and everyone.
Much love.
Much love.
Much love.
They circle the crib. There's no escape.